sequence. Through time and space, many planes are connected side by side. How they are formed, no one can say clearly. However, it is certain that a number of planes are born together at regular intervals. Since then, the plane was born with nature, and it naturally nurtures humanity. Nature has a self-protection mechanism, like a pair of invisible hands, manipulating everything in secret. The plane above it is even more so. In order to avoid the crisis of destruction, the plane born in the same period will automatically find the most suitable manager. The manager is actually the real owner of these planes. While being recognized by many planes and becoming its manager, it also established a life and death contract with you. The moment when the planes under their jurisdiction are all destroyed, it is also the time when the manager dies. Of course, as long as the manager itself is not stupid enough to be hopeless, such a thing will not happen. The plane itself is not conscious, so how do they select managers? It turns out that when the plane of the same period was born, a selection system for managers was born at the same time. This system will select the most suitable manager among many planes, bring it into the system, and enter each plane for training. If you can complete the various plane interview tasks promulgated by the system, it is considered that the tester has conquered the plane. In this case, the plane becomes the actual plane of the tester. From this time on, the future of this one phase is controlled by the manager. Our story starts here, a new plane has been formed, and a manager selection system has also been born. The name of this system is called to replace the system. On the day of the month of 20XX, a young man in his 20s sat in front of a computer desk, facing a Dell laptop he had used for 5 years. His hands kept typing, and on the computer's LCD screen, characters were constantly beating among the text documents. It's winter now, and I have just straightened my hair recently, making the youth feel a little cold in the neck. Even in the room, he wore a scarf and put on a hat. There was a small stove beside him. The orange light and the bright white of the lamp left 2 colors on the opposite white wall. Suddenly, an unknown white screen popped up on the computer screen, very cleverly covering the original text document. The young man stared at the keyboard in front of himself as if unknown, constantly typing the words circling in his mind. When he finally finished typing, he was relieved and pressed enter. His eyes finally looked at the computer screen, and his hand stretched out towards the blue glass on the table. But his movements quickly stopped, and he watched in disbelief as the countdown in front of him continued to decrease. "Oh no, don't get poisoned, I haven't saved it yet." It was at this time that the countdown finally came to an end, and the unknown pop-up box in the computer screen glowed softly. A pleasant voice of a woman sounded in the ear of the youth. Instead of system startup, the selected target has agreed to the manager's contract and is now the system owner. Now the transmission system owner enters the system, and at the same time freezes the plane time. The transmission array starts to count down for 3 seconds, and the transmission of 3, 2, and 1 begins. The action that the young man originally intended to make a rescue measure stopped when he heard the female voice. Immediately afterwards, he saw a white light array rising under his feet, and the light gradually became so strong that the young man had to close his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he was no longer in the familiar room of his house. There is no familiar computer in front of me, nor a familiar bed next to me. His original sitting posture was adjusted to the standing posture when the teleportation array appeared. Now, he is standing in an unknown temple. The whole hall is round and about 50 meters in diameter. The position of the youth is in the center of the circle. Underneath is a concentric circular circle with a diameter of about 3 meters. It is about the circle that sends young people like this. Because the youth can see its light gradually dim, in the end only a flat picture depicting many unknown runes is left. The ground of the whole hall is a complete piece, polished as bright as a mirror, and young people can even see themselves on the ground. The runes are like they were born on them, not painted or engraved later. In addition to this magic circle, behind the youth, there are 7 domed doors at the end of the hall. 6 of them are closed, and they read: living area, practice area, data area, equipment area, exercise area, and experiment area. Only the middle one is completely open, not even the door, nor the name. For these, the young man just glanced at it, and then he faced the white light sphere in the center of the other semicircle that he saw at the beginning. OZW.com. It is located on a square platform, 3 steps above the ground. There is also a white jade column under the light sphere. And 2 black fences are deeply displayed on the upper end, just like the light sphere is fixed inside. When he saw the sphere of light, the youth thought of the mane of infinite horror. But he heard it, and remember that the female voice said it was replacement system. What exactly is going on? Why did you come here? What about the owner? The youth did not know, so he chose to stand still and watch its changes. Now, the youth has not actually entered this space for a minute. In places he did not know, the registration of various information was completed quickly. At the same time, because of his entry, many planes connected to the replacement system were frozen, waiting for his arrival. Time passed in such silence for 3 minutes, and the white sphere of light finally changed. It projected a beautiful woman on the stone platform, aged about 25 years old, gentle and amiable sister type. The big golden yellow wavy hair, Wei An's chest supported the red sculpting dress. One side of the skirt splayed over the thighs, revealing the black garter inside. The straight slender legs show only the tip of the iceberg, and they also have the charm of making the youth feel that their breathing is accelerating. When he saw the woman's face, there was a feeling that he could no longer look away. How can she be so beautiful that she can't pick out a single fault? Sky blue eyes without impurities, clear and moist, white and tender skin as healthy and soft as babies. A mole of tears in the corner of the left eye made her noble with a fascinating charm. The delicate red lips seemed to be able to drip out of water, shining with luster. It seems to see the doubts of the youth, and the beautiful woman smiled at him. I am a guide dedicated to you, created by this system based on the image of your favorite woman in your heart. Don't you want to give me a name? In this last sentence, she blinked her eyes at the young man and instantly gave the young man blood a feeling of rushing out of her nostrils. More importantly, he knew her voice, and that was the voice of the woman who had spoken before. The young man coughed awkwardly. Although it is rude, I want to understand what is going on. For such a beautiful woman's request, he didn't answer it immediately, even he felt that he just didn't know if he was taking the wrong medicine. However, what I can understand is that my own life cannot be easily handed over. The woman nodded in understanding, her hand reaching towards the ball of light gently. Immediately after pointing a finger at the youth, a ray of light flew straight out of the sphere of light, and when the youth was too late to evade, he entered between his eyebrows. When the young man's face appeared fearful, information about this space appeared in his mind. He closed his eyes and was familiar with the things the woman had selected for him that he could understand as quickly as possible. When he opened his eyes again, he walked towards the woman on the high platform and asked nervously, "Your name is Dyer, is it okay?" "Well, it's nice, and I like it too." The woman smiled. The young man breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." He climbed the platform and stood in front of the light ball, beside the woman. "Dare, what can I do now?" Although he has understood that he has become the master of this place, and will not die this matter easily. But after all, he is still an ordinary person and has little power. The information in his mind said that he needs to enter the world and then complete the task. However, how did it happen? Dyer did not just tell him. Dyer smiled apologetically. "I noticed that you prefer to listen to me, so I didn't tell you all. Ask me later if you want to know anything. As long as I know, everything will be known to you." This space is called the replacement space. And it is the birthplace of the autonomous system in order to select the support system for the existence of managers. You need to enter various worlds to complete missions and at the same time get replacement points. This replacement point is the key to being able to pick a new world and enter it. According to Dyer, replacing the system is to allow the youth to replace one of the characters after entering the space. This character has a certain number of points according to its importance in the original world trajectory. For example, when replacing the protagonist or the enemy with the largest protagonist, the most replacement points are needed. If you replace the general passerby character, you only need to replace a little bit. However, there is also a hard rule, that is the highest strength achieved by young people in the world, which is 110% of the characters they replace. In this case, just replacing the role of passerby, there will be no effect at all. The young man thought for a while, I have 3 problems. If these 3 problems are not solved, the young man will not be able to start the trial with peace of mind. Chapter 1-1, Plane Master and Space Master. Just after sending Aisha and Kenneth to the home of the naval headquarters, Jingyu received a contact from Dyer and asked Jingyu to take the time to go to the island where she was. Despite some doubts in Jingyu's heart, he still explained to his family, riding Messi directly across the windless belt, and arrived at the island where Dyer is located, where there is the treasure tree Adam Holy Spirit Island. At the seaside, a pickup person had been waiting for him, riding the benthorn beast to the square in front of the temple, and then followed the witch here to Dyer's bedroom. Dyer has put on a red sculpting dress again, as if already waiting for Jingyu's arrival. When meeting Jingyu, facing Jingyu's open arms that she wanted to embrace, her first move was to kneel down on her knees and tap the head. Congratulations to the host who successfully passed the selection and became the official host to replace the space. Hey! Jingyu was dumbfounded, looking a little unclear. Dyer got up from the ground with a smile, plunged into Jingyu's arms, and said, Jingyu, you come with me, I will explain to you slowly. She took Jingyu's hand and sat beside a low table. Already prepared wine dishes on the low table, Dyer picked up the jug and poured a glass of wine for Jingyu. However, Jingyu took a sip from the glass and put it down. Before he could figure out what was going on, he really had no intention of drinking even though it tasted really good. Dell also saw it, put down the jug, and thought about it. Master, you know, the replacement space was in a state of insufficient energy at the beginning. When she called Jingyu's name, she was his woman, when she called him master, it was from the perspective of a system assistant. Jingyu nodded, and then Dyer couldn't even own the entity. Dyer seemed to be caught in memories, misty with her own eyes, giving Jingyu a hazy beauty. The system that replaces the space is divided into 2 parts. One part is based on the most perfect image of the master in your heart, creating me and I only belong to the master and responsible for supporting you. The other part is as a neutral existence between the master and the plane. Not biased towards any party. Dyer continued. Jingyu listened silently and asked when she stopped, what would you do if you just passed the selection if I didn't pass? He actually knew the answer faintly in his heart. Sure enough, he saw Dyer's expression of absolute disbelief, I only belong to the owner and you alone. She emphasized this point again. Jingyu shook her hand and smiled, so, I am very glad that I passed the selection you said. Dyer put Jingyu's hand into her chest. I am also very thankful that my host is Jingyu. She began to explain to Jingyu. The replacement of the system itself is to select managers and owners of many planes in the future. So, what about this person who participated in various interviews? Is it appropriate? If it is not suitable, it will inevitably cause a large number of free planes, and even if it is suitable, to what extent is it suitable? After all, this is an important matter that concerns whether many planes can exist in the future, and it is sloppy. As a result, there is a tester selection, which is to replace the space for the test of the people it chooses. If this person fails in this first test stage, it will not cause any impact, and will not even produce free planes. Because the planes under this system have certain commonality, otherwise they will not be collected under one system. If it fails, it means that he is not suitable for the plane under this system. By then, replacing the space will require finding more suitable candidates until you are satisfied. On the contrary, once it is successful and the degree of completion is excellent, it can be recognized as a replacement space. The method of this test is also very simple, that is, to randomly extract a plane and let the tester try it out. If you can be successfully recognized by the plane, you can formally become the master of the replacement space. After that, if he fails again, it will cause a free plane. In other words, at the beginning, Jingyu was only the master of Dyer, not the master who replaced the space. After explaining the trial, Dyer added, "Master, not long ago, I have been notified that you have become the master of the One Piece. In this way, you have also passed the selection of replacement space. Officially become the owner of the replacement space. However, my affinity has not yet reached 100%. Jingyu wondered, is it okay? His affinity seems to have not changed since it reached 82% 10 years ago. Even thinking about it, he felt strange. Regarding this, Dyer smiled and said, "Master, I have some other things to explain to you, and I only learned recently." It turned out that with Jingyu's selection, Dyer's authority as an avatar of the system also increased a lot. Therefore, she also knew something that she didn't know. The first point is that Jingyu should only get 110% of the strength of the characters he replaces. But now, he has reached the strongest level in this world. This is obviously not that person's original potential, but Jingyu's own growth. But why is it not suppressed? The answer obtained by Dyer is, the superior power owner can ignore the power limit of 110%. In other words, Jingyu will be able to reach the level of the strongest plane in its own efforts in any plane in the future. Once you become the master of the plane, you can use it freely within the plane, which belongs to any power of the plane. This can even be achieved without learning or having the corresponding pedigree. Of course, in order to gain higher power, one's own cultivation can't be dropped. Through the newly acquired permissions, Dyer knew of a special exercise that belongs exclusively to replacing the master of the space. Cultivating this kind of exercise is the foundation for Jingyu to protect his replacement space and even the plane in the future. It's just that the energy to replace the space is still in an insufficient state and it is impossible to open the room where the practice is located. As for Jingyu's affinity, which is less than 100%, why is it the master of the pirate world? The answer is even simpler. As long as the pirates approve of his master, what is the affinity? To put it bluntly, the affinity is just a kind of incentive that Jingyu can get benefits in advance, by replacing the space to provide incentives. After hearing Dyer's words, Jingyu was a little excited and surprised, and asked, "So, what will happen next in this world? What am I going to do next? By the way, how many replacement points do I get? And, my previous task seems to have not been completed, and I can do it in the future." Asked too many questions. He could not help laughing when he saw Dyer's funny expression. OZW.com. Now that I have become the owner of this place, I will naturally manage this world. Dyer explained to this and thought again, in general, I am in charge of the owner. In fact, it is very simple, as long as the plane does not perish. Anything they do inside can be ignored. However, Jingyu's situation may be special. Jingyu nodded, and he naturally understood what Dale was saying. He still has many family members in this world, he can take them all at once, but they probably leave a lot of regrets, right? For example, Nami's wish from an early age was to draw a world chart by hand, Wei Wei is working hard to be a king, Robin wants to solve the blank century before 800 years ago. He will choose to keep them in this world and continue their story, but how can he completely let go? So, I think Jingyu, you can go to the next world to try it out. As for here, you can leave it to Luju and Avena to manage, and even retain your position as deputy marshal. When it comes to this, Dyer's face has a touch of mischief. No one has ever said that the owner of the plane can't actually live in the plane. Isn't that more fun? And, I always feel like this comparison to your appetite. Jingyu thought for a while and then understood what Dyer meant. She was saying that a teleportation array can be established in the new experience world. Once the pirate world needs him as his deputy marshal, he will come back and appear as deputy marshal. As for peacetime, it is like he often leaves the headquarters to go on vacation. However, this vacation is to another world. The reverse is also true. He missed the women of this world in that world, and returned to see them through teleportation. Jingyu, who wants to understand, smiled. The navy and the world government of this world should be happy, but they have a deputy marshal who is the master of this plane. Dyer covered his mouth and chuckled. When you become the navy marshal, and you do that again, the world government and the navy will be our family. Same thing. Jingyu said. Let's go back to replace the space now. I want to choose the next world. Yes. Dyer said, opening a teleportation array, and with the white light, the two disappeared in the plane of the pirates. In the circular hall inside the replaced space, the concentric circular circle with a diameter of 3 meters flashes, and two figures appear here. After the light subsided, Jingyu looked around and noticed that one of the 6 closed dome doors had already been opened. It is marked with a name living area. I want to come. In the future he and his women can freely enter and live there. As for the others, he should continue to be recognized by more planes before he can use it. Jingyu is not in a hurry for the moment. As Dyer came to the platform where Dyer stood last time on the white jade-like column, there was a glowing ball. Last time, he inserted his hand into it and randomly entered the world of One Piece. This time, without reminding Dyer, Jingyu inserted his hand again. He imagined that it would change its shape according to his preferences and become an electronic screen. It's much more convenient, he said, and he became the official owner of the space. When he came back here, he also understood a lot. First of all, what he transferred out was his gain in the pirate plane. 1. The series of tasks of promoting mermaids, fishmen and human beings to get along with each other was completed, and 15,000 replacement points were obtained. 2. Initiate and implement the pirate transformation plan and get 15,000 replacement points. 3. Protect several islands from destruction and get 30,000 replacement points. 4. Implementing the 4 emperors and kings of the 7 and 5 seas, get 10,000 replacement points. 5. Bebe's commission, status, unfinished. In this way, a total of 70,000 substitution points were obtained. Jingyu nodded and said to the nearby Dyer, did I gain a lot this time? Well, replied Dyer, this is a slightly higher plane after all. Help me to mobilize new planes, and you need to be ordinary. Jingyu said. He has some concerns in his mind, and it is good to have a high-level plane all the time. But after getting used to it, entering the low-level world will feel very boring. Of course, he will not always want to make a low-level plane. This is a kind of adjustment, according to his needs from low to high. In the middle can be turned back or jump. To put it bluntly, how to choose is not up to him. Jingyu's eyes looked at the list of emerging planes, Space Fortress, Gundam W, Detective Conan. When seeing the Gundam W, Jingyu suddenly felt a little emotional. Good guys should drive Gundam, but W he doesn't like it. He searched the list and found Gundam Seed. Dyer sees his expression changes in his eyes, and can't help laughing. Jingyu is really, no matter what he chooses, don't he have to practice in the end? In fact, according to her ideas, it is still best to use a random method. After all, he has experienced all the worlds he likes from the beginning, and he will definitely find it boring to leave some disliked world later. However, as his supporter, he loved him deeply. No matter what he wants to do, she will accept it silently. I chose this Gundam Seed. Jingyu pointed to the name. So, who does Jingyu want to replace this time? Dyer asked curiously. This. Jingyu narrowed his eyes slightly and said, I choose to replace. Soon after, while Hankook and others were still sailing in the first half of the Great Route, Jingyu took a woman from a pirate world into the new world. Chapter 1-2, Heir to the Dragon. Jingyu, which world do you want to go to this time? Dyer is still wearing a red bodybuilding dress skirt, with black suspender stockings looming beneath the high split skirt. Standing beside Jingyu, she gently flicked the golden yellow curly hair with temples. Between those beautiful eyes, a deep sense of curiosity was revealed. Standing in this replacement hall again, choosing the next world to go, is already 5 years after the war in the world of Gundam Seed. Now, even if he specially adjusted the time there for the newly born children, he has reached the limit that can be delayed. My first world went to what can be called a fantasy world, and the second world went to the world of technology. This time, I plan to go to a world of costumes. Jingyu said without hesitation, this is his coming. I thought about it before, Qin Shimingyu, this dare, what do you think? He doesn't know much about this world. I was able to know its name because it was the first Chinese 3D martial arts animation. However, even so, he will not be afraid. Although not intentionally, Jingyu, your luck is very good. Dyer laughed, and, go wherever you want, Dyer dare not interfere. Good luck, what do you mean? Jingyu looked at her puzzledly. Dyer pointed to one of the closed doors. Between the white long and slender fingers dancing, a sphere of light appeared like a trapped energy in front of the door. There is still a 2/3 position hollow above the middle of the light sphere, and the rest is occupied by the energy as if it were a light blue liquid. Half of the energy accumulated in the world of One Piece, and the remaining half of the world accumulated in the seed world. And the last 2/3 can be opened by Qin Shimingyu's energy. Dell said, by then, you will be able to cultivate an energy that can be used in any world. I wish it could be opened earlier. Jingyu shook his head in amazement. This time when I went to Qin and Minjiu, I remember that I used internal power to fight there. Internal power, even if I had to practice, I could have it. Then do you have to wait to select it next time? Deli quipped. I can help you pick another fantasy world with energy equal to it. No, that's it. Jingyu gave Dyer a white glance, causing the latter to giggle. Once you have selected the world, you start to choose the character you want to replace and the time to enter. Jingyu chose to replace Yang Sheiyu with the entry time as just born. This is not to re-experience being a baby. It is purely that the living habits of the ancients are very different from him. Being a baby can learn these important things. So, who do you want to bring in this time? Dyer finally asked. Jingyu waved his hand and mobilized a maid from the world of One Piece. It was one of the 4 lieutenant-ranking maids who had gone to New World with Jingyu at the time, assassination experts with double short swords Fanny. Maybe it was the sudden change of the environment that left her still ignorant. However, after seeing Jingyu, she still habitually bowed slightly to perform the maid courtesy. Master, are you looking for me? She asked, and there was no big change in facial expressions, even the voice was clear. Jingyu did not speak, but popped a thumb-sized light yellow light ball into Fanny's brow. The woman's water-cut double pupils trembled for a moment, then knelt on one knee. It will definitely satisfy the owner. I believe this. Jingyu nodded. However, I changed your name to make it more in line with that world. From today, you are the Demon Moon. By the way, remember, there after all, it is the world of costumes, but maid costumes can no longer be worn. Yes, Master, Yeyu leads the life. She immediately used the name Jingyu gave her to call herself. Jingyu and Yeyu didn't talk for long. Dyer had communicated with the system and arranged an identity for Yeyu. She told Jingyu to see if he was satisfied. If you are not satisfied, you can only spend your own replacement points to make changes. Identity is not a problem. Jingyu said after thinking for a while, however, I remember that story has 2 protagonists. So, the story should be divided into 2 periods. If you let the Demon Moon enter the first protagonist, the period that has already existed is good, and the things I have explained can start from there. It takes 5,000 replacement points to make changes, isn't it okay? Dyer asked. After the original pirate world is over, Jingyu has 70,000 replacement points. After that, choose Gundam Seed World and replace Speaker Dylan DAR, costing 5,000 points in total. For the identity arranged by the system for Alvia at that time, Jingyu did not change, and there was no additional cost. In this way, the mission of the Seed World is as follows. Save the people of Unius 7 and reward 3,000 points. Escort Archangel, reward 2,000 points. End the First Zoft and United War, reward 3,000 points. Start the Second Zoft and United War, reward 1,000 points. Completely eliminate Blue Cosmos and Logos, reward 5,000 points. Execute the Destiny Plan and reward 3,000 points. Among them, in order to prevent the wreckage of Unius 7 from causing damage to the Earth, use Pirate World items and consume 1,000 replacement points. A total of 81,000 points were replaced in the Pirate World. Choose Qin Shimingyu and replace Xiang Sheiyu, spend 10,000 replacement points, and deduct 5,000 points to change the time of the Demon Moon entry time operation is completed. After Dyer notified the system, a mechanical sound rang in the hall. Later, Yeuyu's body was wrapped in white light and disappeared into the hall. Then Jingyu, he and Dyer nodded each other, and also left the hall to be transported into the world of Qin Shimingyu. On this day, a broad bluestone street in Shaochun, the capital of the Chu Kingdom, heard the sound of horseshoes during the waka of ta-da-ta-da. If you only listen to the sound, you should feel that it is a horse. However, the size of the sound could not be ignored in this trouble. OZW.com people are looking in the direction of the sound. The first thing printed in the eyes is the big white character embroidered in the light blue flag floating on the flagpole item. Look at the bottom, the team in line in 2 rows, there are clearly more than 20 rides. Many people's faces were shocked, and then they were relieved. From the whispers they stolen, it was not difficult to hear the awe of the cavalry. It turned out to be General Xiang, but it must be the king who asked him to discuss major events again. A man in his turban, about 30 years old, said to himself as if to himself. It is not that he has no awe in his heart for the king, but that the king, as he said, can't do much. A middle-aged man with a hat beside him echoed, "Yet, our Chu state is relying on General Xiang to avoid being coveted by Qin state. Without the threat of war, we can be happy like this." The man glanced at him, then nodded. Dialogues like this are endless. The old general in the topic is actually in the queue of knights, and it is quite eye-catching. 2 columns of silver-armored cavalry armed with Changji, the first 6 were responsible for opening the way, causing passers-by to avoid both sides of the road. The old general walked in the middle of the road with a tall horse behind them and before the flag. From the face of Fang Zheng, we can see that he is over half a year old. However, those eyes were not muddled, revealing the soldier's unique perseverance, and at the same time filled with a calmness consistent with age. The black armor should weigh several tens of pounds, but he can't bend his straight waist. Combined with the mount underneath, the whole gives a majestic feeling. At this moment, the attentive person will find that his eyebrows are slightly locked, as if thinking of some difficult problems. Just listening to his voice that occasionally mumbled unconsciously, there was such a sentence. "What's the name?" It turned out that the old general was troubled to give his grandson a name. Suddenly, the sound of a neat horseshoe was disturbed, and the old general's mount raised his front hoof and hissed. The old general instinctively clamped the horse's abdomen and tightened the reins. The sound of the royal horse in his mouth calmed his mount. "What's wrong with it?" A look after the shock. At the same time, there was a wind on the ground, and the soot that was blowing was enough to blur people's eyes. However, it calmed down again in an instant, when people were somehow inexplicable. Some people flinched and pointed to the sky, shouting tremblingly, "Look quickly!" Everyone looked down his arm, and saw the blue cloudless sky in the distance. In a few breaths, it has already come over, as if a sudden storm is brewing. There was a horrified expression on the people's faces, and there was no sound when the mouth was half open. However, this was not for the cloud, but for the behemoth that broke out of the cloud. It has horns on the top, lips on the beard, scales on the body, and claws on the abdomen. Even if it is coiled, it seems to cover the size of half a city. It opened a huge mouth like a black hole, white lightning formed. After a thunder, it turned into a silver snake and ran down somewhere on the ground. Then, the wind receded and the clouds scattered, as if nothing had happened, and the sky returned to clear again. It's too fast, too shocking, so people have no time to react to what just happened, and it's over. However, as the only extraordinary person on this street, General Xiang has dealt with the ever-changing war situation countless times. He immediately reacted. Isn't the direction of the lightning down the location of his home? Not good. When he shouted this sentence, the knights who had already dropped behind drove out of the horse. At this moment, his feelings of uneasiness have never been in his life. I can't think of anything about what I've done that would provoke punishment. But if not, what is going on? Half a quarter of an hour later, I was able to see my Xiangfu gate from a distance. There is a thick wall of people outside. It should be blocked by the guards at the door and cannot be approached. General Xiang sat and looked far away, and saw that although the guards were slightly panicked on the face, they still had a neat look and a lot of rocks fell in his heart. The sound of the horse-racing Mercedes disturbed the crowd, and they spread to both sides like an escape. General Xiang only pulled the reins in front of the door, stopping the horse. He jumped off the horse and strode the meteor to the steps in front of the door. At the top of the steps, the young man walking around with strange expressions in front of the door showed a delighted expression after seeing him. "Dad, you can come back." He said hello. "Is it good at home?" General Xiang asked non-stop as he stepped into the gate. "Well, it's okay." It's just the young man hesitated and saw that the expression on the old general's face turned severe, and he immediately said, "It's just a strange cough, should it be a good thing? What the is going on?" General Xiang finally stood and stared back at him. When did his son start talking upside down? Named Xiang Liang, his appearance can only be called Zhongzheng, one of the 7 sons of General Xiang. Like an old General Xiang, he was enlisted in the army from an early age. He is now wearing a slightly patterned blue and black warrior costume. "Dad, I don't know how to tell you about it, or you should take a look at it yourself," the young man said, leading the way, and walking towards the female residence of the backyard. "Oh, yes, the sister-in-law is born." A boy appeared when a dragon appeared in the sky. "Oh!" General Xiang touched the short beard on his chin, and there was already some speculation. After a further journey, Xiang Liang really took him outside the door of his daughter-in-law's production. I saw some burnt black marks under the steps in front of the door, which contained 4 Founders' Chu scripts. Dragon's Heir. They seemed to be carved in one go, deeply carved on the huge blue stone. After General Xiang stayed for a while, he couldn't help looking at Xiang Liang, who nodded. "If you want to come, it is the lightning-shaped thing spit out by the sky blue dragon." Chapter 2, The Young Master of the Xiang Family and the Girl in the Class. The young master never cries. Yes, when the young master wants convenience, he will raise his hand and call us. The young master gave the old master a look of contempt today. In order to avoid the suspicion of the king and the covetment of other princes in the world, General Xiang old when seeing the piece of blue stone with the word dragon's successor in it, he even issued a password. First, let his son Xiang Liang find a reliable military and craftsman, dig out the blue stone and hide it in the warehouse. Another person was reshipped to fill the vacancy. The door of Xiang family was closed, no one was seen for a few days, and no one went out. Later, when someone came to ask Shu about the matter at that time, General Xiang only said that his family was frightened by the lightning and had a serious illness. Rumors that Kang Long lowered lightning and hit the Xiang family of Chu Kingdom, but no one was injured, spread to the 7 kingdoms half a month after that, becoming the hottest topic at the time. However, there was no subsequent sublimation of this topic, and it was soon forgotten by people. In Shaochun, the capital of the Chu Kingdom, 2 months after the Kang Long incident, the hottest topic has been changed to what the young master of the Xiang family did today. People laughed and surprised, but also knew that the Xiang family added a genius. For this reason, the clan surnames who wanted to marry the Xiang clan almost stepped on the door of the Xiang family. As a descendant of the Xiang clan in the Chu Kingdom, they never worry about marriage. When General Xiang sent several sons to receive these guests, he gently refused these marriage requests. After another month, everyone knew that the Xiang family did not have the idea of finding a marriage partner for the young master, so they temporarily extinguished this plan. Besides, that day, after Xiang Liang went to deal with the blue stone thing, the name of grandson Xiang Lao, who had been thinking for a long time but could not make up his mind, also fell. Since he is the heir of the dragon, the surname of the dragon is that of Jingyu. However, this is after all ancient, and the ancients attached great importance to their surnames and blood. General Xiang wrote another name for Jingyu in his family tree, Xiang Sheiyu. To comfort him with his own words, the descendants of the dragon can also be descendants of the Xiang clan, without conflict. He knows Jingyu's special intelligence and is very pleased. In order to avoid a lot of confusion, it would be nice to leak Jingyu's news and make so many people requesting marriage. It would be bad if someone who was jealous of Sun's talents. In this world, there will never be a shortage of people who find ways to kill others because they are jealous of others. So General Xiang arranged a small courtyard with a portal for Jingyu. The servants and maidservants who had taken care of him before were sealed and transferred to other places. Then I found some of my daughters-in-law carefully selected a clever 10-year-old girl to take care of Jingyu. So, on this day, when Jingyu thought about it from sleep, he saw a pair of curious eyes. Their owners lie on the bedside of the crib where he sleeps, and the black hair is combed into a double bun, and with the little fat face of the baby, it is really cute. The skin is fair, but the cheeks are rosy, the eyes are flexible and vivid, and the corner of the mouth has a natural and peaceful smile. Jingyu liked it and smiled at her. She stayed a while, then cheered. He smiled at me, he smiled at me. She said cheerfully as she turned her head towards the person behind. Jingyu just looked behind her, but it turned out to be an ant who lost interest. What he is called young master. The woman was a young woman who had not yet added to the Xiang family. She brought this girl who everyone recognized her ability today to see if she and Jingyu have enough affinity. Therefore, this discourse is somewhat harsh and full of audition. The girl lowered her head and quietly spit out her little tongue, and responded obediently, "Got it, madam. Since the kid smiles at you, he likes you. Then, you will stay with this kid from today to take care of him. We will check every day. If you dare to treat him slowly, what will happen to you? Must know." The woman said a pause here. Seeing the girl with her head down, she didn't know what the expression was. However, if common sense is to infer, it must be afraid. She didn't know that the girl was secretly looking at Jingyu again, and her big eyes were filled with some kind of eagerness. There is one more thing to remember. Since he smiled at you, your destiny has changed. From this moment, your life can only live for him alone, you understand? The woman continued. The girl's eyes showed a puzzled look, but, for no reason, she nodded quickly. The woman seemed very satisfied with her performance and said, You stay here for the time being, I will take a moment to see how you are doing. This child is well taken care of, just follow the ones we told you before, the trick is enough." The woman leaned over and touched Jingyu's cheek, turned and walked out. The room seemed to have only this girl and Jingyu lying in a crib, but Jingyu could feel that there was another breath hidden away, which was much longer than the girl's breath, and should be a person with good martial arts. Obviously, the third lady could not really hand Jingyu to a girl. If the girl dared to misbehave Jingyu, she would die here in no time. The girl stood quietly for a while. Then look at the left and the right, relieved when you are sure that no one is there. She happily went to Jingyu's small bed, and after watching it for a while, she couldn't help but touch his cheek with her hand. "I feel it, wow, so smooth," she exclaimed. "After the first time, I got a lot bolder." I tapped here with my finger, poked there, and even squeezed Jingyu's cheek daringly, which caused Jingyu to glare at her and scared her back quickly. With two small hands timidly on the edge of the crib, only eyes appeared. Then after watching Jingyu for a while, she became restless again. OZW.com this time, her little hand reached Jingyu's abdomen, which immediately caused Jingyu to stare again. She withdrew her hand, her eyes rolled around in her eyes, and she stretched out again. When Jingyu showed her dissatisfied expression, she suddenly said with a novel face, "Wow, you are so smart." It turned out that she was tempting him this time. Jingyu thought, "You are not stupid. He can't say it now." With the thought of not seeing upset, he decided to sleep again. Unexpectedly, she said a word suddenly, so he almost jumped up and beat her little ass. "It's strange." She looked at the baby's crotch pants transparently, and made such a comment. "It's not strange." He prophesied several times and felt that what he said was very problematic, in all aspects. Finally, he angrily wrote down the first to be recovered in the diary of the wicked girl. In 232 BC, the young master of the Xiang family was born. In 230 BC, South Korea perished. In 228 BC, Zhao Guo perished. Jingyu is 4 years old, and he has been serving for 4 years, and finally walked out of the house for the first time. "Master, we can't do this." Behind Jingyu is a 14-year-old girl wearing a pink and purple tube top skirt and a bright yellow long-sleeved cedar. From his face, it was faintly visible that the girl who had some baby fat 4 years ago. Now, the face has been fully opened, and a melon seed face is pretty cute. The girl-style double bun has also been replaced with a simple ponytail tied with a flowing ribbon. Even the earrings with freshness are inlaid on the crystal earlobe. At this moment, she grunted slightly, apparently extremely unhappy. "It's not with me, you can do it alone, right?" Jingyu didn't look back. "How do you know?" As soon as she said this, she knew that she was leaking. Cough, then I went to another yard at that time. Every time, when Jingyu is going to take a lunch break, she will slip out of the back door and stroll around the streets nearby. It won't take too long, before Jingyu will wake up before he wakes up. Jingyu's work schedule was very regular, which gave her a chance. Isn't she a remedy? Jingyu is funny. If he is not sure, will he say that? However, he was not trying to pursue her, but forced her not to speak to him. The two walked forward for a while, and the girl couldn't help but say, young master, but our identity is different. If I secretly go out to play, no one will care. You will be different. If everyone finds out, you will die in a hurry when you are gone. And, what if you meet a bad guy? Bad guy? Jingyu smiled disdainfully, which looked a little funny on his young face, but he didn't care at all. I'm not looking for you, a martial arts cheat. Have you practiced? It's been 2 years? The bad guys can't deal with you. When Jingyu was 2 years old, as the replacement point he spent 5,000, he entered the world 10 years ago, and he personally found him. According to his request, he was provided with a cheats for practicing martial arts. Jingyu was only 2 years old and did not hurry to practice. He first taught the girl behind him according to the method of Yeu. In the next 2 years, he studied the acupuncture points of the human body, combined with his own knowledge, and revised the cheats. At the same time, it is also to observe what the chi produced by the young girl after practicing. So far, he still hasn't started practicing. It will take another year before he starts. By then, the cheats adapted by him may be completed. But people have never touched others at all and don't know how they are, the girl said. At first, she felt that she could stay with Jingyu, the young master of the Xiang family. How could one think that one day he could even practice martial arts? This was given to her by the young master. She was very grateful and willing to use it for the young master, but she was not confident enough. Those words, "Beyond your ability, the dark guard will solve it." Jingyu said, "There are several guards around us. They may have already told our family about our position." Hey! The girl looked around. There were no pedestrians on the street. No one looked like a guard. She couldn't help but give up. "Young master, you are so powerful, you can also know this." "Well, because I am the young master." Jingyu quietly compared the word V to the front. "You can play with me with confidence. I allow you to use the usual part of my expenses." That didn't make the girl more happy, but it made her feel at ease. The two then walked all the way from the west city where they lived to the east city where the palace is located. It was only in the afternoon at sunset before walking towards the direction of home. And halfway through, I met someone who ran out of breath to find them. "Sorry, young master, where have you been? Let us find it." The leading sergeant wiped the sweat from his forehead and said after saluting. "Hey!" The girl beside Jingyu stayed for a while and couldn't help looking at Jingyu. "Young master, you don't mean that the family is already there?" Her words stopped, looking at the corners of his raised mouth. Was teasing her. "Want to come, there must be no guards around them?" While the girl was glad that there was no trouble on the way, she couldn't help but feel bitter. I really don't understand why he likes to treat her like this. Chapter 3, Chapter Pro. When Jingyu went out, she made a little cross-dressing for herself, making her look ordinary. So, after returning home, he went back to his room first, and the girl replaced him with a suit that suits his identity: purple tune and peony pattern. 4 years later, the long hair was trimmed to hang down to the shoulder, without breaking the line of sight. For it is a silver headband inlaid with 1 sapphire and 2 rubies. After preparing all this, Jingyu turned and said to the girl with an embarrassed expression on her face, "Ching'er, you are waiting for me here, you don't have to go with me." The girl, that is, Ching'er's eyes lit up, and nodded again and again. "Young master, you are finally pretty good to Ching'er," she said with a smile. If she goes with Jingyu, she will inevitably be held accountable for today's things and will be punished with a punishment. Jingyu smiled, "I will tell them, no one can punish you except me in the future. You, too, don't care about anyone else except my punishment." Ching'er got a hurry. "Was it, this? I'm afraid it's wrong." "Just do what I said." Jingyu waved his hand lightly, and had walked outside. Ching'er followed him and sent him out of the yard. She leaned against the door and quietly waited for Jingyu to return. "It's been 4 years, and I've been here, and it's been 4 years. It's like taking care of my younger brother, but also like raising cough. In short, taking care of him has become her habit. Watching him behave like a little adult, and he grows up slowly, will make her feel warm. If it is now, she feels that she understands what the third lady said to her. Me, do I just need to live for the young master?" She murmured and repeated this sentence, because Jingyu just said. She gradually connected the two together. Jingyu crossed a straight bluestone road about 2 meters wide and came to the front yard. As soon as a gallery door came out, he saw the entrance of the gate, and General Xiang went with a man dressed as a black scholar. He stopped and already knew what the sergeant said was urgent, so he went to meet the man. However, he thought about it carefully, and did not find anyone with that background in his memory. Who is he? Will the cheap grandpa of his own family send it out without saying it? Jingyu glanced around, beckoning towards a sergeant who had found him, turned around and walked into the other side of the corridor door. Taking several steps on the broad grounds on both sides of Kingshi Road, the silver armor sergeant had arrived behind him with the sound of metal friction. "Young master." He salutes with his fists clenched. "Who is that person?" Jingyu asked without looking back, sniffing a big red fist flower in front of him. "I don't know, this little, I just remembered that he didn't announce his name, but sent someone to send in a post." The sergeant replied, then the old general personally greeted him outside the door. After that, the two were in the hall. The conversations were conducted in secret. No one was present except them. As the sergeant answered, he looked at Jingyu in surprise. "I always feel that the young master who is facing away from himself at this moment has not reached the height of his abdomen, and his image is abnormally tall." He even had the illusion that he was being looked down upon by the young master, like the majesty that the old general occasionally revealed, so he dared not lie or hide at all. "Oh." Jingyu showed some interest. "Do you have any other discoveries?" After thinking for a while, the sergeant said, "The man is sitting in the hall above the old general." During this period, what people call sitting is actually sitting on their knees. Chairs, stools, and the like have not yet appeared. The Xiang family also has a slightly higher platform at the end of the center, with 2 seats arranged. On weekdays, only a talented old general will sit in the left seat, and the right seat is often noble guests. Today, he sat in the right seat, and the guest sat in the left seat. OZW.com. This shows that the identity of the guest should be higher than him, or at least be respected by him. It should be the royal family of other countries. Jingyu guessed it all at once. However, in order to prevent the disclosure of his identity, he will not say it here. The reason why other kings secretly came to Chu can also be known. As the trend of Qin's annihilation of the 6 kingdoms becomes more apparent, these royal families who have fought each other for many years have become really anxious, right? Jingyu waved his hand. "You said to him, 'I've been here.'" Then, walked towards his small courtyard. The sergeant stood blankly for a while. The previous crushing spirit seemed to be an illusion. When Jingyu said the last sentence, all of it disappeared. "So what's going on?" He was a little inexplicable. However, according to Jingyu's words, this was told to General Xiang. After the old general sent him away, he looked at the small courtyard where Jingyu lived and laughed. "My dear grandchildren, Grandpa, I begged you to kiss you for your wives today. He, but you don't call me Grandpa one day, I won't tell you." He thought he had thought of a brilliant plan, but he suddenly reacted, palming his head vigorously. "Oh no, he didn't know this, how could he compromise with me? And, if it's time to get married, he still doesn't scream, can I continue to hide it? The more I think, the more I feel that I have given myself a pit." In the end, he comforted himself. Anyway, he found a daughter-in-law for grandchildren. This hasn't changed. It's just, don't tell the stink boy now. Speaking of the other side, Jingyu returned to the small courtyard for dinner, and took the bamboo roll by the lighting of the oil lamp and slowly looked at it. Qing'er sits cross-legged not far from him to meditate on inner strength. This is a normal evening for them. After such an hour, Qing'er received a sigh of breath. She raised her hand and looked at it in disbelief. For 2 years, she usually only felt that her strength had increased a lot. Today, she finally felt the flow of qi in her body for the first time. "I noticed that a small figure in front of me shook, but it turned out that Jingyu didn't know when she came to her." Without saying a word, he reached out and touched her lower abdomen, which surprised Qing'er and quickly caught his hand. "Small, master," she blushed and bit her lower lip, her panic eyes full of shyness. Don't do that." Jingyu stayed for a while, looking at her small touch that settled down after looking around, and could not help laughing. He just wanted to explore her dantian's true energy flow, but he didn't really want to touch it. "Okay, let's sleep." He blinked at Qing'er. Qing'er didn't breathe a sigh of relief, but the blush deepened a little. "Don't go to bed yet," Jingyu urged. "Oh." She pursed her lips and stood up from sitting cross-legged. The traces of the legs outlined by the narrow skirt were slender and graceful. Jingyu looked at her back softly, and a heart of love rose in her heart. As she walked to the bed together, when she made the bed, she came to change his clothes, put on loose sleeping clothes, and then her own, but it was done after the screen. Jingyu lay down for a while before she heard the sound of her approaching the bed. "Young master, can you not do it today?" Her voice was too low to be lower. "Hurry up, or punish you," Jingyu said threateningly. After 3 minutes, he felt the weight on the edge of the bed. Immediately afterwards, a fragrant smell came from the nose. Chapter 4, First Showing. Since the day when he was 4 years old, Jingyu often took Qing'er out to play together. At an older age, he even rode the horse without tutoring and ran farther outside the city. After all, here is ancient. One city and one pool, you may not see villages and towns within 10 miles. Long running, although at first he could not bear his tender buttocks. After this period, there is a kind of pride in traveling around the world when riding again. At the age of 5, he began to cultivate inner strength. It took Qing'er 2 years to feel the flow of qi in her body, and Jingyu did it in only 6 months. Now, in 2.5 years, his internal rate has exceeded Qing'er more than twice. After riding at the age of 6, General Xiang wanted to teach him to practice crossbows and horsemanship. Unexpectedly, it was at this time that he discovered his innate divine power. That was on the backyard of the Xiang family. Because it is a military family, not only the old general and his sons need to practice martial arts, archery and equestrianism, but even the bodyguards they need. Therefore, when creating a house, such an open space was opened. On one side is a grass target for shooting with a bow and crossbow, on one side is a dummy for practicing assassination and hacking, and a bracket for weapons such as a bow, crossbow, sword, and halberd is also placed. At this moment, Jingyu, General Xiang, Xiang Liang, and several sergeants stood at the beginning of 30 steps opposite the shooting target. General Xiang found a sergeant and handed Jingyu a bow, which was suitable for his 6-year-old child. Jingyu did not pick it up, but took an ordinary soldier's bow from the shelf on one side. Xiang Liang was afraid that he would be injured if he could not pull open, but was just about to be stopped by General Xiang. "You is not an ordinary child, let's talk about it," he asked so quietly. Xiang Liang nodded. A stone bow used by ordinary soldiers, Jingyu cannot pull with his arms because of his age. He stepped on one foot and picked it up easily with a finger on the bowstring. Even beyond the limits of the bow and crossbow, the bowstring is broken. This scene really shocked the sergeants, and Xiang Liang almost fell his chin to the ground. He turned his head mechanically to look at his old father, only to see that he also opened his mouth halfway, and he couldn't make out the sound item Liang knew, even if he knew it for the first time. This little slider is really hidden. After returning to God, General Xiang was happy in his heart. For these old people, there is nothing more happy than watching their children and grandchildren. However, how many crossbows can Jingyu make? General Xiang is also very curious. He sent people to find 2 stones and 3 stones for him to try. This time, Jingyu didn't pull it off anymore, but still hooked it gently with his fingers. In another year, Qin will attack Chu. If he remembers correctly, this is the first time that the army of 200,000 people facing the other side has won the Chu kingdom. However, in the second year, Qin state sent Wang Jian to lead 600,000 to attack Chu, but Chu state lost the battle and was destroyed by Qin. Jingyu didn't think about defeating Qin with Chu now. Although he was named the young master of the Xiang family, this Chu kingdom was not the one who decided after all. Even the army is not his loyalty. Moreover, General Xiang Yan, the head of the Xiang family, had the right to mobilize the entire army. However, he can still fight against Qin state. First of all, let him improve his prestige in the army, and he will be famous in the world to lay some foundation for future soldiers. Now, he is going to prepare for the battle 2 years later. Today's performance is enough for the Xiang family to take it seriously, and his requirements can be better met. You can make some weapons for me. Jingyu said after dropping the 3 stone bows. Well, follow the specifications on the picture. He seemed to have prepared a piece of silk from his arms and handed it to General Xiang. After the latter opened, you can see a black sword, a long ji, and a hard bow. The size and weight of each part were marked with small prints on the top, and the details of the yan item could not help but look amazed. If the black sword is made according to the marked specifications, it may weigh more than 30 pounds, and the thick blade has no edge. Do you really want to use such a weapon? He asked Zhao Jingyu after thinking about it. As for the title, Jingyu feels better not to care. Sword and ge don't change. As for the bow, you need to use tiger tendons. I heard that there are tigers in Nanshan. Tomorrow, I will go there in person. He said that he was going to turn around and leave. After several steps, the voice of General Xiang was shocked behind him. What? He couldn't even control the volume. Are you going to fight tigers in the mountains? The voice spread throughout the school field, attracting the sergeants who were doing training, and turned their heads to look over. Jingyu happened to be next to 2 stone locks weighing 20 kilograms. He glanced back at Xiang Yan and thought he would show some strength. His figure shook a little, and the 2 stone locks, which were much larger than his body, were almost simultaneously lifted and thrown out by him. They flew rapidly through the 20-meter clearing ground with whistling, still maintaining a slightly arc level. At this time, Jingyu pressed down her body's center of gravity and suddenly disappeared from the place, catching up with the 2 stone locks. General Xiang Lao looked at this, his eyes widened in surprise. With 2 loud noises, Jingyu landed steadily among the powder of rock chips. And that stone lock has been smashed invisible by him with 1 punch and 1 foot. His strength is really ingenious. Jingyu no longer looked back and stayed, and stepped out of the school slowly. At this time, the crowd on the school field seemed to have recovered. Good boy. A sergeant pulled the cheek of the man next to him, seeing that he was so painful that he grinned. He could not help but realize that this was not a dream. Young master, what a fierce man! So what are you doing with me? The sergeant, who had been sorely hurt by him, strangled his neck and wrestled with him. The soldiers around them lamented the power displayed by their young master at that moment, and they coaxed them to make it more fierce. On the other side, Xiang Liang also recovered. Dad, what do you think of him? OZW.com General Xiang laughed bitterly. This child really is no one in our army who is likely to win him, but I don't know when he practiced such martial arts. He is a soldier, as is his son. Although he knows martial arts, he is not good at all. Where do they know that Jingyu has just done it with the quickness, strength, and firmness of the body? He hasn't used the internal strength that has just been cultivated in the body. It is better to say that even if the internal power is used, it is still too weak to achieve that effect. This world is like the world of Gundam Seed, and there is no higher level of power in one piece. Therefore, although Jingyu cannot use the power and domineering of ice here, the strength, agility, and strength of the body have reached the peak of human body in this world. If he excludes his internal work, he is the most powerful human in this world. Alas, it's a pity that Yu is still too young, otherwise he will be able to be the vanguard general of my Xiang family. Xiang Liang's eyes seemed to see something. If it is him, the charge will fall into battle and there will be no one on the battlefield. You still don't know the child. General Xiang handed the silk to Xiang Liang. Look at this picture carefully. Xiang Liang unfolded it for a while and whispered thoughtfully, it's strange, there are all kinds of weapons on the horse, why don't you have armor? Hey, didn't that stupid kid remember that set of 7 sea turtle dragon armor? General Xiang Lao hummed Zioque and walked out of the schoolyard while secretly cursing little slippery head or too cunning. Behind him, Xiang Liang was able to understand his father's slightly complicated happy mood. Looking at the patterns of the weapons again, I think it is better to build them as soon as possible so as not to be mistreated by the kid. The next day, Jingyu got a cavalry squad of about 50 people. He drove them out of the south gate of the capital early in the morning, and headed towards Nanshan, where a tiger was ruined. Not yet? Really, the weather in the south really matters. He, I think it's pretty good. It's neither too hot nor dry. The nurturing woman is called a water spirit. In the dense woods, a path covered with grass on both sides, the two figures gradually came over. One of the naked upper body, muscular fur, full of explosive power. His appearance is also very rugged, at first glance is the famous northern man. The head was almost shaved, leaving only a mane in the back of the head. Carrying a big hammer on the back, and a metal shoulder with a bull's head on the left shoulder. The other was half a head shorter than him, but was slender and had a cheeky monkey cheek. It's just that he spent a lot of time on dressing up, and it didn't feel ugly. Most of the hair is black, but it has an orange color on the top of the head. And it is not known whether it is dyed or born. At this time, the expression of a hippie smile made his companion even more annoyed. But I just think it's too moist here. The tall man couldn't help but roared, and startled the flying birds on the nearby branches. Even the wine, the birds have faded out. Hey, I'm afraid the latter is the reason why you really hate it here, the sharp-nosed monkey cheek quipped. The big man was choked and was about to speak, and suddenly heard the sound of many footsteps stepping on the grass, with a metal friction sound in between. The two looked at each other, both showing a look of doubt and vigilance. There are about 5 people, said the short man. And still a soldier. Tahan added. After a few seconds, a tree sergeant wearing silver armor turned out to be a team of 5 in front of the tree shelter. Who are you? The captain of the team asked with his hand on the hilt. The 4 people behind him spread out in pairs, half encircling the Han and his companions. Why? It's still yours here, don't you allow us to come? Tahan Bull asked, glaring violently. The captain frowned, thinking, there are tigers hurting people on this mountain, but it is something everyone knows. Very few people have come on weekdays. This person looks at his appearance, I am afraid he is not a native. I do not know what their purpose is here, but they cannot be allowed to hinder the young master tiger. The captain was the one who led the 50 people to follow Jingyu. After going up the mountain, Jingyu told them to stay at a few points to prevent others from going up the mountain. He went deep into the mountain by himself. Although the captain wanted to follow him, he couldn't resist Jingyu's order. Just now, he heard a shout, and he brought a few brothers over to check, and he saw the 2 in front of him. He was wondering if he wanted to take down these 2 men first, so as to question their purpose. The thin man had already pulled his companion, begging him not to speak. Then he arched his hand towards the captain and smiled and said, Big brother Bing, don't get me wrong. My brother is Yandi's ranger. He has such a strength. Recently I heard that there are tigers hurting people on this mountain. I specifically asked him to bring him here. Nothing else. The so-called people who do not make faces smile. The captain listened to him already knowing that there were tigers on the mountain and dared to come, and then looked at the hammer behind the big man, and believed a little. He proudly pointed his thumb back and said, You don't need to go anymore, my young master can clean up the beast today. Young master? Which young master? The big man froze for a moment, and could not help forgetting his companion's request to speak again. Of course it is our Xiangguo Xiang's family. The captain of the team raised his chest proudly. Chapter 5, Punch the Tiger with One Punch. Ha! Young Master Xiang, that's not true. The rest of Tahan was stopped by the thin people around him. Not only that, but he also followed him with his eyes and walked towards the same path. It was so far away that the big man shook his arm and shook his hand away. "What are you doing with me? The young master of that family is clearly just over 6 years old. Can he fight the tiger? I'm afraid he still feeds every day." Cough. Actually Jingyu does this every day. So, that's the problem. I'm going to check it out. The thin man's eyes narrowed. "You'll wait for me for a while." He didn't wait for the big man to answer, he disappeared. The big man looked around and then reacted. "Is this the stalking step? Is it really coming and going without a trace?" Let's say that the thin man stepped on the branch of the tree and stepped on it. Every time he could move very far, it was really like a teleport. He passed through the places guarded by the sergeants, and even landed behind them in mischief. After hitting this one, hitting another one, and then went to the forest sergeants again to make a noise. After so many hundreds of meters, he stopped on the highest tree. "Where is it?" He touched his chin to himself, looking around with flexible eyes. Apart from the tree trunk, it was all green, and it was difficult to see other colors. This made him a bit distressed. If he had been in for a long time but didn't find anything, wouldn't he lose face? There was a wind in the forest, blowing the 2 strands of hair floating on his forehead. Suddenly, he twitched his nose repeatedly. "It's so bloody!" With a whisper, a ray of light appeared in his eyes, and he jumped forward, and he could no longer see the trace for a few moments. When he appeared again, he had come to the glade surrounded by trees. "Conceal your body at the top of the tree trunk," frowning and looking down carefully. "I saw blood everywhere. There is an ancient bronze sword in the grass in the middle, and there is a dying wild boar on the ground next to it. It has several sword marks on its body, and it can only be twitched from time to time, and it can no longer issue a that voice came." Pirates are a bit puzzled, why can't they see people? He glanced around in disbelief, and found a small figure in the trunk of a large tree. He was leaning on the tree trunk in a boring gesture. Holding a hip flask in his hand, he took a sip from time to time. This robbery blinked incredulously, and finally made sure that he was right. "It's really a little dull," but he looked at the shura field on the ground, and the difficulty in his nose. "Smell the blood, is that all?" he laid. It is indeed a good way to lead the tigers with a smell. And the wild boar is not dead, and the blood does not flow out all at once, and it will not lose its taste due to drying up. Under the spread of the airflow in the forest, it will be noticed by the evil tiger. I don't think there is anything wrong with this. It's just that it's a bit scary to put it on a child. Young Master Xiang. Recalling the sergeant's expression, he stolen and exclaimed, "This time, the Xiang family was really an amazing character." Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, mixed with a stench of bad breath, which made the back cool and nausea. Thieves quickly made himself closer to the trunk to hide the breath. He knew the tiger was coming. The sound of stepping on the ground slowly walked out from the gap between the woods, a colorful tiger with a white forehead. Its blood basin-like mouth was full of fangs, half open at the moment, and a lot of saliva flowed out. But instead of rushing to bite the wild boar, it looked up at the tree that Jingyu leaned on. Jingyu glanced at it too. Should it be the South China tiger? Including the body length and tail, it weighs about 2.7 meters and about 400 pounds. To be honest, this does not satisfy Jingyu. He drank all the wine in the jug. Jumping from the tree, he stood 3 feet away in front of the tiger. Even the robbery was shocked. That kid is dead. Just hit the tiger with bare hands? Big hammers are not so arrogant. He had previously seen the scar on the wild boar, thinking that Jingyu would rely on swordsmanship to fight the tiger, just to see how powerful he really was. At this moment, he could not help shaking his head, and if he took out his weapon, if it was really dangerous, he couldn't die. Indeed, if you look at the figure alone, Jingyu's 6-year-old's height is not much higher than that of the tiger on all fours. However, thieves also noticed that Jingyu's silent facial expression was neither nervous nor arrogant. He is not afraid. Doesn't it seem scary to know that thing? The robber felt puzzled. The tigers and Jingyu faced each other, feeling that their majesty had been provoked. It screamed in the direction of Jingyu suddenly, like a gust of wind, the trees around it were shaking. The soldiers everywhere outside Lin, as well as the big Hans farther away, heard this sound and could not help looking at the sound nervously. Jingyu's black hair was broken because of the wind. His head was slightly lowered, his eyes erupted with ejaculation, and he suddenly took a step forward. OZW.com drink. Like a thunder exploding in the sky, the forest was silent for a while, and only that voice was buzzing in my ears. In the distance, some soldiers seemed to be shocked and let go of the Changji in their hands. The distant man jumped in his heart and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The robber watching near the battle thought he had an illusion. How did the tiger suddenly become smaller than the kid? No, he understood that Jingyu's momentum overwhelmed tiger's relationship. At this moment, he can clearly feel that the tiger is really nothing to Jingyu. In fact, the tiger seemed to feel this too. His limbs lowered slightly, braved his body to move slowly backwards, trying to escape. Jingyu's other foot stepped out again, and under the pressure, the man had already gone straight towards the tiger. The tiger couldn't respond and was hit in the head with a punch. The tiger seemed to have no weight and was beaten and flew out. The crackling sound of cracks reached the ears of the robber, and he knew that a single punch was enough to kill the tiger. Come on, this kid from the Xiang family is really amazing. After a while, the thieves lamented and praised. Knowing that there was no need to look down anymore, he launched the magical technique and jumped away from the position where he had just stood. In the open space behind him, Jingyu didn't look back, but his eyes moved towards the corners of his eyes. Quick light work. He thought to himself, it seems that the inner power of this world should not be underestimated. It turned out that he had already discovered someone peeking around. If it weren't for the other party to be malicious, he might even have the heart of the other party eradicating together. The tiger crashed into a big tree, and then rolled out a long distance before stopping. There was only one breath left, with less input and more output. After twitching on the ground for a while, he finally stopped moving. When I looked closer, I saw a depression on his forehead, and there was a lot of milky white thick liquid mixed with blood in his nose. Soon after, the thieves first met the big man and told him what he had just seen. The boy's strength is probably greater than you. Pirates patted his arm and said, he hit a tiger with more than 400 pounds in one fist. Hey, what's the matter? Dahan raised his nose. I once threw a bronze dating filled with hot oil and flew out more than 10 feet. However, he is only 6 years old. On the other side, Jingyu grabbed the fur on the tiger's head and pulled it out of the wood. Looking at the respected soldiers around him, he stood firm under his feet and, with force, threw the tiger out. Let's go back. If I were really dragged all the way, the fur underneath would be useless. Jingyu clapped her hands, left a command, and walked forward. The captain reacted and quickly greeted half of them to leave the tied tiger, so that half of them had followed Jingyu down the mountain first. It was already mid-afternoon, and it was dusk when the crowd returned to the capital by horse. I don't know who brought the news that Jingyu killed the tigers in advance. When he took the Xiangjia cavalry with the tigers into the city, he saw a dense crowd. The person in front pointed at the tiger. The person in the back stood on tiptoe and stretched his neck to get a closer look. Jingyu, the person who walks at the forefront, naturally attracted more attention. Because of his age, many people do not believe it. The last few sergeants were questioned several times. Was it really your young master who killed him? Of course it is, the sergeant replied proudly with his chest every time. And it's a fist. I have examined it carefully. The tiger has only one scar on his forehead. Slowly, the team in front of Jingyu has disappeared into the crowd, while the people carrying the tiger behind are still surrounded by the crowd. Moreover, when Jingyu rode past a restaurant, several people stood beside its second-floor window. Headed by a man in a black suit with a hat covered his face. The line of sight radiated through the shadows of Dejia, and it was really sharp. "Is that the young master of the Xiang family?" he asked, the voice having the majesty of the superior. "Yes, giant." The thief clenched his fists for a while, respectfully said, "I personally saw him killing the tiger with a punch, I can't be wrong." He was still standing next to the big man. At this time it was a disappointed expression. "Well." The man called the giant nodded. Sure enough. Seeing this stern giant actually praised people, both the rogue and the big man showed surprised expressions. Jingyu riding on the horse looked at the restaurant with a sense, and was seeing those sharp eyes. His brow frowned, because he knew that it must not be a simple character. Chapter 6, Daughter Drunk. Jingyu withdrew his eyes and continued to ride the horse steadily in the curious and admiring eyes of the surrounding civilians. He knew that now he must not be that person's opponent. And no matter whether the other party threatens him, he will not take the initiative to put himself under the envelope of the other party. At the restaurant, the corner of the mouth of the man named Tuzeo, who is called a giant, slightly touched. "I feel very keen. Just by being watched, and with so many people on the street, you can still look at the giant's evaluation of Jingyu here again. Hey, I think it's just a coincidence." He also saw Jingyu looking at the man over here with his arms folded and howling in a stern voice, "If there is a chance in the future, I must try to compare it with him. Who is the best at seeing the end?" His last words were spoken toward the robbery. Thieves shrugged. "As long as you don't lose too much when the time comes." He said that he seemed to mercilessly laugh at the big man next to him, but he was very deep in his heart. As far as he saw at that time, Jingyu's fist clearly did not do his best. "What? I will lose to the kind of person who wants to grow into a white face." Dahan jumped a little. "I'll go find him now and try, no one will stop me. They're only 6 years old." The robbery spread his hand and emphasized again. That the big man stepped out was neither down nor retracted. "Robbery." The giant did not look back, and shouted the name of the slim man lightly. The latter immediately stiffened his body, and then scratched his head. His eyes rolled and he laughed. I want to say that the big hammer is not weak, and the boy is not simple. Both have great strength. The strong man seems to be named after the hammer on his back." Hearing the words, feeling that he could get off the stage, he lowered the raised foot. "I will not mention the things mentioned earlier than the test strength." However, he still didn't let go of this matter in his heart, and this competition must be done in the future. "Your task has been completed and you can go back." The giant with the hats did not turn around and looked at Jingjing's direction without leaving her voice. "I still have other things to do, don't wait for me." When he said the last word, the cloak fluttered and people disappeared instantly. Even the thieves accustomed to high-speed movement did not see which side the giant moved to. He scratched his head, watching the big hammer looking at himself, and shrugged. "What shall we do next?" he asked. "Naturally, according to the order of the giant, go back early." There was a smile on the strong man's face. "Where is the order of the giant? I think you miss the spirits of the north." The thief pierced his careful thought at once. Moreover, when Jingyu brought the dozens of cavalry to the Xiang family not far away, he saw that the gate was opening like a welcoming guest. Senior men such as General Xiang and Xiang Liang, all standing on the steps waiting for him. Around them, there are many armor-clad generals. Jingyu strangled the reins and jumped off immediately, and immediately a family member came over to lead him. He walked up the stairs, greeted General Xiang and said, "Tiger has already called. Except for tiger tendons, you can arrange whatever you want." He did not know how much he ate in the huge monsters of pirate world. The ordinary tigers in this world can't be more delicious than they are. General Xiang's face appeared somewhat embarrassed. Looking at Jingyu as a small adult, he carried a left hand on his back and placed his right hand in front of his abdomen. He calmly ignored the gaze of others and walked into Xiangfu. He couldn't help but smile a bit bitterly. "Dad, it seems that we have thought about it for a long time and he has been known to you." Xiang Liang walked over and said quietly. After seeing Jingyu's new talent on the school field yesterday, after learning that he was going to fight the tiger, General Xiang knew that there would be gains. Therefore, Jingyu had just hit the tiger and went down the mountain, and he spread the news. His idea is good, but to add some fame to Jingyu. As a result, Jingyu is indeed famous. At the age of 6, being able to fight a tiger is beyond the scope of talent and can be regarded as a miracle. However, one after another, the noble secretaries who worshipped the Chu kingdom one after another asked for a look at the tiger. This is actually a dish in disguise. Not only that, although King Chu said nothing, should he be a general, shouldn't he be given some filial piety? Therefore, tiger skin, tiger whip, and the best tiger meat must be sent to the palace. OZW.com. Neither General Xiang nor Xiang Liang knew how to speak well with Jingyu. It happened that the set of treasure armor named Qie Jiao Dragon Armor had not been said to be given to him, so he planned to exchange it for his tiger. However, Jingyu has seen through this point and ordered to go out in advance. He really didn't care much about the tiger. And he had no interest in eating its meat. Jingyu just walked into the house, the figure in front flashed, and he was already hugged by a soft female body. Under Wengxiang nephrite, Fang gave him a feeling of returning home. He also raised his hand, circled the girl's slender waist, and passed his weight over. "Young master, you can come back." Qing'er hugged him so tightly that he could feel some suffocation. She touched it unknowingly. The heartbeat heard by Jingyu calmed down slowly and irregularly from the previous rapid and irregular. She was worried about him, he could understand. "Well, I'm back." Jingyu said in a muffled voice in her arms, "I'm hungry, get me some food." "It's ready, come with me." Qing'er released him and pulled his hand inward. At the moment of turning around, he clearly wiped the corner of his eyes with the back of his hand. Soon after, in the lobby of Xiang's front yard, many nobles and ministers from the Chu kingdom began to entertain. A family invited Jingyu in the future and was rejected by Jingyu on the grounds that he was tired of fighting tigers. He is now a junior. If he wants to give the gift to the uncle or uncle, he has no politeness and tutoring, so he simply does not go. Qing'er was somewhat indignant. Obviously, the young master played the tiger, but they ate happily. This is the main hall of Jingyu's courtyard. He knelt down after sitting at a long table with some side dishes he liked and a jug of wine. Qing'er sat down on his knees to help him clamp the vegetables in the bowl. She herself hindered her identity. Although Jingyu didn't mind, she refused to agree to be with him. Whenever he finished eating, she would eat the remaining dishes at will. Jingyu drank a glass of wine, put down the glass, and when Qing'er poured it back for him, he smiled and said. Qing'er made dishes, but it was much more fragrant than the tiger meat. You can clearly see a red cloud appear on the girl's face. After she put down her glass, she gave Bai Jingyu a glance. The young master actually said some good cheating Qing'er, and he has never eaten tiger meat. The gesture of the young daughter, who was also happy, was really attractive in the bright and dark light of the oil lamp. Jingyu seemed to like it, suddenly leaned forward, and kissed her cheeky lips. When Qing'er looked at him in a daze, he moved away slightly and licked his lips. I just felt that there was a daughter's fragrance in the faint taste of wine, and he thought, daughter red, is there such a feeling? Unconsciously, he wanted to move forward again, but this time, she was blocked by her small white hands. Qing'er staggered her eyes and bit her lip lightly, but she refused to let it go. Her other small hand clenched her shirt tightly, and her palms were all sweat. The heartbeat was like a fawn, thumping, completely out of control. What's wrong? Qing'er felt shameless and looked at him secretly. He was seeing the desire of 14-year-old Qing'er suddenly understood in his eyes. The young master was like a younger brother and a child to her, and the young master who wanted to kiss her in front of him was clearly a man. Young master has grown up. I don't know if I came to such a conclusion, I am more happy or more sentimental. She put her hand down, then her eyes closed and felt his approach. That brought a smell of wine, and gradually made her heart drunk with it. Ding! A clear voice sounded, and Qing'er seemed to have awakened God from a happy dream. Opening his eyes, he saw the gentle gaze that the young master had never had. "Help me add vegetables," he said. "Hey!" Qing'er should have heard her and remembered what the third lady said, and gradually realized where she belonged in her life. On the second day, the Qiajiao dragon armor was carried by several sergeants and sent to Jingyu's courtyard. At the same time, the craftsmen who made weapons for him also began to gather. The Xiang family also collected various rare metals in an attempt to build weapons that satisfied him. Jingyu began to teach Qing'er's real fighting skills in the small courtyard. That was a summary of his battles with many powerful men in the world of pirates. It was not a move, but only a way to fight against the enemy. In addition, the 50 cavalry who followed him to fight the tiger yesterday were formally dispatched to his men. Chapter 7, North Tian State. In 225 BC, Emperor Qin of the Qin dynasty sent General Li Xian to lead the army to 200,000 troops and attack the Chu kingdom, defeating them. In the second year, Ying Zheng reactivated veteran Wang Jian and led a soldier of 600,000 to cut Chu Jingyu's memory history, which should look like this. So, starting 2 years ago, he made some small preparations in order to wait for the arrival of 600,000 Qin Jun. However, a year has passed since the tiger was defeated, and King Qin did not send Li Xin for Chu. In another year, number 600,000 Qin troops were oppressed on the border of Chu. Although he did not look forward to Qin Jun's arrival, such a big deviation was not a joke. Did he remember it wrong, or is the history of this world unique? Jingyu began to collect the history of the Qin king after the destruction of the 6 kingdoms. Sure enough, some clues were found in it. The most obvious one should be the Chongping War that occurred in 260 BC, but it was in the era of Ying Zheng. It was ordered by Ying Zheng to kill the 400,000 captives of Zhao state. That year was 228 BC. Jingyu replaced Xiang Sheyu, and the biggest main task was to break the Xianyang city and overthrow the rule of the Qin dynasty. He felt that he had been attached to this recently. He replaced Xiang Sheyu without faults, but he was Long Jingyu. In addition to being a master of the plain, it is his greatest interest to acquire and conquer all kinds of beautiful and extraordinary women. Thinking of it in this way, he found that he had no other women than Qing'er who had grown up with him for 8 years since he entered the world. It should be said that he had not found other women. Although it has something to do with his age at this time, Jingyu still feels a little abnormal. Throwing away the bamboo slip about Qin Wang Yingzheng, Jingyu walked to the table placed in a corner of the hall. A shelf was placed on top of it, and a long black sword glowing with cold light was sleeping about 120 centimeters in length with the handle. The thickest part was about 2 centimeters, the widest part was 8 centimeters, and the cross-section was like a diamond. Jingyu gave the old General Xiang the drawing. The blade was smooth and flat. While the craftsman forged this weapon for him, he still carved some beautiful and domineering scales on the blade. After Jingyu got it, she felt that the patterns were very suitable for his taste, so she kept it. Stroking the blade gently, the corner of his mouth slightly curled. Hold the hilt and lift the 33-kilogram bladeless sword easily. Waving back and forth twice, the sound of a whistle in the air sounded. The table and chairs not far from him were trembling under the wind pressure of the sword. "Young master, how can you use a sword in the house?" At this moment, Qing'er came in with the tray in hand, and couldn't help but blame. In the past 2 years, she has become more mature and beautiful, and she is more sympathetic to early opening. She already has the charm of some young women. It is now midsummer in August, and she is now dressed relatively cool. Pink printed white tube top, with 2 layers of white yarn wrapped around her bare shoulders. It not only served as a cover, but also had a faintly fascinating beauty of temptation. The sky blue pleated skirt that reached the calf, and the playful white boots below. Jingyu stopped and waved her sword, and she felt the scent coming from her nose. A glance at the tray saw a copper bowl on it. When I wanted to, she must have made some delicious soup for him. He smiled slightly, put the sword back, and sat cross-legged next to the long table where he usually eats. Ching'er put the tray on the table, put the copper bowl in both hands and placed it in front of Jingyu. Then, after looking at the sword, she showed a little curiosity. She thought Jingyu had itchy hands and wanted to practice the sword for a while, but she didn't expect to put it down so simply. Ching'er, take a trip with me tomorrow, okay? Jingyu took a sip from the copper bowl. The liquid at the entrance is smooth and cold, and has the effect of quenching thirst. Hey! Ching'er stayed for a while. Going far, where does the young master want to go? Yan Kingdom in the north. Jingyu drank the sweet soup in one breath and placed the copper bowl on the table. Looking at Ching'er who was covering his mouth, he smiled and blinked at her. We two will go quietly, I will leave a letter to them. Well, this is probably not right. Ching'er wanted to cry. Seeing the young master's eagerness to try, with her understanding of him, it must have made up her mind. She knew she couldn't persuade him at all, and the rest of the family might not. Just pray that this road will be safe and secure. As for Ching'er's sentence, it is not to stop him, but to persuade him to take more guards. I was going to go alone. That won't work. Jingyu didn't finish that sentence, and Ching'er suddenly looked at him from top to bottom with brave hands on the table. The young master needs my care, it must be, she said, very determined, but there were some scared tears in her eyes. If it is abandoned by him, it is really better than death. OZW.com. So, I have to bring you. Jingyu took her hand and pulled her into her arms. Good Ching'er, don't cry, I will need you to give me a baby in the future. Ah! The topic suddenly jumped to this, and Ching'er shrunk in Jingyu's arms. The young master was bad, and people didn't promise to give you oops. She covered her face. Can't say it. Jingyu laughed with pride. Although the voice is still immature, the meaning contained in it is very old-fashioned. That night, Ching'er did some tidying up. According to Jingyu's request, 2 backpacks were tied up, and some money and silver were placed. Is it all right? Ching'er is actually a member of the Xiang family. It is only different from the young master Jingyu, but it is just the end of the family. She is able to take care of Jingyu, which is also her limit. As a child who was raised as a girl by urination, she had been out of the gate from Jiangdong to the north. Well, I'll talk about it when I need it on the road. Jingyu lay on the bed. Some things, I'll let you know that as a symbol of my trust on the road, you can't let me down. Ching'er was puzzled and didn't understand what he was talking about, just nodded. On the second day, it was just dawning, and Jingyu carried his black sword on his back, carrying Ching'er and carrying a luggage with him. The 2 rode horses, left the city, and walked up Guandao all the way north. It took 2 days for the Xiang family's talents to realize that the young master was gone. By this time, Jingyu and the 2 had entered the territory of Qi state. At the end of the Warring States period, regardless of Qin or Chu, the land of China was not as huge as the later generations knew. Jingyu traveled from the capital of Chu through Qi to reach Yan, which is actually equivalent to passing from Anhui province in later generations through Shandong province to northern Hebei province. Unlike Jingyu, Ching'er couldn't stand her hips after riding for half a day. Jingyu bought a carriage for her. He didn't even ride a horse himself, and when he became a chaser, he kept Ching'er panicked for a long time. Even though she was tired, she insisted on sitting with him instead of resting in the car. 2 people sitting in what should have been a handlebar-style position, driving in a horse-drawn carriage, and watching the scenery along the way between talking and laughing, is also a good way to kill time and fatigue. However, after all, the two are not familiar with the road. I don't know where I can stay overnight, so I missed Sutu. No, they now found a waterside, parked the carriage in the wild and prepared to spend the night here. What this ancient lacks is not lack of game. Jingyu lost a stone and killed 2 pheasants. Ching'er took care of them, but he picked up the firewood needed at night. After that, the two picked one out of the branches and put them on the fire to grill. Master, I'm afraid it will be difficult to have this opportunity to travel alone with you in this life. In the crackling fire, Ching'er suddenly felt it. She had a hunch that she belonged to this boy, but that boy must not belong to her. This is the gap in identity, and the sorrow that began when she became his only maid. You can have it if you want to, but it is not difficult. Jingyu laughed. In the future, when I have unified this river and mountain, I will take you to travel through the land of Kyushu. When it comes to this, he appears on his body. A pride. Quite a bit of the spirit of Zhongshan in the wave, and Ching'er couldn't help but see. After being roasted by fire for a long time, the fat pheasant dripped a drop of oil, and the sound of Ching'er pulled Ching'er's heart back. She quickly turned the roast chicken to avoid being burnt. The color of her face could not be seen clearly under the light of fire, but it was the jitter that could come from the branch held by the hand. To understand the fluctuation in her heart at the moment. Unify the world, becoming the emperor is too far away from Ching'er, she doesn't know how to react. In other words, she was intimidated by Jingyu's casual words. Jingyu saw this, but did not appease her. What he has to do is unstoppable, and she must adapt herself to it as soon as possible. Otherwise, how to be the closest person around him? However, what he did not expect was that Ching'er even left tears silently. He wants to be the son of God, and Ching'er is willing to believe that he can succeed. However, he was the emperor and she was still a little maidservant. Even compared to his young master status, it is extremely humble, not to mention the emperor. He must be worthy of a noble princess, not her. Furthermore, her age is 10 years older than him. When he dominates the world, I am afraid she no longer has a young and beautiful face. In that way, can he still be remembered by him? Can he still be liked by him? Ching'er was not confident, she cried. The broken bead slipped across the cheek and fell on the grass. She hugged her knees, and this moment was so weak. Chapter 8, halfway through. Jingyu, who is used to being in a high position, may never have guessed the mind of a woman who was born from below if she was not in person. But at the moment he saw Ching'er's touch, and he couldn't help feeling distressed. Putting down the branch with the roasted chicken in his hand, Jingyu got up and came to Ching'er's back. Embrace her and hug her tightly, warming her lost heart. Ching'er's hand grabbed Jingyu's hand. Young master, do you promise me something? She tilted her head back and stared at Jingyu, let Jingyu see the uneasiness of her eyes and the redness caused by crying. What is it? Jingyu was a little curious. You promised it first. She twisted her body unsteadily. Okay, I promise. He smiled. Jing Cao Iuan, never change it. Seeing his expression, she was still a little worried. Jing Cao Iuan, never change. He repeated. Na Ching'er will stay with you forever. She showed anxiety, waiting for his approval. Jingyu froze for a moment, and then he laughed loudly in the wilderness. Ching'er didn't know why, so he didn't dare to say anything, but he gripped his hands tighter. Her appearance was like being cautious in fear that he would drive her away immediately. I said I asked you to give me a baby, why wouldn't you stay around? In that case, who would be the mother of my child? Jingyu wiped the tears on her cheek for her and said with a smile, you just think too much. Your relationship with me, but after 8 years of sleep, does it mean you don't have it? Or, do you think I am such a ruthless person? Ching'er shook her head, and water splashed again in her eyes. Her voice was slightly trembling and choking with emotion. "Me, can I really give birth to you?" I said yes, that's okay. Jingyu's face appeared a serious look. "Jing Kao Iuan, never change. And, you have no right to deny. It's so domineering, but it makes me feel happy." Ching'er touched the corner of his eyes, and finally did not let the tears flow out again. She smiled sweetly at Jingyu and nodded heavily. "Well, when the atmosphere is right, there will always be people who like to come out and do damage." Jingyu originally intended to touch Ching'er's cheek, but suddenly looked up at a certain direction in the dark and sneered. After Ching'er stayed, she looked in the direction Jingyu was looking at. Affected by the firelight, it was bright here and dark there, and she didn't see anything at all. But from the cold expression on Jingyu's side, it can be seen that there must be an uninvited guest there. Ching'er put down the branch of the roasted chicken and placed the one on the grass beside him, holding his sword in his hand. This sword is thinner than the usual bronze sword, and Jingyu asked someone to build it for her. Mainly elasticity and toughness, it can even be folded to 90 degrees continuously. Gradually, in the occasional crackling firewood burning sound, some Zioe heard the sound of several people stepping on the grass. She couldn't help getting nervous. On weekdays, under Jingyu's arrangement, although she had played against those sergeants, she never had a real fight. Thinking so, she looked at Jingyu and couldn't help but stay awake again. What he revealed in his eyes was completely disdainful. It was like seeing through the darkness and seeing the expressions of the enemies approaching. Not to mention the source of his self-confidence, that at least made Ching'er feel comfortable with some hard-to-say words. Her source of self-confidence must be him. "A child, a girl? Hey, elder brother, are some of our laborers moving today?" A 20-year-old man, dragging a ruffian, emphasized and said in the dark. "Don't care, the girl has a weapon in her hand, and the people in the car haven't appeared yet." This one's age seems to be a bit older, and it also reveals a calm and fierce. During the speech, he had just stopped at the edge of the flame, and shouted, "The people in the car listen, leave valuable things with the horses and the carriage, we are not embarrassed." Ching'er stayed for a while. Where else was there in the car? She turned to look at Jingyu, and she nodded when she saw him with a smile. Those gangsters must have seen the two of them driving, thinking that there are more noble people sitting in the car. This is also understandable. Who would think that the young master Jingyu was driving in person? Jingyu is thinking that these people's strength is not high, may wish Ching'er try. Slow. The person who had spoken suddenly shouted, "Brother, hey, leave the girl, brothers too." Swoosh. With a whine, Ching'er only felt that the flame was deflected by Jingyu's high-speed movement. He didn't know when he had reached the edge of the shadow with the black ape inserted beside the carriage. With a buzzing sound, the black ape pierced the air and pierced it. Then, it seemed to penetrate through a loud noise. Ching'er covered her mouth because of height. Jingyu's sword pointed upward. Liquid ran down the black blade and fell to the ground halfway. Although the relationship between the sky and the sword could not see the color of the liquid, she could know what it was. There was a burst of nausea in the abdomen, the smell of roasted chicken fluttering in the air, and somehow it became bloody. When killing the chicken, I didn't think it was so uncomfortable at the moment. The boss of the gangster standing in the dark turned his head mechanically and looked at the man who was still talking to him. His mouth was penetrated by a thick black sword, and the blade came straight through the back of his head. Death may only be a momentary thing, and some evil spirits can be seen on his face. OZW.com. Goo, in the silence, the spitting voice seemed so loud. The gangster's forehead shed cold sweat on his forehead, and there were 2 stings on his side. He knew that the killer who had just killed him was watching him. If he could move, he knew that the first thing he would do was beg for mercy. "I will give you a chance." Jingyu withdrew the black sword, flicked it, and flicked the blood and brain on it. The indifferent eyes without any emotion glanced around the gangster with miserable faces. Fight against the woman behind me, he said. As long as she kills one of you first, the rest can leave alive. Little lord. Ching'er didn't think he would say that. He couldn't help but embracing his sword and sheath in his arms. When Jingyu turned to face her, her eyes softened again. Ching'er, if this is a prosperous world, I won't force you to kill. But this is a troubled world, you must have the determination to kill. Jingyu walked to Ching'er's side and shook her a little cold hand. At least, that will reassure me. Can clearly see the struggle in Ching'er's eyes. In the end, she didn't know how to convince herself, but her eyes became firm again. The young master, you promised me to keep looking at me while I was fighting, she asked. No problem. Jingyu smiled and did not look back, but the black sword was suddenly thrown out. With a cry, it was as fast as an arrow off the string. When Ching'er noticed this, there was a scream in the darkness. Then the sound came to an abrupt halt, and the sound of heavy objects hitting the floor continued. Want to run? Jingyu turned to face the darkness. Originally, because of the light, he could not see those talents. However, the gangsters clearly felt the pain in his cheeks scratched by his blade of vision. But what if we kill the girl? It seems that we can only fight daringly. Fortunately, it is not without hope of living. In the heart of the gangster boss, he couldn't help but express his only concern. Well, try it if you can. But this is what Ching'er herself said. She had already walked towards the darkness and took Jingyu's hand. In a sense, this is really not reassuring. After entering the darkness, he adjusted to the light. Is there 1, 2, 3, 12 people? Ching'er counted their numbers. Young master, they are much worse than those who were soldiers. That's natural. Jingyu gave her a white look. It was originally the elite of the Xiang family. If I was trained for a year or two and still had some straw bales, I would have abandoned them. Hey, hey, Ching'er shrunk her neck, and with a snap, she had pulled out a sharp sword, sharply something like a steel sword of later generations. The blade was narrow and thin, and the cold light was reflected under the fire. Xiang family? Isn't it? The gangster boss looked at Jingyu and couldn't help feeling bitter. This is still the territory of the Chu kingdom. The Xiang family still has a young master. He naturally understands who it is. This time it is natural that there is no success, and he will not be able to walk around if he succeeds. Therefore, he arched his hand at Jingyu. It turned out to be the 6-year-old young master of the Xiang family. It is no wonder that this time he was offended. If he can live his life, he will be condemned in the future. Don't talk nonsense. Jingyu motioned to Ching'er, go ahead. Yes, young master. Ching'er responded, already holding a sword flower, and stabbed the gangster boss who was closest to her. Since going out this time, for convenience of movement, Jingyu and Ching'er's costumes have been changed. For example, Jingyu, who replaced the gorgeousness of the weekdays, mainly made of a black martial arts gown that was resistant to dirt. Ching'er, however, wears skirts that are easy to move and does not reveal the spring light. She also wears them on weekdays. Ching'er's sword is not a profound sword skill. However, in the eyes of the gangster boss, the blade seemed to be alive and erratic. Although he had an axe in his hand, he didn't know what to resist. Simply, a lazy donkey rolled on the ground, far away from Ching'er's sword. Have you never seen such a response? Ching'er's movement stopped. Later, she chased it up again. Since the goal this time was to kill one person first, then kill everyone. Therefore, the goal of her second sword changed another person. Unexpectedly, this man even wanted to learn that the gangster boss like a lazy rolled. However, Ching'er was prepared, changed her way, and drew a sword on her arm. The man didn't get out, howling with his arm on the ground. But Ching'er's sword is sharp, and the bones of that sword's wound are already visible. Ching'er stood not far from him and stopped, killing him with a sword. In this way, Her task is over. Looking at the people around, Ching-er snorted. They are still companions of the man, but at this moment they are just looking at the man with misfortune and rejoicing that they cannot die. But the man lying on the ground was snotting and tears, and looked at Ching-er with begging in his eyes. She entered a dilemma, whether to kill or not. Chapter 9, Arriving in Yanguo. Jingyu shook his head in his heart. If Ching-er had just fought, he also killed the man. Now, after seeing the other person's pity for mercy, she is facing the murder for the first time, and it is really difficult to start. But if she didn't kill this person, when others saw it, she would just beg for mercy when she attacked, and she would be able to escape another death. She can be kind to one person, but also to others. In this way, after all, no one can kill. Want to look forward to a tough point among those gangsters, who can actively fight her in this situation, and will not regress in the face of life danger? Jingyu glanced around, looking at the expressions of those gangsters mixed with happiness and expectation. He knew that it was impossible for those people to wait for their companions to die prematurely. Jingyu's eyes narrowed, revealing a sneer expression. The gangster boss who had been observing him had secretly shouted at first sight. He still has some brains, so he sees the current form more thoroughly. If the girl did not kill alone, then the condition stated earlier by the young Master Xiang was considered untenable. At that time, what they will face is that although he is only a child's appearance, from the situation where he just killed 2 people without changing his face, killing them again believes that there will be no burden for him. How to do? Should he be allowed to stand up and be killed himself? That's a stupid thing he won't do. However, if no one dies, the final result is that he will die even if he dies. Thinking so, he looked at the companions in his heart, and he couldn't help showing his fierceness. When it was said that sooner or later, he had jumped behind a companion, and suddenly pushed him toward the girl who seemed to be in a state of distraction. However, it was at this time that the girl gave the sword in her hand gently forward and clearly penetrated the heart of the gangster lying on the ground. His begging expression suddenly froze, twitching a few times, and he lay loose on the grass. Perhaps touching the incredible look of the gangster when he was dying, Ching-er was horrified to loosen the sword in his hand and stepped back a few steps. Immediately, she was hugged by Jingyu from behind. He held her 2 small hands tightly and comforted. It's okay, you are doing well. Yes, she did really well, and even he did not expect that she would stab it out. I don't want it, Ching-er shook his head vigorously, I'm just too scared. Afraid that he will be disappointed with her. As long as he thought of watching him like that, Ching-er would have a despair. She didn't want that, so she stabbed out of her body's reaction, and quickly overwhelmed her hesitation. Well, I know. Jingyu took her hand without looking at the others, and walked towards the fire. The boss of the gangster who originally shoved his companion toward Ching-er stopped embarrassingly, and he faced all his eyes. After a pause of about 10 seconds, he suddenly pushed away his previously strangled man and ran to the distance. The others also reacted, running around in all directions. Just after Fu Ching-er sat down, Jingyu left a sentence saying, "I'll do something, I'll be back soon," and it disappeared in place. Subsequently, several screams rang in different directions on the wilderness. Listening to the voice, Ching-er knew that no gangster had escaped. This thought made her shudder, and she moved towards the fire. Perhaps the only way to dispel the fear of the darkness surrounding it. She naturally didn't know that Jingyu had no intention of letting these people go at first, even after saying the words that would let them live. If the other party is just a robber who steals money, he will not treat it that way. But since the first person killed by him could say that kind of words, they touched his bottom line and these people had to die. Soon after, Jingyu walked back with the black sword and inserted it next to the carriage. Picking up the branch with the roast chicken on the ground, he sat next to Ching-er and roasted the pheasant. Ching-er was dumbfounded. "That young master," I asked in a hurry, "do you still plan to eat it here?" She had a nausea and desperately wanted to cover it, so as not to affect Jingyu's appetite. Although it's not safe to drive at night, I'm afraid the dead people around you won't be able to reassure you. Jingyu looked in his eyes and smiled. After we bake it, we will leave. We drove on the road for a day and exercised again. After a while, I'm really hungry. Ching'er smiled extremely unnaturally, and she wanted to help Jingyu roast another chicken, but she was unwilling to take a look at it, which reminded her of how she killed it, and indirectly remembered the one she just killed. People. Jingyu took the branch from her hand and said when she showed an apologetic expression, after today, you don't want to kill people in the future, and I won't force you. I just hope that when you should start, you can really go down. Sometimes releasing an enemy is not benevolent, but cruel in disguise. Imagine that the enemy will cause harm to the people around you afterwards. For example, if I were injured by the enemy you let go, how would you feel? OZW.com Ching'er imagined this situation and shivered. She finally understood the significance of Jingyu's letting her do this today. The murderous guilt in her heart was less, and her discomfort was much better. Chang took the roast chicken in Jingyu's hands again and said with a smile, "Young master, let me do it myself." Jingyu nodded with relief. Soon after, the two started the carriage, and in the dark night the lights and torches slowly advanced. Ching'er still has no appetite. But Jingyu chews the tender muscles in the outer coke and drinks a sip of fine wine from time to time. I don't know how long he walked. Just when he was drinking his last bite, Ching'er seemed to suddenly think of something, and he grunted and muttered. "Young master, can't you count what you said? When you said you wanted to bypass those gangsters, you killed them all. Then did you promise?" Ching'er cough. Jingyu was choked, the liquor made his throat warm, and after taking a few breaths, he looked at Ching'er's sullen expression and couldn't help feeling big. "Ching'er, you are different from them." This night, Jingyu rarely fell asleep late. Finally Ching'er quietly concluded that he should be pulled early to give birth to a baby. It's just that Ching'er is a bit distressed as to how to have a baby. She didn't know what she did with Jingyu every night, only one step away from Shengui. After crossing the Yellow River to enter Qi, and then through Weishui, it finally entered the territory of Yan. On this road, because there was no one to guard, this carriage was favored by robbers. Those people, without exception, became the dead souls under Jingyu's sword. I don't know who spread the news. When they were resting in the tavern on the road, they heard a rumor Jingyu who made the Black Sword Ranger really cry. Ching'er really didn't take the initiative to kill again after that. However, when Jingyu murdered her, she could not look away. This was also an improvement. Seeing that the capital city of Yangguo was in sight, Ching'er asked curiously, "Master, what is the purpose of coming to Yangguo this time? I heard that there is a dancing girl here, and I'm particularly good at Zhao Wu. Let me see." Jingyu leaned on her shoulder. "If she can make me satisfied, I will take her away." He smiled. "Stand up." Ching'er can hear that most of the jokes in his sentence. She didn't believe it either. Her young master would come to Yan Kingdom just to watch a dancing dance. In fact, when he was in Chu, he never showed interest in dancing. Otherwise, she will learn to dance to please him. However, Ching'er's eyes rolled flexibly and asked with half a sneer, "That dance girl must be beautiful." She didn't notice her expression at this time, more than a maidservant treated master. Jingyu never saw it, otherwise he would be amazed, and the lovely Xiao Ching'er became Yuja. "Pretty, hey, should it be pretty? Maybe it's more special, because her hair is white." A woman in a blue dress appeared in Jingyu's mind. It's a little vague, and he can't see clearly. He has been in the replacement space for more than 60 years. Ching'er saw his expression as if she was caught in some kind of memory, and looked at his eyes full of vicissitudes. If you think about it for a long time, the young master obviously grew up next to her when she was a child. How could she have seen the woman? So, where did he hear about the woman? How do you explain this more nostalgic expression? Ching-er doesn't know how mysterious the young master is. Just like these martial arts, he did not know where they were obtained from, at least the Xiang family she knew did not. He didn't practice much on his own, but he was better than her and didn't know how many times. There is still a lot of knowledge that he can grasp without a teacher. It can be said that many of her things now follow Jingyu. Oh, young master, what did you say that day? Is there only one thing you want to tell me on the road? Seizing the world is too important, and Ching-er won't say it easily to avoid falling into the ears of others. There are other things. Let me know after seeing it. Jingyu smiled and drove the carriage into the capital of Yanguo. Ching-er secretly knew that she was increasingly expecting what the secrets would be. Chapter 10, Responder. The capital of the Yan Kingdom is the Beijing of later generations. The two of Jingyu drove a horse-drawn carriage through 2 gates and an urn city before they really entered the city now called Thistle. In front of me, there was a feeling of optimism and openness. The wide streets lead directly to the east and west, and the layout of the building is also very standard without crowding. As the carriage moved forward, Ching-er looked around, revealing some novel expressions, and asked questioningly. Master, is this city bigger than our capital of Chu? The size of the capital usually represents the national strength of a country. The streets of this capital city are wider than the Chu capital that Ching-er is familiar with. If this is calculated, the area it occupies should indeed surpass the capital of the Chu kingdom. Doesn't it mean that this Yan kingdom is stronger than the Chu kingdom? But as far as the impression is concerned, Ching-er knows that Chu is stronger than Yan, but it is not that she is biased towards Chu. Jingyu shook his head. There is a difference between the north and the south. Ching-er, you see that the official roads of these countries are different. We drove the carriage of Chu state into the territory of Qi state, and we were immediately found to be so. This is the case. The same is true for the city. The key lies in the flat terrain in the north and the lack of flat land in the south. At this time, it is necessary to judge the size of a city not by size, but by population. The carriage that Jingyu and the two now drive was bought after entering the territory of Yan state. He did not pay attention to this point before, and drove a Chu horse carriage into Qi state. The width between the two wheels was immediately noticed by the soldiers at the Qi state checkpoint. There are no customs clearance discs, no business guides, and they are almost regarded as spy. If it were not for someone to make a siege for them at that time, with his character, I am afraid that this way would be killed from Qi. Jingyu reminded that when Ching-er looked around, she knew the difference. This road is indeed wide, but the pedestrians are much scarcer than those seen in the capital city of Chu. This period is in the era of cold weapons. The large number of people in a country, especially the young and middle-aged, means that there are many soldiers that can be called. Moreover, in terms of production, a large number of people is also very beneficial. With more soldiers and more materials produced, the national strength will naturally be stronger. In this way, Yan is not as good as Chu. Ching-er laughed, and she has grown a lot along the way, knowing that she lowered her voice when Yan Guo said this. However, seeing Jingyu driving the carriage just walked forward, as if aimlessly, she asked curiously. Young master, don't we first find a restaurant to live in? Or do you want to find the place where my Ji dances now? Or, Ching-er can help you find someone here to ask, and it will save you off the road. This time, Jingyu saw the sourness on her face and couldn't help laughing. Ching-er looked uncomfortable with him, and quickly turned the small face to the side, but exposed the small red earlobe to him. Who said I was driving aimlessly? Jingyu took Xia Ching-er's hand. Did you see the man wearing a blue blouse on the left side of the street? I let the carriage follow she. After all, this is the land of China. There is no difference in the pronunciation of he and her. Therefore, he is actually the female of her, but Ching-er did not hear this. She just looked at it and saw at a glance that the men in the blue blouse were all about 185 centimeters tall and had a very strong build. Therefore, people on the street facing him will face some away, leaving a lot of him around. Ching'er stayed for a while. Young master, when were you the one to arrange? She wanted to ask this. However, when she looked at Jingyu already said. We followed the restaurant where she went to live first. I think it should be very close to the Fixu Pavilion by my G. Ching'er nodded silently, feeling more and more that the child sitting next to her, who was not yet tall, had a mysterious mystery. Fortunately, he was willing to let her know this, so Ching'er was very happy in her heart. The man who looked tall in appearance walked along the straight street for a while before finally turning to another road. This walked for a quarter of an hour. He entered a two-story inn restaurant. Jingyu parked the car in front of its door, and immediately a shop buddy came out to greet the person in the car. Ching'er laughed and gestured towards Jingyu. Man, this is my young master. What? Along the way, I didn't know how many times this kind of reaction happened from the shop guy. With his mouth wide open, as Jingyu walked forward, he followed him dumbly, and blinked several times before he recovered. Ching'er also stood beside him, took out a few coins, and said, the carriage will be handed over to you, and we will pick them up when we leave. She let go of her finger, and the coin fell, and was picked up by the shopmate on the way. Live. Ching'er followed Jingyu forward, leaving another sentence, if you get more, you will be rewarded. The shop guys opened their brows and smiled, thank you all the time. People who open stores are naturally pretentious. This may not have been in the first place, and as time goes by, it becomes an instinct for them. Looking at the reaction of the shop's buddies, the shop greeted them from behind the counter. First looked at Jingyu's face. The 8-year-old child's skin is fair and pink, and has never suffered from bitterness. If this alone is the case, then the 40-year-old store can't be looked up to. Maybe it was a young man with a wealthy family, nothing more. However, he was also glanced at by Jingyu. In an instant, an illusion of condensed air was born in the heart of the store. When I looked at Jingyu again, I found that he was looking down on himself from the top. The store blinked again and again, and the previous illusion disappeared. However, sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Not dare to neglect, immediately bowed to salute. Guests are here, please follow me to the room and prepare for you early. This is not really someone who booked a room for Jingyu in advance, but the store specifically said that in order to highlight the dignity of the guests. OZW.com. Jingyu nodded. The shop made a sideways gesture, first walking on the side of Jingyu, leading him to the broad stairs in the middle of the inn and walking towards the second floor. After a while, he stopped outside the door of a room with the word Tianzi number 1, this is the one, please see. He said, pushing the door open, signaling Jingyu to enter first, he again follow up later. The room was very wide and bright, almost because the wall opposite the door was almost occupied by windows. In the middle is a rectangular table with cushions for kneeling. There is a bed on the left, another table on the right, and even bamboo slips, ink cartridges and other utensils are placed on it. There is also a crimson wardrobe close to this table. If this is the case, there is nothing strange about this room, but the shop's face is somewhat proud. In Ching'er's doubtful eyes, he came to the windows and opened them all. In an instant, the breeze blowing in the face also brought the hustle and bustle. The window was quite sealed and soundproof. Jingyu and Ching'er walked over and looked out the window. They saw a wide square. There are many pedestrians coming and going, full of traffic and bustling. The store was about to introduce it, but he heard Jingyu saying, "Fei swag." His sight actually spanned more than 100 meters, and he clearly saw a 2-story wide building directly opposite it. It was about 80 meters from east to west. The cornices and corridors were gorgeously designed. It was hard to imagine that it would be the end of the Warring States period. Product. The store didn't know that Jingyu was seeing it now, but thought he had seen Fixu already. Yes, it's the Fixu pavilion. The store said, it's daytime, and I don't see anything special about it. If at night, the Fixu pavilion's lamp is lit, it's really called beautiful. Jingyu nodded and said with satisfaction, this is the room. This lady you brought, arranged for her next door, what do you think? The shop originally wanted to say servant maid, but looking at Qing'er's temperament, he was completely inseparable from the maidservant. No, she sleeps with me. Jingyu said lightly, and waved her hand. The shop knew, and wanted to exit the room backward. In his gesture, he didn't even want to talk about the price. But Qing'er blushed at Jingyu's words. She intercepted the store and gave him a golden cake of persimmon size and an oval half-centimeter thickness. We will live for a while, we will call you if necessary. She said, don't let people disturb my young master. There was a flash of joy in the shop's eyes, and there was no expression on his face, and he retired with a reply. Qing'er closed the door. There were only two of her and Jingyu in the room, and she relaxed again. Open the closet and touch it, there is no dust. Open the luggage package in your hand, take out the clothes and put them in. After being busy with this, she said to Jingyu, who was still lying beside the window, whether she was watching the bustle of the square or watching the days of Fixu Pavilion, Master, Qing'er, go get some tea for you. Before Jingyu answered, the knock on the door rang. Qing'er was about to reprimand, why didn't anyone just come here to disturb, so someone came to knock on the door. Listening carefully, I found that the knock on the door actually contained a certain pattern. Regarding the blue man who had previously entered this inn. Qing'er looked at Jingyu. Let she come in. Jingyu turned around, still leaning against the window edge. Qing'er nodded and opened the door. Sure enough, standing outside the door is the blue man's square face, rough and ordinary. He smiled at Qing'er, and Qing'er staggered and gave way. The blue man walked in, and Qing'er closed the door again. When Qing'er didn't know, the blue man had communicated with Jingyu with his eyes. Definitely letting Qing'er know, she knelt on one knee and said, Master, I haven't seen you for a long time, you are more and more cute, he he he. It was actually a woman's voice, and it was full of flirtation, seeming to have no fear of Jingyu. That may contradict the kneeling posture of she. Qing'er was dumbfounded, and his eyes were strange. She was thinking, shouldn't that rough man, this is the original voice? Jingyu touched his cheek and glared at the person kneeling on the ground with a smile. Quickly remove this disguise, otherwise don't look at me really uncomfortable. The blue man spit out his tongue mischievously, causing Jingyu's stomach to twitch. Fortunately, she seemed to have enough play, reaching for a touch on her face, and then taking a film, the hair tied back was untied, and then some strangely shaped items were taken out of the dress. When he stood up again, his height did not change, but he became thinner and slimmer. Moreover, after the waist belt was tightened, the S-curve really made Qing'er jealous. Although she hadn't seen the positive face yet, she knew that it was a woman, and it was still a very beautiful and charming woman. Chapter 11, Fixu Pavilion. Qing'er was kneeling on the side of Jingyu with the tray in her arms. I looked at the woman who was sitting opposite Jingyu and took a cup of tea without any care. I could not help but comment, there is no politeness. Indeed, since it is called Jingyu as the master, how can he sit opposite him equally? Although Qing'er was dissatisfied with this, Jingyu didn't speak, and she couldn't speak at will. But, looking at the chest of the unknown woman, she was full of hostility. This woman is actually Reddy, who exists as the shadow warrior of Jingyu in the world of Gundam Seed. While drinking tea, she looked at Qing'er's expression in her eyes. Although only 20 years old in appearance, Reddy actually lived many years longer. The mentality of the little girl was very clear. She wanted to tease her, but Jingyu stopped her eyes. She shrugged her shoulders and smiled charmingly between her eyes. Take out a jade piece written with words from her arms and pass it to Jingyu across the table. Jingyu didn't get up, Qing'er took it for him, and turned it into his hand. Jingyu glanced, and saw the jade piece engraved with the words Fei Shui Pavilion in the Chinese characters on the front, and the number 1 on the back. Master, you came by coincidence this time. In the last 2 months, a dancer from Fixu Pavilion will perform on the next full moon day. According to the calendar here, Fixu Pavilion starts to reserve seats at the beginning of the month. Only the first 50 people with the highest bid on the performance day can enter the viewing. Letty explained. The so-called calendar here refers to the lunar algorithm. If converted into the Gregorian calendar, it has now entered September. The next full moon is actually August 15th of the lunar calendar. It's just that at the moment, it's not yet a festival. Hey! Qing'er stayed for a while. Isn't that just tomorrow night? So, this is the admission ticket for the performance day of the Fixuge. Jingyu's mouth curled up and asked. Reddy seemed somewhat regretful in spreading her hand. The people originally planned to take all of their owners, but the owner of the Fixu Pavilion was afraid to offend Yanguo's dignitaries and would not agree. The highest bid by the performance day is actually less than 102 golds. The 50th person only produced 32 gold pieces. The rich businessman dressed up in Letty directly increased the price from 5,002 golds, and finally placed 10,002 golds in front of the boss. He seemed to be moving, but he refused to nod. Even in order to prevent himself from making wrong decisions, he fled in embarrassment. No problem. Jingyu handed the jade piece to Qing'er for storage. So, how are you asking about Xiantai? This has already been settled, Letty said. Originally, Crown Prince Dan liked swords and collected a piece of black iron. He hadn't had time to hand it over to the artisans, so he had to live a life of escape because of the threat of Qin state. Xiantai rolled into Yan Chunjun's hands. He always wanted to recruit a superb swordsman as a guard, but no one has responded so far. Yan Chunjun. Jingyu narrowed his eyes. How likely is he to sell? I used to pretend to be a merchant to test that he is not short of money. Reddy replied. I want to come too. Jingyu took a sip of tea. I will meet him later, and I will sell it. Will I have no other means? The host said yes. Reddy smiled slyly. Already dispatched people into Yan Chunjun's mansion, just waiting to find out where the black iron was collected. Well done. Jingyu nodded with satisfaction. Young master, what are you going to do with Xiantai? Qing'er asked. In other words, what she wants to know is what the black iron is. My current sword is just made for use on the battlefield. Jingyu put down the teacup and said, the reason why it will be brought around is that I feel that the internal force is not enough, and it can increase the power of battle. In the future, I will be full of energy, so I will naturally use a lighter magic weapon. The black iron is a material prepared for the newly created weapon. Qing'er nodded, glanced at Letty again, and finally asked what she wanted to know most. Then I'm a hidden leader of the Master's assassin organization Tianji, and the title is Qianmian outside. Rieti said after taking Qing'er. OZW.com. Your 1,000 faces are somewhat unworthy of name. Jingyu quipped, originally you chose to follow Sheyao to learn cosmetic surgery because your height is the same. But, that height undoubtedly it also restricts you from being able to dress up a lot of people. Especially in this world, women with heights exceeding 170 are very rare. And men, 185 centimeters, are not many. Hum. Unexpectedly, Reddy put her nose up proudly and chuckled, and the proud and playful look of Qing'er couldn't help but feel that she was kind. Master, you made a wrong statement this time. They found a magical technique called osteotomy, which is now being practiced. Look at it, and wait a few years to wait for others to practice it, even the children are dressed up. You see. Oh. Jingyu was surprised. Perhaps, the world's kung fu is more than expected. In the following time, in order to eliminate the fatigue of the journey, Jingyu and Qing'er took a hot bath. What was the food of Yangguo? The two also had a big meal. And ready, after reporting some things, she left first. On the second day, Jingyu and Qing'er strolled around the capital city of Yangguo during the day. Finally at night, he changed into the dress of the young master and took Qing'er to the Fixu pavilion not far away. As the owner of the inn said, the Fixu pavilion tonight is quite bright. On 2 floors, each window is lined with orange light. At the gate in the middle, a few horse-drawn gorgeous carriages stopped from time to time. The owner of the car was either rich or expensive. Every time Fixu will have someone out to greet them, and do not check whether they have the jade piece that is admitted. Obviously, they are often regular customers. Perhaps Jingyu was walking, and was still a child and a girl. Not only was there no one to greet, but instead they were stopped at the door when they were about to walk in. If you eat, go to the side. Here is also a place where a little kid like you can come. The person standing at the door proudly stood with his chest and arms on his hips, looking at the crystal, only 8 years old, 130 centimeters tall. You. Qing'er, who was standing next to Jingyu in the second half of the step, was a little angry. Not waiting for him to speak, she had already stepped forward in front of the man and slaps it 3 or 5 steps away. Not only did the man swell his cheeks high, he even dropped a few teeth. Qing'er even used his inner strength. The man was stunned and shed tears in pain, but he didn't know how to react for a while. It was the commotion here that attracted the attention of the others in Fixu Pavilion, and several people ran out of it. Who dares to make trouble at Fixu? He shouted when the first portrait was a steward of Fixu. At this moment, the Fixu Pavilion is all aristocrats and rich businessmen. Although he was a member of the Fixu Pavilion, he was a fake and awe-inspiring, borrowing the names of nobles and wealthy businessmen who did not want to be disturbed by yaxing. If the comer doesn't buy the bill, he can put all the nobles and rich merchants in place. Qing'er has stood back to Jingyu again, took the jade piece out, and said, "Wouldn't you recognize it yourself?" The man stayed for a moment, and his momentum immediately weakened a bit. "Can you please give me a look?" he asked. Qing'er threw the jade piece away. After catching it, the man did not look at the 3 characters on the front, but instead looked at his expression on the back and immediately looked dumbfounded. He looked at Jingyu in surprise and put on a flattering smile. Ahaha, the servants did not understand politeness and offended the noble guests. As he said, he waved his hand, letting the person who was sitting on the ground hurried away. Then, I came to Jingyu in person and made a joke, holding the jade piece on both sides and handed it over, saying, "You adults don't remember the villains, don't do it for this kind of trivial matter, it breaks the yaxing you come to dance today." Until now, there was a little whisper in his heart. This jade piece is naturally the guest who spends the most money. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a child. However, since the other party can spend such money, his identity must be extraordinary, he cannot afford to offend. Jingyu didn't look at him. He walked forward to the affair and quickly let go, semi-curvedly waiting for Jingyu to pass. After that, Qing'er followed Jingyu without picking up the jade piece. The manager then followed, leading the two to the seat reserved for the most expensive guest. Chapter 12, Dance of the Dancing Girl. After entering the Swexu Pavilion, you will see a regular octagonal open-air lotus pond. In the middle there is a bright white round table named Fixu Yahua Table. It is the treasure of Fixu Pavilion's town store, and also the venue for the dance performance tonight. The building of Fixu Pavilion is the 2-story building that surrounds the Lotus Terrace. All are close to the fence to facilitate watching the performances on the jade platform. The steward led Jingyu and the 2 people upstairs from the side to a separate box on the 2nd floor. After Qing'er asked for some wine, he sent him away impatiently. "Maybe it's not time for the performance, you can see the fence outside the jade platform, and there are curtains that are not rolled up." Jingyu then sat down on the seat arranged under the curtain, supported her black sword on the fence, and signaled Ching'er. Ching'er still didn't sit opposite him, but knelt down on the side near him. Then, this class is half an hour. Young master, isn't that my ji sick, will you not perform tonight? Ching'er wondered, but we deliberately came half an hour tonight. For this, Jingyu is also somewhat surprised. However, he can understand this phenomenon. Because the people here are nobles and wealthy businessmen, this kind of people are often very busy, he said. Drinking and chatting for an hour, it may be better to enjoy singing and dancing. At this time, it was not a big China land, and it was divided into 7 points. A place like Yangguo is a province that governs future generations. Officials are more troublesome and naturally produce a lot of idlers. Ching'er pouted, I'm afraid some people have forgotten that they are here to drink, or come to see Wu Ji's dance. Ha ha ha, this is also possible. Jingyu smiled, his brow suddenly started. What? Ching'er was about to ask what started, and heard the sound of someone strumming the piano. At the same time, the curtain at the fence of the private room was slowly rolled up, making the view between the person and the jade platform more transparent. The brightness of the surrounding light decreased, and it seemed that a splash of moonlight had sprinkled from the sky, illuminating the jade terrace. Then, the pleasant sound of the bronze bell ringing came. As if it were a signal, on the octagonal pillar supporting the jade platform, candles divided into 3 layers spontaneously burned one by one. Ching'er has always been puzzled. Before I came, I heard from Reddy that it should be a lotus pond. However, since she came here, she saw nothing but a lotus flower except the central jade terrace. Now, she finally understood where the lotus flowers were hidden. As the performance progressed, more and more musical instruments were added to it, gradually pushing the song to its climax. And a mythical scene appeared in that pool of water. From the sparkling water surface, a lot of golden yellow buds floated up. After they bloom, aren't they just beautiful lotuses? The lotus pond is worthy of the name. As the climax went, the song came to an end. When everything calmed down, people had not recovered from what they saw. It was also in this quietness that a Xiaoan sounded alone, causing Jingyu's skin to shudder. There was a vast snowfield in front of his eyes, and only a woman stood alone and could not see it. The ethereal flute flowed slowly, bringing a cool atmosphere to the atmosphere. Slowly falling in the sky is the icy jade of the performer, which can be seen from a distance but not playable. Very beautiful, this song. Jingyu reached out to hold Ching'er. She was touched by the song and left tears. Only this time, there was a change from the top of the stage to the roof. The red satin-like draperies appeared out of thin air, appearing in a column shape and fell to the top of the jade platform with Xiaoan. Then, a slim woman appeared inside, and stood in the center of the stage, playing the beautiful song. Jingyu showed some expression of interest. The series of changes from the previous lotus to her appearance now are placed on the stage of later generations, which is also a kind of magic. But it did appear in this era 2000 years ago, before him. If all these are retained and developed, what will the future look like? He thought about it and was excited. Perhaps, he came to this world, can not just win a war. Ching'er's cold heart originally felt warm after Jingyu took her hand. She recovered, only to notice that Jingyu's black eyes were staring at the stage shining brightly. She also looked over and saw the sourness in the heart of the girl in the red cloth. It was at this time that the red cloth spiraled back toward the sky. In this whirlwind of cloth, the woman's white skin is looming, and there are a pair of soul-stirring eyes. They are so prominent. Time slows down for them so that people can clearly see that the eyes and faces are slowly opening. To the moment when the light finally shines. OZW.com. The figure of Meiji is fully visible. Skin white Ruoxu, Fenjiun painting, snow white long hair like flowing clouds, light blue exposed waist dance skirt, wearing many exquisite ornaments. I don't know where the wind is coming, several ribbons of different lengths float. The dancing girl stretched out her hands and stood in a dancing pose in the direction of the wind. Like a noble phoenix from mythology, it reveals the dazzling ice blue. Really? Qing'er doesn't want to admit it, but she is really beautiful. Looking at Jingyu again, I thought that he was attracted just before he saw it. I am afraid it would be even more embarrassing now. But he did not expect Jingyu to pour himself wine, and did not look at the stage. This young master, if you pour wine, just call someone else. Qing'er whispered, with a happy smile, happily took over the jug and filled Jingyu with a glass. Jingyu took a sip from the bronze wine cup. Looking back at the direction of the stage is indeed, she is beautiful, but not yet to the point where he can be distracted. To speak, he has withstood a lot of charming tests at Hankook. No matter what the world is, he can be more beautiful than Hankook, he really has not seen it. What is particularly rare about this woman is that after she poses in this position, she really does not move. The piano sounded again, and the drums belled. Wu Ji's hands danced with a wonderful and beautiful trajectory. She made a series of actions in the opening scene, only moved the upper body, and there was a delicate sense of balance. Immediately afterwards, the melody of the dance spread to her whole body, and she plunged into the world of dance. I didn't care about the extent of the round table under her feet, or she never went to see the round table, and the audience around her, I am afraid even the sound of music. She just gave full play to herself, not dancing for others, just wanting to dance. Jingyu sees this, but still feels like this, she has a lot more attraction to him than she just had. And this dance, for the first time, did he discover that it was so beautiful? He wanted to become a woman again. Not only her people, but also her dance. Jingyu's eyes became deep. The sound of applause was very slow, and the dance that had just started was interrupted. The dancing dancer who fluttered like a fairy on the stage just spread the dance skirt round in the center of the stage with flowers printed on it. One right hand is facing the sky, and the other hand is level with it 180 degrees to the ground. The pink neck is slightly like a bird looking at the sky. The music stopped, and Meiji put down her hand and slowly stood up. The sound came from the direction of the gate, even if it has not stopped yet. Sounded loudly, highlighting people's arrogance. The audience on the second floor could not help but looked at the probe with dissatisfaction, they were all domineering masters on weekdays. Who is so pretentious? I think it's here to spoil the game. Humph! A half-drunken man in armor put the glass down heavily, then shot the table and shouted, which disturbs the general's yaxing and rolls in for Lao Tzu. From the direction of the door, a neat stepping sound came along with the sound of armor friction. This voice alone shocked the distinguished guests upstairs, and no one said anything. After the 2 rows of guards stood, they walked into the middle of the 2 swordsmen dressed up, and they were a gorgeous sedan lifted by dozens of people on a golden rectangular platform, surrounded by a red tentman sitting in the middle people. The swordsman on the right side of the Fangke sedan glanced at the audience, and asked with a tone that didn't care about the identity of the other party, "Who is scolding?" The man in armor shook all over, kneeling down in the direction of the sedan facing the ground, trembling and whispering, "The end will be Yan Yi. I don't know if Yan Chunjun is driving, there is a lot of disrespect, and I hope the adult will not remember the villain." Crime. In the other box, Hui. Qing'er concealed her mouth lightly. That's Yan Yi, the leader of Yanguo? How could this be so? She couldn't say the rude words and shook her head, no wonder, no wonder. The Xiang family is a family of leading soldiers. For generals in other countries, there is naturally some understanding. This should have been Jingyu's thing, but because of his young age and uninterested relationship, Qing'er is well known. She glanced at the sedan Yan Chunjun again. Wasn't it the person mentioned by the young master yesterday? What a coincidence! Chapter 13, Swap with your head. Saying that, Yan Chunjun heard Yan Yi's words of begging for mercy, unhappy or angry, he said lightly. "Oh? It's General Yan. This is just what a high-ranking person said after seeing a low-ranking person, that's all. Yan Yi knows Yan Chunjun's character deeply, so he will be afraid to be like that in the beginning. Instead of being happy, Wensheng lowered her head a bit. The end will be there, and I hope adults will forgive sins. Why do you want me to forgive you? Yan Chunjun's tone has a ease of winning, which makes people very uncomfortable. He did not wait for Yan Yi to answer, or the latter could not answer. He asked his men, Zhou Wei, told General Yan what crimes he committed. The swordsman who spoke before said arrogantly to the crowd, as a soldier, it is a death sentence to insult the king. Sir, forgive sins. Yan Yi begs again for mercy, as long as he can survive, he will not even have a little dignity. The left guard came behind him, leaning on his neck with a sword. With such an appearance, the entire Fixu pavilion is quieter. After this silence continued for 3 seconds, Yan Chunjun, who was sitting in the red tent, out of the darker area of the gate, spoke again. Zhao Guo's music and dance is unparalleled in the world, and the young man of Yan Guo walked his hands to learn, but did not get the essence, and became a joke of the 7 kingdoms. The voice of De Li Peng suddenly sounded, mixed in Yan Chunjun's voice, one old and one crisp, so obvious. Yan Chunjun stopped, and all the people present looked in surprise in the direction of the sound. I saw an 8-year-old child wearing a silver ring set with gems standing in front of the fence, pouring a glass of wine. About full, he placed the jug on the fence and lifted the glass to take a generous sip. Then, the eyes as dark as lacquer turned down from the straight, and pierced the red tentman, releasing a sharp light. Pretending to be a real eye-catcher. To whom exactly this is said, it can't be more obvious. However, the childish voice is still immature, with a bit of coldness that makes the back of the spine cool. As a result, after people listened to it, there was no response for a long time. Humph! Yan Chunjun finally got angry. Perhaps because of his face, he did not give orders hysterically. However, the guard holding the sword standing on the left side of the sedan had pressed down the center of gravity, and wanted to jump behind the child on the 2nd floor like the guard. I believe this time, he will not just put the sword on the child's neck, but will behead it directly. However, faster than him was a black sword with a roaring gang wind oncoming. He had just lifted his energy, and his body left some ground, and he felt the coldness of his chest. Immediately afterwards, the powerful force caused his body to knock back involuntarily. With a loud noise, it must be that the black sword then penetrated the golden car bottom plane behind him. The black sword hasn't stopped yet. How much power does it carry? The guard only felt that it was still extending in his chest before reaching the handguards, and then stopped him. At this time, the black sword might be half a foot deep into the ground. The guard, whose pain spread throughout his body, screamed. The position where the blade pierced was his right chest, he hadn't died yet. It's just that the big wound near the mouth of the bowl that was torn apart by the strong force can't be cured. As a result, he wailed so miserably for 3 seconds, twitched a few times, and finally died. I still think it's better to talk face to face. The children on the 2nd floor laughed a few times and spoke again, and the people recovered from the accident. Someone found that the attack just did not know whether it shocked Yan Chunjun, or whether it scared Yan Chunjun. In short, he is now lying on the left side of the sedan chair, looking at the child upstairs with a panicked expression. Standing behind Jingyu, Qing'er covered her mouth with an expression of wanting to cry. Young master, this is not Chu Kingdom. How can you mess up with you? Facing everyone's strange vision, Jingyu didn't care. Pick up the hip flask again and pour the wine into his glass. The left guard who had originally stood behind Yan Yi and hung his neck with a sword seemed to think that this was an opportunity to win Jingyu. Indeed, the sword was not beside Jingyu, and Jingyu was pouring wine and his mind was focused on the wine glass. On. Zhou Wei closed his sword, stood up, and jumped towards Jingyu already waving his sword. However, He suddenly saw a big hand covering his head and face. Before he could figure out where the big hand came from, he was already grasped by it. The body followed the head forward involuntarily and was ruthlessly penetrated on the second floor. With a loud noise, his head rebounded. There was blood flowing from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. Before his consciousness was completely dissipated, he vaguely saw that the real hand of the hand was clearly the child's hand. Jingyu glanced at the wine glass that fell to the ground from the fence due to the shock, and shook his head regretfully. Throwing away the hip flask in his right hand, his hand lightly pressed on the fence. The man has reached the bottom, and standing next to the black sword is really very quick. Yan Chunjun, I'm looking for you to have a deal to do. Jingyu said, his hand had touched the hilt of the black sword. I heard that you have a piece of black and rosy mineral, which is Yan. I want the piece of minerals that Prince Dan got there, and exchange it with you with your head. How? At one point in this remark, some people who had been scared because of his thunder means had strange expressions. They looked at each other and said, this kid is either stupid or crazy. It's possible to say such a rogue to the extreme, but his voice is still immature. OZW.com Yan Chunjun has stood up with the help of a soldier. After hearing a little stunned, he laughed. He has recovered from the previous shock. Jingyu's method is very powerful. He admits that this is in Yanguo. No one has ever treated him like this, and he would have been scared before. However, his first master has not yet shot, and the man has never let him down. Kill me. He smiled and pointed at Jingyu. Standing at the end of the sedan chair, in the dark, there was a tall man in his hair and black trousers. Aged over 30, with high cheekbones and a vicious look on his face. Hearing this command, there was a hint of bloodthirsty excitement in his eyes. Suddenly, two short sword-length sharp blades appeared in the hands hanging down from the side. At the same time, Jingyu's arm muscles, lower back muscles, and leg muscles were tight. The black sword inserted on the ground was immediately pulled up by him, and he turned and swung towards his back. There, a black shadow that didn't even look like an entity flickered and disappeared. And many people can see that a figure of a man much taller than him has appeared behind him. Be careful! It was two women who shouted this sentence. One is on the jade platform, and the other is on Jingyu's box on the second floor. The woman in the box didn't notice this at all, just looking worried. Her hand was already on the hilt of the thin sword at her waist, and she wished she could rush to help immediately. The white-haired woman on the jade platform originally stretched out her hand, but at this moment it was withdrawn in amazement. Her face was still cold and frost-like. Perhaps, that caution was only an instinctive reaction and that instinct was restrained by herself. At this moment, not many people have discovered this. People are just nervously watching the duel not far away. The assassin-like man in black showed the joy of victory. The child in front of him was really the strongest man he had seen in his life, but the sword was so heavy that it was even more difficult to withdraw. Perhaps, he could just flash away with the sword forward? The assassin man expected this, and was prepared for it. However, the sudden shadow on his head shrank his pupils. Surprised to raise his head to the extreme, he saw the sword that was about to come, even to the point that he was too late to avoid it. In a panic, he set up two short swords to resist, and at the same time withdrew his body at least so that he could remove some strength. Drink! As if to improve his momentum, Jingyu shouted, and the entire Fixu pavilion shuddered. Chiang sounded loudly, and his black sword had hit two short swords of the assassin man, and he continued to cut off as if without any obstruction. The assassin's man's short sword seemed to be nothing, and he did not break it. It was just that his two arms felt a fracture, and he lost the power to hold the dagger. Although the footsteps moved backwards, but the body just left a little bit, the black sword edge once again punctured unreasonably and he could no longer avoid it. With a loud sound, Jian Feng picked him up in the air through his heart. Is it extremely unwilling? He didn't die like this. He coughed up blood and asked with his last energy. Why, Why? Why can your sword be so fast? That's because I never wielded my sword with all my strength. The strength looks strong to you, but for me, it is only 50%. I can close the sword and change the trajectory. Jingyu could not tell everyone who was equally puzzled. Moreover, to be able to do this, another ability is required: listening to the sound of all things. It itself is a high-level expression of domineering sex. How can it be impossible to hear human voices? It's just that when Jingyu's strength is high, he basically doesn't use it to listen to human voices. Now, his strength has weakened, and naturally reactivated it. The enemy's movements are well known, and then he just makes an attack and waits for the enemy to collide. Therefore, his first sword looks powerful, just a trick. Ching'er on the second floor sighed with relief and fell to the ground weakly. At the moment, she saw the feeling of despair in the abyss, which was really uncomfortable. Little Lord! Holding her sword, she prayed to become stronger in order to protect him from harm. Jingyu pulled out the black sword, flicked the blade, and looked at Yan Chunjun, who was stagnant. The corpse of the volleyed assassin fell to the ground, and the sound made him recover. Ah screamed, he took a step back and stumbled himself to the ground. Kill him quickly! He was hysterical this time. The soldiers wearing armor around looked at each other, and the light of fear flashed in their eyes. Following Yan Chunjun for a long time, naturally knew that the assassin man's terrible. Even if he was killed, is there any hope for them to come together? Just when they were hesitant, Jingyu had taken a step and came to Yan Chunjun. Black sword pressed against Yan Chunjun's neck, pressing him who had just climbed up to the ground. In this way, even Jingyu's current height can speak condescendingly. My conditions just now, can you agree? He asked with a sneer. Yan Chunjun wondered for a moment before he remembered what he said. Promise, I will give you whatever you want. That's good. An evil arc suddenly appeared in the corner of Jingyu's mouth. Under the swing of the black sword, Yan Chunjun's head was cut off. I said, exchange your head with you. Now, return your head to you. It turned out that what he said actually meant to cut off the head and return it to the other party. Quite a few thought of this, and seeing the man with a rolling head falling down at his feet, couldn't help but feel cold in his heart. Chapter 14, Breathtaking. Killed? He really killed? Although Ching'er had a hunch, when it really happened, it was still unbelievable. Peeping a glance at the people around them, they are still stunned. What she can think of now is that she immediately pulled her young master away. However, just when she wanted to leap from the second floor, her coat slammed behind her. Apparently someone was already standing behind her. Ching'er was shocked, and when he turned around, he grabbed the hilt and pulled it to kill it. But the man hurried her a little faster, one hand blocked her sword-holding hand, and the other hand made a shush gesture on her lips. Looking at that rugged face, Ching'er recognized that she was dressed as Letty yesterday, and she was relieved. Don't talk, just follow me. Reddy whispered to Ching'er in a female voice. But young master. Feeling that Reddy was going to pull her forward, Ching'er earned a bit. How could she ignore the young master? That makes her harder to accept than let her die here. Master will be fine, trust me. Reddy looked back at her, and Ching'er's thoughts about struggling faded away. In Reddy's eyes, she saw a complex light of restraint, worry, and firmness. Ching'er can understand that this person must be like himself and trust the young master more. Ching'er couldn't help but looked back at Jingyu, and he just saw his gesture of nodding with a faint smile. At this moment, Ching'er's hand clutching the scabbard couldn't help but exert the fullest strength of the whole body, and the knuckles were pale because of this. She understood that her strength was too far away from him, and staying was only a burden. He was worried about her, but he was relieved to see that she could leave safely. She is a maidservant and should be responsible for the young master's life. Now, why is this the other way around? Ching'er only feels that she has never blamed herself. Why are you so weak? Seeing that Ching'er didn't make a sound, Letty looked back at her strangely, and saw a trace of blood flowing from the corner of the girl's mouth. She actually bit her lip. Instead of stopping, Reddy smiled a little happily. Although from a different world, the girl behind him will no doubt be eligible to become their maid guard. The people in Fixu Pavilion were all concentrated in the past because of what happened in the front hall. Ritai and Ching'er didn't meet anyone, so they easily came to a room facing the street and jumped out of the window. Before martial law, I will take you out of the city first. Letty took Ching'er and walked into a side street alley, said again, "Relax, sister, I swear to you with my life, the master will leave safely." Perhaps, she was pretending to be a rough man like this, but she slapped her shoulder to call her height only 165 centimeters. Ching'er, 18, was a little funny for her sister. Ching'er could understand the meaning of that sentence, especially the cheeks with eyes full of sincerity and identity, who were ashamed and nodded heavily. In the following time, Reddy quickly made some disguise for Ching'er, and then wrapped her thin sword in cloth. Sure enough, before the martial law was issued, he easily left the city. Here, the responding person showed up and sent Ching'er all the way out of Yan's border. Let's just say Jingyu sees Letty appearing, and the only worry has been put down. He flicked the blade, shook the blood off the blade, turned around and walked away slowly. His height is limited, and the semicircular blade is like a diagonal spike on the ground, making a continuous scream, following his footsteps. Here, the people around have awakened. Geese, and Yan Chunjun were killed. I don't know who can't stand the depressed atmosphere, and shouted with a trembling voice. The guests upstairs screamed, everyone was in danger, and after hiding in the fence, they could not help secretly watching from the gap. The musicians downstairs and the attendants of the Fixu Pavilion evaded far away and dared not approach. The beautiful dancer standing on the white jade platform is no longer the focus of people's attention. She felt contented, but glanced at Yan Chunjun's head, revealing a less obvious look of disgust. And the guards brought by Yan Chunjun looked at each other, holding Ge and following Jingyu's footsteps slowly out of Fixu Pavilion. OZW.com. There are more guards and soldiers on the street, and they already know what happened. Some people called for more support, and the remaining people surrounded Jingyu in a circle. They know that they are not opponents of this person. However, if Yan Chunjun is dead, if these guards do nothing, what is waiting for them must also be death, and it is likely to harm their family members. Therefore, had to fight hard to fight. Jingyu came out, and his steps were already on the blue stone pavement. As soon as Heijianfu touched the stone, he sputtered sparks where he touched. His movement speed is not fast. This phenomenon seems a bit strange, so that the soldiers around looked at each other. In the distance, many civilians stopped, and farther away, many people looked out from the building windows. What exactly happened to them, they do not know yet. Does not mean that they are not interested. At the age of 8, Jingyu is only 130 centimeters tall. However, photographed in his spirit, the encircled circle array could only move with him, but he could not get closer. The first person to approach must be dead, which every one of those soldiers understands. Seeing that they would reach the places where the civilians were standing, the surrounding houses became dense. A seemingly advanced person in the bodyguard can't help it anymore, shouting, "Brothers, let him go, we are dead, we might as well put it together." His voice came to an abrupt halt, only to see a black flash in front of him, and the child who had originally stood 10 meters away had pierced his throat with a sword. The blood foam came out of the corner of his mouth, and before he died, he felt that his body was actually empty, but he was picked up by his sword. "Stop me from dying." Jingyu raised the sword on one side of his arm, picking up the head of the bodyguard who was shaking his hands a few times. His dark eyes, on the dark square, instead gleamed. Every time he was looked at by someone, it was as if his neck was being held by Jianfeng. His condensed murderous spirit made the surrounding air stagnant, and the soldiers surrounding him could not help but feel that he was short of him. Jingyu continued to walk forward, and the people in front of him escaped with a crawl. There was no movement in the circle, not because they didn't want to move, but it was because they couldn't take another step. After walking out of the crowd, Jingyu glanced back at them contemptuously, and threw the body of the sword on the ground. He walked toward a dark alley. Maybe there was no such terrible sight, or his murderousness had calmed down. It was at this time that the people looked at each other and rushed up with a cry. When the two front Gs were about to stab Jingyu's back, he turned around again and immediately penetrated the gap between the two long Gs, and came to the middle of the two. The black blade flashed left and right, cutting the two diagonally from the shoulder into two sections, and the other head flying high. In the following time, all the soldiers who rushed into the alley made their heads different after making a wailing noise. When everything was quiet, no one dared to step forward and find out. The corpses of 30 people piled up together, and blood even ran out of the alley. When the reinforcements came over and irradiated with torches, it was discovered that the tragedy there did not seem to have a complete body. There were blood footprints deep in the alley, and all the soldiers and horses chased after him. I was so busy all night, and the next day this Yandu was talking about the killing of Yan Chunjun. When talking about the murderer, he shook his head again and he had not been found. Fixu Pavilion, as the accident site, is now surrounded by hundreds of soldiers from all sides. The ministers of North Korea came here one after another to check Yan Chunjun's death and report it to Yan Wang in anger. The boss, steward, musician, and dancers of Fixu Pavilion were all gathered in one place, and they were cross-examined again and again. They wanted to trace the jade card obtained by the murderer. After that, it was busy for Yan Chunjun's corpse. When it was almost dawn, the talent of Fixu Pavilion was disbanded and returned to the room to rest. The dancing girl with straight white hair is respected as Shueji because of her reputation for dancing. This evening, as usual, she kept a light and expressionless face. Just like Frost, he doesn't accept others' approach, and he doesn't want others' approach. Moreover, it may be because many dignitaries have helped her to speak, and cross-examination never came to her head. Not only that, she has the right to go back to the room to rest in advance, but she was declined by herself. Now, she has to return to her room. About whether it is Western or Eastern, with a woman's elegant posture, is it the same posture? Shueji's hands were naturally placed on her abdomen, her arms slightly curved, as if a silk ribbon or shawl was hanging on it. The crystal dance shoes stepped on the wooden floor and made a stepping sound. She climbed upstairs and turned a few turns. She stopped in front of her door, opening the door and closing it again. She felt relieved. There was a moment of relaxation on both shoulders, and his expression eased a lot. The silver bell in the dance clothes she wore slightly rang, and she had walked to the dressing table, ready to take off her makeup and rest. Suddenly, she almost screamed in surprise and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. From the bronze mirror, the scene on her soft bed was clearly reflected. The children who had killed Yan Chunjun in the front hall of Fixu Pavilion, and then beheaded 20 people, were they sleeping there? Chapter 15, Angry at her. Shueji turned back, convinced that she was not seeing the illusion, and the child was indeed on the soft bed where she usually rested. Not only that, but the quilt that he held in his arms like a twine, wasn't she the one she used personally on weekdays? For a moment, Shueji only felt a sense of discomfort on her skin surface that was crawled by ants. It was like he was touching, but she was a real person. The hand she concealed put down, and she clenched her fist like the other. A pair of sea blue almonds are squinted, and the sharp light that is absolutely different from the charming charm of dancing is definitely released. However, she did not move. There are many ponds of Yanguo around the Fixu Pavilion. If there are some noises, wouldn't they bring them all over? She was unable to make it clear when someone saw him as a vicious criminal in her room. Although, for the life and death of that stinky boy, she didn't care so much. nor would she deliberately cause trouble for herself. In this way, she stared at Jingyu's cheek, thinking about how to relieve this state, and a whole minute passed. Ha ha ha! She suddenly chuckled with her mouth covered. There was something like a very angry smile, like self-deprecation. She shook her head weakly. Just now, what was she thinking about? No matter how he looks at the stinky boy lying on the bed, he is just an 8-year-old child and not a man. Thinking like this, Xueji seemed to feel better. Noting the black sword on the edge of the bed, with a thick blade and no edge, a curious look appeared on her face. He walked up to the bed, did not deliberately eliminate the sound of the crystal dance shoes stepping on the ground, nor did he remove the silver bell that made a pleasant sound as he walked and swayed. The one lying on the bed was definitely a monster, but this was her room, and she didn't need to change anything because of him. She reached for the hilt of the black sword, and when she was about to pick it up, she was surprised by its weight even if she was expecting it. A glance at the child who was still immature on the bed was more and more startled. In the end, how did his tiny body possess the power to wave it? Moreover, the sword is in his hands, and there is a sharp sense of sharpness. As far as the blade is concerned, it is completely impossible. Xueji thought for a while and held the sword sideways with both hands and raised it. The smooth blade in Jingyu's hands shook when she reached her hand. Obviously, she was not holding it firmly enough. She blushed, which made her white skin look brighter and brighter. Xueji waved, and the blade made no noise. She didn't use much strength herself, that's it. There was still an illusion that she couldn't stop when the blade was about to touch the ground, and Jingyu's randomness when using the sword. Xueji barely stopped the blade, slowly lowered the height of the sword, and let the tip of the sword gently touch the ground. She relaxed her strength. For this process, Jingyu on the bed seemed to be unaware. The quilt contained a fragrant woman's body, just as he used to be accompanied by a woman when he was sleeping. He slept peacefully. Xueji moved the sword toward the bed edge again. Just then, Jingyu hummed unconsciously and rubbed the quilt with his cheek. At close range, Xueji looked at the smile on his face that was not like a normal child's eyes, and the itchy discomfort of the ant crawling on the skin appeared again. Xueji let go of the tilted hilt in his hand, and with a thud, it hit the edge of the bed. Jingyu stretched his arms to support his body from the state of lying sideways and sleeping, and watched the eyes and body around vigilantly. He saw Xueji's non-smiling gaze. Slightly tilted his head and thought for a while before recalling where he was sleeping now. Coughing and coughing twice, he smiled naively at Xueji and asked, "Are you going to sleep together?" Xueji seemed to be unsteady and staggered less obviously. With a white glance at Jingyu, the eyelids with grey-blue eyeshadows closed slightly, making her eyes narrow and long. With the 3 gems set in the corner of the eye, it looks like a demon fox girl who has turned into a human form. "It's already morning. You should get up." Her tusks moved up and down, making a pleasant sound. The look in her eyes was a little deep, and with the courage she showed at this time, it was obviously expressing the meaning of "Smelly boy, get off the old lady's bed quickly." "Oh, this is the first time I have listened to you speak." Jingyu's mouth curled up slightly, sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed carelessly, looking up at her face. "Your expression is also dancing. It's very similar, it's more natural, I think it looks good." Xueji raised her eyebrows and looked at Jingyu carefully, her lips touching. Then, there was a smug smile on her face, and she entered the state of making Jingyu feel a little fake. "Unexpectedly, even children like you can attract, should I be proud?" Without waiting for Jingyu to answer, she stepped on the wooden floor and walked to the dressing table with her silver bell shaking. Sitting on her knees in front of the bronze mirror, she took out a wooden comb and gently combed her hair. "Sure enough, all men in the world are the same." She made this comment. The expression reflected in Jingyu's sight through the copper mirror, with a sneer full of sarcasm. "Are you going to remove your makeup?" Jingyu asked her, ignoring her words. OZW.com Sweji didn't answer, but he did have such a plan in action. Wait first. Jingyu said, jumping off the bed. With Shueji's gaze reflected through the bronze mirror, he pushed many of the furnishings in the room to the corner. Shueji finally couldn't help but look back at him, glanced in the direction of the door again, and murmured. What the are you going to do? Since you're awake, why don't you leave? If something moves around the room like this, if someone comes to see it, does it reveal that he is here? Although, no one would come in without her permission. Jingyu gave her a weird look. What are you talking about? I drew nearly 100 or 2 golds to watch your performance, but I stopped at the beginning of the jump and I was at a loss. And so? Sweji's lips parted open. Looking at the increasingly empty central area of the room, she asked incredulously. Do you want me to jump here for you? Otherwise, what do you think I'm here to find you for? Jingyu looked at her with amusement. The expression on Shueji's face was extremely wonderful at the moment. She knew that this was Jingyu's counterattack to what she had just said. According to her previous thoughts, he was willing to spend money to see her dance, kill Yan Chunjun who was going towards her, and then went to her room and dared to sleep when she should be wanted. There is only one explanation. Came towards her. He wanted to approach her, so he resorted to such means. Shueji was extremely disdainful about this, thinking that he was the same as the men in the world, but she took a fancy to her. However, when Jingyu did this, she overthrew her series of assumptions. The money was spent to watch her dance. The murder was because the dance was interrupted. I came here to watch the next dance. Everything is just for her dance, not for what she said more about spending 100 or 2 golds, including the distressed money component, not caring about her. From his expression, Shueji knew that he had just fully understood what he had just wanted. At the moment, after answering his words, it was simply saying, "You are too arrogant, I might not have come for you." Although she knew he was deliberately angry with her, she was still angry. "Hey, I'm not in a mood to dance now." She turned her head and continued to remove the jewelry she was wearing in front of the mirror. Jingyu spread his hands and said a little pity, "That's no way, I'll wait for you for a few days." "What did you say?" She just took off a crystal earring and Shueji couldn't help but stare back at him again. "You mean, you want to stay here all the time?" "Not always, I don't want to stay with you all the time." Jingyu smiled and emphasized a few words, making the woman's face flushed red, shrugging again and saying, "You're honest, I danced on the ground, could I just leave?" "Well, first of all, please don't leave me in order to stay all the time. I have never seen such a rogue boy." Shueji's eyes narrowed again, and his teeth were bitten together. "If you should answer him, dance a dance for him here, maybe you can really let him leave immediately. But she always feels like she will lose something. Therefore, this dance must not be danced." After thinking for a while, her mouth curled up again, and for a moment she showed a cunning smile like a little fox. "It's Yan Chunjun who interrupted my dance. If you want to find someone to accompany you for the 100 or 2 golds, go find him." She seemed to have just thought of it again, her eyes bent and smiled. "Oh, I forgot, but Yan Chunjun was killed by someone, ha!" She covered her mouth and laughed. Such Shueji didn't notice at all that his expression was so real and natural from the moment he grieved with Jingyu. Jingyu also smiled. He folded his arms and looked at Shueji at the moment, and did not speak immediately. At first, Shueji thought he had nothing to say, but she was a little proud, but suddenly noticed that the appreciation light in his eyes made her expression stiff, and she turned her head slightly in a panic. In this way, Jingyu said, "You seem to have made a mistake. Since Yan Chunjun interrupted the dance of you, then you have the responsibility to finish the dance of you. Of course, he interrupted after my look, I still gave him a punishment. Well, no matter what you say, I won't jump alone for you." Shueji's voice turned a lot colder and directly gave him a big denial. She didn't know the obvious expression of him just now. He purposely made her realize what he had done when facing him. His kind of calmness really disgusted her. "That's okay, I will wait for you." Jingyu came to her dresser and sat down, shaking her arm. "Now, give me some food, I'm hungry." "You." The sharp teeth that could suppress her just now seemed to be spoken from another population. The poor boy Shueji hummed in front of her, so she would not really treat him as a child. Chapter 16, Want to Bite Him. Yanji capital city Shueji room. "Don't you eat?" Jingyu raised her head from several dishes full of Yandi flavors in front of her, and asked Shueji Road sitting on his knees across the long table opposite him. Shueji is not his maidservant, sitting opposite him has no psychological burden. However, the direction she is facing at the moment is not Jingyu's side. Moreover, her lazily supporting the table with her elbows, and then holding her cheeks, there was no longer the coldness that usually refused to be thousands of miles away. In other words, for the kid with the table on her side, the cold posture has no effect at all. Why should she pretend? That's fine, she's not afraid of being seen by him, anyway, he may already know it. When she heard Jingyu's words, she squinted her eyes like a gnat, but didn't move a bit. She just replied faintly, "I have no appetite." Different from the calmness of her appearance, while she felt weak in her heart, she also blamed herself for succumbing to the fact that she had given him a table of food. "Before you started performing last night, until now, you haven't eaten anything and will be hungry. How much can you eat so much? I can't finish it all by myself." Jingyu pushed a bowl of rice to Shueji in front of her, she gave her a few chopsticks and liked his favorite dishes, and continued, "Moreover, it's more delicious for two people to eat together." Shueji's almond-like eyeballs moved to the corners of her eyes, slightly tilted her cheeks, and glanced at the white rice. The red, green, and green dishes above really touched her appetite. Counting time, she hadn't eaten for almost 6 hours, and she was indeed a little hungry. However, although the amount of these meals is not small, it is prepared for her alone. That is to say, whether it is a rice bowl or chopsticks, it is only a person's configuration that he is using, the only one, and what he is pushing to her at the moment is what he has used. She was killed, she didn't use it again. This point, she is naturally difficult to say. Therefore, I can't eat it when I see you. She changed a more rude and direct sentence. Deceptive. Jingyu protested by knocking on the table. You didn't even watch me just now. Shueji's head was planted, and she suddenly turned her face to stare at him sharply. She kept thinking in her heart, in the last life, what did she do? God will send such a lazy boy to torture her in this life. Unexpectedly, he didn't seem to notice her dissatisfaction at all, and picked up the rice bowl and leaned in front of her. Can't scare him. Shueji clearly realized this. With a grunt, he turned his head again, posed as before, and continued the Cold War. After only 3 seconds of stopping, Jingyu took the bowl back and ate a big gulp. Is your sincerity only a little bit? Shueji's facial muscles moved a few times unnaturally, after all, he restrained the urge to spoil him. Jingyu sees her reaction in her eyes, her heart is funny, but her face is quiet, saying, next time, you should eat well first, and save you from being dirty. Shueji was a little unbelievable. She turned back to look at the kid again. Why did he become pure again this time? However, he was still so smart that he could roughly see why she refused to eat. Of course, it has nothing to do with dirty. I don't think you are dirty. His expression of stupid makes Shueji see no flaws. She couldn't help but hesitate. Perhaps, this kid is too mature in some places, but is he still an 8-year-old kid? The alertness in her heart was slightly loosened. You don't think I'm dirty and can't use me? She decided to try more. Hey! He stunned, why? You can't stop me from eating it. Do you want me to grab it directly with your hand? Stupid, she gave him a white look, since you can enter here under heavy guard, and you are as contented as you are now. So, is there always a way to get other clean utensils? Prepare yourself. Don't you eat it today? Jingyu smiled. If I heard my stomach call, hee hee. Who would be like that? She stood up angrily. I'm going to sleep. Then he walked towards the bed. But, halfway through, she stopped again. Looking back at Jingyu, a clearly uneasy look appeared on her face. After thinking for a while, she took out a silk ribbon from the cabinet and gently shook it, and it floated across the middle of the room as if separating Jingyu's side from her side. Don't allow you to cross this ribbon while I'm sleeping. Her eyes were really sharp this time, but she smiled on her face. The more your left hand comes over, the more your left hand will be chopped off. The right hand comes over, just chop off your right hand. If you use your feet, interrupt your legs to feed. Are you listening? I'm not kidding you. OZW.com. She thought she had spoken fiercely enough, but she didn't expect him to just keep eating, not looking at it at all. Hey! He looked up. Did you talk to me? Just pretend. Sweji really hates dying him. The arc of the corner of his mouth is so obvious. Who wants to lie? In short, you can do it yourself. She said. She turned around and walked to the bed, sitting on the edge of the bed. Just about to reach out and make the bed, I remembered something from the previous mess of the bed. Looking back at Jingyu, she replaced all the pillows, sheets and quilts and took out a new set of paving from the cabinet. In the future, you will use that set. She pointed to the ground. Remember to clean up yourself. Aren't you packing me up? Jingyu stopped to eat, staring at her with his eyes shut. To be honest, he was very handsome when he was an adult, and naturally cute when he was young. Especially the black star eyes, as long as there is a little maternal woman, he can't stand his age-appropriate gaze. However, Shueji smiled softly at him. Why should I clean it up for you, big young lord? She seemed to sit on the edge of the bed with a little pride, one leg under the long skirt was stacked on the other leg, with a slightly backward posture, protruding a little chest. You were so fierce before, and you won't help me now. Be careful that I won't marry you in the future. Jingyu threatened. Ha ha ha, is so terrible. Shueji smiled, throwing a wink to Jingyu between her eyes. I seem to know what I should do in the future, lest someone move to marry me. Seeing him rarely eat deflated, Shueji was relieved for the first time since meeting him. She covered her lips with a chuckle and lay on the bed sideways, covering her curve with a quilt. Jingyu shook his head and finished the rest of the rice again. She got up and crossed the ribbon under Shueji's cloth carelessly. She looked back at him in surprise, and Jingyu pointed to the set of quilts, pillows, and sheets on the ground that she had previously replaced. She turned back angrily, only to see him this time. Jingyu smiled triumphantly. With this acquiescence, wouldn't it be the second time? He was not in a hurry, put the bedding into the cabinet, folded it back, and sat back on the other side to sit cross-legged. He began to practice strength. When he was quiet, there was no movement at all. In Shueji's view, it was like she was the only one in the room. It was because of this that she did not find him immediately when she entered the room. Curious, he raised his head again and gave him a quiet look. Seeing that little face that had made her feel abominable at first, it was full of indifference and seriousness, which made it less childish and a little more invisible maturity and unimaginable charm. It seems that this should be the real him. Shueji could not help but look dumbfounded. When Shueji recovered again, she heard a knock on the door. Ms. Shuet, I wonder if you have finished your meal, a woman asked outside the door. I have rested, so I don't need to clean it up for now. Shueji replied quickly. Yes. The man responded and left step by step. Shueji breathed a sigh of relief, but suddenly found his smile looking at this side. In an instant, that little face became abhorrent again. Xueji snorted and covered herself more with a quilt. Maybe it was really one night without sleep, she was tired and then fell asleep. When Xueji woke up again, it was already sunset. She was a little confused at first, and then suddenly woke up. Looking around the room, I didn't see the kid. I checked my body again, and it didn't look strange. She blamed herself for sleeping too much, and couldn't help being relieved. He's gone, she stroked her forehead. It seems not yet. It turned out that she saw his black sword still on the long table. Slowly, she woke up and realized that the black sword hadn't been on her bed all the time. The abominable boy must have stepped beyond the limits of the ribbon. As she gritted her teeth, the room door creaked open. This really scared Xueji's heart out of anyone who dared to come in without knocking on the door and didn't say that when he found the black sword, Xueji saw him with a fruit in his mouth. You, she pointed at Jingyu, unable to say a word for a long time, but she was terribly angry. Jingyu threw a fruit to her. Supper will take some time, please pad your stomach first. He shook his other hand, where there was a set of clean tableware. Xueji Lingkong took the fruit and froze for a moment before taking a bite without a strong image and wondering if she was venting something. Chapter 17, Feel a little happy with her. In the evening after the death of Yan Chunjun, the room of Xueji in the snow palace of the capital city of Yanguo. What are you looking at? The fruit was half eaten by crunching, almost nothing has been eaten for a whole day. Xueji was a little bit better, and was indeed aroused a bit of appetite. She had just woken up and was still a little arrogant, but now she finally recovered some attention. It was only then that the little guy who seemed to be sitting on the opposite side of the table with his two calves was staring at her. If it was just that she was attracted by her appearance, what was his expression that was a little bit reticent? I found one thing, I don't know if I should tell you. There was a clear disturbed expression on his face, but the hidden smile in the corner of his mouth made Xueji vigilant. Is it related to me? She asked tentatively. Seeing him nodding and opening his mouth, Xueji hurriedly said, hurry up and stop, I don't want to listen. She had a hunch and said from his mouth, there was no good thing. Oh, forget it. I don't care. Unexpectedly, he gave up at once. This made Xueji feel a little uneasy, especially when he saw his more rippling smile. Xueji checked his body up and down, and then pretended to touch his cheek inadvertently, but he didn't find anything wrong. She was annoyed, glared at him, and turned away unwillingly. You say it. She still made the request. At this moment, although she didn't see it, she could just feel that the hateful smile that made her hate appear on his cute little face contained self-satisfied triumph. Actually, it's nothing. Jingyu put down the fruit that was about to come to his mouth. Although he ate it first, he didn't have Xueji to eat fast, and most of the rest was left. Xueji's body stiffened. As a woman, in particular, she has always been outstanding in dancing, and her every move reveals elegance and nobility. This can no longer be regarded as a small problem. Only, she just didn't want to show weakness in front of that kid. Crunch, she bit the fruit again and swallowed it in twos and threes under the expression he couldn't bear to witness. He proudly raised his chest and hummed with a small nose. My pleasure. Oh. He made such a drag sound and got up and walked to the other side where the bamboo slips and writing brushes were placed. Grinding under Xueji's puzzled eyes, dipped in ink with a brush, and took out a bamboo piece as if he wanted to write something on it, and he said. In the 31st year of Yan Wangzi, Swag, Princess of Thistle in the capital, there is a generation of dancing Xueji in the private room. He glanced at Xueji, just about to start writing, a scent of fragrant wind, followed by a scold. Don't write. She snatched the brush, you're not a historian, what do you remember? Who says it's not a history officer, you can't remember. Jingyu slipped a bit through her armpit and even took a deep breath with a bold name. The rich scent of the virgin contained in him made him express his enjoyment. The small movement at this moment made Xueji's face white and snowy, and printed a peach-like red. He stepped back 2 steps and laughed as Xueji stared at him out of the woman's puckered chest. I remembered my children to let them know what kind of mother they are. Isn't it right? Your child? Mother. Xueji bit her pink lips. Damn little thief, you again. Hush. Jingyu suddenly looked down at Xueji seriously and pointed in the direction of the door. Xueji turned her ears and didn't hear anything, thinking that he lied to her again and could not help sneering. Little thief, I won't be with you this time. Boom, 2 soft knocks sounded, interrupting Xueji's remaining words and revealing a surprised expression. She looked at Jingyu again, and he laughed silently again this time. The expression seemed to say, how, is there someone? It's like calming her heart and letting it recover a lot from the madness. At least, her tension is indeed a little less. A layer of ice shell appeared on Xueji's body and asked coldly. Who is outside? This treated him so obviously differently, which made Jingyu's smile more widespread. Xueji looked at his expression, and flew at him diagonally, turning to face the door. Her slim figure, even the shadow behind her, also made Jingyu look pleasing. There was silence for about 3 seconds outside the room before there was a slow, equally male voice. It's me. OZW.com. There was a surprise on Xueji's face. What are you doing to me? She guessed in her heart, was the kid behind him found? She just recalled that it was still dark. When she first woke up, didn't she see the boy walk in from the door? She glanced back at him again, it was like blaming him, do you know what's going on now? He ran out violently and took the tableware without saying anything, and stole the fruit. Jingyu pointed innocently to the small half of the fruit she held in her hand. You are an accomplice, and he told her with her mouth. Xueji was smirked. Is it time to pull this? She unknowingly took a bite of the fruit in her hand. The reaction of the person outside the door always seems to be half a beat, can't answer immediately, or are you thinking? Can you see the door open? He asked across the door. You and me are different. If you are talking about things, it is better to be in an open place like the back hall. Xueji replied. In addition to the place where guests can enjoy wine and food, and watch singing and dancing performances, Figsu Pavilion also has a place where everyone in the pavilion lives. This back hall is one of them. There was a quiet moment outside the door. By virtue of listening to the sound of everything, Jingyu clearly raised his hand towards the door. His eyes narrowed slightly, and if the person didn't know what to do, he broke in, but he saved a trouble. How to convince Xueji to go with him? At this time, if you make some noise and deliberately attract the man to break into nature, Jingyu is also disdainful, and it will only let Xueji look down upon him. Unfortunately, the man's hand was put down again. Well, I'll wait for you in the back hall. He said this, and turned away, and there was a faint sound of footsteps. When he walked away, Xueji lowered her head and suddenly turned to face Jingyu. You were discovered by him, she asked suspiciously. Jingyu shook his head, should not, you know, I have always been able to hide my breath. And seeing the color domineering, but can let him hold the position of the entire Figsu Pavilion, naturally can easily avoid open everyone. At this point, it is impossible to tell Xueji now. Then Xueji still frowned. Hehe, shouldn't your voice be too loud, let him hear it. Jingyu snickered unscrupulously. Who will? She shouted. Realizing that his emotions were messed up by him again, Xueji shook his forehead and shook his head, repeatedly admonishing himself that Gujing should not wave. After a few gasps, a hard ice shell enveloped her whole body. Remember, this is not your home, and the current situation does not allow you to go out anymore. She explained in a clear voice, turned to the door, and said to her with her back, and I don't want to be taken by you, it's troublesome. Jingyu asked before she was going to open the door, you just want to continue dancing here? Xueji paused for a moment, then sneered in a self-deprecating manner, "What do you want? I'm just a woman." She opened the door and went out. Jingyu is silent in the chaotic world. And Hong Yan, referring to a beautiful woman here, is really a bad combination. A quarter of an hour had passed when Xueji knocked on the door again and pushed the door in. She had a rectangular tray in her hand, full of delicious meals. The expressions of going out and coming in are almost the same, as if they are finely adjusted beautiful dolls. "Come and eat." She knelt down at the long red-brown table, set the food, and put down her tableware. Glancing towards Jingyu, he saw that he was wiping his black sword. Suddenly, her expression stagnated, her eyes fixed on the thing that Jingyu was holding. "You, what are you holding?" Her voice seemed to squeeze out from between her teeth, and it was cold and cold. There was a strong trembling of anger, but also an extreme shyness. There was a black murderousness visible to the naked eye, and the snow-white hair fluttered without wind, giving a strong impression of the white-haired witch. It seems that Jingyu lifted the object blue ice-inch square cloth without knowing it, embroidered a few white snowflakes, and had 4 ribbons at the protruding 4 sharp corners. "I found it from the cabinet. I saw it had the most quantity, so I borrowed one," he said, pointing to the door that was still open not far behind. "Give me back, you little thief." Xueji couldn't help but rushed towards him. Jingyu was afraid that Black Sword would knock her, and she didn't want to be easily taken back by her, so she leaned back and straightened her arms. Unexpectedly, the sword had more than 30 kilograms. His body was small, and he was taken down by the sword without paying attention. And Xueji didn't stop at the right time, pressing his chest on his face. The softness at that moment made him a little intoxicated. Chapter 18, Snow is Gentle. Xueji stretched her arms desperately, and then grabbed the corner of the clothing, pulled it out of Jingyu's hands and held it in the palms of both hands. She showed a reassuring look, her tight body was slightly relaxed, and her weight pressed down. In this way, the return of her attention made her instantly realize what kind of situation she was in and only felt uncomfortable. Without this battle, she was so ashamed and angry that she didn't even have time to reprimand, and she quickly wanted to support herself away from him. However, with a thud, her slender little waist was embraced by a pair of childish arms. He even let go of the black sword in his hand. Xueji had just propped herself up because of this change, and he was close to him again. And that movement also changed the position. It should have been the closeness of the nose that turned into a kiss of lips touching Xueji for a while, and felt the shame that never felt before. Although he was only 8 years old, it would be better to die if he continued to be like this. Such thoughts were born in her chaste heart. "Shameless thief, you, let me go." After earning 2 hard lines, she knew that he was powerful, and she finally gritted her teeth. "Let me stay like this for a while," he said, using some unquestionable tone. Undoubtedly, he was glad that he was no longer a hairy kid who had never tasted sweetness. After extinguishing all evil thoughts, you can see it more thoroughly. What the woman needs is not affection, not desire, but the warm embrace that she can rely on. Able to hug her tightly under any circumstances and face her together. Xueji hugged Jingyu's head tightly. In this way, it really made her feel less discomfort like lightness. However, the closer contact between the two bodies also made her realize something gradually. The body temperature passed from the child below seemed to be melting her away. "Hurry up and let me go." A fearful emotion filled her heart unconsciously. She let go of him and supported the ground with her hands, struggling to distance him. He hugged her even harder and pushed her back again. "I don't want it," he answered firmly. "No, let me go." Her voice choked, begging. "I don't want it." He was soft-hearted but hugged her more tightly. "Let me go. You let me go. Please let me go." Her voice gradually weakened, and the hand on the ground didn't know when he finally held his head tight. His mouth just murmured mechanically, his eyes became blurred, and tears finally dripped from her floor to hug his head, blocking his sight on her chest, without letting him see her face. She is snow, the purest white in the world, how can someone get so close to her without being hurt? No, perhaps it was because she was snow that the people close to her were protected from the cold. However, not everyone can see through this. In the world, after all, there are more vulgar people, so it hurt Shwet. So the snow is cold, so that the warmth inside her will not escape. When one day, someone can understand that her snow will surely melt and become the spring water that nourishes everything. Half an hour later, it was still Sweji's room. On both sides of a long ink table, Jingyu and Sweji knelt down to eat. That needs me to replace them and get some more hot? Shueji asked a little weakly, avoiding Jingyu's eyes. You go out like this, aren't you seen to have a problem? Jingyu gave her a white look. It doesn't matter, you can all eat it. I am a man who is picky. Shueji quickly turned her face, trying to cover up the red marks on her eyelids because of crying. She had a bowl of rice in her left hand, and the chopsticks in her right bite into the mouth. After peeking at Jingyu, he was eating dinner in a self-satisfied manner, and he didn't seem to have a strange expression at all, not even paying attention to her. This made Shueji relieved. She was feeling a little difficult to face because of the previous two. OZW.com. Well, Jingyu took a chopstick dish and handed it to Shueji. Don't say I abused you. I only eat rice but not food. Shueji took the bowl and took a white look at him. Although he didn't make it clear, she knew that he wouldn't mention that matter anymore, and Shueji was a little relaxed. The two added dishes to each other several times. Jingyu sighed, I haven't had a face-to-face meal with people like this for a while. Oh. Shueji stared at him, as if remembering something. Speaking of who you are, I don't know yet. Speaking of this, she couldn't help but feel strange. How did she and him develop into such a degree of face-to-face eating under such ambiguity? Haven't I ever introduced myself? Jingyu froze for a moment, carefully recalled what happened from last night to now, and couldn't help laughing. No wonder the reward order I saw in the afternoon was marked by the anonymous. I thought they were afraid of offending my family. Hey? Do you already know your reward? Shueji surprised, and then sighed and shook his head. You are still like this, there is no sense of tension. That reward promised 12,000 gold, but I don't know now Yan, there are so many desperate people in China who are staring at your reward. What's more terrifying is another promise to mention your head, you can get the name of the first swordsman recognized by Yan. The latter one is that Jingyu hadn't released it yet. He couldn't help laughing after listening. I can be the first swordsman in Yan Kingdom by defeating me. Am I equivalent to the first swordsman in Yan Kingdom now? By the way, who was the one who came to you before? He also felt a weak sword intention from him. You haven't told me who you are. Shueji said word by word. Cough, I'm sorry. Jingyu smiled embarrassingly. Long Jingyu, the young master of the Xiang family in the Chu kingdom. Shueji opened her mouth halfway, then glanced at the black sword again, and said, no wonder you can use that kind of weapon. Have you heard of me? Jingyu wondered, I thought I was only famous in Chu kingdom. When I was born, there was a dragon and a cloud in the sky. Obviously I was the young master of the Xiang family, but I didn't have the surname. At the age of 6, I was able to punch and kill the man-eating tiger, lift 1,000 pounds of copper tripod, and punch the stone to lock your deeds. It's not just me who knows it. Shueji squinted and looked at him. Maybe, there have been books sent directly to Chu kingdom, asking King Chu to hand you over. You mean, they know who I am, but they deliberately did not write the name, in order to prevent someone from fearing the Xiang family and dare not take me. Jingyu frowned slightly, and this is just to pass on the insurance that is added to the book is best to take me first, and it doesn't have to be embarrassing for King Chu. The corners of his lips gradually sneered the arc of sneer. If King Chu is not kind, don't blame me for not being faithful enough. Xueji gave him a strange look, always feeling that he not only did not worry, but also had the illusion of being in the middle. Indeed, this was not Jingyu's intention, but he found a good reason for him. A king who can't protect his subordinates has any reason for his subordinates to follow. Don't say this. Jingyu saw Xueji's expression and changed the subject. You haven't told me who you were before. Xueji Bingxiu was clever and gave him a profound look. He also let go of the topic and stopped talking about it. His name is Gaojian Li, and he is a famous musician from Yan State. Xueji said here and looked at Jingyu strangely. I don't know if he used to be a martial artist. Is it a swordsman? Is it really him? Jingyu nodded to Xueji's words. This man and Jingke were friends in the past. It turns out so. Seeing Xueji agree, Jingyu glanced at her, and suddenly said, he seems to like you. What does it matter to me? Xueji glared at him. You know it again. I like you too. Jingyu stared at her. Xueji stayed for a while, then I don't care. The corner of her mouth made an inconspicuous curvature, blocked by the rice bowl on her lips, so Jingyu didn't see it. No matter, just like it. Jingyu thought. Chapter 19, Whereabouts. In the room of Swag Xueji, the concubine of Thistle in the capital of Yan Kingdom, the two of them had dinner and half an hour passed. Are you going out? Xueji felt that she would not be so surprised when he asked this sentence. With a rustling sound, he didn't know when he had hidden the luggage in her closet. That's when I want to change clothes now, I just took it out and let her see it. It was only a short while from the aristocratic young master's costume that he had previously worn, his dress was much more neat. Moreover, the black is also very suitable for the night outside the window. By the way, he changed clothes in front of her. Although she didn't take off her underwear, Xueji couldn't help but secretly humiliate him. Well, I have some men here, so I have to let them know that I am safe. Speaking of the word safety, he undoubtedly laughed thieves, and Xueji gave him a big eye. His safety is undoubtedly based on her insecurity. However, when he mentioned his men, she still thought of a girl who shouted caution with her that day. How is it? Xueji was a little curious, and it seemed that he hadn't seen the girl again since he walked out of the main entrance. This sudden and unpredictable sentence made Jingyu wonder for a moment, and after thinking about it, she realized who she was talking about. Qing'er has left this Yandu and is heading to Qi State. Qing'er? Xueji chewed the name in her heart and realized that he meant a slightly sour mood. Her own understanding is the envy of the girl who can find a strong dependence, and it has absolutely nothing to do with him. Speaking of it, how did you think of coming to me? Xueji originally wanted to use the word hide. But, just look at the kid in front of him because he changed clothes, lacked some unreal glory, and had more experienced masters. How could she not connect him with hiding? What they insisted on was that they couldn't find him. Jingyu and Xueji's sea blue eyes stared at each other. He knew what she was asking, so he smiled sincerely and replied. I'm here to find you is true, your dance is very good. If you can, I hope you can not only dance for yourself, but also bring me into it. As for coming here, it happens to imply a common sense dangerous places are often the safest places. His dark pupils, like the brightest stars in the night sky, are deep and mysterious. Xueji has the fear of losing herself, but has the urge to moth like fire. Which one accounted for more? She did not know that when she recovered, he had disappeared into the room. She glanced left and right until she saw the dark épée that hadn't been taken away together, and she felt a trace of peace that she had never had before. Immediately, to herself aware of this, she scalded the cheeks that were pink and bloodless. In order to block the rare girl's feelings, she extinguished the candlelight in the room. I came to the window and opened a fan, looking up at the starry night sky, wondering if I was looking for the eyes still circling in my head. At least, entering the northern country of autumn, the cool night breeze reduced her some difficult heat. Jingyu put on the black warrior blouse on the road when he entered Chu from Chu, and jumped out of the window of Sweji's room. When he came, the nearby structure was already known. Now, these are like three-dimensional graphics, in his mind. Release the sound of listening to all things, perceiving what the nearby people are doing, easily avoiding everyone's sight, away from the Fixu pavilion. Tonight is August 16th of the lunar calendar, and the moon in the sky is similar to the full moon. In this martial arts world, Letty rarely dresses in women. She sat at the top of a tiled house, her legs twisted and bent, holding her back together. Two elbows are supported on the knees, and then the cheeks are supported, like a daze in Mochizuki. Suddenly there was a sound of clothing tips from the side, and Reddy looked at him cautiously, then relieved. "Master, you finally came to find someone." The black gauze covered the lower part of her cheeks, and eyes similar to Jingyu showed unabashed joy. She stood up swiftly, came to his side and hugged him into her arms. For Jingyu, Reddy is confident, but as a subordinate and a woman, she can't help but worry. She knows that here, at the age of 8, he is not the strongest. To her regret, only he can use the domineering sex, and neither she nor other members of the maid guards can. He wants to hide, she really can't find him at all. Jingyu hugged her waist, and even if she had a height of 185 centimeters, it was extremely slender here. Even at his age, he could easily hold it and patted her back like comfort. "I'm fine," he said, then smiled. "However, I brought some guests, don't you mind?" When his words fell, a dozen people suddenly appeared silently on the surrounding houses. They are all dressed in warriors, or standing on the eaves to stare at the sky, or sitting on the tiles with a leisurely look, or the unsworded longsword with a serious face. Some people are expressionless. Some are fierce, some are curious to look at, and naturally some people are disdainful. Letty looked around and couldn't help laughing. "Brother, are you naughty again?" OZW.com. In the face of the enemy, she will not carelessly call Jingyu master, so as not to cause associations. As for his plan, she could guess one or two in her heart. He must have deliberately attracted these people to pay attention to himself, and let people know that he is still in Yandu. In order to let the people here speculate the purpose of his sin, and thus think of the rare ore in the black. Jingyu killed Yan Chunjun a little early, and the people who were sent by Letty to find the location of the ore have not yet harvested. However, by doing so, they can expose the position of the ore themselves. Someone will be smart enough to use the ore to lure him. It is not yet known who is the one who actually sets the bureau. Jingyu glared at her, and a hint of mischief really appeared in the latter's eyes. "I heard that a ranger with a black sword has recently appeared in Yan and key areas. I didn't expect it to be such a child." A scruffy man with a bandage on his forehead and lips full of hard steel needles like a beard smiled. Then he said, "What about your black sword? Shouldn't it be forgotten in the womb?" This person's accent is clearly not the dialect of Yanguo, but it is very similar to the local language that Jingyu heard when passing by Chiguo. The words are vulgar, but it doesn't sound like a deliberate insult or teasing, maybe he just said so. On his back was a broad sword with a heavy weight, a bucket-like thick waist in his hands, and a general belly. "Ha ha ha!" Another person standing at 5 steps beside him, with a pair of 8-character whiskers, said, "This dear man, does not seem to come for the 10,000 or 2 gold. I was a little dissatisfied. He went to Chi State in a heroic way. Won't everyone in the world think that I have no one in Chi State?" The fat man had a chin and was full of bullishness. "I found him all the way, I didn't expect him to kill the bird egg called Yan Chunjun. Hey, that's what I want." When he said this, there were a few people who seemed to be Yanguo, with some unhappy faces. Obviously, Yan Chunjun is not good anymore. He is also the uncle of the king of Yan Kingdom, and it can be regarded as a symbol of Yan Kingdom. The Dahan himself was completely unaware, and continued to say, "Don't argue with you, let me play hay first, children over there, go and get your black sword, I will fight you for 300 rounds. Seeing her master as a child, Reddy knew that she should be angry for her master at this time. But, looking at the complex look of embarrassment, helplessness, irritation, and interest in the master's face, she almost didn't laugh. Of course, this is also because she understands that the owner is not really angry. But among the others who were attracted to Jingyu with that big man, some people showed dissatisfaction. Not only is he wanting to start first for Dahan, but also for his words that let Jingyu take the sword. According to the information they got, the black sword is in the hands of this target, but it has quite terrible power. Isn't it right at this time? Jingyu releases Letty, raises a hand to make a fist, and smiles to the big man. If you can beat my fist, I will fetch the sword and fight with you. What? An angry expression appeared on Dahan's face. I don't want to take advantage of you, don't you know what's wrong? Jingyu didn't answer and walked towards the big man. Seeing that he really wanted to start, the big man frowned, while the others looked at each other. Just when he walked 3 meters in front of the big man, someone couldn't help but the first shot was the man with the bazi. However, he was immediately hit by the hand on the tile roof with Reedy grabbing his head. Did you forget the child and my sister? At this moment, under the moonlight, her black hair fluttered in the wind, like a majestic goddess of beauty and power. Someone had already started, and they kicked off the battle. Except Jingyu and the fat man, everyone was blocked by Reddy, and almost all of them wore uniforms. Jingyu didn't watch the battles around, and said to the big man who was surprised because of Reddy's strength, I've arrived here, and I take another step forward. You don't even have the chance to draw a sword. The momentum has already risen, and even surpassed Reddy. However, Dahan felt a little different. He couldn't realize where the problem was, because it was a top-down view. Photographed by Jingyu's pressure, Dahan's hand finally grasped the hilt. Suddenly shouted, like to fight against Jingyu's momentum. He stepped forward to lunge forward. The giant sword is a trick to split Hwashan. There was internal force attached to the sword, which formed an aura, and even made Jingyu feel the weight of the surrounding air become heavier. However, with all his energies, he took a step toward the left at the right moment, and easily escaped the range of his sword. The sword in that big man's hand was not old, but was cut across the way. Jingyu's legs bent, volleyed up, turned over to the big man. At the right distance, he suddenly threw a punch at his head, which actually brought a roaring gang wind. The big man didn't have time to avoid it, and Hung Jian blocked a loud noise. He only felt that a strong force came down from the sword, which almost made him unable to hold the handle of the sword. The arm was tingling, and the right hand holding the sword cracked. That force even passed to his feet, causing him to step out of the roof and fall. Jingyu landed at the breach, condescendingly looking at the big man kneeling down on one knee. "Killer man, you owe me a life, remember," he said, and the constricted eyes of the pupil radiated a cold light that made people unable to move. Reddy stood beside him. "Good brother, other people have solved it, let's go." "Okay." With 2 swishes, the two have left at their respective speeds. This time, Jingyu and Letty did not specifically reveal any traces to attract attention. And where they had just fought, a young man with a handsome face and a cold expression soon came. Chapter 20, Starting Point. Sweji was about to take out some replacement clothes from the closet, and heard the click of the window closing. She turned around and saw that his little body stood facing the window and she forgot to close it. Earlier, there was no disturbance outside, and there was a commotion. A large number of soldiers ran back and forth across the street, as if they were puzzled. Shueji looked at them in her eyes, and when she laughed, she could not help feeling that the soldiers were pitiful. She speculated that some bad boy would tease them like cats and mice. The slightest worry did not know that she flew there, so she decided to do something for herself before he returned. "I just didn't expect that he would come back so soon." Shueji quickly and quietly placed the clothes she had just taken out, which happened to be the most thin tube top on the upper layer, hidden under the neatly stacked blue cover skirt. When I looked up at him again, I saw a strange smile on his young face. Don't even think about Xueji, he must have seen what it was. Puckering her lower lip, her pretty face was slightly warm. At this time, if she went to cover up some weak momentum, she simply snorted without giving him the opportunity to put the pile of clothes into the basket that had been prepared, and then covered it with cloth. Glancing at him curiously, even though she was a little reluctant and deeply vigilant, she still said it under her heart, and she thought it should be better than finding it by himself. She was almost certain that without one telling him, one door, two doors or something, could not block his inquiry. I'm going to take a bath. She said that she had lifted the basket and looked away. If you are tired, you can rest on the bed first and let you tonight. To prevent some uneasy fulfillment, she at this time, it can be said that it really made a major sacrifice to sleep at night, but a great enemy to women. What? She could feel that when he made this surprise, his eyes brightened like a feline smelling fishy. I want to wash too. Under certain circumstances, Xueji thought his thoughts were really good guesses. However, she prefers to guess wrong at the moment. That's right. Xueji's face appeared a little kindly caring, as if the sister looked at his brother's expression. Then you have to wait for a while. The place where the man takes a bath, I'm afraid until the child's time there will always be people going, and you don't want to be discovered? Now you can sleep for a while, and I will wake you up when you get there. Of course she knew his ghost thoughts, but she couldn't follow his thoughts. If you compromise once, there will be a second time this night, but it is very long. Moreover, if he can't stop him for the second time, maybe he will feel that he still shouldn't think too deeply. She was a little thankful that he is only 8 years old now. Even if there is some fancy, the physiological conditions are still not enough. In other words, did he really have to think about that layer? At this point, she suddenly had a little curiosity that she didn't want to admit. What did he say about asking her to be a mother to his children? He is a famous young master of the Xiang family in the 7 kingdoms. When his mind is mature, do he really want her dancing girl to have children for himself? After saying that sentence, Xueji's mind changed a lot, and the expression on her face suffered and suffered without realizing it. For a while, she didn't hear his response before she woke up. This was a little dizzy for no reason. He actually took a set of replacement clothes and stuffed it into her basket. This is how obvious it is to plan. You don't think about it, she blushed. What do you do with such a fierce reaction? He seemed a little innocent. I and my child Qing are also washed together, are you the same age as you? That's not okay. Xueji choked with his first words. Indeed, in the face of an 8-year-old child, she should not need to be as guarded as an adult man. Only, can she really treat him as an 8-year-old? She can't do it. It's better to say that when confronted with him, she often makes her shy and nervous. That's something she had never faced when facing other men. They were only blocked by her smile that turned away thousands of miles away. I'm not used to taking a bath with others. She had to make excuses, which is also true. Unexpectedly, he even looked at her with a "you are pitiful" expression, causing her blood to burst into the brain at once. Why? She's going to be pitiful by his shameless little thief? I just want to wash it by myself, can't it? She seemed angry and glared at him aggressively. Without waiting for his answer, he walked toward the door with a basket. He walked to the door and looked back in surprise. He didn't even want to stop it. She opened the door, and he seemed to rummage for something in the room. She was about to close the door, he still didn't make a click, and the door closed completely, isolating her attention from him. At this point, she is still a little unbelievable. Has he changed his character? OZW.com. Facing the door of her room, Xueji stood in amazement for 3 minutes before walking to the woman's bathing place with doubts. At this time, if it is usual, Only she will go alone. Not only that, the water in the pool is clean, and there are many petals floating on it, which can be regarded as the arrangement and care specially made by Fixuch for her. After making a few turns in the wooden corridor, and then down to the first floor, I came to the woman's bathing place. A sign was hung on the door, and the words Sweji were written in Yangguo. She pushed open the door and walked in, closed the door again, and also deliberately hit the wooden latch inside. At this point, there is no slightest accident, and her heart is at ease. Turning around, there is a sliding door 1 meter away in front. After entering, this is the square space for changing clothes. Shueji also closed the sliding door, and when she was relieved, she took off the basket at the elbow and placed it on the table beside the open wardrobe. I thought, in that case, the kid should really not come? She started last night, first of all on stage performances, followed by cross-examination by officers and soldiers. In the early morning, because Jingyu was in the room, he was not allowed to change clothes. Therefore, she still wears the dance costume to this day. Fortunately, she usually doesn't go out or contact people normally, otherwise she may be found suspicious. Shueji began to untie the straps around her neck, and she had to take off the sliding door of her clothes compartment. She was suddenly pulled open, causing her motion to stiffen. After a while, she turned mechanically to look at the boy waving at her in the middle of the sliding door. Didn't she lock the door? Calculating the time, he came in almost immediately after her. Why was it not found? Along the way, she met several people. No, maybe it's why he is not afraid of being found, a big basket of problems. Shueji can't even ask a word. What she most wants to know now, what should she do? He closed the sliding door and walked in brightly. Sweji's eyes moved with him, watching him come across from her, and even began to loosen her belt. She finally couldn't help but sneered. Long Jingyu, what do you want? She decided that depending on his answer, she would be given 2 treatments. One is her anger. What did he think of her? Is mage able to expose his body to men casually? Another kind of her, she doesn't want to think about it for the time being. Jingyu kept lifting her belt and looked back at her in surprise. You are so weird. She knew he wanted to say that, or was angry because he said that. Just stared at him, waiting for his following. She wanted to see if he could find a good excuse for himself, so that she had no reason to object to his stay. Although, she had a hunch that he was prepared this time, but she thought all the way, there should be no flaws, that's right. Jingyu pointed to the basket brought by Sweji. You took the clothes I want to replace without saying anything, so I can only come here to wash. Sweji's lips opened a few times, and she couldn't say a word. In this way, she can only choose the other and compromise with him. However, she was a little unwilling. What did you find in the room earlier? She asked, and it was because of this that she was distracted. This one. Jingyu took out an elongated 2-finger-wide cloth strip from her arms. Then, close her eyes in front of Shueji, wrap it up again, and fasten it behind her head. In this way, can you feel more at ease? He asked. There was a minute of silence in the room. He was waiting for her answer, but she didn't know how to answer it. It would only be 1 day if I counted the murder he saw last night. In this way, can she trust him enough? I believe he won't tear the piece of cloth, I believe he won't peek at her body Shueji and feel that the problem may not be here. Even if he wrapped the piece of cloth, and really won't pull it, she can safely. And is he soaking in the pool together? What is her relationship with him? Why, she couldn't help asking, her voice turned slightly colder, why is your starting point there? The outsider's ice shell is gradually covering her body. If his answer did not impress her at this time, she would undoubtedly treat him like any other male. Chapter 21, All of him. In a silent atmosphere like confrontation, she has been looking at his face with sharp eyes. Although his eyes were covered, he didn't seem to want to take the cloth. But his expression still couldn't escape her eyes. She also believed that she must be able to see something from that tender face. For a long time, you want to ask, why didn't I give you the opportunity to choose? Jingyu asked. According to his previous practice, it seemed that she was his woman. Not to mention how young he was, so thinking about how serious the ingredients were, this did not give her the opportunity to refuse. Although he is a young master of the aristocratic family, she is just a dancing girl. Is this not a kind of contempt for her? What he showed was a high posture that had completely mastered everything about her. Realizing this, Xueji woke up from the playful dream with him. She is a dancing girl. The beginning of her life is not determined by her, but the end of her life can be chosen by her. If Jingyu didn't do it yesterday, what she would do is to kill Yan Chunjun instead of seeking perfection. Hearing his words, Xueji nodded. 3 seconds later, she realized that he couldn't see, and she couldn't help opening her mouth to give him a positive answer. What she didn't expect was that he even scratched his cheek awkwardly as if he had seen her nod. You may have misunderstood something. He said after thinking for a while, do you know why I am still here with you? Indeed, the most dangerous place is the safest place, but this does not mean that I can't find it. Do you believe that you are in the same safe place? Perhaps to make sure that he could actually see her blindfolded, she nodded again instead of answering aloud. And Jingyu, as if she didn't find anything wrong, went on and said that Xueji finally determined what, so that her blood irresistibly rushed to the temple to form a bulging green bar representing anger. This little thief is a pervert, and he is also a shameless pervert. It was too nasty to want to cheat her by blindfolding in order to peek at her body. In turn, Xueji chuckled again, which virtually eliminated the ice shell she had just formed. I'm stupid enough, I don't realize I'm wearing anything. She thought to herself. What does this represent? If the shrewd little guy didn't pay much attention to her problems and concentrated on other places, there would be no such mistakes. In that case, he wouldn't be able to look at him in a moment. Thinking of this, Xueji was secretly annoyed, but she was less concerned about him. When looking at Xiang Jingyu's small face again, her expression softened a lot, and his words were heard by her more. In retrospect, she really had only one day with him. However, the long embrace of the two of them was not fake. She didn't do it to anyone, but it was her first time. He had reached deep into the warm zone under her snow, and she couldn't really be angry with him again. That's good. Jingyu, who still doesn't know her thoughts, is still responding to her question. I admit that I'm a little irritable to you, but I have no intention of contempt. Because if I get the ore, I'm leaving. Yandu, time is limited for me. So I stay here. I want to get in touch with you as much as possible to make you like me. If it is just what you thought before, if I despise you, completely you don't have to do this, just take it away when you are away. He felt some changes in Xueji's body. However, his domineering knowledge and perception are the signals of the body's life activities, and he cannot listen to people's voices like Yi Ji. Therefore, he thought it was his own words that made her behave like that. Take away? Are you a bandit? Xueji's mouth twitched a few times, and he almost didn't hold back to tease him. You're confident, even thinking that you can make me like you in just a few days. She sneered. However, I think you have fallen in love with me. Jingyu wondered. Is it that I feel wrong? No. Of course, you feel wrong. She retorted immediately and fiercely, as if to hide something. Well, can we take a shower? Was distracted from the conversation casually, should she be able to make her less embarrassed? If the next topic is not bath, if you don't see the ugly arc on the corner of his mouth, Xueji stomped her feet in shame and nowhere to vent. Thinking of it, he seems to be able to see her? Wouldn't she also look at her current performance? Her face was hot. It's okay to take a bath. She felt that when she said this sentence, who seemed to have made it out. Who caused it? She walked up to him angrily, tearing the cloth off his face. Hey! He smiled after a daze. Do you want to be like me? Certainly not. She gave him a white look, untied the cloth and folded it again, and tried again in her own eyes. Then he nodded in satisfaction and said, Look at how you peeked this time. Jingyu didn't know from beginning to end, she even thought he could see through the cloth. Seeing her sorting out the test, she thought carefully that he did not honestly deal with the cloth. She smiled indifferently and accepted her to be fastened again. Okay, you must not pull it off. She asked again. Well, when I can see your body, I will never pull it off. Jingyu replied. Xueji always felt that he answered some questions. However, what she worried about seemed to be included in this question again. Since the body will not be seen by him, so he still cares if he pulls off the cloth to do? If you lose faith with me this time, then I won't believe you anymore. She stayed away from him and came back to the closet opposite. I hope you can do it yourself. OZW.com. The two back to back, she did not see Jingyu smiling silently. The rustling sound came from Jingyu first, and Xueji's heart suddenly became tense. She suddenly realized something, he could not see her, but she could see him. Moreover, even if he couldn't see it, it would be difficult for her to take off her clothes in a place with men. Just thinking about it now, a wave of shame invaded and made her wish she could flee immediately. I'm going first, hurry up, he said, interrupting the escape thought she had just thought of. She almost instinctively glanced at him and swears that it was just curiosity. She can be sure that he should not be able to see this time, so how can he master the direction? Then, she saw his smooth two petals of ass, and was bumping as she moved around. Xueji froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. Not only has the fierce side of killing Yan Chunjun and other people mercilessly, but also the cunning way of dealing with her normally, as well as lascivious expression, serious gesture, considerate tenderness, even clumsy, and then add this bear in front of him. This is him, really him. It turned out that she had been watching him all the time, but thought she was still in the mist. The more she laughed, the more she couldn't stop, and she finally knelt on the floor weakly. Jingyu turned back in surprise. Strangely, is there any problem? He felt that Xueji's life signal was a bit strange. It seems that he has been in the most relaxed state since he saw her, but he doesn't know what caused it. Even if he was arrogant, he wouldn't think she looked at his and fell in love with him. No, there is nothing. She still couldn't help but smile. It's you, give me some shame. She said. She lost a cloth towel and thought it should be enough to wrap him around her too. He only seemed to react, used. He took the cloth towel around his waist and took another step forward to open the sliding door accurately. Wait. Xueji stopped him and asked curiously, how did you find your place? He shouldn't be able to see it, but she tried it. If you look closely, she still owns the system on his head. Jingyu still turned his back to Xueji and said with a smile, this is my secret. I believe in you and would like to tell you, but don't let me down. You're better than the shot index and see my answer. Xueji thought about it, raised her hand without making a sound, and compared two fingers. Left hand, little finger, and index finger. Jingyu replied. Xueji raised his finger again. Add the ring finger of the same hand to form an orchid finger. Jingyu said. Guest Xueji exclaimed, is this also your natural ability? Same as your divine power. You think so now? Jingyu said, this is a perception. I didn't see that others didn't know that I had. He emphasized and walked into the internal bathing space. Xueji, who stayed in the locker room, looked at the sliding door that hadn't been closed, and the corner of her mouth pulled out in an arc. At this moment, she is indeed very relaxed and very happy. Soon after, she walked in with a white cloth towel enough to cover her chest to hips. Jingyu, who was showering with her back to her, beckoned and said, "After a while, if you wipe my back for me, I will do it for you." Sweji flinched instinctively. "No, is it okay not to do this? Wipe your back is a kind of trust." Jingyu said, "You don't have a person who can wipe your back for you, so." Sweji thinks back, does that mean the poor look he gave her? Then I am not pitiful after today. She gradually understood why he must take a bath with her, relaxed the strength of his shoulders, and walked towards him with a light smile. "You will be happy in the future." Chapter 22, After all, is it emotional or emotional? As he said, wiping back is a kind of trust. At the beginning, when she untied the cloth towel around her body and exposed her entire back to face him, she really wanted to cover her hands, especially his small hands, and touched her skin through a white cloth. This idea reached its highest point. However, the reversal began from this point. He touched gently like she was more careful than her, letting her feel his presence, but quickly leaving without causing her psychological and physical burden. Immediately after she calmed down, she gently touched her satiny back again and again 10 times. She did not know how patient he was, but she felt his thoughtfulness. Finally, she was able to fully adapt. "Don't you often wipe someone's back?" After he stopped, Shueji finally couldn't help asking a very stupid question. "Joke." Jingyu gave her a white look. "You should feel lucky. What is his identity?" More women are usually rushing to wipe his back, and even in life, he is like an emperor who puts his hands out to open his mouth. Fortunately, he was not born as an arrogant person, otherwise, after living in that kind of day, his temper will surely nourish him. Sweji spit out her little tongue. Seeing that he was being steamed in the bathroom, in the wiping back, there was already sweat on his forehead, and he couldn't help pulling him over to shower. It happened that the ground was slippery and Jingyu didn't stand firm and ran into her arms. After coming out of the bath and back to her room, the two slept on a bed. It seemed to be natural, he was going to lie down, and she didn't stop her. He sleeps fast, almost sticking to the bed. And while she gently followed his hair in her arms, she was thinking, maybe it would be nice to wait for her husband to grow up. He is only 8 years old, and they have at least 4 years to develop feelings. This night, it was destined not to be calm. Because Jingyu appeared again in Yandu, and also defeated dozens of masters with a woman, which attracted Yan Wang to summon all the ministers to discuss the countermeasures. This is not just a question of Yan Chunjun being killed. If such arrogant enemies cannot be eradicated as soon as possible, it is the face of the entire Yan kingdom, and they must be ignored. It was also tonight that someone finally proposed to use the piece of ore collected by Yan Chunjun as a bait to catch Jingyu, a big fish from Chu. But where is Yan Chunjun's collection? The search team was dispatched to Yan Chunjun's mansion that night. Among these people, one of the people in charge was replaced by Reddy without knowing it. As soon as the ore appeared, she would try to take it. On the other side, after almost 12 hours, what happened here in Yan Kingdom has been passed on by detailed works dispatched by various countries. Qi Wang, who first received the news, mocked Yan Wang and decided to continue to pay attention. OZW.com. The second Chu king who got the news immediately knew that it was the young master of the Xiang clan. After careful consideration, he summoned several ministers who had some strategies and had a bad relationship with the Xiang family for various unremarkable reasons. It was King Qin who finally got the news, and what he was most interested in was not who killed who, but whether the piece of ore could really create a magic weapon. He had already revised a book on the day he received the message and sent it to Yan Guo. This is not a sympathy or inquiries, but a request to have King Yan obediently send him the ore. Yan Guo secretly sent an envoy to Chu, and took a horse-drawn carriage to drive through the day. He had already left the country and entered Qi. The state of Yan and the state of Chu happened to sandwich the state of Qi between the north and the south, so the state of Qi has always not allowed the two countries to have close contacts. In order to avoid the attention of Qi, the envoys routinely performed some disguise. After them, someone chased them along their trail, and it was Jingyu who explained the sky sent by Reddy. When Jingyu woke up in the early morning of the second day, he even thought it was in Chu's home. The softness of the face feels so similar to that of Ching'er, but the taste is slightly different. It's just that he slept sleepily, but this was not carefully distinguished. Ching'er, how long has it been? He asked, cheeks rubbing the softness on his cheek habitually. Ching'er is not there, Shue'er has won. Shueji quipped, get up quickly, you slacker. She clearly slept later than he did, but woke up early. Jingyu's mind cleared, and her eyes widened. She noticed her smile and couldn't help laughing. Fortunately, it's not a dream, and you don't regret it. Why should I repent? Shueji pushed him away and sat up. Are you expecting me to repent? Well, Jingyu seemed to think for a while. When she saw her, she suddenly called her, Shue'er. She didn't feel anything when she claimed that she was called out by him at this time, but she was impatient and shy. Do you want to stop him from calling her like this? Look at him at this moment as if waiting here, if she is so, she hasn't been teased by him. Shueji's eyes rolled around and finally laughed again. Remember, when you're in front of someone, don't call me like this. I'll be embarrassed. She said. So, what do you call you then? Jingyu asked curiously. Snow Girl, you can call me like this, she said. Chapter 23, Replacement of the National Book, Xuenu's Past. Tuk tuk, tuk tuk, tuk tuk, a series of horseshoe sounds, occasionally interspersed with axle shafts seemingly unbearable grunts, dozens of guards with unsheathed bronze long swords riding on fast horses, they seemed loose tightly guarding a double horse-drawn carriage in the middle. Ouch! The carriage seemed to stumble because of a bump on the road surface, and the car wheel landed a few centimeters away from the ground before landing on the ground as the carriage progressed. But this time, the people in the car suffered a lot of sins. Unprepared, he was sitting at the center of the body and slanted backwards. His head was in contact with the wooden pillar of the carriage, which made him cry. You and I are also emperors of a country, why do you treat me like this? He rubbed his head, lowered his body and climbed to the entrance of the carriage, opened the corner of the curtain and shouted to the outside of the car, Park, hurry, give me parking. The identity of the chaser can't be the master, so he has to look at someone in the night. The man has short beards under his jaws and is about 30 years old. He followed the car on horseback, frowning without any trace of it, and clenching fists at the man in the car. Sir, don't stop. He pointed to the surroundings. Here are mountains and dense forests, and there are more than 10 miles without people. It is the buffer between Qi and Chu for fighting wars. The ground is so uneven. There is no rest. This is the reason. It is also heard that there are often robbers who hijack the road. Usually, the outdated business travels are all accompanied by partners, and these gangsters can be deterred by many people. For the sake of safety, we should pass as soon as possible. There were indeed a lot of gangsters here, but he did not know that Jingyu killed a clean one last time. The man in the car was just a literate man who rarely suffered, and his heart shivered when he heard the word gangster. After a few hesitations, he snorted and dropped the car curtain. The knight knew that this man must have been upset, and could not help but said outside the car, Adult, we have already passed halfway, and then we will go to Chu for another period. At that time, the subordinates will be responsible for making boiled wine for adults. The person who is an official is the one who most hopes that others can respect themselves, regardless of whether the official is big or small. The man in the car heard this sentence, and the expression on his face relaxed a bit. Just wanted to say the last sentence, then the mouth opened halfway, and the car screamed at the tip of his tongue. His scream was mixed with the scream of someone outside the car. He didn't hear it at first, and his eyes were startled round in surprise until the second scream. Is there really a robbery? He thought to himself. There were occasional screams outside the car, as well as the shouting of guards and the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. He hid in the car, covering his mouth tightly, and dared not move for a long time. After about 10 breaths in this way, the outside of the car calmly quietly. There are only occasional bird calls and the snorting of horses in the forest. He had sweat on his forehead like never before, but it was extremely cold. Without scrubbing, he reached out tremblingly to lift the curtain. Through the gap, I saw a woman wearing blue gold-plated leather armor more than 10 steps away from the car. She stood with her back to the carriage, her long brown hair tied into a ponytail above her head. The hair tips that reached the waist were blown by the mountain breeze, swinging between them, revealing the red scarf around the neck. A drop of sweat slipped into his eyes. He blinked, and suddenly he noticed that the woman was clearly standing in front of him. He wanted to scream to vent his fear, and wanted to beg, but after opening his mouth, he found that his throat was a little windy. He touched it with his hands, and when he looked at it, he clearly saw blood red. After a few clicks, he fell on the carriage unwillingly, tearing the curtain completely. The woman's figure left the carriage like a teleport and returned to its original position. With swishing counts, dozens of men in black appeared around, all kneeling on one knee. Which should be the first one to hold a fist? See Lord Moji. Have you sent her? The woman asked without looking back. She has told you how to do it. Yes. The leader took an object out of his arms and looked like a scroll. From the magnificent level, it was clearly a palace object. Adult Jianmeng confessed to me as the emissary of the Yan kingdom, and sent this object to King Chu. Well, do it. After the woman said this, she disappeared silently in front of everyone. The man in black took another 3 breaths to get up, and after raising his hand, everyone behind him also stood up. Then, taking off the black clothes very neatly, it was replaced with ordinary business travel guards. They each walked in front of one person, and after looking at each other's face, Fang took off the black turban covered on his face, which was already the appearance of the person who died at their feet. Soon afterwards, an envoy of the Yan state was welcomed at the border of Chu. In the snow palace of the concubine of the capital of Yanguo, in the room of Xuenu. Jingyu closed his eyes with his knees crossed, his shoulders drooping naturally, and his hands were resting on his knees. Not far from him, there was a mat on the wooden floor. Xueji is like doing yoga, stretching her body on it. She also has homework to do every day, martial arts and dancing, both of which are born without practice. When the body is sufficiently soft and the blood flow rate is slightly accelerated, some healthy pink has appeared on Xuenian's face. She got up and took the mat, and only then began today's main play, which was a dance with the mood and the dance she learned. Jingyu opened her eyes and just looked at her with a pair of amorous eyes. Both men are one jaws, and they laugh when they know each other. Snow Maiden's dance is a performance. In the past, she only danced for herself. That's how her eyes behaved, and she never looked at anyone. But now it is different, she will always fix his sight on him. The dance that itself lifted her charm to the limit. It really felt like he was going to hook his soul. OZW.com. Xuer, you are really the most beautiful woman I have seen in this world so far. Jingyu exclaimed at the end of the Xuenu dance. Xuenu laughed, walked to him, and kissed his nose intimately. How many women have you ever seen? Jingyu grabbed her hand, pulled her to sit down by the bed, and wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead with the cuff. I heard you have a stunt Lingbo Fiyan. He only said here, and she felt her expression different, so she stopped and held her hand tightly. Xuenu smiled silently. Although he was young and small, she still leaned on his shoulder. He closed his eyes for a moment, after sorting out some memories, he said. Lingbo Fiyan is a dance of death. I killed 2 people before I showed it to people for the first time. Her eyes flashed and smiled at Jingyu, so, do you still want to see it? Jingyu shook her head and said, when there was a trace of disappointment in Xuenu's eyes, I hope that it is up to you to decide whether you want to show me or not. Do you understand? If the dance carried a past that she didn't want to remember, his tough demands only caused her pain. Only when she came out bravely and faced up bravely would he look at her dance with peace of mind. This man is a different snow maiden and can feel this from the hands that he holds. He was very similar to her, and he could not feel his warmth without turning away the mist covering him. Once wrapped in his warmth, it was as comfortable as bathing in the brightest sunlight. There is a story about me, do you want to hear it? She asked. Your voice is so beautiful, I naturally want to listen to you more. He smiled. It's so urinating and lip smoothing, I don't know who I learned from. She gave him a white glance, and her voice turned long. Snow Girl was adopted by Zhao Guo, a famous dancer. At the age of 13, she was famous for Zhao Guo by a song by Xuet. At that time, she was only playing the music for the dancing girl. As she grew older, her appearance became more and more outstanding, and some people got up with her ideas. There were often posts that invited her to perform in the house. In Nailfang, I still have some good sisters. They are older and I have also contacted a lot of noble doctors. Xuanyu said, I don't know if these people are good or bad, so I asked them. As a result, I heard a lot of rumored rumors. I was afraid, and since I refused all those invitations, I offended almost all the dignitaries of Zhao State at that time. Xuanyu does not regret this. She likes to play flute and dance, not necessarily to whom. But by accident, overhearing the conversations of the sisters turned out to be the situation that caused the Snow Maiden on purpose. This will happen because of jealousy. If the Snow Maiden is just a normal dancer, they will also be regarded as sisters. She suddenly became famous and became their enemy. After the Snow Maiden, naturally no longer with these women. In the music square, it is also more and more lonely and has fewer contacts. At first she was uncomfortable, so she practiced flute and dance skills with all her heart. Ling Bo Fian was trained during this period, and it was during this period of time that the snow could make the sky drift. At the age of 15, the dancing girl who raised the Snow Girl once received an invitation but was unable to go due to illness. She asked Xuanyu to take her place, and Xuanyu could not bear her pleading, so she agreed. I didn't know it was a trap at the time. Xuanyu's face was a little angry, and Jingyu's hand was tighter. I've always regarded her as a mother. Xuanyu learned afterwards that her adoptive mother was also jealous of her growth. Conspired with the nobleman who had long hated her and tricked her into the nobleman's house. Then, did you use Ling Bo Fian at that time? Jingyu asked. Well. Xuanyu nodded. I was reminded on the road that I knew for the first time that Ling Bo Fian had such a powerful killing power. There was a hint of complexity on her face, apparently the first time she killed. Memory emerged. Remind. Jingyu frowned, what reminder? It stands to reason that sending the demon moon to enter early is to ensure the safety of these women. Think about it, Snow Girl can still be safe for so long after offending the nobles of the entire Zhao state, she can speculate that there is a secret intervention. But how could this time be just a reminder, not a direct rescue? It was a pretty woman named Honglian who quietly told me on the road. Xuanyu said after she adjusted her emotions. Red Lotus. Jingyu flipped through her memory and found no information about her. She temporarily put it down and said, since then, have you no longer trusted the people around you? Almost. There was a pitiful grin on Xuanyu's face. Even the person I think is closest can kill me for that reason. What else is impossible? Chapter 24, Damn Bad Habit. In a house in Yangguo City. It turned out to be her. Jingyu's face appeared weird and surprised. Earlier, when Xuanyu mentioned the name of Red Lotus, he suspected that the woman was intentionally inducing Xuanyu to use Lingbo Fiyan to kill. He can't remember who Honglian represents, but he can be sure that she must also be a celestial being. If this were not the case, it would be impossible for heaven to ignore it. So, at night, he asked Reddy to ask about the woman named Hong Lian. Unexpectedly, Reddy told her that Gurren was another woman he desperately wanted Killian. Reddy looked at him differently, but didn't know what happened, so she asked, why did the master suddenly ask her? She is a beautiful snake in the end. Jingyu knows Killian's character, shaking her head with a smile. I'm a little curious, how do you allow her to protect Shwetter secretly? Hey! Letty was surprised. We never told her about Miss Snow Maiden. Master, did she have contact with Miss Snow Maiden? Jingyu nodded and told Reddy what Xuenu said in the afternoon. After thinking about the latter, he guessed. She should think of what happened to her, and use her authority and fire charm to do something. The demon moon dispatched by Jingyu has obtained information about this world from him. Knowing that Qi Lian was the person he wanted, she gave her a high status within the organization. It's only possible to think about it. Jingyu nodded and couldn't help smiling. However, if she didn't, I wouldn't be interested in her. Master, do you need to give her some warning? Letty thought for a while, maybe she will be so capricious next time. No, don't worry about her, and don't tell her my current status. Not only that, but also give her enough free authority. Whatever she wants, let her do what I want, and I want the original one. Jingyu's eyes narrowed, radiating a fascinating and lustrous light. Reddy, don't you think that such a woman would feel good to conquer in person? Imagine her. The host is really, people can't feel it. Letty blushed slightly, interrupting his words with a twist. Jingyu coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. Oh, should the ore have already been found? Hearing mentioning this, Letty's face turned serious. Yes, I can take it away at any time now. But, Master, I'm going to take it a few days later. Oh. Jingyu glanced at her. Tell me about it. Not long ago, there was news from Qin's side. Ying Zheng sent a letter to Yan Wang. Tianji had already figured out a way to learn the content. Reddy's face was a little bit proud. Then the ore has something to do with it. First let the King Yan agree to give it to Ying Zheng, and then we take the ore away, so that Ying Zheng thinks he's being played by Yan Wang. Do you want to give him a reason to send Yang Guo? Jingyu took over for her. Yes. Letty walked back and forth in front of Jingyu. As far as I know, Qin destroys the 6 kingdoms. This is the general trend. Now, the only difference is the order in which troops are sent out. After the envoys sent by Yan Guo, should they always be allowed to have effect? OZW.com. Jingyu touched his chin and thought, nodded in agreement, then add some fire and let people spread the news that the King of Yan is planning to build his own sword of refining in Qin. The careful work of the country will not fail to report it to the winning government. It doesn't matter how Ying Zheng thinks, what matters is how he thinks others think about it. Yes. Letty responded. When are you going to leave Yandu? Master, our little sister Qing'er who is still waiting at the border between Qi and Yan, but can't wait. Qing'er? I haven't seen you in a few days. I miss her. I think she's he. Letty. Unbutton your shirt now, and I miss you there too. Hey? Lord, Master, you are dead. Fig's Snow Maiden room. After he went out, she still opened a window and sat on her knees and looked at the sky. It rained today, and for a whole day, it has not stopped until now. Pale, she was a little cold in the air. She was not familiar with this country, but she still heard him talk about it by accident, and it was real autumn after the rain. He should have gone to see his subordinates again today. She was actually curious how many people he had arranged here. Several days have passed since the killing of Yan Chunjun. The news that the royal family was looking for the ore did not know how to leak it out, and the world has already spread it because of it. Some people say that it is an extraterrestrial meteorite that can surpass the top 10 weapons in the world. Others say it is a magic stone, and it can get magical powers. Others think it is related to incredible treasures. Xuanu knew from Jingyu that Yan Taiza got that piece of ore. In fact, it was an accident. In a pile of burning iron ore, the others are melted into molten iron, but it is difficult to melt at any high temperature. The craftsman of Zulian felt a little strange and reported it to Prince Dan. As a result, it was gradually known the value. It's just that its melting point is too high, and the skilled craftsmen under Crown Prince Yan have not yet found a way to melt it. Afterwards, it was because Yan Wangzi wanted to give Prince Tai's head to King Qin. He had to take his wife and children to escape, causing the ore to fall into the hands of Yan Chunjun. The people of Yan Chunjun still haven't found a way to melt it, and they can't refine their weapons. Who will be attracted by the void promise to sell his life? Xuanu was a little curious, and the ore that could not be smelted by a Yan state at Nuda, what does Jingyu want it to do? Has he found a way to smelt it? When she asked Jingyu this way, he smiled mysteriously and said, "It's just another black ore that can be easily smelted. Of course, it takes more time. It seems that it takes more than 49 days to continuously heat up at high temperature." Reminiscent of his slightly proud expression, the soft light flashed in Xuanu's eyes. "I don't know how young he was, but where did I know all these things? So are mines, swords, and women." This last point made her blush. There was another cool breeze outside the window that made her tremble with her arms. Indeed, it is time to get cold, it is time to add clothes. She stood up. What she had to do was not to close the windows that were still in the wind, but to go for a tool. At this moment, Afterglow in the corner of the eye saw a shadow flash, and a person was already standing on the window sill. The rain drenched his black hair. When she saw her, he smiled innocently. Chapter 25, Malay People. My God! This is not the first time I have been to and from Yan, but this is the first time I have seen such a battle. Before approaching, the slender thief planted a pergola and looked towards the gate of the city a few tens of meters away. This action is not his exaggeration, but to see the situation inside the gate. Today, at the gate of the city, which is 5 meters wide, the number of guards is 4 times greater than what he has seen in the past. This is just the situation outside the city. The inner Urn city does not yet know how many soldiers are hoarded. Those who walked from the outside to the inside did not encounter much investigation when looking at the situation in front of them. For those who came out, there would be 2 officers holding a portrait of the interrogator. First measure the body shape and gender, and then compare the appearance if suspicious. And it was repeated several times, which led to the people who stayed out of the city gradually staying behind, and a longer and longer team was discharged backwards. It was this team that was ranked in the urn behind the city gate. It seems that the kid you praised several times in the mouth has not been caught. On his left, a skinny old man with white hair, eyebrows, and beards, struck 3 inches under his jaw. Su said lightly. I knew he was very powerful. The thieves raised their chests and drew their hands. At that time, he punched the tiger with a punch, but when I saw it with my own eyes, now I look back, he shows a greater momentum than before. The hammer is frightening. His last sentence seemed to be intentional, and he looked at the thin old man's left side while speaking. Seeing the skinny old man glared at him, he shrugged. On the left side of the skinny old man, there is clearly a tall man who surpasses the average person a lot. Even in this autumn, his upper body was still naked, and there were only 2 belts that crossed his shoulders, taut on the tough, muscular body. Carrying a big hammer with an iron chain on his back, his steps are heavy, just like the expression on his face. It's not that I didn't hear the words of thieves. If I always encounter such a situation, I must arguing for a few rounds. In strength, he can't admit that he will lose to the kid who has no hair, but he is not in this mood at the moment. Yanguo used to be the land where he swears to guard as a soldier. It was not that he abandoned this country, but that the country abandoned him and his brothers who had already died in that war. The 3 of them came to the gate in silence, just about to enter, but were blocked by a junior officer. The robber and the thin old man glanced at each other, both showing a puzzled look. The officer looked at them for a while, especially his eyes stayed on the hammer. Just when the two men guessed whether the identity of the big hammer was exposed, the officer asked with a squint. "Middleman. Stealing for a while, dare to ask this big brother, any questions?" he asked with a fist clenched. "It's nothing, just tell you, don't cause trouble in the city." The officer gave his way to the side, "Go in." The stolen heart relieved and walked forward with the skinny old man. However, the big hammer looked at the officer in a daze, still standing in the distance. Others are tall, and Xiang Zhuang is incomparable, which really brings a lot of pressure to the officer. Horrified that he took a step back and even put his hand on the hilt. What do you want to do?" he asked cowardly, holding the sword did not add much courage to him. The thief planted his eyes fast and returned to the big hammer in an instant, pulling him forward. "Hey, my brother is a little silly, don't mind the big brother." During the talk, they had caught up with the skinny old man in front. Walking out of the city gate cave and entering the Urn City, I saw a large number of soldiers lined up. And above that city wall, there are clearly bows and arrows holding bows in preparation for contingency. The three of them walked out of the urn all the time and really entered the city before they started talking again. Of course, it was between the robber and the skinny old man. "Oh, I didn't expect that Yan's army seems to have the same appearance." The tone of robbery was a bit ridiculous. "I said the big hammer, you were originally." "Okay, Xiaopao, stop stimulating him." The thin old man interrupted him. The thieves spread their hands. "I just don't understand, if he would be like this, why would he recommend himself?" Pirates looked at the skinny old man's gaze with a bit of grudge. "Don't look at him as a humble old man in plain old clothes, but he is a famous sword-making master with the reputation of sword lord. Forged in the hands are the magic weapons that swordsmen dream of. In this way, he has a strong desire to forge a magic weapon of Yuanhong that surpassed the second place of the 10 famous swords. So, once he heard that there was a magical ore capable of casting weapons, he couldn't sit still. Thieves was also very curious about the ore. He has the title of King of Thieves, and there is nothing he can't steal. This time I was planning to come alone, but was summoned by his head boss giant and had to come with the old man. The other brothers who were originally guarded by the old man were replaced by the big man of the three. In this way, the robbery could have come to Yandu earlier, and it dragged on to today. The old man probably saw the idea of robbery, his face was embarrassed, and he coughed and said in a low voice, "Isn't the giant confessed that we are going to contact someone? Go to a hotel to stay first. To excuse yourself." The latter sentence is changing the subject. The robber saw this, and did not force him to look around. "I didn't expect that the Yandu city gates were so rigorously inspected, and the city was quite ordinary and not the same." OZW.com. He seemed to see what happened, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes followed a group of 4. The 4 people seemed to be unaware, and they looked around as they walked. When meeting the other 4 people coming oncoming, one of the 2 people nodded slightly to judge with the experience of robbery. These people are clearly soldiers posing, and not only these 2 groups. In addition, how can there be so many people in the rivers and lakes here? The old man, with his beard, frowned. Can it all come for the ore? This is indeed the case. Because Jingyu was so troubled, that piece of ore became more famous when the world could not figure out how to use it. A group of warriors and soldiers from all over the country and various countries flooded into Yan, as well as the famous swordsmiths, so that the rulers of Yan who were aware of this situation could not help getting nervous and headed towards Yandu. A group of troops was transferred. Swordsmen from all over the world have many suspicions, and fierce battles often happen. And there are martial law in the city. Every time there is fighting, it will alarm a large number of soldiers on patrol. The fighting is often terminated, and the people in the rivers and lakes use slight skills to come and go, but it makes the soldiers who are always empty. Over time, they also learned fine, resolutely no longer rushed to the incident location. The subordinate officer at the gate of the city saw a headache when seeing the people in the rivers and lakes, and could only do what he told. As for the soldiers posing as civilians on the street, it is because of another thing. Pirates walked along the main street. This street has a width that can accommodate 2 carriages smoothly. Most of the houses on both sides are 2-story buildings, and the roof is covered with cornice tiles. Some banners are marked with Yangguo characters, liquor, inns, medicines, and groceries at a glance. In front of these buildings, there are some street shops selling jewelry, fruits, meat, vegetables, barbecue snacks, and so on. There are many people and it is very lively. Except for more people carrying swords and weapons, it seems no different. I see, this one is fine. The old man pointed to an inn and said that it didn't matter if he robbed, but the big man was absent-minded. At this moment, 2 teams of Yangguo soldiers poured in from both ends of the street. In the noise, all the people on the street were rushed to the sides of the road, revealing the broad and smooth bluestone road in the middle. The actions of the 3 thieves walking into the shop's door stopped temporarily, and they turned around and watched suspiciously. From the direction of the city gate cave, neat footsteps were heard. A banner greeted the wind and clearly wrote the word Qin. Look at the soldiers and horses underneath, in black clothes and black armor. The majestic momentum seems to have surpassed the soldiers of the Yan kingdom. Moreover, the faces wearing a greasy iron mask, which adds to their horror. Is this the famous heavy armor of the Qin kingdom? Someone in the crowd sighed from time to time. The soldiers of the Qin kingdom were squinting, following the road opened by the soldiers of the Yan kingdom, advancing in an unhurried manner, escorting a carriage in the middle of the team. A sign was clearly hung on it. The Fuja of the messenger. What does Qin Guo send his envoy to do at this time? Pirates asked, whispering. The old man shook his head, and the big man really saw the enemy, and his eyes were red. Big hammer, don't mess with Su Fuzi. Pirate reminded. I know. Dahan replied, but the big iron fist of the casserole was squeaky. Pirate sighed his head, but shook his head suddenly, as if he saw something very surprised. His eyes were stunned, his mouth half open. And he wanted to make a sound, blocked in the throat again. One hand raised what seemed to be pointing, and the other hand quickly caught it when it was halfway up. Call. With a long breath, he blinked his eyes and determined that he must have read it correctly. Across the street more than 5 meters wide, standing just behind a Yangguo soldier who was close to blocking the crowd, it was clearly the child he had seen 2 years ago. He grew up a little bit, but his appearance did not change. What I have to say is that it is more childish and cute, and now it is a little handsome. It was not the sight of him again, but the sight of him here that made the robbery almost disappointed. Obediently, he just wrapped a headscarf to cover all his hair, and he dared to take to the streets while the city was hunting him. Moreover, right behind him, there were clearly 4 Yangguo soldiers in disguise. He seemed to be unaware, and was eating some bamboo sticks with some smoked meat. After eating, the bamboo stick was thrown back casually, and it was clearly thrown at the foot of a disguised soldier. Look at him again, take another one from the other hand and continue to eat the original hand, there is still one. Thieves caressed his forehead. This world is bolder than I am, but it's rare. If he weren't a master, I really wanted to accept him as an apprentice. He might not be able to surpass me in the future and become the new king of thieves. The envoys of Qin state had already passed, the soldiers of Yan state also lined up to withdraw, and the soldiers in disguise also quietly withdrew. Jingyu felt that there was nothing to look at, turned around and walked into the crowd. Thieves found him, and he naturally noticed the change in the other person's expression. Then, I saw the tall muscle man. He still has some impressions of such obvious characteristics. It is clearly one of the big hammers of the Mahist leader. Recognizing one, the other 2 are not difficult to guess. The purpose of the robbery and Su Fuzi coming here, then he also judged. Su Fuse's sword-making skills are unmatched in this era. Should I simply hand over my new weapon to him for casting? Jingyu thought while walking. Chapter 26, The Promise with Xuenu. This gives me a little so many are enough. Jingyu took out a knife coin and gave it to the shopkeeper of the stall. He took a piece of reddish-brown pottery with some food in his hands. From the materials that the shopkeeper put on the stall, it should be a pig leather. But after eating it, he couldn't see the pig skin at all. He took a piece of chopsticks and put it in his mouth to chew, nodded in satisfaction, and then threw a knife coin, and took the pottery dish to another house. Just like this, he would eat it all in this time. Half a street. Not every food will satisfy him, but every food he needs a little. Taste a small bite, take a few more bites if it is delicious, and leave the house if it is not good. He picked those inconspicuous snacks, but instead of ordinary foods such as roast chicken and roast duck, even if they were well done, they would not even look at them. Compared with the maid guards and Chinger, the craftsmanship of these people is far worse. Food is not lacking in his life. For him, this rare snack in Qin's time is an occasional change of taste, which is not bad. Receiving a small dish of food from a street vendor again, Jingyu just turned around and saw a beautiful-looking 17-year-old girl standing behind her. "Brother, you can let my sister find it," she said, taking out a scarf handkerchief and wiping the food scraps around his mouth with a little spoil. Seeing such embarrassment, Jingyu was a little embarrassed. "Xuer, how come you are here and dress like this again?" The girl nodded his forehead. "How can you call your sister's name directly if your baby is not good?" Her voice really revealed a little bit of lasciviousness, not to mention crisp and sweet, and the flawless purity in it made the bones of the listener weigh a few pounds. Waiting for Jingyu to react, he took his hand away from the stall and walked to a place on the street where there were fewer people. When he turned around twice, it was hard to hide the smile on his face. Like a model, she showed herself a little now. "Baby, look, your eyes are straight. Do you think your sister is beautiful?" A pair of bright almond-like eyes, as if they could speak, white snow-like hair magically changed to brown, and the combed bun made her look ordinary, but also younger. The skin was not as usual as bright as white, revealing a healthy pink. The only constants are the delicate nose and the pink playful lips. She was not wearing the usual dance costumes. A light blue printed slanted cardigan, tied with a belt, the hem almost overlapped with the straight skirt of the same color below, but enveloped the upper part of the skirt. The skirt hem covered the bare feet, showing a little restraint. "I didn't look straight." Jingyu gave her a white look. "And, I want you to give me a baby, not to be your baby. Go to you." Xuenu's appearance changed slightly, but the attitude of her young daughter, who was also happy, did not change. Jingyu tilted her lips. "You haven't said, how come you think of it like this?" asked again. "People want to go shopping with you. It's more convenient." She blinked at Jingyu naughtily and stepped forward to catch his free arm in her arms. "I didn't expect some unexpected gains. I feel so happy to see a boyish childish side of him." This is how she dresses up, and the people who walked out of the Fixu pavilion brightly and well know this too. Jingyu hides the snack with the other hand behind him, but he can't explain it. For Xuenu, the novelty can undoubtedly be explained in connection with the childishness, but it is like covering up. Xuenu looked this in her eyes, her heart was funny, and she extended a finger toward the other side of the street. "Okay, my sister takes the baby to eat the remaining half of the street." Listening to her calling her baby again, Jingyu's forehead jumped out of a blue muscle, but there was no hair on this street to rectify her, so she muttered. "Beware that you are fat and can't dance." "Hate." At the corner of the house on the foot of the street, the robbery scratched his head inexplicably. "It's weird, do I admit the wrong person?" The kid in front looked like an ordinary child. There is nothing special about it except for its beautiful appearance. Compared with the might of fighting tigers that I saw in the forest that day, there was no slight connection to the laziness of drinking. Coupled with the later girl, the two were like a true intimate sister. Laughter, playfulness, feeding each other, or grabbing the food that the other party wants to send to the mouth, and then chasing the thieves. Maybe you should leave? In this way, some elephants are peeping. Although he was a thief, he never reached the point where he was willing to fall. However, just as he turned around and wanted to leave, the afterglow of his eyes only saw the white, dark-skinned, wide-sleeved, long-sleeved costume of a swordman standing at another corner across the street. If this is the case, thieves will only cut in their hearts and add a small white face. However, the direction the man was looking at this time was clearly the two siblings he had just looked at. Thieves reached out and touched his chin, revealing a trace of interest. Jingyu and Xuanyu were really fooling around. One seemed to have recovered some childhood, and the other experienced ordinary happiness for the first time. Nearly noon, the two had already eaten enough and sat under the poplars that flowed by a river in the city. Snuggling with each other and watching a fish popping out of the clear river occasionally, Xuanyu asked. You said, will there be such days in the future? OZW.com Yes, but it will be different. Jingyu replied. Hey! Xuanyu didn't seem to understand. I will grow up, and I will be taller than you in the future. We will come back again, and they will be real couples, not sisters in the eyes of others. Jingyu took her hand and kissed her lips with affection. Xuanyu glanced down on both sides, and she was relieved to see no one noticed. First he gave him a white look and sighed again. Do you have to wait that long? Jingyu smiled. I'm talking about the future, not the middle. Not only that, but in the longer future, we can also take children to play on this street together. I want you to realize what a woman deserves life. I want to make you happy, Xuer. I can do it, believe me. Something uncontrollably appeared in Xuanyu's eyes. She bit her lips gently with her teeth, restraining the strong emotion. She felt like she wanted to kiss him at this moment, just as he did to her at night. Smelly little thief, actually said something nice to earn my tears. She sniffed her nose and gently wiped the corners of her eyes with the back of her hand. He threw a smile and thumped his chest, which was still immature, and pulled him over again, embracing the gesture in his arms as if caring for her greatest baby. On a bridge a little further away, looking at this, the young man's face appeared somewhat sad. With a sigh, he turned and walked in the opposite direction to the two siblings. Behind him, the rogue standing in the place where he had stood before, also glanced at Jingyu and the two of them. He didn't know what he thought of and snickered, instead he kept up with the man. Jingyu and Xuanyu played for another half an afternoon. Returning to the nearby Fixu pavilion together, the two talents temporarily separated Xuanyu from the main entrance, and Jingyu surprised him from the window. Today, there are many soldiers near this Fixu pavilion. However, it did not affect his entry into the Fixu pavilion. Xuanyu deliberately left a window for him. However, Jingyu waited for a quarter of an hour in the room before Xuanyu entered the door. The light smile on her face disappeared this day, but she was a little annoyed and angry. After she closed the door, Jingyu asked, "What's wrong with you?" He came to her and took her hand. Xuanyu pursed her lips and hugged him into her arms. "Take me away, I don't want to stay here for a moment," she said. Jingyu frowned slightly, guessing that the purpose of those soldiers coming here had something to do with her. He hugged her waist back. But the corner of his mouth smiled, patting her back as comfortably, saying, "I stay here just to wait for you." He had thought about sending her out of town earlier. However, the lack of the atmosphere of the two in the Fixu pavilion was alone, and it was even more difficult to capture her. The only advantage here is that the people outside the room may be the enemy Xuanyu. As long as he does not drive him out of the room, he will form a closed space with only two people. This is the easiest to inspire emotions, whether physical or psychological. Hearing Jingyu's words, Xuanyu shuddered. Suddenly, "Isn't it embarrassing? She hugged tighter and her voice seemed to murmur. When I first saw you, I was already preparing for this day. Jingyu's words ushered in the beauty's blame, and she stretched out her hand and twisted it gently around his waist. The distance between them was slightly further away, and then she leaned over and kissed his lips, but she thought about it many times this day. Xuanyu did not change the appearance of the disguise, and once again packed up the things she wanted to take away in the room. As Jingyu came to the window, he looked back and sighed. Probably, what I feel most sorry for here is the Fixu Yue Tai. Hey, if you like it, I'll grab it for you. Jingyu jumped onto the window sill. That's not a difficult thing. As soon as Xuanyu's eyes lit up, she also covered her lips and chuckled. He raised his arm and hugged his waist and flew down the window. Below this window is the front of the Bifixu pavilion, but the laneway formed by some houses. Jingyu was carrying a black sword wrapped in a cloth strip, and Xuanyu carried a cloth bag on her shoulder. Is that it? She was holding her hand in disbelief and walked forward. She was about to exit the laneway, and there was a street ahead. Jingyu smiled instead of answering. She had to keep up with her scalp. Unexpectedly, when the two were almost a few steps away from the roadway, there was just a carriage. The coachman was an obscure man, and nodded towards them. He then turned back and blinked at her, causing her a white eye. She understood what he meant by being prepared long ago. After riding in the carriage, it carried the two people along the way toward the gate of the city. While this city hasn't checked you yet, you go out of town first, and I'll go find you tomorrow. Jingyu said to the snow maiden, who was somewhat relieved. Can you guarantee that you are absolutely safe? Anxiety appeared on Xuanyu's face, holding his hand tightly. Well, trust me. Jingyu pressed the board of the carriage close to her, kissed her lips, and nodded. Under the direction of the man dressed by the driver outside the door, he jumped out of the car and entered another lane. Xuanyu looked at his back through the window and made a vow in her heart, if you have an accident, I will follow you. Chapter 27, Meet the Mahist. Xiao Yuan has been out for a while, why hasn't he come back? Su Fuza looked at the orange sunset shot from the open window, kneeling with a teacup and asked, frowning. This is an inn-room, which is no match for the size that Jingyu chose when he first entered the city. However, the bed is good, these tables and utensils are also very complete. Hearing his words, leaning against the window and watching the sturdy and powerful man on the street, he recovered. With the sound of the iron chain, he stood up. I'll go find him, he said toward the door. He was about to reach out to open the two closed doors, but the knocking sounded. The big man stayed for a while, and Su Fuza behind him said, Oh? Was Xiao Nio coming back? The big man guessed the same. They have just come to this city, but there are no familiar people here. What have you done, how come you come back now? While blaming so much, he opened the door. Hey? What about people? He turned his head and scanned the room behind him for a week. I know how you did. The technique is very powerful, but don't you have to show off here? Su Fuza saw it most clearly. An 8-year-old boy carrying a grey sack was clearly standing in 2 steps in front of the big man. It's just that the height difference between the two is too big. The big man is nearly 200 centimeters, and the boy is only about 130 centimeters. He is absent-minded, and he hasn't seen the boy. Su Fuza couldn't help but shake his head. When was Jingyu treated like this? Even if he knew that the other party was intentional, he still had a green muscle on his forehead. Raised his foot and kicked at the place where the big man's calf was hard. The big man seemed to get an electric shock and started to shake from the lower leg bones, which had been flowing over the top of his head. It hurts. He squatted down on one knee, covered his calf, and saw the child with a sneer in front of him. No need for so many gifts. Jingyu raised his hand and said to him. The big man stayed for a moment, a little shame appeared on his face. He had seen him from the restaurant when Jingyu was 6 years old, along with giants and thieves. At this time, 2 years apart, Jingyu did not change much, and recognized it at a glance. At the same time, he also understood who he just knocked on the door, knowing that he did not see him is indeed a kind of rudeness. However, he has absolutely no affection for Jingyu. "It's you, kid," he said, gruffly. "What are you doing here?" Hearing a hint of anger in his tone, Jingyu narrowed his eyes and asked sharply. "Is this the way of the Mo's hospitality?" Su Fuzi, who was originally just watching the movie, couldn't help but hear it. He really did not expect the children in front of him actually broke their identity. Is he still coming here specifically to find them? After carefully looking at Jingyu, I really couldn't remember which school he had a relationship with. However, he stopped the big man in time. "Big Hammer, don't invite this little brother to come first." The age of Jingyu's body is easily despised, but the expression and temperament on his face can make the people he sees absolutely impossible to ignore unless it is deliberately covered up. Jingyu saw the magnificent atmosphere surrounding Jingyu. Obviously the body is much smaller than the big hammer, and the sense of presence is stronger than the big hammer. The big hammer maintained a kneeling posture, staring at the bull's eye and Jingyu for a while, standing sideways to make way. However, when Jingyu passed by him, he snorted again and lifted his chin high, a gesture that could not see people ushered in Jingyu's other leg on his calf, and kicked hitting the same position made him grin with pain. Jingyu ignored him and walked to Su Fuzi who had stood up. Su Confucius clasped his fists and said, "Under the surname Su, the brothers of Mo family politely called me Su Confucius. Where did the younger brother go under the door?" If you think about it for a long time, the 3 Mo family members have just been in the city for more than half a day, and they were approached. Among the 3 of them, there is a vigilant king of thieves who will naturally not be tracked along the way. If you happen to see it, and wait until now, come to think of something unreasonable. The only explanation is that the other party has a great intelligence network. Jingyu also clenched his fists and said, "Chongguo Xiang's, Long Jingyu." Su Fuzi raised his eyebrows and his eyes widened. It is because of his age that he is well informed, and he did not lose his gaze by covering up in time. A glance, and gradually turned into a dim sunset, couldn't help but be surprised. This kid from Xiang's family is really brave enough to reach the limit, and he dares to be like this during the day. However, I never heard that Xiang's family has a huge intelligence network outside. He was puzzled and glanced at the big hammer again. No wonder he would behave like this after seeing this kid. OZW.com. At this moment, the big hammer still has an unconvinced expression, staring behind Jingyu. If he can, he really can't wait to fight with Jingyu immediately, which is why he will follow Su Fuzi here. Indeed, he was abandoned by the Yan kingdom, and he did not want to continue his life for the royal family of the Yan. It's just that seeing that Yan Guo is being clapped by a child like Jingyu and reduced to a laughingstock in the world, he still can't accept it. He wants to compare with Jingyu, let him know that this Yandi is not unmanned. "Please sit down." Su Fuzi motioned Jingyu to take off the black sword wrapped in cloth behind him, and then kneel with him on the opposite sides of the table. Su Fuzi was a master sword maker in the end. He couldn't help but glanced at the black sword through the cloth strip before asking, "I wonder why the young master was looking for our Mo family." He took the glass and added it to Jingyu a cup of tea. "Exactly, I came to find you." Jingyu took a sip of the tea cup and put it down. "I want to ask you to cast a sword for me." "Oh." Su Confucius pondered his beard, and after a while, he said, "I want to come. There is the rumored black sword. Can you give me a look?" "Of course." Jingyu easily lifted it from one side with one arm, spread the cloth, and passed the sword handle across the table. "The sword is slightly heavier, Su Fuzi can be careful." Well, Su Fuzi was good at casting swords, and he had his own eyesight. He smiled and nodded, Master really is amazing." He saw Jingyu holding the sword's tail 1 foot to the sword handle 2 feet more than a few words, he could not help but be impressed. I can too. The big hammer sitting cross-legged behind Jingyu whispered. He was born with a loud voice, and the sound was still heard by the other 2 people in the room. However, both of them ignored it. Su Confucius extended his hands to take over the sword, and when he held it in one hand, his arm stretched out suddenly. He flicked the blade with the fingers of his other hand, and looked at it again, looking up in surprise. The original subject is actually gold. Su Fuzi has good eyesight. Jingyu smiled. It's gold. The texture of gold is too soft. It should be added with many other metals to change its texture. Su Fuzi analyzed it with a beard. This sword is not a heavy weapon, but it is as destructive as a heavy weapon, and it is only as powerful as the young master. People can use it freely. It's just too heavy, and the requirements on the body are very high. The Lord is still young and the body is not yet good, and it is really not suitable for using these weapons. Anyway, my old Su struggled to know what kind of sword does the young master want. He actually gave some love to Jingyu, and he couldn't bear his physical growth affected by this black sword. Jingyu knows his good intentions, but he cannot accept them. My body is a little special, and the use of the black sword has no effect. That's why Su Fuzi doesn't have to worry about it. He said. Moreover, Su Fuzi didn't have to agree so fast, or saw the piece of cast sword material I gave you. It's good to make another decision. He believes that if Su Fuzi casts his sword, he will certainly not be perfunctory. However, casting a sword with the heart of casting a famous sword in the world is different from casting a heart with a good sword. He hopes that Su Fuzi can treat his sword with the first attitude. Forged sword material. Su Fuzi froze for a moment, and suddenly thought of something. You mean that rumored ore? It is it. Jingyu's eyes narrowed, revealing a glimmer of light, but the 3 of Su Fuzi came for it. When Su Fuzi and Big Iron Hammer looked at each other when Jingyu came, they clearly didn't see the robbery. Now that is said, obviously they know their whereabouts and even guess the purpose of their coming here. This kid is really a terrible place. Su Fuzi's heart was tumbling, and his face was quiet, since Master knew that we had 3 people, who could be the third person. Su Confucius asked this question, not only to determine Jingyu's understanding of them, but also to give Jingyu a remind. There is a king of thieves, will that piece of ore still fall into the hands of others? Jingyu smiled. The second purpose of my coming here is to persuade the 2 to control the companion's good. This piece of ore, he can't steal it. Oh! At 2 steps behind Jingyu, a figure suddenly appeared. Why can't I steal? Almost at the same time, the black sword that was still in front of Su Fuzi's table disappeared and was held in Jingyu's hand and pointed behind the man's neck. This shocking change really made Su Fuzi, the Great Hammer, and the third person who had just appeared. Especially the third person, he was happily akimbo at this time, a leisurely gesture. Good skill doesn't mean good martial arts. You'd better not stand behind me like this suddenly. Jingyu said lightly after receiving the sword. My sword may hand an inch forward next time. Chapter 28, Who dares to block me? This kid. Pirates whispered, even if we didn't care, he was able to keep up with my sword, faster than I thought. And he wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead. He was really murderous. He has been stealing for many years and has been chased and killed countless times. He has felt so murderous. However, as condensed as murderous as tonight, it was really the first time I met. It seemed that the murderousness was sharper and more suffocating than the black sword that was close to his throat. However, he is also a person who has seen the world. If it is really a murderous one, he will be intimidated. He listened to Jingyu's words, but he smiled, and with a whine, he came to the other side of the table and sat down cross-legged. While pouring himself a cup of tea, he asked Jingyu again. You haven't said, why can't I steal? Obviously, he didn't mention what was just pointed at by the sword, but wanted to expose it. This is not a kind of confession, but also because he does not want to have a stalemate with Jingyu. Su Fuzi, who was sitting opposite Jingyu, also recovered. Through Jingyu's small body, he glanced at the big hammer sitting cross-legged behind him and saw that the latter's face appeared somewhat unnatural. If the strength is not enough, Su Fuzi has not seen it in person, and it is difficult to judge who lost or won. But what he saw just now was so heavy that it came out so quickly and silently. The strength was also quite well grasped, and there was no tremor under the sudden stop. This is a deep state in using the sword. Su Fuzi guessed that under the first-class sword master, I am afraid that it is already difficult to find someone who can be compared with Jingyu. If the big hammer fights with him, he loses more than he wins. The big hammer knew his own weight best, and he clearly saw this. However, his nature is not a retreat from difficulties. He has not given up the idea of this contest. Jingyu glanced at him and said with a smile, "Don't you see the Qin state's envoys today with your own eyes?" When he mentioned this, Su Fuzi wondered when he was seen by the other party. As everyone knows, Jingyu did it intentionally. Su Fuzi's previous look had long been seen by him. This time, he wanted to eliminate all his guesses, so that he would treat the encounter between the two parties as a coincidence. Of course, to achieve this, you still need to help who doesn't know the whole story. Then it was you across the street before. Pirates touched his chin, his eyes slanted, and asked, "Does it have anything to do with the Qin state envoy?" Su Fuzi listened to the first half of the robbery, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. He knows that the things to be said are more important now, and he can't always show his doubts about others in front of others. He decided to wait for Jingyu to leave for a while, and then ask the robbery what it was for half a day. Jingyu's expression was controlled by Jingyu, and Jingyu continued quietly and said, "Today, he is overbearing and capable of overbearing. There is nothing like Qin Wang Ying Zheng. The piece of ore you set as his goal enters his eyes. He wants it, dare you give it to Yan?" It turned out that the envoy was actually here. Su Fuzi frowned. When the three of them saw the Qin state envoys, they all made guesses, but they did not expect that a king would send an envoy for a piece of ore. Su Fuzi felt even more regrettable that if he lost the precious ore, he would lose a chance to forge a famous sword in the world. However, if it is captured, the government may take the opportunity to make it difficult for Yan Guo. He has already captured the three kingdoms of Han, Zhao, and Wei, and it is indeed the king with the greatest territory and strength at this time. This Ying Zheng is really deceiving too much. The big hammer snorted violently, not knowing what to expect, and shook his head and sighed again. Jingyu guessed that he was probably indignant about the King Yan family. The robbery suddenly laughed, "Hey, it was such an idea, I understand it all." Big Hammer and Su Fuzi looked at him, and Jingyu just smiled and didn't speak. He picked up the teacup and drank it slowly. How can the ordinary tea in this compare with what he usually drinks, but sometimes it's just to add a bit of mystery. Su Fuzi glanced at Jingyu and calmly appraised him, but could not help but ask. "Xiao Yuan, what do you understand?" This kid, he originally pointed his finger at Jingyu at random, but Jingyu glanced at the warning implicitly, and he quickly withdrew his finger. "Cut, stingy," whispered, then said, "He wanted to rob Qin state's envoys in a halfway, so he didn't get the ore? But, I still don't understand, why can't I steal it? The ore is in the hands of the Qin people, and he has the ability to pick it up. Even if he was first robbed by Jingyu, he could steal it from Jingyu. He is the king of thieves, confident that there is nothing in the world that he cannot steal. I can't steal it. It's the first time people have heard that." "Yes." The big hammer punched left and right palms, making a loud voice, "Xiao Yuan, don't believe him, you must steal the broken stone." "Yes, it's in Qin, the diplomatic corps will steal it when it leaves the territory of Yan state. I naturally know this, you don't have to." The words of the robbery stopped here. And my heart was shocked, and I looked at Jingyu suspiciously. Are you actually trying to grab that ore in the territory of Yan state? In this case, that piece of ore became an excuse for Qin to use force against Yan. If he stole it, it would be difficult to make it clear in the future, and he might not even be able to blame the Mo family for the world, even if it was from Jingyu. What? The big hammer stood on the thigh. What are you talking about? He definitely did not listen clearly, but it was too hard to believe. Not to mention him, even the thin Su Fuzi stopped the movement of twisting his whiskers and stared blankly at Jingyu. OZW.com. This is a major event that can bring war to Yan. What kind of heart does an 8-year-old child have before he can plan it? In the face of the life and death of hundreds of thousands of people, why can you drink tea so calmly? For the first time in his life, he felt a little scared, and he could not help getting wet behind him. Except for the wheezing sound of the big hammer, the room was completely quiet. The 3Mo family looked at Jingyu in 3 directions, like a monster. It's a disrespectful look. Jingyu put down the teacup and squinted at the robbery and Su Fuzi. I really want to take the piece of ore in this country, and I still have to wait for King Yan to promise to give to King Qin. After that. You can't do that. The big hammer came across the table in 3 or 2 steps, kneeling on the other side of the table, leaning forward to face Jingyu. Why can't it? Although Jingyu looked up at him and looked at each other, he oppressed the big hammer instead. I ask you, which country am I from? This. The big hammer was asked. Su Fuzi and thieves glanced at each other, and they all remembered. Isn't the child in front of the Chu people? What is the life and death of Yan Guo to do with him? In the nearly 500-year history of the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period, there are so many examples of this regardless of the lives and deaths of other countries. Even the Prince General on the land of the Yan Kingdom can hardly guarantee that he has not done anything to frame other countries. If you leave the country of Yan and enter Qin's territory to do it. Indeed, this country of Yan can set aside the relationship. But, the world knows that I want to take it. Who will Qin suspect? It must be the state of Chu. Jingyu looked Xiang Xianglu's surprised robbery said with a sneer, you seem to have thought of it too? Yes, not only in the territory of this country, but also out of this country to enter the country of Qin, you can't steal that piece of ore. He turned to look at Su Fuzi again, you can't get the ore, but I can. However, even if you robbed it in the territory of Yan Kingdom, won't you still know that you did it? Su Fuzi struck a 3-inch goat-like white beard under his jaw. He still remembers to hate you, this is also not conducive to your Chu kingdom. The big hammer was not good at using his brain, and when he heard the words, he could not help showing a bit of joy, and nodded desperately. Jingyu felt funny and glanced at him. He asked Su Confucius, Chu and Qin are compatible. This Su Confucius was embarrassed and shook his head after a while. Ying Zheng wants to destroy the Chu kingdom, but will it change? Jingyu asked again. Su Fuzi shook his head again. Then, the Xiang clan that I defended Chu kingdom has always been a nail in his eyes, right? Jingyu asked again. Su Fuzi was silent. If so, why do I have to do something to satisfy him? Jingyu spread his hand and said. This sentence is irrefutable. Su Fuzi stared at Jingyu, it was difficult to imagine that he was just an 8-year-old child. In the end, what should we do to cultivate such a good child? The Xiang family is in their hands. I'm afraid there is no limit. He came to this conclusion in his heart. The big hammer is still a little unwilling. Grabbing his bare head, he was really caught by the cough, but came up with an idea. You still don't want to do that? He pretended to raise his chin calmly and proudly said, Su Fuzi is a member of our Mo family. We advocate and love life, everyone is equal, and there is no distinction between him and Yan Kingdom. If you don't take Yan Guo's eyes like this, it's contrary to our Mahist thought, and he won't make a sword for you. The croaker looked at the big hammer with surprise, and thought, could this guy suddenly become conscious? Su Fuzi also understood what the big hammer wanted to say. He followed Mahist ideology and did not cast a sword for Jingyu, so it would be useless for Jingyu to grab the ore. Although it was a pity, Su Fuzi still said nothing. He agreed with the words of the great iron hammer. As a disciple of the Mo family, naturally he could not violate the ancestors' thoughts. Jingyu glanced sideways at the big hammer and said with a smile, "Is it true that you were when I came to find Su Fuzi to cast the sword, are you asking? Do you still want to order?" The nose of the big hammer seemed to spit out white gas, like an angry bull, and the bronze bell widened his eyes. "My Mo family is not afraid of you, the young master." Jingyu sneered and raised a finger, "This is just a deal. I offered him a chance to forge a famous sword, and he made a famous sword for me. When he picked me up, it was him the day when you get paid. That's all, we don't owe anyone. If you don't want to, the transaction will be cancelled. Isn't anyone in the world able to build a famous sword?" Jingyu stood up, wrapped the black sword with a cloth behind her, and walked towards the door. When he was about to go out, he did not look back, but said to the hesitant Su Fuzi, "Or, whether you agree or not, I'm all set. If you don't make a sword for me, you can think about it carefully. If you agree, I hope you can be more attentive. In addition, if you want to stop me you can also try it. The hundreds of schools, the Mo school and the Confucian school stand side by side. I also want to see how deep the water is. Goodbye." He opened the door, and although he was small, he stepped out of his head. Chapter 29, Competition Layout. The three people in the room were photographed in Jingyu's spirit. After he went out for a while, he still looked at the door and could not speak. For a long time, this kid just said that Ying Zheng is the most overbearing, but he wanted to rob Ying Zheng to get something. He shook his head, I really don't know what he said on his mouth, and some thought in his heart. He thought about it and shrugged again. Maybe he is more domineering than Ying Zheng. This last sentence is mostly a joke. The big hammer squinted his bull's eyes, snorted, and said in disapproval, I think he is an arrogant little devil's head. Our giant's martial arts is clearly above him, and he has never looked like him. Nevertheless, this son should not be underestimated. Su Fuzi said with his beard, he dares to challenge Ying Zheng head-on, so that Ying Zheng remembers him. It's not too much to do so in this world. He is only 8 years old. Logically speaking, 8-year-old should still be ignorant age. But today Jingyu's performance, Su Fuzi recalled that he seemed to have contracted his heart several times because of his words and deeds. He has lived for more than 60 years and has never met a few people who can make such a deep impression on him by meeting only once. Especially with the increase of age and experience, the mood has not fluctuated much in recent years. His words made the other two nod silently. So, what is his last sentence, how to deal with it? After a few moments, he stole his arms and asked. What else can I do? The great hammer came to the spirit, that can be regarded as a challenge to the Mo school. As a disciple of the Mo school, how can we be cowardly? Su Fuzi's face. Robbery clearly agrees with this, and can't help looking at Su Fuzi with him. The older Su Fuzi shook his head and shook his head. Right now, the giant is not here, but the three of our leaders decided. Since the two of you agree, my objection is invalid. However, I want to remind you, especially the big iron, the purpose of hammering us is basically not to fight him, but to prevent him from getting that piece of ore. This is the book of war he gave us. How could things develop to this point? Su Fuzi wanted to break his scalp and could not understand. However, after he understood some of Jingyu's personalities, he was certain that he had a certain purpose in doing so. It's better to follow his ideas temporarily and see why he challenges the Mahists. I know. After hearing Su Fuzi's words, the big hammer swayed his head bullishly, I just can't get used to his stinky look. This time Xiao Niu, we too have to destroy his plan, see what a displeased way he is. Hey, thieves smiled badly, you seem to be very funny. The two began to plan with great interest. On the one hand, Su Fuzi saw that the two heads of the Mo family whispered whisperingly. In order to calculate that an 8-year-old child really wanted to spread the word, this face could be thrown to the grandma's house. He opened his mouth several times, after all he couldn't say a word. Stand up and walk out, thinking that it is good to see nothing. Su Fuzi, where are you going? Asked the big iron hammer. He also had the duty to protect the old swordsmith. Dine. Su Fuzi was glad that there was such a good excuse at the moment. Ah, as soon as you say that, I'm really a bit hungry. The big hammer said, stroking his belly. Let's go, Xiao Niu, have dinner together. After entering the country of Yan, he had no appetite or even spirit. But now it's different, and the magic has been restored. If you have energy, you will naturally have an appetite. Su Fuzi's mouth twitched several times. Some who couldn't accept it didn't look back, opened the door and walked out, followed by the robbery and big hammer still whispering something. The hall below the inn is arranged like a tavern, with wooden rectangular platforms raised above the ground on both sides of the middle aisle. A few low tables were evenly placed on top of it, and a few cushions were placed next to it, where guests could drink and eat. It was dinner time. When the three of them went downstairs, they saw that many people were already sitting. The cups were staggered, and they were very lively. The guys in the shop greeted them when they saw them. The three were led to a seat at an unmanned table, and they did not leave until the three ordered the drinks. Hold it first, don't say that thing here. Su Fuzi saw the two of them want to open their mouths and said, they could not help but first received a vaccination. Be careful of the wall and ears. The excited expression on the big hammer's face froze, and the robbery shrugged. Su Fuzi was satisfied, stroking his beard, and smiled without traces. They had just quieted down on the side, and the voice talking next to them came. Brother Li, you just came back from the outside. How can there be so many soldiers on this street? A young man asked. Brother Zhou, you don't know, Miss Sweji, the most famous lady in Swafei, is gone. Another person paused here, looked around, and lowered her voice, I heard that I was picking up. After the king's edict, the soldiers and horses on the street who had disappeared suddenly had been looking for her for half an hour. It is estimated that they had not been found. Oh! The young man named Li came to be interested. Brother Zhou can tell me more in detail. OZW.com. Hey, the man with the surname Zhou sneered with sarcasm, what else is there to say? It is not that our king wants to please Qin's envoy, let Miss Shueji went to dance for them. I think Miss Shueji must have escaped, hoping that she can really escape the search. Ah, our king is really, the young man surnamed Li sighed, seeming to change his mood and toast, don't say it, Brother Zhou, I would like to give you a drink. Brother Li, please. The two were full of drinks. The three thieves listened to these words in their ears. The sledgehammer's expression was gloomy again, as if it had returned to what it was before. The stolen eyeball turned and whispered to the two. I met a person today. It seems that it was also from the concubine snow pavilion. It might have been the person the giant arranged for us to find. Oh, Xiaopao, you left suddenly today. What happened? Tell us about it. Su Fuzi remembered that he still had some doubts about Jingyu. The Xiang family of the Chu kingdom is naturally familiar with the Seven Kingdoms. It's just that I have never heard that it is outside the Chu kingdom, and there are Nyata forces and a huge intelligence network. However, if there is no such thing, young Master Xiang takes the initiative everywhere in this Yan, what is it relying on? Hey! The robbery nodded, when the Qin state envoys arrived. The thieves kept their mouths closed, and said that Jingyu also looked at the soldiers in the street since he left the inn. Perhaps they were the snow maidens they were hunting at the moment, or the sky was so dark that Jingyu walked past them, and no one was interested. After crossing the main street, came to a narrow alley, and the veiled Reddy was waiting for him. "Has Xuanyu been arranged there?" he asked. "Yes, there are 2 guard sisters with her," Reddy said. "They are very young. I have confessed that they are dressed as maids, and do not talk." "Well." Jingyu nodded in satisfaction, then told her what had happened with the Mo family, and said another, "I did not expect the 3 of them to plan to make adjustments, or I will pick it up myself tonight. Otherwise, it will discount the mystery I created today. Whether this Yang family has power outside is reasonable. People will think that his young master can be safe in Yandu, and he must rely on the support of huge forces, but, if there is such a power, why should he personally take risks to get it? Or Jingyu is to make the other party completely puzzled. The unknown is the scariest. Master, I don't understand. Letty wondered, isn't the master trying to borrow the power of the Mahists in the future? Why are they provoking them now? If the relationship is stiff, isn't it? This move is for the better use of their power in the future. Jingyu smiled. The Mo school and Confucianism are the 2 strongest schools in the world. There are many disciples under their door, and many masters can face this. If they don't have enough capital, they will only be looked down upon by them. Today I'm going to take the opportunity to deter the Mo family and let them be treated as allies rather than attachments when they face me in the future. What Jingfu thought, Jingyu didn't know, but he knew that Big Iron Hammer and robbery would surely take over his book of war. As long as they fight, his goal can be achieved. Reddy nodded. Then I will draw the sketches of the hidden ore to the owner. She crouched down and drew a topographic map on the ground with her dagger. The ore is still arranged in Yan Chunjun's mansion. Now there are many soldiers and horses. She pointed out what organs or how many people are guarded everywhere, when to change shifts, and how to enter. Although Jingyu has such a convenient ability to listen to the sound of all things, it did not stop Reddy or even remind her of this. Accept care and experience the warmth, but it is a very comfortable enjoyment. Reddy finished. And after Jingyu nodded, she cut the sketch again. Master, I will go back here to make a response for you, she said as she stood up. She used her disguise ability to kill a responsible person who supervised the ore and disguised him. The ore was actually like what she had in her pocket. Well. Jingyu took her hand and kissed. If we fight, you can't hold back. I know. Reddy muttered. They are not children. After Jingyu let go of her hand, she would turn around and step in the dark, and stopped. After Jingyu was stunned, she turned back to kiss on his forehead and told him. Master, be careful, don't hurt, Letty will feel distressed. Chapter 30, Dive into the Palace. Yandu, most people who had been busy for a day had already rested in the evening. There are still many people walking around the street, mostly people in the rivers and lakes and patrol sergeants of the Yan kingdom. Yan is only a small country and does not want to offend swordsmen from various countries because of martial law. Moreover, judging from the frequent conflicts that occurred every night in the past few days, its martial law has been estimated to have little effect. However, some areas are exceptions. Whenever night falls, the number of patrol guards will increase, and ordinary people will be prohibited from approaching. These areas are concentrated on the central axis of Yandu, which is the residence of the Yan family and important ministers. Among them is the palace of Yan Chunjun. Close to the moonlight lighting, the broad blue stone avenue spreading in cool colors, 4 soldiers with heavy armor passed the column in a neat pace. From time to time, their eyes will look at the shadows that do not shine in the moonlight, trying to find any criminals who want to hide. After they passed, a dark laneway about 2 meters wide gradually came out of 3 people. Is the king's palace of Yan Chunjun right there? One of the lower voices asked. His tone was slightly slick, his figure was slim, and his hands were on his hips, looking at the direction where the 4 soldiers had just walked. There was a huge building complex, and the outer wall was just 2 floors higher than the 3. The building is tall. Moreover, every other distance, a turret-style building protrudes above the wall. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his excellent eyesight spread, and he clearly saw someone walking back and forth over the corner tower, alerting all around. On his side was a muscular man with a naked upper body and a hammer on his back. He almost raised his head and doubled his width. The vinegar-like iron fist clenched tightly, nodded when he heard the words, and did not speak. The bull's eyes stared at the building, staring blankly with disgust. This is obviously the robbery and the big hammer. After some inquiries, the two knew that the ore to be dedicated to King Qin was hidden in the palace of the late Yan Chunjun. Today I was planning to test the truth and reality, but I didn't expect to meet another person. Thieves thought about it while touching his chin. He looked back at the third person and asked, "Mr. Gao, can you really be sure that he will come tonight?" The handsome man who originally looked at the distant building with a cold eye, slowly turned his neck, and looked at the thief together. No. It seemed that Xi's eye was like gold, his voice conforming to his temperament, although crisp but cold. He stole a stagger and twitched the corner of his mouth. It's really inappropriate to make a joke like this. I'm not kidding. In a white, elegant, wide-sleeved, long-sleeved dress with a sword in his left hand, he is called Mr. Gao, and his expression hardly changes. I just said I was waiting for him here, but I didn't say. He will definitely come. Ha! The stolen head still sags down weakly, with a confessed expression and a little unbelievable, ask you, do you intend to wait here every day? Gao Jianli did not answer this sentence, his eyes also moved away, and continued to look at the building. However, thieves had already got the answer they wanted. His flexible eyes turned slightly, and his face was slightly fuller than the jaw-monkey cheeks. A little smile appeared on his face. Hey, can you tell me, why is this? He started to get close. Anyway, we are brothers immediately, don't need to be so out of sight. I don't seem to have agreed to join the Mahist. Gao Jianli said coldly. The robbery was choked, causing the big hammer to sneer. Robbery is not angry, and did not give up, your elder brother Jing Ke, that is also a great character of our Mo family. Moreover, if you follow the kid into this king's mansion of Yan Chunjun, whatever it is for, you will be affected by this kingdom of Yan. Wanted. You can't stay here any longer, join the Mahists, and everyone can take care of it together. Hearing Jing Ke lifted Jing Ke, Gao Jianli's brow moved slightly. Do not know if it was moved by this, he withdrew his gaze from afar. This was silent for a while, when the thieves thought he wouldn't say. I have something to confirm with him. He said, I don't know if he will come tonight, but he is most likely to come tonight. So, why is this? The thief spread his hand and muttered in his heart, this man really talks. You have been with me for so long this afternoon, you should have seen him, he is with a woman. Since he started, Gao Jianli said despite the fact that he didn't want to talk much in his heart, the woman is the snow of the Fixu pavilion. Miss G. Hey! The robbery stooped and touched his chin. It turned out to be her opinion. After all, the rumors are exaggerated. I think her appearance is just ordinary beauty. OZW.com. For what Gao Jianli wants to express, the robbery has already understood. Sweji is now gone, again under the circumstances that the King of Yan issued an edict to ask him to dance. From the intimacy between the kid and her in the afternoon, the relationship between the two was obviously unusual. Maybe, Shueji was sent away by the kid. In this case, he really might come tonight. Speaking of which, the three of the robbery had been very puzzled about why Jingyu stayed in Yan. Now, after hearing Gao Jianli's words, the robbery is somewhat clear. At the beginning, Jingyu first appeared in the Fixu pavilion, it should be to see Shueji's performance. Otherwise, he had no reason to know that Yan Chunjun would go there, and then beheaded him in public. After that, he could not have guessed in advance that Ying Zheng would be interested in the ore, and left the ore until today. As for the news that the detailed work was arranged in Xianyang of the Qin state and the King Qin was discovered, this was denied by the three early on. If he can do this, he should have mastered the terrifying power of three people who did not believe it. Although thieves are very interested in what Gao Jianli wants to confirm. However, the expression on Gao Jianli's face clearly told him that he didn't want to talk anymore. How long do you plan to stand here? Big Hammer said, stay on, patrol will come again. Thieves touching his chin thought about the symmetrical rectangular layout of the entire palace of Yanchunjun, sitting north to south. As two sides of the rectangle wide, one side is the main entrance, and one is the location of its main building, which should be the place where Yanchunjun rests on weekdays. The two sides meet for nearly 100 meters. The main entrance is in front of you, and the main building is said to face a wide lake. There are 2 or 3 turrets on each side of the rectangular long, and there is an open and uncovered ground about tens of meters wide outside the wall. In other words, there are only 3 sides that can penetrate the palace. From the main entrance, the distance from the main building is not ideal. Although the 3 haven't seen it, it is conceivable that in the Wang mansion, there must be layers of structural barriers like urns. There is only one possibility of breakthrough, that is, the 3 people who have been killed with great fanfare have no such confidence, and they don't think that the other person will choose to do so. So, is it the left and right that can serve as a breakthrough? Pirates looked at the walls on both sides of the palace. That's fine. I'm monitoring one side with Mr. Gao, with the big hammer in the middle. If I find out, what is that? He was suddenly interrupted halfway through his words, and raised his arm slightly and pointed forward. Big Hammer and Gao Jianli looked along his arm and saw a hazy spot above the sky north of Wangfu. It seemed to drift from the other side of the lake with the wind, and it continued to move. According to this trend, it can move past the main building of that palace. Is it a ghost fire? The Big Hammer rubbed his eyes, staring like a brass bell, with an incredible expression. Hey, although our Mahists have the idea of Ming ghost, I don't think it's a ghost fire. The stolen eyes narrowed. Don't you think it appears too coincidental? The sledgehammer lowered his head to look at him. You mean that kid did it? But, he looked up at the spot again. How did he get it? That's floating in the sky. I have to say, he is really amazing. Pirates said, can't wait any longer. Although he doesn't know the method, he must do so to enter the palace. I will give you the opportunity to be honest. I felt for the first time faced with him, there is some confidence. He finished the sentence with a whine, and jumped onto an eave. After leveraging his strength, his figure turned into a shadow. Big Hammer and Gao Jianli glanced away from each other, chasing in the direction of the robbery leaving. Moreover, in the sky on the other side, Jingye was wearing a night walking suit that was easy to move. Her limbs were stretched out, lying flat on top of a circular hole lamp about 2 meters in diameter. When he was young, he added the black sword, and it was just the weight of an adult, which was exactly the load capacity of this Kongming lantern. Propelled by the wind, although the speed is slower, it is approaching the sky above the palace. After a while, by listening to the sound of everything, I felt that the convenience is the location of the main building. He carried a black sword, but bounced lightly from the top of Kongming Deng. Whirling sideways for 2 weeks, came to the edge and fell sideways facing the ground. In order to prevent people from discovering this Kongming lamp, it is more than 100 meters away from the top of the main building. Jingye couldn't land without damage. He also held a rope connected to Kongming Deng in his hand. After Jingye left, suddenly losing 100 pounds, Kongming Deng suddenly rose and the distance between the two quickly widened. When the limit of the rope was reached, it was when Jingye was only more than 10 meters high from the main building. The internal force practiced in the body for more than 3 years led to a sudden mention of light work, and at the same time, with the help of the pull force from the upper Kongming lamp, he was helped to stagnate his body shape and remove the gravity of the fall. However, the huge Kongming lamp was overwhelmed and had a tendency to fall obliquely. However, this is also in Jingyu's calculations. The flame suddenly rose, and in just a moment, it was burned clean. Chapter 31, Oar in Hand. Jingyu continued to fall, gently lowered his body and stood on the top eve of the main building. His hands kept spinning, twisting the nearly 200-meter-long string, and finally recovered it before it fell to the ground. His sharp eyes glanced a week while looking in a certain direction. He paused a little, the corners of his mouth evoked an inexplicable arc. What? Above a turret, a hoarded soldier in heavy armor made a surprise, and came to the edge of the turret that could see the sky inside the palace. Looking up a few times, he looked puzzled. "What's the matter?" asked the soldiers who patrolled back and forth with him above the turret. "I seem to see a flash." The soldier was hesitant before, and after all he raised his hand and pointed at the sky. His companion froze for a while, walked over and looked at it, and said, "Aren't you looking at the tricks?" "Maybe I do." The soldier naturally thought it was a bit unbelievable. The two stopped talking and each returned to their previous patrol. Just below this turret, the stolen hands and feet hooked the wooden beams of the cornices, easily maintaining a balance. He was lying on the ground facing the direction of the ground, but he raised his head again, and looked at the process of Jingyu's landing on the main building just above Kongming Deng. Sometimes, wisdom can also be awe-inspiring than strength. What I have just seen, Patua feels that the information for Jingyu needs to be updated again. Not only did Su Fuzi say that he already possessed a profound state of swordsmanship, but the wisdom displayed at the moment was indeed an amazing flying lamp, but no one could think of it. And even if you think of it, you still need to calculate its load and wind direction, and dare to implement it with personal danger. The death of a few hundred meters in the sky is a test of courage. The courageous and scheming, and the corner of the mouth with natural divine power twitched. This kid is really going to go against the sky. He believed that Jingyu must not have tried in advance to do so today. Then he did it directly and succeeded once. Seeing that the little body on the main building had already begun to act, he dared not delay any further. Hearing the movement of the two people inside the turret, as they walked to each side, he jumped out of the cornice at the moment of staggering his body, gently pressed on the tile with his hand, then turned up, and quickly entered the whole process of the turret in one go. Silent, it succeeded in an instant. Neither the two patrolling soldiers, nor the soldiers in the other corner towers, were found. In the main building, Jingyu judged this point by virtue of perception. The robbery skill is really quick and has exceeded the limit of reaction of ordinary people. Seeing that the other party not only came, but also started to act, he naturally could not relax. Jumping from the top of the main building, stepping silently on the eaves of the next floor, then the next floor, Yan Chunjun. This main building has 4 floors, the bottom floor is the widest, and then diminishing levels. After Jingyu jumped 3 times, her current position was outside the window on the 2nd floor. Perhaps it was Letty's intention to help him, but there was a window that was not locked from the inside, so he pushed open the window and jumped into the room. According to Letty told him in advance, the ore is in the underground treasure trove of this building. Although at the end of the Warring States period at this time, some of the organs are Jingyu, who had already driven Gundam. The opening of the underground treasure trove and the internal traps are such mechanisms. This main building only has 8 defensive guards on the bottom floor, and even 4 good swordsmen. Every other hour, there will be a shift. It was not long before entering High He, Jingyu still had time. As for the upper 3 floors, there are some small traps that can trigger the ringing of copper bells. For example, when Jingyu just jumped into this 2nd layer, 2 feet stepped into 2 meshes separately. Around the legs are thin lines staggered by tree roots, covered with golden brass bells. There was no light in the room, but it was his help listening to the sound of all things that he did not encounter this trap when he entered. He took a breath, and his body disappeared silently. Leveraging strength on the beam of the house with his hand, he came to the staircase leading to the first floor when it fell again. There was already an orange oil lamp shining in. Downstairs is a four-way room. Because of the arrangement of many oil lamps, there is only one cross-shaped passage from the direction of the door to the seat of Yan Chunjun inside, as well as the vertical passage in the middle of the room. 4 swordsmen sat in the center of the room, kneeling back to back, in the direction of the cross. The 8 soldiers, in pairs, held Chang Ji and stood 3 meters away from them, facing the swordsmen. They must be killed in an instant to prevent some of them from clamoring and let the ambushing troops rush in. Jingyu took out 8 flying knives from his arms. Although he has not specifically practiced hidden weapon skills, people who have reached his level have already grasped a thing with the same type of reason, as fine as it is fine. Jingyu turned somersault in the air towards the stairs leading downstairs while curling her legs. When he landed on the stairs, he happened to face downstairs. When the feet stretched out and stepped on the stairs, the left hand had sprinkled with 8 flying knives like a maiden's scattered flowers. The right hand touched the hilt on the back, and after exerting force on the foot, he rushed towards the 4 people who were still kneeling like an arrow from the string. One of them is facing his direction, and there is already a tendency to pull the sword. But Jingyu took a quick step, and the black bladeless blade, carrying the sword energy he cultivated, swept unobstructed in a circle where the 4 people sat on their knees. When Jingyu stopped on the other side of the body, the 4 of them collapsed and their heads were clearly separated. OZW.com. Jingyu didn't stop. When the 8 soldiers were about to fall, they kicked a corpse and cushioned them. In this way, although there were some small noises, the people on guard outside the gate did not notice it. After shaking the blood on the sword, Jingyu inserted it into the sheath behind him again. He looked at the end of the room directly opposite the door. The square area surrounded by red tents was covered with gorgeous cushions. He walked over, opened the cushion, and really saw a secret door about 1 meter wide and 2 meters long. At the institution, he turned to look at the oil lamps arranged around the room. According to Reddy, the 3rd key in the first row to the right of the cushion is the key to open the organ. He walked over and rotated the lamp holder. Sure enough, the secret door opened horizontally and entered the ground. When Jingyu walked over again, there was a slightly dark passage under the secret door. He didn't even get the light, so he went straight in. About half a quarter of an hour later, when Jingyu came out from the ground, he saw 3 thieves who also came here. He threw the big fist in his left hand, wrapped in a black belt, and smiled at the thief. "You guys are late. It may not be too late." Pirates said so, and threw it to Jingyu who was falling back to the small bag in his left hand. The time seemed to slow down. The free fall of the small bag was obviously not fast. At a distance of just 10 centimeters, his hand grabbed the bag first instead of falling into Jingyu's hand. However, Jingyu's black sword also hung across the neck of the robbery. "I know. At such a speed, I can't threaten you." He shrugged regretfully, trying to return the small bag to Jingyu. In this process, he always looked at Jingyu's expression, but he couldn't find any slight slack. Helpless, he really had to loosen the bag. After Jingyu took it, he also removed his sword. "I heard that you have an electro-optical step, you can try it next time," he said lightly. The furrow frowned. He didn't know whether Jingyu's sentence cheated him more, or he was really not afraid of his speed increasing again. In fact, he did intend to use electro-optical walking now. In an instant, 12 people in different positions were killed, and 4 others were masters. A slightly cold and crisp voice sounded. Gao Jianli retracted his eyes looking at the corpses and turned to Jingyu, "It's really amazing. Sneak attack is nothing." Jingyu is modest, "Of course, just talking, Gao Jianli, I didn't expect you to come with them both." "Do you know I'm coming?" Gao Jianli's brow stirred, and said unexpectedly. Jingyu did not answer him, but instead asked, "I'm curious, how did you know that I was in the Snow Girl's room that day?" The two stared at each other, and Gao Jianli did not immediately answer him, and also asked, is it safe? It can be said that in life, Gao Jianli is also a proud person. However, his pride may not be liked by others. Just like Jingyu, his brows are already frowned. I hope this is the last time you asked her about it. He said with a hint of murderousness, Cher, it's not your turn to worry. There was silence in the room. Jingyu is waiting for Gao Jianli's answer. If he dares to say no, Jingyu will definitely kill him here. The thieves clearly saw this, quietly gave the big hammer a glance, but they were ordered by the giant to recruit Gao Jianli. How could he die here? However, the murderousness revealed from Jingyu is too sharp, which really makes the robbery feel embarrassed. Because he knows that such Jingyu is absolutely serious. If they get into a fight for this, even if they retreat all over, they might become enemies in the future. For this day, the only way to steal is to pray that Gao Jianli does not say the wrong thing. That day, I happened to pass a passage near Miss Sweji's room and heard her voice. You may find it strange, but I am a luthier and have better hearing than ordinary people. Gao Jianli suddenly started answering Jingyu's question, so, I know that you have been there recently, and Miss Shueji has changed a lot, especially after seeing it half a day today, and I can see that she is very happy. That is what you brought to her, something I cannot do. Not only was he unable to do it, but for Xuenu, he was just a stranger who knew his name. Xuenu had never put down a disguised ice shell in front of him. Thinking of this, Gao Jianli's face was still so cold, but there was a relief look in his eyes, and then he turned to another kind of steadfastness to die. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Even if it may not be your opponent, I will still fight hard. His hand was on the hilt. I still have the big brother's last wish. Die here. At this moment, he has decided to join the Mahists if he can survive. Hey, you gave up. If I try to kill you again, I'm really going to be laughed at by jokes. Jingyu deliberately looked at the robbery that must have thought so in his heart. The latter quickly looked at the hidden touch of the ceiling. It's so obvious. Chapter 32, Omen of the God of Battle. With a snap, thieves closed the gate at the entrance of the main building and took a few breaths against the door. As a thief, he is good at running all year round, and the most important thing is endurance. Therefore, he was not physically tired, but felt a little dissatisfied. I said the big hammer, if you don't want to kill the soldiers of the Yan Kingdom, why are you following? He complained. This time it was related to the reputation of the Mahists. Since the two of them came here, it is equivalent to the Mo family accepting Jingyu's challenge. If you lose, the Magia loses to him. However, on the way here, the big hammer actually prevented Gao Jianli from killing Yan Guo's soldiers. As a direct result, the soldiers shouted and their whereabouts were immediately exposed. Not only did it increase unnecessary battles, consumed physical energy, but also wasted time entering this main building. Pirates looked at the 12 corpses in the direction of the cross in the center of the room, and a secret entrance to the underground opened farther away. Needless to say, that kid might have succeeded. To steal something from his hand, the robbery is really not optimistic at all. In fact, they had just walked around the corpses, and heard the footsteps from the underground stairs. Jingyu left with a small bag in his left hand, the arc of the corners of the mouth curled up. It really made the thieves planted and big the hammer felt uncomfortable. Especially the big hammer. Thieves said that he couldn't even clenched his fists to protest. The giant has a life-saving grace for him, and what he has done today is really ashamed of the giant. However, he was once a soldier who vowed to defend the country. How could he let go of it so easily? Let go of those brothers who died together? After Jingyu spoke, he walked silently to the bodies of the soldiers of the Yan Kingdom. See if you have closed your eyes, help them close their eyes. He felt the murderousness of Jingyu, he also saw the wrong sign once, and he didn't want to make a wrong second time. If Gao Jianli left the battle, in order to repay the grace of the giant, he would fight desperately. Fortunately, nothing really happened. Jingyu glanced at the direction of the door and sneered slightly, "You really can increase my troubles, I hope this is not the method your Mahists used to stop me." He was still a little curious why the guy with the big hammer was so quiet. Now, a large number of sergeants who are running from afar can fully explain the problem. Seeing Jingyu see through this, and saying this, the embezzlement showed an embarrassed expression. Indeed, without their blending, Jingyu may have taken the ore away without knowing it. "It was just an accident," he said, his eyes rolled. "I think we still needlessly put an end to the fight against the enemy." When talking about the enemy, he pointedly pointed in the direction of the door. "Stop!" Jingyu looked at the thief with a smile, but the guy thought it was beautiful. The enemy was drawn by them. They pulled him off the water without saying it, and wanted to use it to stop the challenge he had before. However, Jingyu nodded in the accidental eyes. His purpose of deterring the Mo family has been achieved, and the thieves saw his performance today, which is equivalent to the fact that all Mo family seniors know this. In the future, how they will deal with Jingyu must have a basis for measurement. Moreover, the Mo family has only 3 unprepared people here, who won them, and he is not considered to have won the Mo family. Jingyu tied a small bag with ore to his belt. "What is it? Are you still planning to stay here until they have gathered all the horses?" he said, walking towards the gate. Passing by when he stole around, he stared at him again and said, "It's already done. If you start to take this ore again, I will really cut you off." The muscles on the metatarsal face trembled unnaturally. You are really welcome." Jingyu just sneered, and the pace of walking forward kept coming to the door. He looked back at the 3 men again, wondering if the big hammer was ready to fight, and the other 2 nodded at him. Jingyu's black sword slammed suddenly, and the whole gate shattered. A cold wind blew in immediately, causing his slightly longer broken hair to float, but he could not make his eyes fluctuate at all. The change of light, he did not see the soldiers and horses gathered outside. But he knew that there were people, and many people. The sudden loud noise surprised the sergeants who had just arrived in front of the main building and took a step back collectively. Jingyu's long sword pointed at the ground and walked out step by step. The little figure exuded a sense of existence that was so strong that it could never be ignored. It was the distant turret, where the soldiers looked at him dully. "It's really violent," the robbery said. "In terms of power alone, I am afraid it is still on the big hammer." Considering the brother's face, he didn't say this. He is well versed in the art of war. Gao Jianli rarely spoke. So, without fighting, the enemy would be afraid of those people first, and he couldn't stop him. He started to follow Jingyu out. "Big hammer, I know you are not good at starting." Before the thieves walked out, he said to his back, "However, you can't hinder the 2 of them, otherwise they will kill them." OZW.com. The sledgehammer's expression struggled several times, and finally relaxed his shoulders and nodded. Jingyu knows that the longer it is delayed, the more enemies will come here. Therefore, as soon as he walked out of the main building gate, he had already entered the flock when the enemy was captured by his momentum and had no time to organize the defense line. He was extremely fast, and the first soldier to pierce his throat with a black sword kept his forward-leaning posture while waiting for the charge command. It was not until he suddenly saw the figure in front of him that he could not help but appear frightened. At the end of life, the black cold eyes that I saw did not stay on it. 2 arc-shaped trajectories were drawn. And with Jingyu's sword waving, he looked at the next target. The black light flickered in the sound, and his figure passed through the gap where the soldiers gathered. After 4 or 5 steps, the first soldier who was killed by him spurted a lot of blood from the neck. The second soldier who was cut into 2 pieces by him together with GE began to separate the body. The third, the fourth is sprayed with blood like a column, which instantly infects the earth. When the big hammer came out with his head hanging down, only a few moments apart, he saw that a straight blood path had been opened ahead. The first group of more than 30 people gathered in front of the main building, only half left, scattered sparsely on both sides of the road between the fragments of corpses and blood. Those who have done all this are already facing another wave of dozens of enemies who have just entered. He took a step forward, and those people took a step back, not daring to get close. Even the other dozens of people behind him were standing still, unable to move. From their eyes, the big hammer clearly felt that they had been scared. At this moment, the contrast between the strong and the weak is so obvious. 3 big hammers stood in front of the main building, as if they were just 3 bystanders. Those Yangguo soldiers seem to have forgotten that their existence is full of fear, and they obviously want to look away, but they do not know why it is difficult to move away, and they look at the black swordsman like a weapon on earth. Don't be afraid. The voice was shouted, full of seduction, he only has one. Buzz, with the sword scream, the black sword pierced from his throat and picked it into the air. Jingyu then stood among the Yangguo soldiers. The nearest Yangguo soldier was only 1 step away from him. What he did, however, was not to attack him with a wave of Chongji in his hand, but to yell and step backwards obliquely. I don't want to hit my fellow in a daze and fall with it. They didn't stand up, they used their limbs together, and they climbed up in embarrassment. This seems to have caused an effect, and also found a vent for soldiers who were repressed by fear. The soldiers surrounding Jingyu escaped, and Jingyu walked out of the first door so easily. Now, Big Hammer, have you ever seen such a person on the battlefield? Pirates asked. No, not even in the Qin army. The Big Hammer said in a low voice. If he was born 10 years earlier, I'm afraid this world. Gao Jianli didn't finish the sentence, but the Big Hammer and the robbery nodded as if they understood it. Let's go, he is young, so he might not be able to continue as a force. Gao Jianli walked forward. Hey, you can't let him die here. The roar smiled, I want to know, Ying Zhang knows his existence, can he sleep well? You'd better look forward to Ying Zhen, don't know too early. The Big Hammer also took off the hammer behind and followed. That's right. Pirates felt a pity, as if there was a great secret that they wanted to tell people, but they just wanted to hold it in their hearts. The 3 planned to go to help Jingyu, but to their surprise, several fireworks signals suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, the firelight ignited from everywhere, and the whole Yan began to make noise. After that, it was right in front of the palace, like the shouting of the charge, and it even came here as if someone was attacking from outside. The 3 looked at each other, and they could all see the surprise on their faces. I almost forgot, wasn't he still the young master of the Xiang family? The robbery stroked his forehead. Since he started killing Yan Chunjun and Yandu in this place, Qin's envoys have come, Xiang, how could the clan not matter? It turned out that he had already buried so many means, but he never mentioned it. Chapter 33, Chu Kingdom. Shaochun, the capital of Chu, a few days ago. Xiang Liang, who was dancing swords in his own courtyard, received a horrible report from the Guardians General, quickly changed his clothes, and went towards the main hall. He is a sturdy man with no lips on his lips but a bearded beard under his jaws. Soon after, he had arrived near the main hall. I saw the hall guarded by the 2 guards at the main entrance on weekdays, and there were already faithful generals with solemn and serious expressions all around. Xiang Liang was shocked, knowing what must have happened. However, after pushing the door open, he was stunned. It turned out that only the father Xiang Yan was in this hall. This father, the baby is here. He arched his hands. Well. Xiang Yan stood back to the direction of the gate. Wait for a moment. Yes. Xiang Liang came 5 steps behind Xiang Yan and stood sideways. He glanced at the front more or less, and he saw the surface of the low table placed on the table, with a brocade placed on it, thinking what should be written on it. He was thinking about here, the door opened again, but this time he walked into a armor-clad Captain Xiang Liang who recognized him, clearly the captain who followed Jingyu to fight the tiger 2 years ago. Subordinate Si Ho Yat, General 2. He knelt after kneeling on one knee. Get up. Xiang Yan waved his hand, and then gestured at the brocade on the table, said slowly, "This is the information that the king just sent from Yan Guo's elaborate work. You killed King Yan. Uncle Yan Chunjun." What? Xiang Liang almost thought he had heard it wrong, grabbed 2 steps, read the brocade from beginning to end, and couldn't help laughing. He's really nonsense. Xiang Yan sneered, turned around and glanced at the 2 of them, princes of other countries, kill them and kill them. Only shows that he has this ability, which is the pride of our Xiang family. He has been the leader all year round, and he has a magnificent momentum. It is really majestic to say this sentence. Photographed in his spirit, the captain even lowered his head. Xiang Liang was a little surprised. He looked at the captain, thinking that since his father had called him here, there should be no problem. He could not help asking directly. "That father, why are you so unhappy?" Xiang Yan pointed at the brocade. The intelligence was in the hands of the king 3 days ago. Now, the envoy of Yan state has entered the territory of Chu state. When the king sent someone to send this information, he asked me to. He received the envoy of the Yan kingdom together. Xiang Liang is a brave and warlike general, and things like politics are not very clear. But at the moment, he frowned, and obviously felt something abnormal. Xiang Yan ignored his thoughts and turned to face the captain. "Let's say, did you take away a soldier and a soldier?" "Go back to Lord Ho, the young master did not take away a soldier and a soldier," the captain replied. Xiang Yanren was old and spicy, and at a glance he saw the hesitation in the eyes of Xiao Yi. He said, "You is really a good soldier. The person I sent to him has dared to hide from me after 2 years under his command. 2. He doesn't know what it's like, he feels comforted, and he has some complaints about who he wants to fix." At first, the captain was just a squad leader who led 50 riders. After being trained by Jingyu for 2 years, he now has the ability to command thousands of people. At this moment, Jingyu is loyal to his Kyunkai. When he is away, he is led by the captain. Xiang Yan thought about it and said, "I know that you are loyal to Yuer. This is a good thing. I will not blame you, but will give you a reward. However, this matter is really very important for Yuer. I ask you again, Yuer, can he take away a soldier and a soldier?" The captain lowered his head, hesitantly asked, "Oh yeah, is this really important for the young master?" "Well, I'm going to see the king, I'm afraid he will ask about this. How will you let me answer him at that time?" Xiang Yan asked him back, and then said, "I need accurate information before I can serve Yuer. Excuse the charges that may be imposed." "Father, you mean the king?" Xiang Liang's words were interrupted by Xiang Yan, "You have to guard against it, Yuer, but the future of the Xiang family, absolutely cannot be lost." The school lieutenant knelt in front of Xiang Yan. "Ho Ye said that his subordinates are already clear, and I will inform Ho Ye today. If the young master blames him later, his subordinates are willing to be punished." One stroke, however, in the past 2 years, his subordinates lived in the territory with the young master, and had trained more than 3,000 children. These 2 children have left Chu in batches since the past 2 months. The Xiang clan was a general of the Chu kingdom for generations, and was confined to Xiang, so he used it as his surname. The territories mentioned by the captain are the fiefs of the Xiang clan. For hundreds of years, this land has known Xiangxi but not Chu kingdom. Jingyu is the orthodox successor here, so he has absolute authority there. The person selected from here can be regarded as his child soldier. There are many such soldiers under Xiang Yan. Since he returned from playing the tiger 2 years ago, he has lived on this land with the ballet ride assigned to him. When they get there, they often organize exercises for men, women, and children on the grounds of improving the physical fitness of the people. The purpose of doing this now is naturally understood by Xiang Yan. It is nothing more than to cover up that he has trained an additional 3,000 soldiers. This kid Xiang Yan was amused, and his beard touching his jaw bit his teeth again. I even concealed. He looked at the captain who was still kneeling on the ground. You know, he let those people go what to do. This, the subordinates really don't know. The captain replied, they don't belong to the subordinates. Well. Xiang Yan wanted to come too and nodded. You get up. Remember, Yuer has another 3,000 people under his command. If he is dead, don't let anyone other than us know. OZW.com. Yes. The captain stood up. You are trained by Yuer, and you can command more than 1,000 rides, and Yuer's natural ability is higher. Xiang Yan continued, I will allocate 4,000 rides to him, and you will take the lead for him temporarily, etc. He will return to him again. The captain heard Yan Yan's eyebrows with joy, and immediately knelt down again. The subordinate thanked Ho Ye for the young master. Xiang Yan waved his hand, reward 10 gold, you go on. Xie Ho Ye. The captain of the school rewarded the money behind it, but it was extremely indifferent, making Xiang Yan nodded his head. After the captain walked out of the hall, he tapped his fingers in the direction of the door. Look at the soldiers brought by Yuer, it is worthy of my Xiang family. Ha ha ha, father, why have you never praised Yuer? Xiang Liang quipped. Xiang Yan kicked him up and raised his chin. Unless the little boy calls my grandpa first, this is not a descendant, it can really kill me. He thumped his chest, which is a big regret in his life. Cough, father, if there is nothing wrong, the baby will retire. Xiang Liang did not want to hear him complain here. Why would it be okay? Xiang Yan put away that expression and regained the veteran's style. I'm looking for you. There is something else to say. The king this time is probably not at ease with my Xiang family. Over the years, Chu's soldiers and horses have always been in my hands. I'm old and don't say, when I arrive at Yuer, I am afraid there will be another peak. Hey, he wants to suppress Yuer as soon as possible. What should I do? Xiang Liang asked urgently. Xiang Yan is a famous general in Chu, but several of his sons are mediocre, and only this beam can make a difference. Yuer killed Yan Chunjun, in fact there is no fault. Although Yan is also a country, how can it threaten me Chu? This envoy sent is useless. Xiang Yan said, but, for the king to come he said that it was enough to find an excuse. Therefore, his eyes narrowed, Lianger, I am afraid that the Xiang family will need you to support it for some time. Father, you want it? Xiang Liang was shocked. Xiang Yan nodded. Hey, I don't believe it. After I hand over all the military services, the king can move Yuer. Xiang Liang knelt down, the baby will also do his best for me Xiang Shi. Xiang Yan smiled comfortably, Lianger, you get up, I have another thing to tell you. When Xiang Liang left the room again, he felt the responsibility on his shoulders. One day later, on the day when the envoy of the Yan kingdom arrived, Xiang Yan resigned all military affairs on the ground of his old age. At the same time that King Chu was a little surprised, he agreed to his request and promoted Xiang Liang to another level. That does not allow Xiang Liang to master the national soldiers and horses like Xiang Yan, but still retains 1/3 of the control. For the other 2/3, most were directly controlled by King Chu, and a few were given to some generals who were at odds with the Xiang family. As for Jingyu, Chu King did, as Xiang Yan thought, temporarily put away his thoughts. Yandu, the middle of Yanchun King's mansion, dozens of masked men in black neatly kneeled on one knee and shouted. Little Lord! Jingyu shook the blood on the sword and slowly walked out of the broken corpses. If this is a fear for the enemy, then for those who follow him, the higher his combat power, the more delighted they will be. At this moment, it is such a scene that the uncovered eyes of the masked men reveal the light of worship. Good job! Jingyu smiled. Let's stay here for a long time. Get up. Yes. The movements are uniform, whether it is answering or standing up, all reveal good qualities that have been strictly trained. Afterwards, they were dispersed under the leadership of their respective team captains, performing other tasks around to arrange traps, burning the king's palace to block the enemy, etc. The big iron hammer watching them was surprised. This is the family of the Chu kingdom. Are you a soldier? Jingyu looked back at the three of them and said, the crisis has been eliminated. The three thieves were shocked by what they saw today, not knowing what to say to him. After holding a fist and performing a courteous ceremony, he left from the main entrance. The three of them were also seen by the Yangguo soldiers. Obviously they could not stay here for long. Go back to meet Su Confucius, and left the city overnight with the chaos. This night, Yandu's chaos lasted for a long time. A grain depot was burnt, an armory was damaged, and even the main entrance of the palace and the state guest house where the envoys stayed were attacked. The military power of the Yan kingdom was dispersed to the quartet, guarding important facilities and the noble residence of the royal palace. In particular, King Yan is a timid king. After the main entrance of the palace was attacked, most of the general horses had concentrated on their past escorts. Afterwards, a city gate was broken, and a large number of attackers rode out of the city by riding the snatched horses. It wasn't until the riots calmed down for an hour that the king of Yan sent a chaser to kill the escaped attackers. But where did this go? Chapter 34, The Goddess of the Hill, the King of Chu. It should be here. Jingyu looked up at the isolated mountain and thought to himself. At this time, it had been an hour since he led his men to break through the gate of Yangguo. He made some simple arrangements to make it difficult for Yangguo to pursue his soldiers to find their whereabouts, and then separated from his men again. The subordinates will continue to implement the plan he made before, scattered in various countries to establish secret strongholds. And he came here, looking for the Snow Maiden out of the city in the afternoon. Maybe it should have been yesterday afternoon, it is already midnight. Thinking of seeing Xuanu soon, he raised a gentle touch in the corner of his mouth. Forced at the foot, a person is already a few meters away. He actually used light power to catch the mountain in order to see her earlier. As for the horses he rode all the way, he was taken away by the woman who appeared after he left. The mountain road is winding and winding, but for a person of his strength, it is still like a flat land. After a quarter of an hour, he had arrived at the flat ground near the top of the mountain and saw a wooden house. I didn't feel the human breath from it. Jingyu's brow was slightly wrinkled, and he listened to the sound of everything. The whole mountain was shrouded in his feelings. At the foot of the mountain were two women. I thought I should have been a member of the maid guard sent by Reddy. I knew he was coming and went down the mountain early. There was a woman at the top of the mountain. Snow Girl's breath. There was a circle of fences around the wooden house, which surrounded a courtyard. Out of the courtyard gate, a blue stone path draws an irregular arc and extends toward the top of the mountain. After turning around two bends enough to cover the wind of Huhu Mountain, Jingyu's eyes suddenly opened. Xiaosuanyu is already as slender as a machete, and there is no cloud in the sky before it can show its white and bright. At the tip of such a pure moon, she sat alone on the edge of the cliff. The mountain breeze blew her snowy white hair bundled up at the end, swinging, bringing a few touching emotions. Jingyu walked over silently and sat down beside her. Her body was shorter than hers, but she leaned over and leaned on his shoulders. No matter how small, he could also be her support. She made him think so. Are you afraid of getting cold? Jingyu touched her smooth and cold cheeks, feeling a little distressed. If you don't come to see me tomorrow, it doesn't seem to be cold or cold. She said, arms around his arm. Thank goodness, you're safe. Just like caring for her most precious baby in the world, both be careful and hug tightly. She even rubbed his shoulders with her cheeks to make sure she was not dreaming. Then, finally a slightly tired and contented smile appeared. Jingyu's heartstrings were pulled a moment. He couldn't say anything. She pressed her finger gently on his lips. Those beautiful sea blue almond-shaped eyes, staring at his star-like black eyes, revealed no regrets. They are so beautiful. Jingyu was attracted by those eyes and involuntarily exclaimed. He squeezed her chin lightly and kissed her eyes in her surprised eyes. Come back with me, my share baby. Well. Xuanyu could never imagine that one day he would be called a baby by a boy 10 years younger than himself. After laughing, she blushed and nodded shyly with her lips. Jingyu stood up and held out her hand. Xuanyu did indeed catch her hand, however, after 10 seconds, she didn't stand up. Facing Jingyu's amazed look, she twitched her head and shouted. My feet numb you, wait a minute. How long did she sit on this cliff before? Jingyu couldn't imagine that he only knew that Xuanyu's hand was a little tight, so that she felt so painful. As Xuanyu looked up at him puzzledly, he let go of her hand and came to her back, passing through her armpit on the other side, the other hand caught her leg. Should he be? Xuanyu's head was so low that she almost touched her chest. As she thought, she leaned on his immature but immense chest, and was hugged by him. He is not as tall as she is, and it's kind of nonsensical. But her heartbeat has never been faster, and she can't be more joyous. It feels as if he has become his bride and is being held by him and walking into the cave. She was ashamed of her shameless thoughts. A pair of white and jade-like little hands held his shirt, and she made a small request like a gnat. He laughed. When the sun hits 3 poles, Jingyu Fang takes Xuanyu's hand down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, a carriage seemed to wait for a while. The tall man dressed as a driver nodded to Jingyu, and reported coarsely. Master, your subordinates have sent a gift to Yan Wangzi according to your instructions. OZW.com. Well. Jingyu smiled at he, I'm always at ease when you do things. Then if there is nothing wrong, the subordinate will retire first. After Jingyu nodded, he rode the horse prepared on the side, took the 2 maids to dress up the woman, and left together. Xuanyu didn't think that the coachman left so simply, she couldn't help but ask Jingyu, who would catch the carriage in this case. Although she was determined, she never did it. Jingyu nodded his nose, get in the car and experience the most luxurious trip. This Xuanyu laughed, how can people feel at ease to make a car like you? As a result, she was like Qinger, so she was with him. Perhaps, he is the world's highest status coacher, but it is undoubtedly the most blessed driver, always accompanied by beautiful women. After the carriage pulled out of the road, Xuanyu seemed to think of something. By the way, what did you send to King Yan? She asked curiously. Based on her knowledge of Jingyu, Yan Wang should be the one he hates. Well, that gift would not be a good thing. If this is the case, in the next town, it is estimated that you will hear rumors. Jingyu sold a pass. Raised the whip, the 2 horses pulling the cart raised their hooves, and ran quickly. In fact, when Jingyu and Xuanyu realized the fun of a couple traveling together, what happened to Yan had spread more quickly. The first is that the precious ore promised to Qin is stolen, which directly exposes Yan to the anger of King Qin. Yan Wangzi deserves to be able to kill even his own son in exchange for a moment of peace. On the same day, in order to protect himself, Zhang Bang announced that the world was stealing the gem from Long Jingyu, the young master of the Xiang family of the Chu kingdom. The list also pointed out that even Yandu, who made a sensation in the world that night, was attacked by his own hands. It can be said that Jingyu's true fame is on this day, with the help of Yan Wang. At the same time, he was also remembered by 2 kings, one is naturally King Chu and the other is King Qin. The 2 kings thought about the same thing in a tacit understanding, thousands of miles apart, that is, they cannot be allowed to grow up. On the same day, King Qin dispatched his envoy to Chu, demanding that King Chu order Long Jingyu to hand over the ore, otherwise the sword soldiers met. This is as early as Jingyu expected. Just as the world spreads its genius, Xiang Yan got a kit from Jingyu. After watching it, he couldn't help being overjoyed and screamed again and again. On the same day, he went to the palace to meet King Chu and asked him to deny Yan's claim. At that time, King Chu was worrying about Jingyu's affairs. People were affirming his talents. How could King Chu disobey people's hearts and not reuse him in the future? But King Chu did not want to reuse him at all. Xiang Yan's request can be said to be in the middle of the Chu king's arms. He thought he could stop people's worship of Jingyu by this, but even if he agreed. On the second day, he personally wrote an article, and the list announced that the Xiang clan did not send a soldier to the Yan kingdom, and the young master Xiang did not participate in the seizure of Or. At the same time as people saw this news in Chu, another secret story was circulating. King Chu first dismissed General Xiang Yan, who had made outstanding contributions to defend Chu, and then interfered with the dissemination of what the young master Xiang Yu did. This was clearly intended to suppress the guardian deity of the Chu state, Chu. The future destiny of the country is worrying. When the news first entered the ears of Chu king, he just smiled. Is it possible for the Xiang clan to overthrow his Chu king with rumors? However, a few days later, when Qin Guo asked him to force Jingyu to hand over the envoy of the Or, he could no longer laugh. He knew he had missed the best chance to win Jingyu, but why did he regret it? What's more, he still has the name of a jealous and envious person. It is said that King Chu sent his freshman temper at the palace that day. He couldn't tell anyone else that he was being fooled, so he vented this sullenness to the bottles in the palace. As for the envoys of the Qin kingdom, he could only answer according to the list. The Xiang clan did not participate in the seizure of Or. In the end, he was not as cowardly and incompetent as Yan Wang, and Chu was not as weak as Yan. King Chu told the envoy energetically that he would order him to surrender the Or unless he had obtained evidence of the participation of the young master Xiang. If he could, he really didn't want Ying Zheng to send troops to attack Chu. On the one hand, they are afraid of the strength of the Qin army, and fear that the Chu state can hardly hide its front. On the other hand, the Chu state can play against the Qin army, and there is no one other than Xiang Yan. If it is a war, the first thing he needs to do is to re-enable Xiang Yan. Secondly, Yan Wangzi was scared. It is said that he saw Yan Chunjun that night and raised his forest head to complain to him. After this, until Yan was wiped out by Qin, Yan Wang never slept again. When he was dying, he was relieved, and a smile appeared on his skinny face. Chapter 35, Snow and Sunny. Jingyu took the Snow Maiden and rushed to the road one day and night, and arrived at the border between Yan and Qi in the evening on the second day. Finally, in the inn room that Reddy said, she found some thinner Qing'er. When the door opened, Qing'er saw his smiling handsome face, her small mouth collapsed, and she cried with a wow. Before Jingyu could comfort her, she pulled him over and hugged her in her arms. The young master is a bad person. The young master is a bad person. It doesn't matter if you leave Qing'er here. Qing'er thinks that the young master doesn't want anyone else, woo. Just talk nonsense, how come I don't want you? Jingyu hugged her thin waist and patted her back comfortingly. I've only been separated from you for 10 or so days since I came to this world. Qing'er's eyelashes still had teardrops on her eyes, blinking and blinking. After thinking about it, it really seems to be the case. She smiled and bowed her eyebrows with satisfaction, but said softly on her mouth. But Qing'er wants to be with young master all the time. Qing'er didn't know that Xuanu stood in the hallway outside the room door and heard Jingyu saying how jealous she was. Of course, she is not only jealous of being able to stay with Jingyu at all times, but also raising him from a baby-like doll. He must have been cuter when he was young, right? Snow Girl points to her chin and thinks, I don't know if it will be as greedy as it is now. Thinking of gluttony, she blushed, and then it seemed like she had reacted suddenly. Shouldn't his bad habit be cultivated by Qing'er? The more you think, the more likely it is. That bad habit, but did not bring her shame, but let her hate and love. As for what she loves, she is embarrassed to think about it. Because of Jingyu's words, Qing'er's mood stabilized. She wiped her eyes, seeing that the tears fell on Jingyu's cheeks, seeming to mark a trace. After traveling with Jingyu by car for a period of time, Qing'er suddenly understood what it was. He could not help but walk towards the house, and with some distressed reproach. "Young master, you are noble, how can you always do things like driving?" "Not with Qing'er." Her voice in the last few sentences dropped a lot. So she remembered the days when the two of them drove along like a car, and their faces showed a yearning happy smile. This one." Jingyu scratched his cheek. "Shue'er, come here." He beckoned to the side corridor, and at this point, Xuenu mourned in his heart that he was a fool. At this time, she should be put aside first, after calming Qing'er thoroughly, then she was brought in. It's just that there was a moving warmth in her heart that could not be suppressed anyway. Xuenu pursed her lips, stepped forward firmly, and took Jingyu's hand. Qing'er holding Jingyu's other hand stiffened. Slowly turned around, the first thing I saw was the hand that Xuenu and Jingyu held together. Then, her eyes moved upward, past Xuenu's cheeks, and finally fixed on Jingyu's face for a moment. How did Jingyu feel that her eyes turned from a docile cat cub into a guardian cat to face strong enemies female cat? "Share." Qing'er repeated this title word by word. Qin came to power slightly, his eyes narrowed, and brought a lot of pressure to Jingyu. He looked at Qing'er inexplicably, and after a pause, he asked innocently. Qing'er, is this you? How does it feel that his soft sister has become a royal sister? Is this sister Qing'er?" Xuenu suddenly released Jingyu's hand and took a step forward, holding Qing'er's. When Qing'er didn't know why, Xuenu had said intimately, "The young master has come all the way," but she mentioned sister Qing'er's sister, gentle and virtuous, exactly the model of my generation. Her face turned apologetic. I originally wanted the young master to hire a driver, but the young master insisted on not wanting to delay that time, saying that he wanted to see you as soon as possible." Xuenu looked up and down at Qing'er. "Hey, my sister is really a beautiful embryo. No wonder the young master missed that way. OZW.com. Hey." Qing'er's face was all red. "Where, how?" She rubbed the corners of her clothes, and apparently changed back to pitiful. After secretly glancing at Xuenu, she knew she would not admit it wrong. Wasn't this the dancing girl who staged the dance that day? Why not say here, it is generally called Jingyu as the young master with her. "This is Snow Maiden?" Qing'er asked doubtfully. "Sister, just call me Xuenu." Xuenu looked down the corridor and said hesitantly, "Some of the sisters talking here will allow Xuenu to enter the room." "Oh, please come in." Fortunately, Qing'er was in a panic and did not forget the young master Jingyu. "Young master, you come in quickly and wash away this way of dust." Jingyu stared blankly at the snow girl. When she passed by him, she clearly gave him a look of "give it to me," and she had already pulled Qing'er to the bed inside. Jingyu closed the door and heard Xuenu said in an emotional tone. "Sister Qing'er, Xuenu has received the favor of the young master since 2 days ago, and is willing to be his maidservant. If the young master likes it on weekdays. Xuenu is responsible for performing 1 or 2 songs and dances for him." "Hey!" Qing'er glanced at Jingyu. "Snow Maiden is in Fixu Pavilion." She was interrupted by Xuenu's sigh before she finished saying, "Sister Qing'er doesn't know, that kind of place is involuntarily after all, which is better than being around the young master. I want to come. What kind of person is the young master, what will happen to the maidservant? Sister Qing'er is the most clear. Snow girl likes music and dance, the young master can protect the snow girl, and also promise to give the snow girl freedom. Snow girl is very happy." Jingyu looked at her and tried to open her mouth, but she was stopped by Xuenu's eyes. Her slightly pleading look really made Jingyu unbearable. "Well, maid or something, after all, it's just a name. Like Qing'er, I have never looked down on her like that." Jingyu thought of this, and couldn't help but laugh at herself. "I have hundreds of women in the maid guard, and how could hesitate to have another nominal maidservant? He understood the meaning of Xuenu. In the end, Qing'er was the woman who accompanied him for 8 years. If she came, she would be higher than Qing'er in status. It would inevitably make Qing'er feel uncomfortable. Moreover, she had a bad background. In such an era, she insisted on staying by his side as a lover, for fear of being bad for him. Imagine that when you were 8 years old, you were obsessed with a dancing girl. This self-proclaimed maidservant contains how much love and devotion she has in it, Jingyu can feel it. Is this the case? Qing'er relieved. Indeed, unless she usually pays attention to her identity, she will forget that she is actually a maidservant. A glance at Jingyu, it is a great blessing to be able to serve him in this life. Sister Qing'er, can you accept Xuenu? Xuenu asked carefully. Don't say that. Qing'er's face appeared shy. I'm just a maidservant, just call me Qing'er. She stood up. Okay, I'll go cook some dishes for you with the young master now. Today is the young master to catch up with the wind, and to celebrate the snow maiden you become my sister. Xuenu was relieved. Because she grew up in Lefang, she actually had to mature with Qing'er mentally. Under such deliberate favor, it is easy to make friends with Qing'er. Moreover, she also discovered that Qing'er did not doubt others at all, and it was a blank sheet in this respect. On the other hand, it also illustrates one thing. Although Qing'er is a maidservant, the growth environment really makes her envious. So, I'll come to help. Xuenu got up with Qing'er. Sister Qing'er, don't laugh. I don't have any cooking experience. I want to learn from Qing'er's sister. She is proficient in Qingkai. Painting and calligraphy have been cultivated in this way since childhood. Well, that's good. Qing'er's head was slightly crooked. You can teach me some rhythm. Xuenu's eyes lit up and she laughed together with Qing'er. The two girls are just like their names, Snow and Sunny, one cold and one hot. Xuenu likes clothes with cool colors, while Qing'er often wears warm yellow. Xuenu is an iceberg beautician, she doesn't smile easily, but Qing'er always has a little tenderness on her face. However, their contact is not a bad thing for Jingyu. Xuenu, who has a gentle side, he has often seen recently, and Qing'er, she should indeed know the dangers of some people in the world, so as not to be deceived by others without knowing it. Chapter 36, Yu Xiaoming. The gurgling streams collided with the sound of pebbles. On the crisp grass, Jingyu brought 3 larger stones. Time has entered September in the lunar calendar, and it is still located in the north, and the weather has turned cold. This era of the warring states is not like the afterlife. Various pollution caused the greenhouse effect. If it is cold, it is really cold. Therefore, Jingyu put this stone on the fire in advance and slightly increased the heat while Xuenu and Qing'er cleaned up the pheasant he called. Soon after, a small bonfire lit up on the empty grass and Jingyu and 3 people sat around. His thoughtfulness undoubtedly moved the hearts of the 2 girls. They each held a bonfire and grilled the branches of the pheasant. 10 days have passed since Jingyu and Xue'er met with Xuenu. Now, Xuenu has at least learned how to grill pheasants in the wild like this, but something she has never had in her previous life, it makes her feel very new. 2 pheasants are enough for 3 people to eat. Jingyu is idle, and he drew a dagger and carved it on a pebble. This dagger is not sharp, nor has his sword energy or power assistance, it is all blessed by the internal force obtained by cultivation. He wants to use this method to make himself used to using internal force. It can be said that until now, Jingyu does not use internal force, but rely on physical strength and agility to fight, and it is stronger. However, in his own judgment, he can't reach the level of a first-class master by himself. It is by virtue of listening to the existence of the sound of all things and his previous combat experience that he will not suffer in the face of first-class masters, but this is not what he wants. Doesn't it just make him feel satisfied? He still has to reach the strongest in this world. So, it is this internal force that can count on. He has never relaxed since he started practicing. I believe that with his qualifications, he will be able to enter the realm of first-rate masters within a few more years. Master, we are so leisurely outside, is it really good? The sudden sound of the voice made Jingyu distracted and heavier. The beauty face that was originally on the surface of the pebbles had a scar. It's a pity that Jingyu put it down and looked at Qing'er's cute little face with obvious worry. It has been almost a month since I left home, and no news has been passed back, not to mention. More than 10 days after this meeting, I also chose to take a small path. In this way, it is difficult for outsiders to find them, and they are also unable to get outside news. Especially after Jingyu was so troubled, what kind of reaction did the outside world have? The three of them didn't even know that Qing'er couldn't rest assured. Sister Qing'er, young master, he was afraid that he would have been arranged. Xuannu interjected at this time, it is good if there is no news. If there is news, it will be a little troublesome. Hey! Qing'er stayed for a while, young master, is that true? Jingyu smiled and picked up another pebble from his feet. Xuer is right. I have expected the general development of the matter and made arrangements to deal with it. If there are no variables, everything is under control. Are you relieved now? According to the time, Gu Chu should have seen Qin's envoys and was so angry that he could vomit blood? Hey! Qing'er nodded heavily, and patted her heart exaggeratedly. As long as the young master feels good, Qing'er feels good. He, Sister Qing'er really is the young master's intimate padded jacket. Xuannu teased her. Oh, that's not the case. Qing'er seemed to want to deny. When Jingyu looked over, she hurriedly lowered her head again. The firelight was shining on her face, orange and red, a lovable color. Jingyu glanced at Xuannu again, and she smiled softly. Don't bully her too much. Jingyu said to her with her mouth. Snow Maiden wrinkled his little nose at him. I know, you little boy who is partial to mom. Mom. Jingyu's forehead had a blue bar on her forehead, and I really wish she had a slap on her peach-like round hips now. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows, stood up from the spot and looked towards the northwest. Xuannu realized that there must be something wrong. She remembered that he could feel some things around him. What's wrong? She asked, which also attracted Qing'er's attention, and the two stood up. There is a fight over there. Jingyu frowned slightly, and said, I want to see it. He felt a little strange. The two fighting together looked like internal forces in the body, but they were a little different. Moreover, their moves are also very peculiar, with the black sword inserted beside the stone behind their backs. Jingyu said to the two women. You guys are waiting for me here, I will be back soon. Be careful. Xuannu asked, knowing that he had made up his mind. Young master, Qing'er pursed his lips and tried to follow, but feared that his strength was not enough to distract him. OZW.com Jingyu took her hand. I'm not going to fight, I just want to say, like peeking, it's no one to see. He blinked at her, is Qing'er going to peek with me? Isn't that what people want? Qing'er was so angry that he stomped his feet and turned his back. Jingyu smiled and gave Xuannu a look. The man had turned into a black shadow and flew towards the distance against the ground. If the internal force is higher, at this time it is light work, he is still running forward. As Qing'er had just thought, the places Jingyu recently chose to rush to were all small roads or places where few people went. This is also the case here. The stream flows out of a valley, and there is a wood beside the empty grass where the three Jingyu are. Jingyu felt the fight was there. He rushed into the forest in one breath and was already able to see the purple light flashing. Dispelling his breath, he jumped on a tree closer to the open space in the fighting. The two of them in the fierce battle did not come close, and it was better to say that they were about 10 meters away. One is standing on the top of the treetops and leaves standing in the sky, the other is on the ground under the tree. Jingyu used to feel strangely convenient here. It turned out to be the yin-yang family. He only looked at the girl standing in the sky and judged at a glance, I didn't expect to meet her. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, clearly without good intentions. The girl standing at the treetop, aged about 12 or 3, dressed in a purple version of the costumed purple boots that Jingyu rated as gothic lowly, black and grey stockings with black patterns, tied on the left knee above the knee wearing a brass bell, the high-waisted baby doll tutu skirt was white, and the outside was covered by the costume worn by the upper body, the waist, or a wide belt of the boxer style, was tied under the chest line, straight blue. The long purple hair is a princess hair style, and the melon seeds are covered with a thin white veil. The right arm is sleeveless and there is a pink flower on the wrist. There is a screen with a peacock on the back, golden as the frame, and black pattern as the bottom. There are a moon and a sun hanging at the left and right sharp corners. She flipped her fingers, spreading her power, and manipulated the green leaves to shoot down diagonally, like a sharp knife. Flying leaves pick flowers can hurt people, this must have a deep internal support. This girl is so young that she can achieve this level, which shows that she has a good qualification. However, Jingyu still saw that the attack power of these leaves was limited. The people on the ground were about 30 years old, and they thought they had been seriously injured before. The dark blue robe on his body had several cracks, and there were still blood stains on it, the bundled crown had been knocked down, and the look of his hair was a bit scary. Even more, when he was doing his work, he encouraged his hair to blow open, which shows that the pale face like a corpse is really a bit embarrassed. However, the translucent purple light blade that appeared from time to time in his hand was still quite a trivial matter. It's the first time I saw it. Jingyu doesn't know who this person is, but he was a little surprised by his moves. There is something in this world that cannot be underestimated. The top of the tree continued to attack. The people on the ground under the tree could not make an effective counterattack and could only passively resist. By all means, what he needs most now is rest and recuperation. After half an hour in this way, he seemed to finally be unable to support it. Cough cough, the person on the ground spit out a bit of blood, the figure was unstable, and fell to the ground. The girl at the treetop stopped the attack, took a step forward, and landed lightly on the ground. Jingyu shook his head straight, and said, "The young commander of this period is too tender." Sure enough, a slender purple beam suddenly appeared in one of the hands of the man on the ground and shot straight at the unguarded girl. Just then, a black sword buzzed through the air and was blocking the tip of the purple beam. The girl seemed to react at this moment, quickly lowering her body and jumping back a few steps. Then she settled her mind and looked at the sword that blocked her fatal blow, and the man who held the sword. Jingyu is also watching her, or he wants to see if she has any intense expression changes. The result disappointed him a little, and the girl seemed only to be amazed in her eyes. Black sword. A pity and resentment flashed on the face of the man lying on the ground. He turned back and looked back at Jingyu, as well as his sword. "Is it young Master Xiang?" He pressed his chest with one hand and gasped. "Oh!" Jingyu glanced back at the girl and looked at him, unexpectedly, "Can I be so famous?" Hey, the man smiled. "Here is the Yin-Yang family's left protector. He is going to the Chu kingdom to meet King Chu. There are important things to tell. Young master helped me solve this enemy." He didn't even mention Jingyu's previous destruction of his enemy. And what he said made the girl who was looking at Jingyu doubtfully changed to be alert to him. But she had loosened some defenses again because Jingyu saved her life. "Oh!" Jingyu's mouth twitched. "What is it that you want to tell King Chu? This matter is very important, and I can't say it easily." The man frowned slightly. "The young master still solves this enemy first. When I arrive at the palace of King Chu, I will tell you." "Is it because Ying Zheng has made the determination to attack Chu?" Jingyu suddenly asked tentatively. The man's eyes shrank slightly, his eyes narrowed, and he laughed again. "Sure enough, it was young Master Xiang. That's what happened." The man nodded. The young master and I can be friends. The girl has called for reinforcements, and the young master can't delay. In this case, I don't seem to need to intervene. Jingyu intends to close the sword. I want to be friends with the girl behind me more than you, would you? He was just like that. At a distance the person lying down turned his back on him 5 steps away. It can be seen that the girl's expression finally fluctuated greatly. She widened her purple eyes and clearly filled with the word caution. Chapter 37, If you don't speak, you won't be returned. That's it, then you die. Along with this vicious remark, there is also a light blade on the right hand of the yin-yang family's left protector. He was still able to move, not to mention that he bounced from the ground and instantly came to Jingyu's back, thrusting the 2-foot-long light blade into his heart. Jingyu backed his body motionlessly with a ding, but the black sword in his right hand hacked backwards. The collision of the two forces stirred up a wave of anger. Jingyu took the opportunity to take a few steps forward, and just came to the girl who seemed to want to help him. The two were close to each other, but his nose was enough to blow the white gauze. It's a pity that if he doesn't do anything, the next thing will happen is that the two will collide together. The girl was aware of this, and her legs were so hard that she wanted to jump away. Unexpectedly, Jingyu just reached out and hugged her thin waist, and just circled her back. She was unprepared and attached to Jingyu's chest. And like a bump, it made a loud bang. The girl's body stiffened. "Don't move," Jingyu said in her ear. The hot air from the lips made the girl instinctively shrink her neck. So Nuya was in his arms, he felt a little itchy, but now is not the time to move his mind. Yin Yang's Zhou Hufa saw him and her competing together, and there was a happy look on his face. With a sigh of relief, he just attacked. Jingyu just turned the girl 180 degrees and saw the purple light blade strike. He had to hug the girl in his left hand and the sword in his right hand. The girl who had awakened had a blush on her face. I really wished to push her away immediately, but her two small hands could not be inserted between them at all. The wind behind her head also told her that the attack was coming. She just let Jingyu hold it at his mercy, as Jingyu said. However, the pair of white hands like jade still helplessly clasped his lapel to fix the body and reduce the friction between the two chests, which really made her feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Ding! Another crunch. The light blade of the left guardian's right hand was actually knocked away by Jingyu's black sword. His arms are slightly tingling, and the light blade is also unstable. Looking at Jingyu again, his body was not shaken at all, and his heart could not help but be horrified. Although he has been seriously injured and is not in the best condition, the boy's divine power and strong physique are really tricky. Zhou Hufa knew that if he was freed, he was afraid that he would really fold it in his hand today, and he could not help even turning his left hand into a light blade, which was originally intended to be used for life-saving purposes. Instead of fighting hard with Jingyu, he changed to fighting, that is, Jingyu was not given the chance to let his young life down. In front of the two sharp blades piercing back and forth, Jingyu mostly defended with a black sword. He didn't take the initiative to move his position, so he stood on the spot, but protected the left guard from attacks from all sides. This kid, why is swordmanship so clever? Left Guardian was even more surprised. If you give him some time to grow up, he will be able to defeat the Sword Saint Gaini. Although he thought of this, he was even more determined to kill Jingyu. Some people are extremely weird. The more genius characters are destroyed in their hands, the more they can make them feel fulfilled. This is the case with the left protector. The reason why he ended up like this is that he wanted to attack a genius child star soul of the Yin and Yang family. He seems to be determined to take over his left protector in the future. Facing Jingyu, Zhou Hufa couldn't help thinking of the child. Damn, why are you guys so lucky? Can we get something that others will never get without working hard? He secretly cursed in his heart, his face vigorously increased, and his eyes became red. With a cruel heart, he put his hands together to create a huge purple sword and cut it to Jingyu. Jingyu frowned. The sword front was still some distance away from him, and it made him feel a little bit of pressure. Don't care about enjoying Wangxiang Nephrite in the arms again. For the first time, the left hand and the right hand held the sword handle at the same time, facing the purple blade that had caused great oppression in the surrounding space. There was a loud bang, and a great force came from the sword, which almost prevented Jingyu from holding the sword handle. He was a little surprised, and the strength of this man's two-handed attack increased instantaneously by a factor of 10. Fortunately, he is very experienced in dealing with various battles all year round. The power that had penetrated from the sword was transferred to the body instinctively by him, and then transmitted to the ground with him as the center of the circle. There was a trace of cracks on the ground, and even a little depression. That is him. The strength of the body is enough to withstand such great force without being injured. It's just that he was suffering from the girl who was close to him. She only felt Jingyu's chest muscles agitated, and she was suffocated by the unprepared shock. A pair of small hands could not help releasing. At this time, it was in a tense battle. She was leaning backwards, feeling the danger, instinctively reaching through the arm of Jingyu and embracing him. When the chest's dullness subsided, she let out a sigh of relief, only to realize that she had just accidentally kissed his face across the veil. At this moment, her eyes were a little complicated. Knowing the situation just now, he must not have deliberately hugged her back. In fact, it was intentional. Now, she seems to blame his head. Jingyu is absolutely inexhaustible. Facing the giant blade once again, he is ready to mobilize more power to face up. It seems that in order to increase the momentum, Drinking shouted out, so that Snow Maiden and Qing'er who were chatting not far away also heard. The two looked at each other, threw away the roast chicken in their hands, and hurried away in the direction of the sound. Damn, this posture is too bad. Jingyu thought. The opponent chops from top to bottom, and he can only meet from bottom to top. Although there is no defeat, passive in combat is not suitable for him. Cooperate with me, he whispered to the girl who was in a daze. I count 1, 2, 3. You jump towards me 10 meters behind me, and I will also jump together. 10 meters? That had already exceeded her light work limit, but the girl understood Jingyu's intention instantly, and nodded very slowly. What they need to do is not to jump to 10 meters, but to overlap the jumping tracks. 1, 2, 3, jump! OZW.com. Jingyu looked at the timing and issued the command at the moment when the left guardian giant blade was raised. If he is the only one who exerts his strength, with such a girl, I am afraid that it is difficult to surpass the seriously injured left guard in terms of movement speed. Now, however, the two are tacitly advancing in one direction at the same time. He used to listen to the sound of all things, and accurately judge the girl's force. The two forces are almost as one, reaching the speed when they were alone. Previously, the reason why girls were able to face the left protector was because of this speed. The seriously injured Zhou Fa could not catch up with him, so she was delayed here. Zhou Hufa sensed this, and pursued desperately. It's a pity that Jingyu and the two stepped on the ground first, and they looked at her away from him, and he was a bit sorry. However, she blocked the purple blade from the slash. Without the interference of girls, the situation can be said to have completely reversed. Jingyu becomes the active attacking side, a black sword that is as heavy as an iron hammer, but he is swung by him as fast as a fast sword. The girl stood next to her with a handprint and gathered some leaves together. The blade, which was long and long, had many blades and corners. Even if it was wiped, it could cause great scratches. The left protector secretly complained. The two of them have a long-range attack, which prevents him from using his hands together. The more terrible thing is melee, but when he is intact, I am afraid that it will be difficult to please. Calculating the time, the potential that he had just activated with the secret technique was almost exhausted. As he expected, the purple air blade on his hand was unstable and was shattered by Jingyu. He didn't attack again. The girl seemed to have a sharp heart, firing leaves and blades to pierce the left guard. With a snap, the sword stabs straight at the left guard throat where the body has become dull. The condensed power of the leaves was scattered and fluttered down, revealing a blood hole. "It's really rude," Jingyu said, putting his black sword into the back sheath and pouting. With a whine, a leaf struck him and was caught between his fingers. "What are you doing?" he asked in confusion, as the strength condensed on this leaf was clearly less than what he had seen before. This proves that the girl did not really want to attack him. Jingyu looked at her, but she held out her hand towards Jingyu. Jingyu thought for a while, and she would hold her hand when she walked over. As a result, she avoided at once. After Jingyu's hand was retracted, she stretched it out again. Jingyu grabbed it again, and she had to avoid it again and again for 3 times. She fired leaves again and attacked Jingyu. "What do you want to do? Let me know." Jingyu took the leaves and smiled, "Let you not talk." She didn't say, he pretended not to know. The little mouth under the girl's veil opened slightly, after all, it was still a word. Opening his head to the screen behind him, he pointed to the left and to the right, and extended his hand to Jingyu again. "Oh, do you want this?" Jingyu took out a chain with golden crescents from her arms, which was originally hanging on the left side of the screen behind the girl. The girl nodded slowly, reaching for it. "Slow down." Jingyu stopped her. "I saved your life and helped you. You always have to thank me." The girl looked at him and did not respond. Thank Jingyu said, "If you don't say it, I won't give it to you." Although the change in expression was very small, she could be bothered. Jingyu deliberately pinched the chain, dangling the crescent moon pendant in front of her eyes. She couldn't bear the temptation to reach out and grab it, but the result was that he was empty and he finally couldn't help laughing. Her eyes were somewhat wronged, as if they were being bullied. "Oh!" Jingyu's eyebrows stirred. "Your friend seems to be coming soon, and so is my companion. Let's not stop here." He shook his crescent pendant again. "You know I am whoever wants to talk to me in the future. Ask me to ask for it. Remember, no other alternatives are allowed to hang up." He blinked at her, smiled sweetly again, and turned to walk outside the forest. She didn't know what to do and stood there. Shortly afterwards, a voluptuous woman wearing a black cheongsam dress with a high split at the waist slowly walked out of the forest. She lifted her bright red right hand and slipped along the slender curve of her body, and then along the strand of hair in front of her left eye. A glance at the already dead left protector revealed a trace of surprise. "Did you kill it?" she asked. Chapter 38, Desiming, Magia, Jingyu go home. The girl standing at the spot watching Jingyu leave the direction turned around and nodded slowly. Then he pointed to a crack on the ground and shook his head again. "Really?" The voluptuous woman seemed to understand. "So, did the person who helped you leave from there?" She gestured the direction the girl had just looked at. The girl nodded slowly again, and looked at the voluptuous woman indifferently. This performance surprised the fascinating female. Is the girl dissatisfied with her wanting to catch up? "You want to stop me?" Her eyes narrowed slightly and asked with a sneer. The girl shook her head this time, but she pointed to the crack again. The fascinating female frowned slightly, realizing something. She twisted her slender waist and walked around, revealing the enchanting long legs wearing black tights inside. When she came to the cracked ground, she looked down with her left hand on her hips. In just a moment, she was shocked at the central pit surrounded by the cracked road. "There are no footprints," the fascinating woman said in surprise. "This only shows one thing: when the other party once resisted the huge force from above, and then calmly transferred it to the ground." The fascinating woman looked at the huge scale of the cracked road, and the expression on her face looked ugly. She knew that if she changed herself, she would not be able to resist the blow. Looking back at the girl, he grunted and waved at the person she brought. The 2 yin and yang disciples with their high-pointed hats and their heads hanging down, slowly moved towards the body of the left guardian as if floating forward. The fascinating woman walked in the direction she came from, and the girl turned her head and looked at Jingyu's direction of departure. On the other side, feeling the action of everyone behind the Yin-Yang family, Jingyu's mouth slightly curled. Is that woman the boss? Yes, it seems that I know, and only she would walk with that twisted. Seeing the anxious Ching'er and Suand looking for him not far away, he called them out loudly. The two looked at him at the same time. After staying for a while, they made the same movement and slacked their tight shoulders, exhaled for a long time, and then ran towards him with the skirt. Young master, you make Ching'er worry about dying. Ching'er's hand held a thin sword suitable for women. She held Jingyu in her arms and asked with a trembling voice, what happened just now? Young master. There will be a sound when fighting, the enemy must be very powerful. She naturally knows Jingyu's power. It was not only during the training of the sergeants, that even the gangsters were beheaded on the road, but there was never a touch of brows. The pressure caused by the black swords waving will be so strong that it will tremble the people who are against him. Once he lifted his sword to make a chopping motion, and shouted that even 100 sergeants did not dare to move, as if they could just do it. Well, it's a bit strong. Jingyu smiled, blame I didn't take it seriously at the time, and gave him a chance. At this time, Ching'er loosened Jingyu slightly. The Snow Maiden, holding an emerald green jade flute, came forward and held a hand with Jingyu. She sniffed her nose inadvertently, her eyes narrowed. Could it be that the man is still a girl with a fragrant flavor? She questioned Fox. Seeing Ching'er couldn't help but get close to him, and Jingyu stared at Xuanu with a smile. Just your nose, he really wanted to complain to her, lest she look at him so proudly and deliberately now. It wasn't the girl who fought with me. The one I saved was the girl. Jingyu said, I hugged her once during the battle. He swears that he didn't lie at all, but said less. What? Your time, must it be a long time? Another snow girl asked with a smile. This girl Jingyu's teeth are a little tickled, look at me to clean her up tonight. It seemed that she also noticed the strange expression of Jingyu's face, and Xuanu spit out her little tongue, revealing a blame to him. This time it was his turn to hum with pride, raise his chin, and take their hand towards the original stream. I'm hungry, he said, give me something delicious, or I'll eat you guys. The threat seemed to be very effective. The two girls looked at each other, and at the same time, they looked away embarrassingly. Afterwards, they inadvertently took him together and ran forward. Hey, do you not want to be eaten by me? Never. The girls' silver bell-like laughter echoed through the forest. It may seem to outsiders that these two sisters are playing with their younger brother, but they are very happy. Moreover, that day, Gao Jianli, after leaving Yanchun's palace, really agreed to join the Mo family. It took only 1 hour for Yan Wang to order the pursuit of the attackers, which also allowed the robbery, Big Hammer, Su Fuzi and him to have time to calmly leave Yandu. The mission of the Yandu trip this time is over, no matter whether it is successful or not. The three of them, with the newly added Gao Jianli, routinely returned to the Magia government city built between the mountains and the mountains. On the way, the four were sent by Jingyu to a manor. Here, Su Fuzi saw the ore that Yandu was fighting for the first time. He was allowed to bring the ore into the blacksmith's workshop that had been prepared for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep. The calcination, beating, and grinding used various means. When he came out of the workshop, the adult man fisted like a fist the size of the ore remains unchanged. OZW.com. However, Su Fuzi is worthy of being the most famous sword-making master in the world, and has already determined in his heart that if this ore becomes a sword, it must be a famous sword. Because of this, the ore was taken back by the manor in charge, as if he had taken half his life. Anxiety, reluctance, and other feelings appeared on his old face. If you give him a sword, maybe he can rush up in it. It's really hard for him to be busy for so long, still so energetic. Looking at his reaction, the 30-year-old strong man who deliberately slowly covered the oar with a towel smiled slightly. He put the oar into a box and punched Su Fuzi with a fist. "My young master said, the master can think about how to become a sword. If you are willing to cast a peerless magic weapon for the young master, you can come here to find the oar. At that time, the young master will also attach the secret method of melting ore to help the master complete his wish." That boy, this time he put Su Fuzi around. Pirates covered his mouth and whispered to the big hammer. Even Su Fuzi's greatest desire is known, he doesn't know where he came from, so many means to investigate come out. He is a demon. The big hammer muttered. Gao Jianli was silent. The words of the three men were not heard by the sturdy man. However, he just saw the reactions of the three men in his eyes. I saw him clenching fists against the three people, saying, "My young master still has something to say to the leaders of the Mo family, Qin Wangying, who wants to destroy the 6 kingdoms. His determination can be seen in the previous destruction of the 3 kingdoms of Han, Zhao, and Wei. Now the remaining Chu, Yan, Qi, it is difficult for the 3 nations to conceal their frontiers. Why are they not ambitious and ambitious? And if they can take it, how can they be satisfied just because of a piece of ore? The Qin state has weakened the means by which countries have strengthened themselves. Since more than 100 years ago, they have demanded a city today and a place tomorrow. When was this appetite satisfied? The Mo family clearly understood. If the reason for Qin Kuovang's attack on Yanguo was actually linked to a piece of ore, some far-fetched Jingyu would have to tell them this. So, what about Chu? Big Iron Hammer asked in a rough voice. He said that the 3 kingdoms can't beat Qin. Isn't Chu not far from its demise? The strong man's reaction to him seemed to have been expected, or Jingyu had told him this long ago, and he couldn't help but admire him at this moment. The young master was really like a god. Then, it was a great pity that it even appeared on the face, but in accordance with his words, there was a sense of justness. Young master, he will do his best for the Chu kingdom. However, he is only 8 years old. The big hammer opened his mouth a few times, unable to say a word. It would be a shame to put the fate of a country on an 8-year-old child. After a few breaths of silence in the room, the sturdy man spoke again, and his momentum rose. Young master, he told us that even if the Chu state died, it would be nothing but the city. The soldiers and people of the Chu state are still there, and the Chu state is still there. The country is a person, not a land. The Mo family stunned and chewed on the meaning of his words carefully, gradually turning to admiration. Soon after, the 4 Mo family went on the road again and returned to the Mo city government city a few days later. Then, the giants of the Mo family and other leaders and disciples also knew about Jingyu. On this day, in Chuchun, the capital of Chu state, a carriage carrying 2 young girls and a child entered slowly. This time, all 3 were sitting inside the car, looking out the lively street through the screens. "Shuer, if you want to play, it's the next time," Jingyu said to Xuenu, who was sitting on his left side and looking out the window with some novel looks. "I have a small plan. Shopping with you." Xuenu took his hand and nodded gently. "Young master, Qing'er also wants to be together, is it okay?" Qing'er, who was sitting on the other side, hugged his arm and shook. Jingyu scraped her small nose with her finger, jokingly, "What can make you less?" Qing'er wrinkled his nose and made a funny face. The carriage moved for a while, and the driver stopped in front of Xiangfu's gate in accordance with Jingyu's request. The guard who guarded the door wondered, whose car was this? The 2 looked at each other, wondering if they wanted to drive them away. A jade hand had lifted the curtain for Jingyu, and he got off the car, followed by Qing'er and Xuenu. Jingyu walked forward 2 steps and looked at the guard sergeant with his mouth open on the steps. "Why? I haven't known you for more than a month since I left home." A smirk was drawn in the corner of his mouth. "Maybe I want to be disciplined by me. Less, the little master is back. A guard, a clever man, ran into the house with a crawl. After the other person reacted, he ran down with excitement and knelt in front of Jingyu on one knee. The expression of worship on that face could hardly be added to make Jingyu feel bad about him. "Let's go back to my courtyard directly," he said to the snow girl, who looked at him with a funny expression, and walked forward. Behind her, she didn't know what Qing'er whispered to Xuenu, and they both grinned gigglingly. Chapter 39, 160, See King Chu. The young master Xiang came back, and the Xiang family went up and down with joy, but the news spread throughout the Chu capital that day. On the second day, the summoning document from King Chu was sent to Xiangfu by the in the palace. Xiang Yan greeted to the main hall while sending someone to inform Jingyu. With the usual bold smile on his face, he was worried that Jingyu was good everywhere, that is, he never knelt to others, and even did not do the etiquette of greeting. As usual, he is a child, and it would be fine if he did not come out to meet other nobles and doctors. But this time it was to see the king of Chu. If he did not kneel and salute, the crime of great disrespect could be settled on his head. Little guy has always been open-minded, this time it should not make mistakes, probably. There was a bitter smile in the corner of his mouth. In the main hall of the courtyard where Jingyu is located, Xuenu and Qing'er stood a little inside the door, and looked at Jingyu sitting behind the long table with noble manners. His expression at the moment implied the indifference beyond his age, and he did not anger and let Xuenu and Qing'er. There is an illusion that you cannot look directly. The body is obviously small, but exudes a great sense of existence. There was a condescending look down at that glance. There is no need for anyone to tell them that he must be a king, and the two thought so in agreement. If Qing'er is simply a favorite of Jingyu, then, the Snow Maiden, who is accustomed to the world and the big people, obviously made the evaluation more pertinent. She had never seen such a nobleman who made her heart broken, and she wanted to go from the bottom of her heart. Respect him. You are young Master Xiang. Jingyu's eyes shifted downward, bringing an equally small figure into the scope of examination. The child kneeling in front of the table was looked at by him, and the whole body shook. Return to the king, the boy is Xiang Sheyu. He originally bowed down, and at this moment he bowed down and replied. Oh! Jingyu's lips slightly curved. Well, I heard that your name is Long Jingyu. Why did you call yourself Sheyu? Although his voice was still immature at this time, his tone was gentle and prominent. It's all up and down in control. It is Xiao Yu that is recorded in the genealogy of the kid's family. Today, he can only call himself in front of the king. The child raised his body and replied. Well. Jingyu nodded, but only coordinated with the expression on his face, so that people could not see what he meant by this nod. You get up. Thank you, King Grace. The child arched his hands, then stood up, but still kept his head down. Would you sit down on this tiger skin, can you recognize it? Jingyu asked again after a while, still unable to hear the voice of anger in that way. This the child raised his head, and then quickly lowered, arched his hand, it seems familiar. Ha ha ha, Jingyu smiled. This tiger skin was sent to your palace by your grandfather 2 years ago. I am very satisfied that I heard that you hunted it by yourself, but is this possible? Return to King Rin, but there is this matter. Just the child stopped talking. Hey! Jingyu raised his eyelids, releasing a bit of coercion. The child was shocked and responded quickly, hunting the tiger that day, and a passing luck's help. Boy, because he wanted the grandfather's praise, he took the credit. So, why did you say it in front of the widow today? Jingyu's lips twitched again. Don't dare hide in front of the king. The child's head was lowered. Jingyu showed her satisfaction this time. The widowed person also heard that you asked the Xiangqing family to help you cast a black sword weighing more than 30 pounds. Master, the kid is very strange about the matter. The child scratched his head innocently. The kid is obviously a black sword that he has just recently used. How can he be so badly spread? Oh! Jingyu frowned slightly. You will show the widow once in this temple. The child froze for a moment and bowed down immediately. How dare you dance the sword before the king drives? It's okay, few people are allowed. Jingyu glanced at Xuenu and Qing'er. The two of them were in a daze, and now they bowed quickly and stepped back out of the room. The child looked at the two women, and then bowed to Jingyu. This is the case. The boy gave his ugly face in front of the king. He seemed to have finally completed what he was doing. He was relieved, and suddenly his face was bright. He said to Jingyu, Master, can I be like this? Well, Zioki, you are doing very well. Jingyu also stood up from the sitting position, came to him, and pulled him from the ground. You will take my black sword and try your best to dance, that's it. With your current abilities, you have just been able to use a sword technique smoothly, but it is far from using it to kill enemies, so it will not be seen as a flaw. The child, who is about the same height as Jingyu, looks extremely beautiful. It was originally red hair, but today it was painted black because of Jingyu's request. Hearing Jingyu's words, he seemed relieved and laughed innocently. It's the young master who is the most powerful and can use that kind of sword. By the way, does the king really have such a terrible young master? If you see this, you'll know it when you see it. Jingyu gave a meaningful smile. Qing'er and Xuenu walked in. Young master, Hoye sent someone to invite you to the lobby, saying that it was King Chu's edict. Qing'er said, glancing at the other child again, small, you may want act well. Act well, come back, Sister Qing'er, I will make something delicious for you. OZW.com. Thank you Qing'er sister. The child was a little shy, and Chong Jingyu arched his hand. Young master, that's small and this is the place to go. Well, Qing'er, you tell the man 2 words. Jingyu nodded and told Qing'er, let him go to the second general. There shouldn't be anything to do when I pretend to be a pretender and go to see King Chu's publicity. Yes. Qing'er nodded and walked out with the child named Long Qi. The snow girl who stayed was looking at Jingyu carefully from the beginning. Now, she finally had the opportunity to ask the doubts in her heart. How did you make that one just now? She asked. The kind of kingliness that is difficult for ministers and generals to perform is too realistic if it is acting. Jingyu took her hand and walked out while saying, Xue'er, if I always look like that, would you be happy? Xuenu thought for a while and shook her head silently. That look of Jingyu would make her want to bow her head instead of watching. As his lover, she wanted to be able to look at him like this forever, even now. So, I usually do it like this. Jingyu smiled. Xuenu always felt that this sentence made her feel at ease. The original uneasy heart also calmed down. Where are we going? She asked curiously. Go and see the reaction of old Howie. Jingyu smiled back at her with a smirk. If it were Qing'er, she would definitely be afraid to look at her because of her identity. That's your grandfather. Xuenu shook her head with a smile, nodded his nose with white and delicate fingers. If only the two of them, she will reply to her lover's identity and make fun with him. Jingyu's expression is a little complicated. He and the people in this family are very kind to me, just me. He has gone through 2 worlds, decades of killing, and is the father of many daughters. How can you easily integrate into other people's families and treat these people as their own relatives? Regarding the women he had breastfed and not to mention, these men really couldn't arouse his affection. Perhaps it was the arrogance and pride of his former king. Xuenu was very distressed about him. Can't help walking over, hug him into his arms, and wrap him with his own feminine features. It doesn't matter, you can return their good in your own way, I believe you will do it. Xuenu said softly. Own way. Jingyu seemed to be reminded. He is indeed not a member of the Xiang family, but the Xiang family belongs to his family in this world. After thinking quietly, he knew how to arrange the Xiang family. You helped me a lot, share. Jingyu took her hand and kissed it, so Xuenu looked around nervously. White glanced at him, took his hand and ran forward to ease her shyness and rejoicing. She never thought that hearing such a word from his mouth would make her so happy. Come on, you will miss the good show you said. She blinked at him. And on the other side, Long Qi followed Qing'er out of the yard. Qing'er told Jingyu's arrangements to the person who had come, and the man was immediately scared with a pale complexion, and even crawled to find the news of the second General Xiang Liang's blockade. Long Qi came to the lobby alone, and after walking in, he saw what Xiang Yan was talking with a palace attendant. He stepped forward and knelt in front of Xiang Yan. Grandpa, but are you looking for me? Xiang Yan was taken aback. How did the child call his grandpa? Although the hair color was wrong, he still remembered that the child was the only child who went to the next land with Jingyu 2 years ago. Look up and down carefully, especially Long Qi wears a silver-encrusted jewel headband that Jingyu occasionally wears. Ouch! He immediately covered his head, and a burst of blood came up, making him almost dizzy. In the past, the muscles on his face trembled unnaturally, squeezing a smile that could not be seen better than crying. Here, he still doesn't know Jingyu's plan. Jingyu usually speaks in a simple way. It seems that he only appeared in public once when he returned from a tiger fight 2 years ago. Usually no one outside the family knows what he looks like and replaces them with the same children. This is not a problem at all. Moreover, Xiang Yan also greatly appreciated his point. It's just, that kid, at least squeak me in advance, right? Let me not even prepare for it. He's muttering, but he has called the dragon and got up, and brought it to the eunuch, calling him his grandson. After this, the did not doubt, took the dragon and went to the palace. By noon, Long Qi had returned, and while eating Qing'er cooking for him, he said to Jingyu, "Young master, the king is not as terrible as you." He clearly wanted to say that since King Chu was only of that degree, why should he act so scary to scare him? Looking at his grudged eyes, Jingyu gave him a kick angrily, "Smelly boy, hurry and eat yours." Chapter 40, Dispatch on Campus. At the wooden door, there are 4 standard guards with silver armor standing at the front, back, left, and right, and in the middle of them there is a small captain with a bronze sword on his waist. This is the morning time. Although the sun is not the hottest day of the day, it is inevitable that this is not the time of war. No, one of the guards could not help but sigh, and even made a sound, attracting the attention of several others. The captain turned back and glared at him, scolding. "Little Six, you stinky boy again." The guard seemed to be aware of it, covering his mouth, but the voice was covered. He couldn't help but looked at the other 3 gloating companions, and finally his poor eyes fixed on the captain. "Brother Lu, can you not do this time? Less nonsense." The captain sneered. "In the words of the young master, I am strict with you, that's loving you. Hurry up, 30 push UPS." For a soldier, there are not many 30 at that time. However, when they wear armor at this time, they will be a little different. Imagine how it feels to do push UPS with more than 20 pounds on your body. The soldier had no choice but to pass Chang Ji to his companion, and he was about to get down. But halfway through, he suddenly straightened up, pointed to the back of the captain, and said, "Someone is coming." The other 4 people who had originally watched him saw Wenyan and looked back. Sure enough, they saw vaguely a dozen horseback guards and a carriage. "Alert!" the captain ordered, "Sing the gong and give a warning to the camp." The gong sounds agreed upon by the number of sounds sounded, and the situation of the person and the person coming in the future was roughly informed. Soon after, more than 30 rides came from the camp. Captain Lu surnamed quickly ordered someone to lift the refusal horse in front of the gate, and those more than 30 rides out, running towards the approaching team. On the road, there was a knight coming across from him. I didn't know what to say. I ran back from the 30-odd rides, and the rest proceeded to the front of the team. The captain Lu surnamed curiously watched only the knight, who ran back shouting loudly, "The young master is here." The captain orders, the camp door is opened, and the line will meet. "Oh, my God!" The captain Lu surnamed heard the exclamation and hurried to the gong. And on the other side, Captain Kyunkai has come to Jingyu's mount. Su wasn't seen in more than a month. This time he took his knights off the horse and paid a courteous gift. Subordinates see young master. Dressed in black and gold Chi-Hai Jiao dragon armor, although still young, Jingyu is also majestic. Facing the neat visits of more than 30 people, he didn't feel that there was anything to be proud of. The expression with a light smile didn't even change. The hand holding the whip gently raised, and after more than 30 people got up, he asked. "Su Xiaoyi, with 5,000 soldiers, how do you feel?" This the school captain scratched his head in shame, then knelt to Jingyu on one knee and arched his hand. "The subordinate is incompetent. He was only a squad leader with a 50-rider 2 years ago. At that time, the 4 leaders of the other 4,000 riders were already the posts of captains. Xiang Yan swiped them over, and Jingyu's men who were under Jingyu's status were higher than them. This was nothing. It's just that if you want them to listen to the command of the person who was under their control, how can you convince them? As a result, they came here with their soldiers, but Jingyu's military training method explained by each of the soldiers Su Xiaoyi, no one would listen. This was expected when Jingyu knew that he had 4,000 more cavalry. Now, seeing the expression on Su Xiaoyi's face, there is no slight surprise. "Come with me." Jingyu drove past him. "The next time I have the opportunity, I will bring you 9,000 recruits first." "Young master you." Su Xiaoyi looked up at his back in amazement, and realized why the small body was always so tall. His eyes were slightly moist, and he bowed prostrate, shouting but clanging loudly. "Master Xiet." When he stood up again, he was already full of determination. When the young master asked him to bring 1,000 people, he was shocked. When he used to bragging with others, though he thought about it so much, he never expected it to be true. Now, the young master said that he could bring 10,000 soldiers, which he never even dreamed of. In fact, wasn't he able to bring even 5,000 people? Why did the young master trust him so much? He didn't know, he only knew that there was a boiling blood in his heart at the moment. While riding the horse, he made up his mind. In this life, only one thought will be followed: you can't let the words of the young master fail. The captain rode on Jingyu's side, followed by carriages and other riding guards. When a group of people came to the gate, they saw that there had been 4 riders who led hundreds of people to meet him. "Young master, the 4,000 people drawn by Ho Ye are led by them." Su Xiaoyi whispered to Jingyu. Seeing Jingyu coming, the 4 of them never landed right away. When Jingyu came to them, she said in full, "Have seen the young master." Jingyu took hold of the reins and looked at the expressions of the 4 of them. Seeing that they all have dissatisfied expressions on their faces, this greeting wants to be very different from Su Xiaoyi behind him. It is only the young master Xiang, not their chief general. The military is also a place that is very particular about seniority. At the same rank, veterans have more weight than new recruits. At the same time, the soldiers must have the steel discipline to obey orders, but also the unruly and unruly. If the 4 school captains succumbed to him when they saw him, Jingyu would look down on them instead, thinking that they were a group of soft eggs. His army did not need soft eggs. The angle of Jingyu's lips was raised upwards, and a fascinating light appeared between his eyes. OZW.com 3-way drums, point soldiers on the school ground. He shook the reins and urged the horses straight forward without saying hello. The 4 school captains in front of him had a look in his eyes, and they immediately jumped in their hearts, almost instinctively drove the mounts to the sides. The 4 stared at the strong domineering revealed by his little body and looked at him in horror. Seeing the expressions of the 4 of them, Su Xiaoyi felt so happy. The young master was indeed young, but the young master's strength was seen for his life. If you look down on the young master, his small body is enough to release the power of the dragon. The entire barracks quickly boiled with drums. Later, the sound of horseshoes poured into the school from all sides, and on the stage, Jingyu stood alone. The carriage that followed him stopped in the corner behind the general. 2 soldiers wearing leather armors quietly came down from the inside. After standing straight, they can see that their chests are protruding like women, and their eyes can be regarded as beautiful, and it is clear that Qing'er and Suinu can only ride in the car while he is riding. In fact, before coming, Jingyu called horses to them. However, even if the trousers were changed, the 2 women would not live apart and would not ride their legs apart in front of the person. Only when he was alone, the 2 women had fun riding with him. The cavalry is getting more and more, the sound of horse hissing and horseshoe is noisy. In this noisy, only the cavalry with Su Xiaoyi led the queue. Fortunately, the remaining 4,000 people were also the elite troops that Xiang Yan allocated to Jingyu. Before the drums stopped, they were quiet. Hey! Xuenu, who was watching from the back, exclaimed in a small voice, "Why is there a unit without wearing armor at all?" She pointed her finger to the leftmost unit in front of the stage. The 5 cavalry phalanxes under the stage are clearly distinguished. Except for the leftmost phalanx, the knights are all wearing bright silver armor, even on horses. It can be seen that it is a heavy armor that pursues the power of assault. Cavalry. Ah, that's the team that the young master has trained for 2 years. Qing'er has been with Jingyu and recognized it. It used to be like other cavalry. The young master later asked them to remove all their armor. Why is this? Xuenu understands, with armor, can't you add some defense? But the young master said that in the heavy armored cavalry, Chu is not as good as Qin, and it is better to do the opposite. Keep the horse's motility, at a fast pace. And kill half of the enemy without engaging the enemy. Qing'er said seriously after imitating Jingyu's expression, and then spit out her little tongue again. Qing'er doesn't quite understand what young master meant. Xuenu smiled, he can always think of things that others don't understand, but it's all right. Well. Qing'er nodded his approval. Drumming stopped at this time, and Qing'er stopped talking to Xuenu. In front of the stage, the 5 school captains rode forward at the same time and punched Jingyu, saying that they had assembled on time. Jingyu nodded with satisfaction. He thought differently about those heavy cavalry who were still wearing armor and Su Xiaoyi. The time left for him next was too short to be sufficient for them to adapt to the Mongolian kinky warfare. Moreover, this set of tactics has not yet been proved in this era, that is, he wants to promote it in advance, and how many people in the Chu kingdom of Nyota want to believe his childish words? Even the 1,000 people under Su Xiaoyi. When selected by Jingyu, he was already good at shooting bows and arrows. After 2 years of repeated training, until now, it was barely made him feel that he could be sent to fight. With his thoughts in mind, Jingyu waved the sergeants waiting at the front left of the stage. Immediately, one person led his horse, and the other came over with a long ge. I want to see how the 4 school captains are working immediately. Su school captain, you're back away. Jingyu jumped directly from the stage to the warhorse, leaned over with one hand, and lifted the carrying one dark and long. The eyes of the 4 school captains stared directly at Chang Ji held by Jingyu. It had always been in this barracks, and the 4 had tried it in private. Dancing is hard to say, one accidentally hurts his wrist easily. Now, after seeing Jingyu's easy touch, the 4 people were already afraid. This young master, why are the 4 of us waiting to be the young master's opponent? One of them bowed his hand. And the sword has no eyes, it's better to use a wooden spearhead, the other said. I want to see your strength, even though the real swords and guns are what it is. Jingyu frowned, if you talk more about the defense, you will cut off your captain. The 4 looked at each other, clenched their teeth, and punched Jingyu at the same time, so, I'll wait for my life. Jingyu rode a horse to the side of the stage, and the 4 school captains also held Ge and walked to the other side. The drums sounded, and the soldiers below saw the masters want to compete. They were really excited and watched them one by one. 4 of you come together. Jingyu said Chang Ge on his shoulders and said to them. This sentence uses some internal force, even in the drum sound, it was also clearly heard by the sergeants below. Many people looked at each other, is the master so powerful? Only the soldiers who had been trained by Jingyu for 2 years understood that it was no longer a word that could be described by the 2 words. When the drums stopped, the 2 sides drove towards each other. Immediately, even though Jingyu stood alone, Jingyu's momentum was like the same army, and the 4 were still 4. At the moment of staggering, Jingyu first waved Ge towards the front and left, and the 2 long Ge of the front thorn were shocked away. The person holding Ge felt that the tiger's mouth seemed to be cracking. If he hadn't known his strength, he could hardly hold it. Jingyu Zongma passed by the 2 of them, and it was natural to learn from each other. However, at this time there were 2 others in front of him. One is on the left, chopping from top to bottom, the other is on the right, chopping from right to left. Jingyu's Chang Ge picked up from the left and right. As Zima passed by them, he turned around and turned their helmets down to the ground. He used to use force, but this time it was a skill. In this way, people can know that he is not only amazing. The 5 horses separated, and Jingyu's bamboo reins turned around and looked at the 4 school captains. All 4 knew that his men were merciful and did not let them lose face in front of their men. He admired his force again. Besides, his identity was noble. The 4 of them no longer hesitated, jumped down immediately, and bowed down to worship. On the school field, Su Xiaoyi started, and the sergeants cheered. Just then, a fast horse rushed into the school. When he came to Jingyu, he rushed down and knelt down. Young Master, Qin State used troops against Yan State. Chapter 41, Magia Giant. Qin Jun is 200,000 and Yan Jun is 50,000. Combat power is not disproportionate, let alone this figure. Moreover, Qin Jun led the army by Wang Jian, who was famous in the 7 kingdoms, but Yan Guo was the incompetent Yan Yi who only knew to bully the good people. Jingyu actually received news from Tianji before coming to this school. Today, this one is nothing more than detailed information from Chu. After conquering the 4 school captains, he did not force Su captain to act as their commander. Su Xiaoyi still led him to 2,000 people who had trained for 2 years, and one of the remaining 4 was responsible for leading 4,000 people. Later, he stayed here for 3 days before returning to Chuchun, the capital of Chu Kingdom. Knowing from Xiang Liang, he asked Xiang Liang to report to King Chu in his own name, and the efforts to strengthen border security were not valued by King Chu. Knowing that Jingyu will not be targeted, Xiang Liang is very anxious about this. After learning about the meaning of King Chu, he was not assured, and secretly sent people to contact the defenders in the border towns to let them be more careful. However, it is unknown how much effect this will have. At that time, Qin had secretly mobilized the support of 400,000 troops. Jingyu knew this, but Chu Kuoxiu didn't know it. If the news is made public, it will let the world know that he has a secret intelligence organization. Therefore, Jingyu concealed it. On this day, Jingyu took Xuanu and Qing'er to a restaurant with private rooms. That was the position he had already set. When the shopkeeper saw him, he quickly led him upstairs and said, "Son, your guest is already here." "Well?" Jingyu nodded. "Don't be busy serving food, I'll call you if I need it." "Yes." The shop responded, made a gesture of invitation, and pushed open the door of the box. Jingyu walked into it and saw a tall man standing with a hat and a black and white cloak. He was facing the open window, apparently looking at the street calmly. Even when the sound of the door opening sounded, he did not look back. "It's you." Jingyu was a little surprised. He said so at the door, so it was. Then he walked in. Ching'er and Swinian looked at each other, but the guest he called seemed to be completely unknown. The shop had already left, and the two women entered with Jingyu, then closed the door and came behind him. "Do you remember me?" The man seemed surprised. Although he turned around after Jingyu spoke, he was too low because of the hats he carried, and even Jingyu couldn't see his face now. However, Jingyu could feel that he seemed to smile slightly. "You are the strongest person I have seen so far. I naturally have some impressions." Jingyu chuckled and pointed to the opposite of the long table. "Please sit down." "Oh? You knew my strength when I was 6 years old." The man also made a gesture to Jingyu, but it was completely different from what the store just made. The store's stubborn and kneeling, while his is a kind of equality. Moreover, his voice does not contain any kind of flattery, and it is slightly deep and steady, which is very consistent with his status as a leader. In addition, I do not know whether it is Jingyu's illusion. This person seems to have a kind of elder to junior tone to him. The two sat at the sides of the long table at the same time as nobles. Yu Ching'er poured a cup of tea for the two of them, and the two raised their hands and gave a drink. After putting down the teacup, Jingyu did not answer his question, but asked, "Are you a giant of the Mo family? This is what you feel?" The man didn't answer the question, and was interested. "It's not really what you want. How high should the martial arts skills of the Magia giant be?" Jingyu shook his head and sneered, "I think it's a bit unrealistic." "Don't you want to believe because you can't imagine it?" the man tentatively said. "You're so arrogant." Jingyu's mouth twitched a sneering arc. "Arrogant? That's because I have the capital to be arrogant in front of you. The strongest power in the One Piece world is enough to destroy the world. And he is at the apex of that power. Seeing the power of greatness, let's take a look at the power of this world. Where will it really attract his attention? What I have to say is to feel that part of it is interesting." The man's hate was obviously on stage. "Shouldn't I think Jingyu would say that?" He said Jingyu that way, with the meaning of pointing. Jingyu is talented, and he also feels that Jingyu's talent is rare in the world. However, Jingyu's age is too young. He is really afraid that Jingyu will go into a detour. That is not only a loss to the world, it is also likely to cause immeasurable harm to the world. OZW.com. However, after he carefully looked at Jingyu's face, he found that there was no arrogance on it. This made him frown. Could it be said that Jingyu still really felt that way? After thinking for a while, he glanced at Ching'er and Suan and said to Jingyu, "Do you think so in front of them? Ching'er is really delicious, and I can't learn Xuanu's dance and xiao." Jingyu spread his hands. "It seems that there is no way you can really find my flaws. Young master, Ching'er is so good." Ching'er behind him listened to his compliment and couldn't help bowing his head to blush. Xuanu was quite indifferent, she just thought Jingyu was very interesting. The man also laughed. "I am so confident that I will never misunderstand you, and you will not become a ruthless person." He said, "Yes. I am indeed a giant of the Mo family." "So, you came today, but for the ore?" Jingyu asked. "Mo family, should there be an answer? I hope it will satisfy me. You're like they portrayed as an overbearing kid." The Magia giant's tone remains unchanged. Qin state attacked Yan state. Although we were fooled by King Yan, we all know that that is just an excuse. For an excuse that is not necessary, there is really no need to waste the impact of the birth of a peerless soldier. We agreed. You can hand over the ore to Su Fuzi to cast the sword. According to Su Fuzi's speculation that day, the ore must be able to cast a famous sword. In other words, even ordinary swordsmiths can use the ore to make famous swords. And if he came to cast, the finished product should be able to be arranged in top 3, and there is a possibility of spelling sky question. So, I would like to thank Su Fuzi first. Jingyu lifted the teacup and said to the giant of the Magia, "You're welcome." The giant also raised a teacup, and the two each drank another cup. "I have one more thing, and I want to bother the Mo family to help." When Qing'er was serving tea for the two, Jingyu said in a low voice, "Right now, it is a matter of time for Qin to capture Yan, and it is most likely to be it is difficult to advance with a division and go straight to Chu. There is a General Wang Jian, who is weaker than Qin in terms of military strength, combat strength, and support. This war may lead to Chu's death. Does the young master want my Mo family to help this battle?" The giant's brow furrowed slightly. "No." Jingyu smiled faintly. Mo disciples are everywhere in the world, and they must have a lot of their own ways. Soon, I plan to send this Yang family non-combatants in batches. Then, I want to ask the Mo family to arrange for me. If the battle is won, they can come back. If it is defeated, it also gives us no worries. He himself sent thousands of other people to confuse them in various countries, but this cannot be exposed now. The former mountain village where Su Fuzi studied the ore was also disguised as the detailed work arranged by the Xiang family for Chu. Is this what you said before? The country is a person, not a land. The Motzi giant asked after hearing, why not transfer it with other people? Or, tell them this judgment. Is this Mo's combining love for life? Jingyu sneered, if you are a leader, why can't you imagine what happens if you tell others? First, no one would believe it, only some people will treat me like a fool. Second, the entire Chu state is in chaos, and the Qin army has not yet attacked, and the people here have lost the courage to resist. No matter which one, King Chu may be very happy to spread the rumors of Qin state executed me in the name. You don't seem to have any respect for King Chu. The giant stared at Jingyu's eyes. Can it be replaced by it? Jingyu smiled and took a sip of tea before slowly saying, there is a fate in the Mahist thinking, that is, people can control their own destiny through hard work. If they succumb to the king of Chu, they will be jealous of him as they do now. When I can control my destiny, why don't try hard to achieve it, but put his destiny in his hands? Moreover, he is not a king that makes me heartbroken. In the Mahist ideology, there is also a saying of Tianzi, which follows the laws of nature. Become a king and defeat the invaders. In the Mahist ideology, there is also a saying of sameness, which is to serve the people with one heart and one mind. The world is the world's people, not someone's. Although I was born in the Chu kingdom and need allegiance, I might not be the king of Chu. You, the giant of the Mo family, laughed, but few rulers will like the Mo's thought. If you become the king of the world, you can still follow the Mo's thought. He glanced at Jingyu, and the latter's sentence was self-evident. Don't expect me that much. Jingyu shook his head at him, and raised a finger, I can assure you, but I will not cut off the Mo school's thinking. If I rule the world, I will only choose among the hundreds of schools the good part. Then use their contradictions to restrain each other. For example, Confucianism is conducive to rule and education, but there are too many unnecessary etiquettes in it. At this time, you can use the Mahist thoughts to eliminate unnecessary etiquette. The Mo's organs are helpful to society, but the idea that everyone is equal can be implemented for hundreds or thousands of nights. Chapter 42, The Battle of Qin-Chu broke out. Don't you hate the hundreds of schools? The giant asked with surprise. The rulers I have seen are inclined to one family rather than all. Even if he hadn't thought about them, the schools of all hundreds of peace coexistence, what an era will it be? The rulers of all countries in the past made you narrow. Jingyu smiled disdainfully. So, in order to survive, you will attack other people when necessary. Ah, yes, you have been thinking because of thinking. Conflicts, and very annoying martial arts. Suppressing such martial arts seems to have no psychological burden at all, is it? I remember you, the giant, but once wrote an article criticizing Confucianism. The giant of the Mo family smiled bitterly, Theft said that you don't know how to speak politely. I'm finally the leader today. If you are a girl, I will be more polite when I speak. Jingyu said, and picked up the teacup habitually and took a sip. However, after he put down the teacup this time, no one came to add tea to him. Glancing at Ching'er in surprise, the little girl snorted softly and turned her head away. The corners of his mouth could not help twitching. It turns out that it's so easy for girls to be jealous. Xuenu smiled silently, came over, and poured him a cup. The Mozi giant looked at these in his eyes. It seems that you also have some comprehension about coughing for life. He said it himself, and he twitched a few times from the corner of his mouth. This kid, the comprehension part is completely placed. The woman is up. Shaking his head, he didn't want to say this, and he couldn't give Jingyu the opportunity to fix the topic here. Okay, the request you just made, I understand that the Magia will give you the help you can do. Jingyu was very satisfied with this, and then looked at the Magia giant, waiting for his request. In Jingyu's opinion, the one just now can be treated as a transaction. The Magia giant seems to have understood this meaning and smiled slightly. The Magia has no place where the young master needs to be bothered. In the future, the young master needs to be used. Will the young master not refuse to help? Good guy, I want a blank check. Jingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. Okay, come to think of it, the MO school is not the kind of school that would deliberately embarrass me. He is not stingy, just to tell the Mozi giants, don't think of him as an injustice. This kid whispered in his heart, if this is the case, if nothing else, I will say goodbye. Jingyu and his respective fists clenched, and the figure of the Magia giant suddenly disappeared into the room. Xuenu and Qing-er looked around in surprise, but Jingyu, with amazing eyesight, saw that he had opened the door and went out. No need to look for it. Jingyu said, Qing-er, ask for some food. It's not bad to eat out once in a while. He had spoken for several years, but he didn't hear Qing-er's answer. He could not help but looked at it, and then Qing-er stared at him with tears in his eyes. Qing-er, what's wrong with you? He stretched out his hand at Qing-er. Maybe he was in this world, and he was often in Qing-er's arms since he was a baby. When I really saw her crying, I felt some panic inexplicably, which let him know that Qing-er was very important to him. In fact, of all his women, only Qing-er has had such an experience with him. Qing-er originally sat very close to him, and now he even fell into his arms. Young master, will you also send Qing-er away? Qing-er won't leave you. She wrapped his waist tightly, and if he didn't resist, she could feel a little suffocation. OZW.com. Jingyu is a little embarrassed. In combat, he had no way to take care of her. The military camps of this period were all men. A woman who wanted to live in it could imagine how inconvenient it is. Moreover, the military barracks do not allow women to enter. This is different from the cavalry station where he last visited him. In one sentence, he can draw a living area dedicated to her and Xuenu. Qing-er, it's just a war. It won't take long for us to meet again. He said after thinking about it. You lie. Qing-er shook her head non-committally. Qing-er is not stupid, Chu state is so big, and there are young masters in this battle, I'm afraid it will fight for as long as 1 or 2 years. Unwilling to stay away from young master for so long, let Qing-er stay. Qing-er is willing to do anything for young master. Please, young master. This girl will also be so stubborn, Jingyu was only known today. She never disobeyed what he meant, and everything followed him when he was a baby. He was everything in her life, and when she saw his smile when she was 10 years old, the only thing she was alive was that he was alive. Jingyu looked at Xuenu, hoping she could help him persuade Qing-er. However, Xuenu turned his head with the same watery eyes when he looked over. She pursed her lips, and silently wiped the fluid flowing out of her eyes with her fingers. Can you also guarantee your absolute safety this time? She said in the direction of no one. Although her voice was equally good, she was slightly choked. Well. Jingyu nodded. Then, I'll wait for you where you said. Xuanyu turned her head and smiled at him reluctantly, wait for you forever. At this moment, he seemed to see the cliff, sitting stupidly with numb legs. That made some moisture appear in his eye sockets. He is not a person who is easily moved, and those who can touch him can always stay with him forever, staying in his heart like every woman before him. Jingyu also felt Ching'er trembling in her arms, and she gradually loosened her arms around him. He knew that Xuanyu's words were not only a promise to him, but also that hearing Ching'er actually played a role in her. How Ching'er would choose, he could probably guess. Gently stroked her back to comfort her. And smiled at Xuanyu. This time, you can no longer sit on the cliff like this and wait for me. Take care of yourself and take care of Ching'er. I will go to you. Once the war is over, I will go to you. Jingyu's body there is a domineering feeling that neither woman feels uncomfortable. Don't forget, I'm a man who says nothing. Xuanyu wanted to laugh and make fun of him, are you still a little boy, but the tears didn't hold back. She sniffed her nose and finally held it with Jingyu's hand and folded it with Ching'er again. The hands of two different girls, with his little hands wrapped up and down, the meaning of wanting to protect him is so obvious. Maybe he didn't see it, but their eyes clearly had the determination to be his power. After Ching'er, she still didn't say anything about leaving him. She was silent for a long time and cherished the time she spent with him. Quietly, she clearly made a lot of clothes for him, and even Jingyu, who wore only 1 or 2 years old, was wearing tears. A month later, Yan were lost, and the royal family of Yan retreated into Liaodong. The 200,000 Qin army did not pursue again, but swept the division straight from north to south. In the Qin kingdom, the movement of 400,000 troops was completed as soon as the news was sent back to Chu capital. Several urgent documents from the border were subsequently sent, so that the king of Chu invited Xiang Yan into the palace as soon as possible. On that day, Xiang Yan regained control of the army and mobilized 400,000 troops from the Chu state to the border to drive out the enemy. Jingyu's 5,000 cavalry is also in this army, and he personally led the vanguard's military order. Also on the day he left the army, Ching'er and Xuanyu were sent away by the Mo family he contacted earlier. After this, the Battle of Qin-Chu opened the curtain. Chapter 43, Changji is invincible. Young master, he woke up and wanted to see you. Su Xiaoyi arched his hand. After Jingyu nodded, 2 of his men sergeants helped a wounded man with a lot of smoke and blood stains on his body and came to Jingyu in 3 steps. The sergeants let go, and the man almost knelt in front of Jingyu. He didn't stop there, crawling 2 steps and holding Jingyu's feet. Young master, you have to save your brothers. He raised his head at the maximum angle, and a black and grey face left 2 tears. They are being chased by Qin Bing and can't support it for long. Jingyu squatted down, helped him a little, and smiled slightly, relax, I have sent the scouts. Once you find the army you said, the army will go to the rescue as quickly as possible. This is also Chu State's soldiers, believe that they will not watch their brothers die in vain. A circle of generals from Chu Kingdom heard and nodded. The man's face appeared a bit serene, and he slowly closed his eyes. Jingyu didn't need to sniff him and knew he was dead. At this time, he ran back from a distance in the front, and hundreds of rides approached from the rear. Young master, 10 miles ahead, found Qin army and thousands of our infantry who were being pursued. The knight in front approached and jumped away from War Rin to report. Young master, the tasks you gave us are completed. The hundreds of riders approaching behind, a captain arched his hand. The soldiers behind him held a bundle of branches in everyone's arms. Looking at the expressions on their faces, they obviously don't know what this is for. It's just right. Su Xiaoyi, send more scouts, kill Qin Jun's scouts, and I'm rewarded for doing a good job. Jingyu ordered. Then several school captains at the surroundings waved and let them come closer. A silk scroll was laid on the ground, which turned out to be a topographic map. He pointed a few places above, and then gave orders separately. Soon after, Su Xiaoyi's 1,000 light horse and 2,000 heavy cavalry left first. The remaining 2,000 riders distributed the branches and tied them to the horse's tail. To do all this well, it is 3,000 rides half a quarter of an hour before starting late. Jingyu jumped on the mount and pulled out his changa weighing more than 40 pounds from the ground, which was cast in the same way as the black sword. As he raised his hand, the sound of neat armor friction mixed with the sound of horseshoes sounded. Afterwards, the remaining 2,000 riders followed him, rushing to meet the collapse of the Chu state at the fastest speed while maintaining the horse's physical strength. The terrain here is relatively flat and open. On the way, the formation of this army changed. The original triangle impact mode was changed to 4 rows in parallel, while the latter row supplemented the previous row. At the front is Jingyu alone. But behind him, the smoke was billowing, like a giant army. About 8 miles away from its starting point, the Chu state's army was finally overtaken by the Qin state army in black and black armor. Silver armor soldiers can almost be said to be slaughtered unilaterally. If they have lost their fighting will, if they still have a hope of rescue in their hearts, I am afraid they are no different from the dogs of the bereavement. Suddenly, thunderous roar came, and there was ground vibration. The two sides of the battle stopped for a moment, looking at the smoke rising in the distance. Under that, on the first light blue flag, there was clearly a big item. It's the cavalry of the Xiang clan. We have been saved. Chu soldiers shouted with sharp eyes. Qin's army experienced a brief panic, and then an officer organized them to retreat from the soldiers of the Chu army in order to organize a defensive formation. With the shield outside, Chang Ji pointed at the cavalry formation. At the same time, from behind its front, a signal firework lifted off, bursting out a red flash under the blue sky. Chu soldiers in silver armor are not stupid. Seeing that the rescue of the cavalry came from the front, officers quickly greeted the soldiers and moved them to the side, giving way to the cavalry's charge. OZW.com. The cavalry converted to a triangular impact formation again halfway. Finally, I ran close. At this time, some people saw the black and gold armor of the general who was headed by it, and 2 long and red cloaks of red diamonds behind him. One hand held a dark gleaming black ge, and his eyes were as bright as 2 cold electricity. Kill! With a long finger, he shouted and screamed, striking at the Qin army formation with dozens of steps. Even those black pupils were clearly printed in the eyes of General Qin Jun. As if from an irresistible demon god, the sergeant holding the shield couldn't help shaking the collective mind. When I look at it again, he clearly has come near. Soldiers of the Qin army have fought against the 3 kingdoms of Han, Zhao, and Wei, and have been fighting in the battlefield for several years. In the front row, the shield man quickly lowered his body and fought against the shield. However, at this time, He Ji drew a black light, and the thunder threw on the shield. The soldier holding the shield hadn't figured out what was happening. He was hit by the shield and lost consciousness. Following the shield, he hit the others behind him and on the side. The collapse of the Chu state on the side is the clearest. The prestigious general, the power of 1 ge, actually hit a neat gap in the neat array of Qin army shields. He charged into the Qin army front, who was still in a daze. No matter how long he waved Chang Ji, no one could block his front. For a moment, the Qin army front, which killed thousands of people, alone. Looking back at him, there was clearly the body of Qin Jun who flew to the sky before he landed. Many dead dogs who were sitting on the ground and breathing desperately did not know when they had stood up again. I just felt that a burst of blood filled my heart. Someone picked up a stone from the ground and screamed and rushed towards Qin Jun. The 2 captains behind Jingyu were also taken aback by his fierce performance. After many years in the military, they understood what this fighting power meant for the battlefield. I was both excited and felt that it would be a waste to let the cavalry follow Jingyu to kill him. In fact, within 2 or 3 feet of Jingyu, he was shrouded by the powerful force of Changji, and he plowed out an empty space. The two urged the mount to change direction and took the soldiers to the other side to kill. Jingyu's performance really destroyed the will of the Qin army soldiers, so that most of them could not resist the slightest resistance. The Chu cavalry was as if entering a land of no one, killing a few back and forth in a row, only then Qin Jun yelled and fled towards the distance. At this time, from the direction of the Qin army, there was no smoke like the previous Chu cavalry, but clearly there were a large number of Qin cavalry arrived. Jingyu immediately stood up, and the cavalry who chased Qin's infantry quickly assembled towards him. Formed a reunion formation again, with Jingyu facing the Qin state cavalry regiment and covering up the past. In terms of quantity, judging from the rising smoke, this Qin Guo cavalry is probably over 10,000. Even the soldiers of the Chu kingdom knew that the Qin Guo cavalry could not be like them, with branches attached to the horse's tail, to confuse the enemy's judgment. However, they are very strange to find out, why are they not afraid and feel loose? Many people's eyes are on the front, the little figure of the black and gold armor. That is the source of their confidence. This time, when Heiji of Jingyu pointed forward, the word kill came out of 2,000 people behind him. The corner of Jingyu's mouth slightly twitched, and the person who saw the enemy as the leader was the famous general. He urged the horse to meet the person first. The enemy general was surprised, and with a disdainful smile, ran out before the big troops. However, in the moment of confrontation, he was picked by Jingyu on Jijian. Jingyu mounts non-stop, shakes Changji, smashes the general towards the enemy formation, and then kills from the tip. In his performance, the Chu cavalry behind him once again shouted kill, kill, kill with high momentum. As he opened the passage, he rushed into the Qin army cavalry front. At the same time, from the low slopes on both sides, 2 more Chu cavalry rushed down, which was Su Xiaoyi who had left the previous step. The three-way cavalry covered up, and the losing Qin Jun Wanqi fled defeated. Jingyu led the soldiers and continued to chase after him. He passed through the road and cut through the Qin army for 3 consecutive times. He just went straight to the front of the Qin state military camp. At this point, a total of 3 generals of the Qin army were killed by a blow. Chapter 44, Golden Fire Cavalry. Success in front. This time, we will have a decisive battle with Qin state. Here is a Chinese army composed of more than 200,000 people, which is moving at a certain speed and stretching for 10 miles. At this time, a ride came from the front, shouting and running along the team until the handsome flag. The knight jumped from the horse, knelt on one knee and arched. Marshal Rin, a good news ahead. The Major General rescued Shang Shui and Shang Cai with more than 1,000 defenders, broke thousands of enemies and infantry, and beheaded a captain. Oh! Xiang Yan was taken aback. Come on, express to show me. Yes. The knight quickly got up and came to Xiang Yanma and handed him a bamboo slip. Xiang Yan looked at it carefully 3 times, and the slightly clouded eyebrows stretched out, and he laughed. My Chu kingdom will not die, he said boldly. Come here, report this news to the king, and pass the 3 armies. Then he heard the order of the school captain, and took someone to handle Xiang Yan's account. He read the bamboo slip again, thinking in his heart, it's my grandchildren's deeds. Where is the Major General now? He asked about it. The Major General is leading his men and women all the way to pursue the enemy. The knight answered again. Xiang Yan thought for a while, and felt that something was wrong. If you tell me that you are handsome, you will not be able to chase after him. Yes. The knight stepped on the horse and drove away. Half an hour later, the second rider yelled reward ahead and drove to Xiang Yan to stop. Returned to Marshal, the Major General assaulted the Qin outpost camp, beheaded a captain, and broke the enemy's 10,000 infantry. What the knight said to destroy the enemy is the number of enemies before the attack. The number of people killed after the attack was not counted, and the opponent was directly dispersed. This is because the speed of Jingyu's march is too fast. Once the enemy loses his will to fight, he will lead the army to the farther enemy line. Therefore, even if his cavalry later killed the enemy near Dazai, there were still many Qin soldiers behind them. However, these soldiers of the Qin kingdom saw his name and evaded far away, unable to resist the slightest. Xiang Yan's heart jumped when he heard the news. He was worried that Jingyu was young and full of spirits and did not know the depth. After reading the performance report, he carefully inquired about Jingyu's position of soldiers and horses, and issued a strict order again, asking Jingyu to bring his soldiers back. However, after another half an hour, another ride came, yelling very good news, and shocked the sweat on Xiang Yan's head. He directly gave an order to Xiang Liang, who was in the former army, asking him to bring as many cavalry as possible to meet Jingyu. In fact, before his order was given, Xiang Liang had already collected nearly 10,000 riders under his command and greeted him in the direction of Jingyu movement. At dusk, the army camped. Xiang Yan walked around in the handsome account, quite agitated, and from time to time he would ask aloud if there was any news from the second general in front. Besides, on the other hand, when Jingyu issued an order to stop chasing, he could have horsepower to keep up with his Chu cavalry, leaving only nearly 1,000 light riders. The remaining heavy armored cavalrymen slowed down on the road and were controlled by 4 school captains. This continuous battle for half a day, always charging ahead in person, it really made him feel a little tired. At this time it was already dark. Jingyu strangled Ma Rain. Even if he was brave, he could not rush into the enemy camp with his own force. Master, are we a little too deep? Su Xiaoyi, who was following him, also cooled his brain at this time, only to realize that his own horse and horse were in a clear situation before and after the Qin army. Especially in the front, the ignition light in the Qin army camp can be seen here a few miles away. Its huge scale really cast a shadow on the Chu cavalry, who were excited to kill the enemy along the way. Hey, just to let Qin Jun know that Chu is not empty, Jingyu said deliberately, so that the soldiers behind him couldn't help but recall the fighting today, and the momentum was high again. He turned Ma Rain, remember me to teach you how to play? If you encounter a chase when you go back, you can try it. His light cavalry, if it is somewhat different from the heavy cavalry, is that each horse is equipped with 2 arrows, filled with sharp metal arrows. In this half-day chase battle, Jingyu strictly controlled their use of arrows. Moreover, the bows used are all bowstrings made from a tendon on the animal's back. Its effective range is extremely far, and even when it is closer, it can penetrate the heavy armor of this arrow with sharp metal arrows. In Jingyu's cavalry regiment just turned around and left, thousands of cavalry soldiers from the camp. Identified from the red flag in the firelight, it should be the Golden Fire Cavalry of Qin's elite Meng family. The 2 cavalry drove forward and backward to the distance. Jingyu's cavalry speed was not fast at first. Only when the 2 sides were 1 mile apart, he ordered to increase the movement speed of Kinki. The Golden Fire Cavalry is still slowly approaching. But when it reached 150 meters, from the Kinki formation, arrows shot wave after wave, as if it would not stop. The first dozens of riders were unprepared, and all of them hit their arrows. In the formation, a general quickly ordered the army to raise the shield to resist, and accelerated the horse speed, trying to charge the enemy. The Kinki also accelerated the horse speed immediately, which was basically equivalent to that of the Golden Fire Cavalry behind. Arrows continued to shoot backwards without giving the Golden Fire Cavalry a chance to approach. The Golden Fire Cavalry tried to shoot with a crossbow several times, but immediately used the crossbow to have limited power. When the arrow was over 100 meters, it lost its accurate head. After a while, although the light cavalry temporarily took the advantage, Su Xiaoyi was somewhat worried. Young master, your horse is good, let's go first. The subordinates must vow to drag this cavalry," he said quietly to Jingyu. "The light horse's spare horsepower is no longer sufficient to support a long run." He reckoned that the horsepower would start to weaken in half an hour. Once pulled close by the heavy cavalry behind, there was no resistance at all. If you enter the shooting range of the opponent's crossbow arrows, you will definitely die. Jingyu smiled, "It's fine, keep going like this, I have another ambush waiting for them." OZW.com Other. Su Xiaoyi stayed for a moment, thinking, could it be that the other army is not weak, but the young master intends to stay? Hearing that Qin Jun could not catch up, he insulted, and Jingyu sneered, "I'll say hello to them." Jingyu took a big bow from the mount, which was made of tiger tendons. In his quiver, there are only 10 metal arrows, each with a length of 130 centimeters. The rear sergeants gave way to him. Jingyu suddenly vacated the horse, stepped on the bow arm, pulled the bowstring, and took the bow to shoot the arrow. The 6-stone-strong bow was pulled away instantly by him, and a sharp arrow rang out through the air. Ding! Sparks flashing in the distance, and a sharp impact sound can be heard even in this horse. Hey! Jingyu was a little surprised. Good armor. The armor of the general had withstood his arrow and was not shot through. In the Qin army front, also wearing black armor, a burly general inlaid with Nam Pen, glaring at the little figure in the Chu army in front. In his hand, there is a 2-piece long genai who was just cut off when he just blocked the arrow. There is a small sharp hole in the chest armor, which is just caused by the arrow. Although the arrow did not pierce his armor, the force penetrated it, still giving him a suffocation in the chest. Moreover, if he had not responded quickly and clamped the belly of the horse with his legs, he might be hit by the horse and trampled by hooves. It's a terrible guy. There was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Obviously, although he walked through a ghost gate, he was not afraid at all. "General," someone called him next to him. "No hindrance, continue to pursue, you must wipe out these Chu cavalry. He is rich in order with great authority." "Yes." The man bowed his hand and passed the order. The general dropped his hand and interrupted Ji, pulling out his waist sword, "I'll see how powerful your arrow can be." Jingyu really opened his bow and arrow again, but it was not him but the man holding the flag behind him. This time, the powerful power of that arrow showed. The person who was shot was taken straight down the horse. After the arrow passed through his chest, he stopped again only after killing one more person. Jingyu did not shoot again. He had a special arrow and lost one, but it was difficult to replenish it. The light cavalry once again moved forward half a quarter of an hour, just past a low slope. The golden fire cavalry behind it doubtlessly caught it, but suddenly killed a heavy armored cavalry from that low slope. The golden fire cavalry faced an ambush without any consternation, and separated a part of the heavy armored cavalry who faced upwards. The remaining about 500 horses were still light cavalry who had begun to slow down. "Good guy, the appetite is not small." Jingyu raised a sneer arc at the corner of his mouth, and Chang Ji waved. The entire Qingqi army abandoned the formation and completely spread out in the open terrain. It is true that the heavy cavalry's impact is terrible, but only when something strikes it can it show its power. Now, Qinkai is in dozens of directions. Is it possible to chase down with 500 rides? It is okay to concentrate on attacking each break, but there will still be bows and arrows shooting at the enemy riders from other directions. In this way, the enemy shield that can only resist one side loses its effect. Conversely, if the 500 horses were dispersed, the impact of heavy cavalry would be lost. At this time, it was Jingyu's world. If this tactic is useless when there are many people, it is very effective when there are few people. The general also instantly judged it, and beckoned to stop the knights. Looked at dozens of enemy squads that also stopped not far away and started to gather. Interesting. He smiled uninhibitedly. Break the enemy brigade first. He took 500 horses, and moved towards the cavalry who fought against Jingyu's heavy armor. "Young master, what should I do?" Su Xiaoyi asked Jingyu. "If they don't rescue, they will be wiped out by the whole army." Jingyu's eyes narrowed slightly. The elite troops of the Qin State Golden Fire Cavalry, Dragon and Tiger Cavalry, Angzi Town Army and so on. In the end, how powerful they are, he wants to get a good look at this battle of Qin and Chu. "You are on guard here, I will meet the Golden Fire Cavalry." Jingyu's Chong Ji patted the horses and galloped toward the cavalry warrior. In today's battle, the cavalry of those who followed him was so high. Waiting for work at this time, but also a sudden attack, temporarily showing no decline. They rushed down the slope, fighting with the Golden Fire Cavalry for one round, and then separated. After a certain distance, Mercedes went around in a circle and came back again. In this way, when Jingyu rushed to the low slope, the two sides had already engaged in 3 rounds of engagement. More than 3,000 Chu heavy cavalry, more than 1,000 people were killed and wounded, and the Golden Fire Cavalry was only half the number of casualties, showing the fighting power of the Golden Fire Cavalry. Heavy armored cavalry assembled behind Jingyu. With his black blame, the weakened murderousness cracked again. After killing and killing, the whole team fell silent after shouting 3 times in a row. Even the general who led the Golden Fire Cavalry opposite was also surprised to find out. The Chu State's heavy armored cavalry only had one more general, as if it had more souls. It seemed that the combat power had sublimated. Chapter 45, Qin Chu. The battlefield that had been killing the sky suddenly became quiet. The soldiers on both sides stared at each other hundreds of meters apart, without giving in. In the middle, there are scattered horses and trampled corpses. In the distance, Su Xiaoyi and others, who witnessed this heavy cavalry duel, could not help but hold their breath. No, maybe it was the murderous breath, they couldn't breathe because of the oppression. Jingyu's Chong Ji waved down, and at the same time, he manipulated the horse to rush out. The remaining 2,000 rides behind him followed him like a movement. The condensed air burst in an instant, and thousands of hooves galloped, causing the earth to tremble. The number of Golden Fire Cavalry on the opposite side is more than the heavy armored cavalry of the Chu army. However, the leader's general did not care about it. He is a famous general on the battlefield, just like the army of the Chu army on the opposite side, and is also an object of his life. This made him a little excited. Able to defeat such an army, is the greatest manifestation of the soldier's value. When swinging Chong Ji under Jingyu, his long sword was also swinging down, and he personally attacked with cavalry troops. He knew that he was not the opponent of that man, and was most likely to be targeted. However, if he backed down here, how would he lead the proud and powerful army of the Golden Fire Cavalry in the future? "Why don't you die? The Golden Fire Cavalry wouldn't be in chaos because of my death," he thought to himself. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the enemy, the first enemy general was indeed ready to wield the battle. His legs were clamped to the horse's belly, and his eyes stared at the Chong Ji without blinking. The Chong Ji swept over, and he suddenly leaned back, almost against the horse. At the same time, the sword in his hand tried his best to resist when Chong Ji wanted to press down. Although his martial arts are not clever, he also has good strength. Can withstand the tendency of some Chong Ji to press down with a long sword, so that Long Ji Fengrui only plowed a deep mark on his breastplate. This later made him afraid that he could not help so few points. He left death is really only one line away. It's really troublesome armor. Jingyu felt that she hadn't made any achievements, so she couldn't help whispering. The enemy soldiers around him knew about the importance of the general. Seeing that his Chong Ji seemed to have a tendency to return, Chong Ji stole them one by one. After Jingyu waved Chong Ji, the enemy's Chong Ji was either broken or bounced off, or after flying, his horse was already some distance away from the general. Jingyu also knows some rumors about the Golden Fire Cavalry. Admired in my heart, it really is a powerful army. When he killed the 3 captains before, the enemies and soldiers around him were just dazed, unable to keep up with his rhythm. Although Jing Ji's Chang Ji didn't kill the enemy general, he didn't stop there. Instead, he swept down 2 or 3 people behind the general. Along the way, Chang Ji stabbed continuously, all of which were knocked out by him while attacking. The general was very similar to the situation he faced, but the response was completely different. He relies on his armor to resist all kinds of attacks, and the sword in his hands mostly protects his face and slashes the enemy. Between the heavy cavalry on both sides, from time to time, some people used Chang Ji to pick up the opposing soldiers, and picked it up into the sky by the impact of the horse. More of them stabbed each other at the same time, and then both fell to the ground, stepped into the mud by the military horses behind. Some just killed one person and were killed by the next enemy. Repeatedly, only a few moments later, each side killed hundreds of people. This ancient battlefield, compared to Jingyu's participation in the top battle, still kills people. There are few moves between each other, mostly relying on quick-sightedness and luck. After the 2 cavalry were separated, they quickly formed a team, trying to hit the opponent again. However, at this time on the wilderness, thunderous horseshoes sounded from 2 directions, and countless torches approached quickly. Obviously, the reinforcements from both sides came at the same time. Jingyu's Ge let go, and the general opposite also took his sword. If this battle is fought again, it is possible that the entire large army will be attracted, and it will not benefit anyone at all in the end. Could you belong Jingyu, the young master of the Xiang family in Chu Kingdom? Qin Guo General Chang Jingyu asked. Good. Jingyu glanced at him. How about you? OZW.com Qin Qimeng Tian. That Qin will also be quite proud. I have heard that Xiang's main force is infinite. I have attacked Yandu a few days ago, and today it is really extraordinary. After the generals of the 2 armies announced their names, the 2 armies responded differently. The Golden Fire cavalry was silent, but some of Chu's heavy cavalry were surprised by Meng Tian's name. Overwhelming. Jingyu smiled faintly. Now that Qin Chu has gone to war, he is not afraid of Chu King knowing his strength again. Meng Tian paid attention to his expression and saw that he was not complacent. Looking at the scratches on his breastplate, I'll be here today, I hope there's still a chance to fight again with your lord. He strangled the reins and greeted the cavalry who was approaching. Jingyu also brought the heavy cavalry of the Chu kingdom together with the light cavalry. After a while, Xiang Liang's cavalry arrived. He was relieved to see him okay. Immediately, while guarding Qin Jun, he was sending messages to the Chinese military account. Soon, Jingyu broke the Qin army 3 times in a row for 3 days, beheaded 3 captains, and rumors against the Golden Fire cavalry chambers spread throughout the Chu kingdom. His brave and fierce battlefield heroic posture is even more mysterious. After knowing his ability to charge, King Chu once again fired in the palace, screaming and cheated. On Xiang Yan's side, more cavalry was placed in Jingyu's hands. This time, he told thousands of times that Jingyu must not bring troops to chaos. He was really afraid that Jingyu had more soldiers and horses in his hand, and he really dared to shock Qin Quazai. Jingyu is so hard to fight that one is to further enhance his reputation, and the other is to understand the combat effectiveness of the Qin army units. These are all preparations for gathering people and horses in the future. He has achieved some of his goals today and can be quiet for a while. The war has just begun, and when it reaches its climax, it is not too late to exert its fighting power. And on the side of Qin Jun, as soon as Meng Tian returned to the camp, he was called by Wang Jian. Wang Jian, who was kneeling and sitting on a low table looking at the map and thinking about the layout, was surprised to see the scratches on Meng Tian's armor. General Mongolia, are you injured? He stood up from the front of the map and came to Meng Tian's side. No injuries. Meng Tian clenched his fists. The kid's combat effectiveness is indeed terrible. According to my speculation, no one in our army can confront it head-on. Oh! Wang Jian was a little surprised at Meng Tian's evaluation, but he didn't shake it at all. One person's bravery can indeed help the battle to a certain extent. But this is not the only way to win a whole war. Otherwise, all countries will simply train some invincible generals to determine their strength. He glanced at the slightly wide scratches on Meng Tian's armor, and he was very curious. General Mongolia, what kind of weapon was left behind? He asked. This blue cloud armor, the ordinary weapon is an ordinary scratch and it is difficult to leave. If it is a famous sword, the trace left should be very narrow. Xicai was a little puzzled by the old man. Meng Tian then told Wang Jian in detail what happened during the battle. After listening to this old general, he thought about it slightly and motioned to Meng Tian to come to the front of the map together, telling Meng Tian the strategic intention. He finally made up his mind. After this, the Qin army did not rush to march toward the hinterland of the Chu kingdom, but instead built a strong camp. The Chu army called for battle several times, and the Qin army only stayed in the camp and did not fight at all to meet the enemy. Here, it finally coincides with the history that Jingyu knows. He knew that Qin state wanted to compete with Chu state for strength. The armies of both sides are assembled here, and each day consumes a lot of materials. Qin has already captured the three kingdoms, and has knocked out most of Yan. It can be said that the entire hinterland of the Central Plains belong to Qin state. Both the population and the grain output are far above the Chu state at this time. Moreover, in terms of domestic policies, Qin is also superior to Chu. Chu's battle can already be considered lost. Chapter 46, Chu Jun Retreat Prelude. This is really a rather awkward situation. Qin Juntun has 600,000 soldiers. If the Chu state does not respond, the 600,000 troops can be driven into the hinterland of the Chu state. However, after the response, the 400,000 Chu army faced a solid defensive fortress and the 600,000 Qin army who could not fight after the fortress. Offense and defense are completely reversed. Qin state invaded Chu state, but now Chu state is desperately attacking Qin state's stronghold. The military is in a weak position. In fact, in the first 2 months of the confrontation, although Coach Xiang Yan sent troops for several times, he did not concentrate on attacking. However, the King Chu from the rear urged the orders one after another, and the forced him had to choose to call a large army to attack. In this 3-day siege battle, Chu lost more than 30,000 infantry, and Qin's stronghold remained untouched. It can be said that Jingyu led the cavalry to attack the subtle advantages won by Qin Jun, and gradually disappeared with the passage of time. On this day, Xiang Yan stopped the siege and summoned the generals in the account, including Jingyu. Although he was young, everyone knew how powerful he was. When arranging his seats, he was the first one sitting under Xiang Yan's left. After treating others, Xiang Yan said the current bad situation. The most important one is that the grain transported behind is 10 days late. If 3 days before the grain and grass arrive, our army will run out of grain. Xiang Yan frowned. As soon as this remark came out, there was silence for 3 breaths. Afterwards, the generals moved around to look at their colleagues and whispered. Without grain and grass, the horses can't move, and don't say, the soldiers' biggest reaction may be mutiny. This has nothing to do with patriotism, even these generals cannot blame any soldier. Someone directly proposed to Xiang Yan to cut off the officer who was unfavorable for grain transportation. Others asked Xiang Yan to send more people to urge, and even asked the king to come forward and urge the grain to be transported. Xiang Yan waited a few minutes for them to quarrel, before raising their hands to signal them to be quiet. I've already asked if the officer was unfavorable for his work, and the grain and grass in the rear could not keep up with the supply of the army. Xiang Yan sighed and said, our army hasn't fought in 2 months. How much does 400,000 people consume daily? The national grain reserves have bottomed out. At present, the king has issued an edict, and it may take some time for the national grain collection to be available. The soldiers are all strong men. If you don't wear helmets and armor, or do military training, you will consume less energy and eat less. It's just, how can you not do this in wartime? This one. Now the transportation of grain and grass also depends on people and horses. The grain and grass consumed by 400,000 people is escorted by the escorts and horses on the road, and they can eat a quarter of the grain and grass escorted. After 2 visits, 2 months ago, Chu has already faced a dilemma in the field of grain and grass. Well, how is this good? Some generals are overwhelmed and look at the people around them, they are not necessarily better than him. Someone noticed that Jingyu's expression remained calm after sitting there. General, can you have a good plan? With this sentence, the big account was quiet again, but Xiang Yan also looked at Jingyu. Jingyu glanced at this man and knew that he was the father of Dragon and the general of the Dragon Legion. Seeing the ray of hope in other people's eyes, he couldn't help smiling and said, "A clever woman can't cook without rice, without food and grass, any strategy will become empty talk." The expressions of disappointment on the faces of the big accountants, Jingyu continued without saying, "Now, it is only reasonable to abandon this unprotected and empty land and evacuate early." Xiang Yan nodded, "I also thought of this. But, will the Qin army let our army evacuate safely? I am afraid that Wang Jian, who is waiting for him, is this trick. When my army withdrew, we were defeated and greeted us. Dead country." Jingyu stood up from the seat and screamed at him with fists, "Marshal, but can rest assured, give me 50,000 soldiers and horses, I can win 3 days for the army, help the army to pass the vortex safely." "Oh!" Xiang Yan looked at him in surprise, a small, immature face full of composure. This is in contrast to his words, giving people a certain confidence that they will succeed. But this confidence is not manifested in him, but the people who watch him feel that he can succeed. The big account was quiet for a while. Xiang Yan glanced at the other generals, and those people all avoided his gaze. He was a little proud in his heart, and only his family had the courage to face Qin Jun. OZW.com. Since you say this, you must have an early understanding of the retreat of the army. Xiang Yunzi said after a moment, "Yes, today you will leave the command to you." Jingyu smiled lightly at him. When he turned to the rest of the generals, his face was sullen. Many battle-hardened generals are still inevitable in their hearts, all praised secretly in their hearts. The major general, despite his young age, has done his martial arts. In time, it will surely become the pillar of Chu. The retreat will begin in the middle of the night tonight. Jingyu ordered, "All the horses and horses, prepare 3 days of rations, walk lightly and squat. If there is noise, cut it, if there is resistance, cut it, light the lighter. Sit together in a group, those who march less than 100 miles a day, sit together in a group." Everyone was watching him, even Xiang Yan and Xiang Liang, who thought they knew him very well. Their eyes were full of surprise. Why, the child could speak so calmly and so murderously that they let their backs cool. Military order. Between 10 breaths, everyone in the account seemed to hold their breath. Gu Dong, who didn't know who swallowed spit in distress, the loud voice filled his ears, but no one laughed. "Will the generals have doubts?" Jingyu asked, glancing around with a pair of black eyes. Are you asking too much?" Xiang Yan wanted to say for everyone, "This requirement is a bit harsh." However, his words were interrupted by the sneering sight of Jingyu. Whoever violated it, told him before the beheading that there were 50,000 brothers in his rear protecting him to go there. Jingyu asked no change, Marshal's previous intentions to repent. Xiang Yan just handed over the command to him. This Xiang Yan's mouth twitched a few times, and while complaining that the stinky kid didn't give me a face, he said to the generals waiting for him with his scalp, "I ordered the military command as the major general. In addition, tell them that 50,000 Chu soldiers are fighting blood for their retreat, so that they will not live up to the blood they shed. Lord General leads the life." Zhu Zhang looked at each other and punched Xiang Yan and Jingyu, As the armor rattled, they quickly walked out and went to busy the military order Jingyu had just issued. Only Jingyu and Xiang Yan were left in the account. Then Xiang Yan asked, You seem to still have some concerns. If 50,000 soldiers and horses are not enough, I will leave more for you. Jingyu shook his head. I started making arrangements on the road leading to the Kuahe River 2 months ago, and 50,000 soldiers and horses were enough to cope with Qin Jun's pursuit. It was just, he laughed expressionlessly at himself, save this the army of more than 300,000 troops may not be of much help to choose war situation. More than 300,000 troops returned to Chengdu, Shaochun, and the key grain and grass problems remained unresolved. It is better to say that it is because there are more people, but it will aggravate the early arrival of the grain crisis. Xiang Yan is a famous general, and he can think of this. He thought Jingyu was thinking about whether he was doing right, walked to his side, patted his shoulder, and comforted. As a coach, we only have to do our own best. Both for future considerations and for every soldier in the present. Seeing the result does not mean that we have given up the struggle. Just as everyone will die sooner or later, do we know our future will die, give up alive? Jingyu was a little surprised, looked at him with a tilted head from the bottom, and suddenly smiled cunningly. So, if you see your own death, will you still give up in the future? Xiang Yan didn't expect that he would wait for him here. Seeing the expression on his face, where there is no place to imagine, it is completely a little fox. He smiled and shook his head without answering, and walked out of the account. I hope you can enjoy your old age. Jingyu said behind him. Xiang Yan's footsteps paused and did not turn around, but said, If you can call me grandpa, I will have no regrets in my life. Then live well. When you are 90, I can think about it. This requirement is really high. Chapter 47, Darkness. That night, when the Chu army camp prepared food, it prepared enough food for the 400,000 army to eat for 3 days. Using this as a cover-up did not cause Qin Jun's suspicion because of cooking in another pot. The order to evacuate has been issued, as well as Jingyu's murderous prohibition notice. Except Jingyu's 50,000 army, the rest fell asleep early to prepare for the secret evacuation in the middle of the night. Qin Junjianlei was 60 miles away from Chu Junying, which was the safe distance that Xiang Yan believed when he set Dazai. In between, the two armies dispatched scouts to monitor each other. Therefore, during the past 2 months, the scout war between the two armies has never stopped. On this evening, Jingyu backed his black sword for a long time, replaced the 7-sea dragon armor, and put on a black knight clothes. In front of him, there are more than 1,000 dressed in the same way. When they were selected by the black-backed sword soldiers who had been trained for an additional 2 months, they were the ones with strong personal ability. When the scout went out to patrol again, Jingyu commanded this unit to follow. When the Chu army scouted as usual to drive and clean up the enemy scouts, half of this army had secretly followed Jingyu's observation route after a long time, and infiltrated the road where the Qin army scout would go back to ambush. In this way, when there were no more Qin army scouts around the Chu army camp, 30,000 infantry and 10,000 cavalry troops quietly ran out from the Chu state camp. All the soldiers painted their armor black and wrapped a thick cloth around their horseshoes. Among them, 9,000 people in the infantry exchanged with the cavalry, and the horses riding the cavalry drove to the Qin army camp before the other infantry. When there were only 10 miles left, the infantry dismounted, leaving all the horses to the remaining 1,000 cavalry. On the other hand, Jingyu has brought 500 black-backed sword soldiers to quietly touch Qin Jun's base. With the light of Qin's torches, we can see that on the walls of about 9 meters high and hundreds of meters wide, there are sparse Kala soldiers patrolling. On the front of the city wall, there are hundreds of meters of unobstructed flat ground hiding some traps that can vibrate and ring the alarm. Jingyu silently pointed to the position of the soldier trap, and masked himself and touched dozens of them. Then there were dozens more people, so after 2 more times, about 50 of the most agile came to the wall and heels. Hooks with ropes were quietly thrown onto the wall, and the black swordsman climbed silently along the wall quickly. Jingyu is also among them. He first came to the gate of the city wall and looked at the soldiers walking slowly on both sides. He jumped out of the gate almost at the same time as the other soldiers in black and wiped out the entire patrol soldiers of the entire wall. They gently supported them and lay down on the ground. Someone hinted to the city that more soldiers in black climbed the city wall. Although the fortified base set by Qin Jun was used only temporarily against the Chu army, the gate was also constructed with precise organs. There is a winch on the city wall. Turning the axle, you can drive the rope to pull the gate below and pull it up. Then, the double-sided thick wooden door was blocked by a horizontal beam. Behind the city gate, dozens of Qin army soldiers held torches to guard. Not far from them, there are two small barracks on the left and right, 500 soldiers each. Once the city gate changes, they will rescue it as soon as possible. The soldiers in black attacked by Chu Kingdom at night divided several people to prepare for turning the winch at the axle, and dozens more guarded them. More than 400 soldiers in black outside the city, hundreds of meters away, were ready to rush over. Farther away, the 9,000 infantry has already dismounted and is coming. Among them, another 500 soldiers in black have successfully killed the enemy scouts, and are also coming over. Using hook claws again, dozens of people slid directly from the other side of the city wall and touched the enemy's small camp near the city gate. After killing the gatekeeper soldiers, they touched the camp, one by one, and beheaded the sleeping Qin soldiers. I don't know how far it went, and finally it was discovered by Qin Jun soldiers. The soldiers in black in Chu state gave up and beheaded Qin Jun. They started to set fire, creating chaos and interfering with them to go to the city gate to rescue. At the same time, the soldiers at the winch began to push the winch hard, and Jingyu killed the gate alone. The soldiers in black outside the city heard the shouting and ran to the gate. 10 soldiers of the Qin army, under Jingyu's sword, could not form resistance at all. After they were beheaded, Jingyu used a sword to split the beams across the two gates. After that, even more powerful forces were used to open the door that required dozens of people to push open. Qin Jun's response was not unpleasant. With the fire here, the sound of the alarm horn sounded in this strong base. On both sides of the city wall, Qin army squads rushed over, and in the two camps under the city, hundreds of disheveled Qin troops attacked the gate. OZW.com. The soldiers of the Chu kingdom in black rushed into the gate first. They did not stop to help Jingyu resist Qin Jun who was attacking the city gate, but all climbed up the city wall along the stairs. At the winch, you must stand by. This is the death order that Jingyu gave them before. But if anyone can breathe, he can't give Qin Jun control of the winch. Holding the shield of the Qin army, they lay intensively on the city wall, intercepting more and more Qin troops on both sides. At the same time, Jingyu stood in the gate to kill the enemy. The Qin Jun who swarmed in desperately was only in front of him, and he was stopped by an indestructible black sword. There were more and more corpses under his feet, and his body was gradually covered with blood sprayed by the enemy. Afterwards, only his bright and radiating eyes, which were more intense and murderous, did not lose their original colors. The 500 soldiers with black swords and back swords that came afterwards stepped on a 1-meter-thick corpse when they passed the gate. The rich gas almost suffocated them. They attacked and helped Jingyu kill the remaining Qin army in the left and right barracks together, and then rushed up the city wall to help defend the winch. The black-backed soldiers in charge of setting fire have moved farther away. The flames have spread to half of the city, and because of this, it has not allowed more Qin troops to attack from the front. The soldiers in black who attacked later carried a crossbow and shot, quickly clearing a Qin army. They added up to make the defense near the winch stronger. By this time, Qin Jun had changed from a previous emergency attack to an organized attack. The combination of bow, arrow, and shield soldiers appeared. and the Black Chu soldiers in defense were pressed from both sides of the wall to the defense. On the front of the city gate, Qin Jun riding a horse also appeared. Jingyu picked up two from the nearby Changji pile, opened bows left and right, and generally threw out the javelin. These Changji are used by soldiers, all of which are made of wood. If he comes to use it, it will be broken after just shaking. Fortunately, throwing like this has some lethal effects. When the first two riders were shot through, the long Ge kept piercing the two riders before stopping. The Qin Jun cavalry behind these four rides did not mean to stop, and still rushed towards Jingyu. He picked up two Changji and threw it out. When killing more than 40 riders, the shouting of Chu infantry appeared behind him. This night, Chu Jun and Qin Jun fought in the city until dawn. Relying on strong physical support, Jingyu has always led the Chu army to fight on the front line. He didn't know how many people he killed, but he understood that one thing hacked thousands of people with one knife. It felt completely different from killing thousands with one blow with powerful force. It would really kill him. When the next day dawned, the battle with a total of 80,000 troops was temporarily ended. Qin Jun retreated a little, but still did not withdraw from this huge fortress. It can be said that the Chu army occupies one end, while the Qin army occupies the other end. The Qin army who remained here was the first strong defender. Jingyu knew that they retreated only because the attack effect became worse. If the reinforcements come, the Chu army will face a rotation attack and will not get any rest at all. So, he immediately organized the horses to evacuate the fort while the sky was still not completely bright. Qin Jun probably didn't think about it. He consumed about 8,000 Chu soldiers here, and then gave up so easily. After realizing that the Chu army had retreated, Qin Jun hurriedly pursued. At this time, Jingyu had ambushed a good 10,000 cavalry earlier. The Qin army rushed out of the city, and the whole army fell under the iron hoof. When Qin's reinforcements saw the 10,000 heavy armored cavalry commanded by Jingyu holding Haga, he stopped. Jingyu even took the Wangkai to the still-scarred strong base and told Qin Jun to follow Wang Jian's order, and ignored it. Not only that, looking at his terrible appearance covered in blood of the soldiers of Qin Kingdom, it made the hearts of the soldiers in the city frightened. This stayed for an hour, so that the Chu infantry who had fought overnight had reached a safe zone, and Jingyu Fang chased him with cavalry. On the other hand, in the middle of the night, Jingyu was fighting, and the other Chu troops secretly evacuated. In the entire camp, there were only 10,000 Chu troops stationed. Chapter 48, Chess Rival. The reason why famous generals are famous is not only that they can't think of others, but they also dare to boldly verify this. Soon after Jingyu left Qin Jun's first base with heavy armored cavalry, Wang Jian and Meng Tian personally brought people here. They carefully inquired about the battle situation that night, and even went to some battle sites in person. Especially at the gate of that city, no matter how it was cleaned, the blood on the ground could not be removed. Moreover, the blood was so thick that it was choking, and it was also reminiscent of what it was. I still know for the first time that after someone can kill so many people in one battle, keep consciousness without going into madness. Meng Tian crouched down and looked at a deep sword mark on the ground. Yes, not far away, Wang Jian, thinking of touching his chin and beard, said, "This requires not only strength that is too strong to break away from the limits of the human body, but also inhuman willpower." What does General Meng mean? Wang Jian glanced at him and asked quietly. This person made me feel fear for the first time. Meng Tian stood up, and a cold sweat dropped uncontrollably on his forehead. He wiped it off, and consciously ashamed of Wang Jian arched his hand. "It's rude." Wang Jian waved his hand and smiled faintly, that is to say, even the generally proud Mongolian general also admitted that he was the first hero in the world? Ha ha ha, indeed, he also surprised the old man. Every step the operations have been accurately calculated, as if they were a precise organ. Wang Jian praised Jingyu here for a moment, and motioned to Meng Tian to follow him out of town. There were also some generals beside him, who could not help but reveal a worried look. However, unexpectedly, Wang Jian not only did not stop the plan of leaving the city, but let the Qin army soldiers stay, and only he and Meng Tian came out of this strong barrier. After hearing this, the fearful Qin army soldiers ran up to the city wall and looked at Wang Jian and Meng Tian. Gradually, the belief in invincibility returned to the hearts of the soldiers of the Qin army. Meng Tian looked back and saw the soldiers' momentum gradually recovering on the city wall, and could not help admiring Wang Jian secretly. "Marshal, it seems that what you just said is not finished. I don't know what's left." He rarely greeted him. Wang Jian walked forward with him on a horse for a while before strangling Ma Rain. "The organ has a weakness. There is something wrong and it cannot run smoothly. The more sophisticated the organ is, the more it is." Wang Jian looked at him and said, "He arranged every step so compactly, it is not a huge one. Self-confidence is a dangerous move in the military. No matter what kind, first of all I can be sure that he is a very adventurous person. In addition, I made two assumptions about these two situations, and then came to in conclusion. If you have great self-confidence, why only arrange the offensive strong base forces, and no follow-up supplement? This time the operation was so successful, it could completely open up the stalemate for the Chu army for 2 months. If he is in danger, what is he doing for? I speculate." Wang Jian looked at the curious Meng Tian. "Chu Jun Sushi's lack of grain and grass is actually our expectation. Only if his grain and grass are insufficient and he can no longer fight, his plan will be imperfect. Place. And he is so dangerous to cover up." Wang Jian gave a mysterious smile. "Chu Jun's withdrawal?" Meng Tian whispered with staring eyes. Yes, it was the withdrawal of Chu Jun. Wang Jian, who was over half a year old, flashed a gleam in his eyes. This marshal has insight, why not send troops to pursue immediately? Waiting for the withdrawal of the Chu army, this can be said to be part of the war plan Wang Jian said to him at the beginning. Attacking the enemy must break the Chu army. Wang Jian's old plan chuckled deeply, "What I said is just a possibility. Don't forget General Mongolian, our enemies are very good at strategic calculation." Perhaps he did so with great confidence. Let's be fooled to chase down the Chu army. Once the army is promoted and ambushed on the road, isn't it much easier to destroy than to attack our barriers? This Meng Tian felt that his thoughts were a bit confused. In both cases, it is possible to think about it carefully. As long as the enemy is the kid, Meng Tian is not sure what strategy he will choose. Wang Jian is already thinking. Like a master of chess, he has seen the final game. In this war, whether the Qin army pursued the Chu army or not, it would not be considered a loss. The Chu army, whether it can escape or not, cannot be regarded as a win. The only thing he was worried about was whether the Chu general had made a decision. Did he see the end like he did? He can't rush to march. If Chu Jun's only chance of winning is the article he made on this march. If Qin Jun is careless, it is entirely possible to lose in front of the victory. Let's go back and make some layouts, it's time to let this game go on, Wang Jian said. Although the ending has already appeared, chess still has to go down step by step. He will have to see how much the other party has with him in the next battle. Will he use this ending to fight back as he worried? Soon after, the Qin army dispatched scout troops on a large scale. In the next period of time, it was still a daily routine scout battle. In some places, the Qin army prevailed, and in some places the Chu army prevailed. Qin Jun scouts touched the Chu army camp, carefully observed the situation there, and reported it to Wang Jian, regardless of the number of patrols, the number of banners, and the amount of smoke in the city, which was no different from the past. However, Wang Jian, who saw the report, has been able to determine that Chu Jun has retreated. He ordered 100,000 Qin army infantry operations, and was coordinated by the Golden Fire Cavalry. Shortly after the Qin army was promoted, Jingyu, still in the Chu army camp, received reports of scouts. Wang Jian is worthy of Wang Jian. In this case, I did not lay down an ambush, and I would not regret it. OZW.com. He had thought about it firstly. Through the withdrawal of the Chu army, he laid down Niu Da's ambush net to lure and wipe out the 600,000 Qin troops. In this case, although Chu state will not dominate the world immediately, it can at least resist the court of Qin state, which has lost 600,000 troops. After this, King Chu will surely find a way to deal with him. The Xiang family is holding military power and is also a hero of anti-Qin dynasty. Now it seems that Qin Jun, controlled by Wang Jian, has no chance. Jingyu threw the information bamboo slip on the low table, and ordered the soldier who was kneeling on one knee in front of him to assemble all the soldiers and horses, follow the original plan, and leave 1,000 rides to do the layout in the city before leaving. Yes. The soldier ordered to go out. Soon after, 22,000 infantrymen who had rested for half a day were drawn from the Chu State Battalion, and nearly 10,000 cavalrymen accompanied them. Another 10,000 Chu infantry originally left behind in the big camp had already marched in the direction of the departure of the Chu army when they returned to the camp this morning. They will build a new battalion in a suitable position for this team that stays behind to block the enemy. In this way, half a day later, at about twilight, hundreds of thousands of Qin troops of Qin state came before this Chu state barracks. From far away, I saw the banner of the Chu state military camp, and there were soldiers guarding, and some drums were heard from within. As the leader, Meng Tian, he still found some strange enemies. For example, the soldiers of the Chu state saw the Qin state army coming to the camp. Why did they not panic and did not prepare to meet the enemy? Those drums were not accurate, the drummer it's like dozing off. Or do they have ambushes around? Meng Tian was suspicious and asked the scout, can the Chu cavalry be found within 10 miles? Back to the general, I never found the Chu cavalry. The scout officer arched his hand back. In this case, Meng Tian narrowed his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up with a disdainful arc, want to trick the army again. In his view, it must be Jingyu's mischief, so that Qin Jun can't figure it out and dare not rush into it. General Meng, will our army immediately attack the city? A captain of the same infantry asked Meng Tian. The marshal concluded that there will not be too many Chu troops here. Meng Tian said, it's just that our army is new, and the siege weapon is insufficient, and the strong attack will only cause the consumption of soldiers in vain. You command and go to the south 10 miles to set up camps to prevent the Chu army evacuated at night. I led my cavalry to monitor the Chu army here, and I would not let a Chu cavalry harass you. There are Menjia's Golden Fire cavalry here, I will rest assured naturally, the captains complimented. Although Meng Tian didn't intend to, he lifted his chin slightly, revealing a bit of air. At the same time as the Qin Guo infantry was promoted, he had ordered the Golden Fire cavalry to separate several teams to monitor the other gates of the Chu Guo Ying village. He did not wonder why Jingyu did not immediately rush out with cavalry this time, seeking a decisive battle with their Qin army. However, Jingyu led his troops to 60 li last night and fought all night. Later he led the cavalry to stay for a long time before the first base of the Qin army, and then ran to 60 li again to return to the camp. In his opinion, it is an iron man, should we take a break at this time? However, with the passage of time, the sky became darker and darker, and Meng Tian became suspicious. The Golden Fire cavalry around him had been lit with torches, but why did the Chu army barracks not have the slightest fire now? No, I'm lucky. Meng Tian said to himself. Regardless of the Chu army barracks, he greeted his Golden Fire cavalry and immediately rushed to the direction of the previous Qin army infantry. Halfway through, the fierce shouts came from far away. For another period, the broken Qin army infantry seemed to be all over the ground, even blocking the way of the Golden Fire cavalry. Farther away, the armor was still painted black, and even the cavalry brigade, which did not even torch, continued to cover Qinguo infantry. Meng Tian can totally imagine that he must have obtained his promise. These infantry commanders were really negligent in preventing them, but gave the Chu cavalry an opportunity. I am afraid that when the Chu cavalrymen suddenly killed from a distance, they had not yet figured out what was going on. Meng Tian was annoyed. Knowing that they would be attacked by the enemy again, these Qinguo infantry might lose more. He summoned dozens of knights to shout together, "Let the infantry make way for the cavalry." After 3 consecutive sounds, the lead army was directed at the chaotic army and left. Most of the Qin army soldiers gave way, and the Qin army soldiers who had no time to evade were trampled into meat by the Golden Cavalry. After seeing this with Jingchu cavalry, Jing Yu did not lead the team against the Golden Fire cavalry. Taking him as an arrow, the Chu cavalry circumvented the assault route of the Golden Fire cavalry and rushed to another Qinguo infantry. He had intentionally drove these Qin troops everywhere. The entire wilderness of Nyota could see Qin army infantry soldiers everywhere. This night, the pursuit of 2 large cavalry regiments was a nightmare for these infantry soldiers. According to the statistics afterwards, the Golden Fire cavalry's own footsteps were over 5,000. With more than 70,000 troops left, it is impossible to send them to the battlefield in the short term. In the pursuit battle, Meng Tian sent the ministry more than once to find the infantry captain to gather the remnants and prevent them from running around. After waiting for the war, he realized that the 4 captains of the Qin army were first killed by Jingyu in this attack. As for the Chu army barracks, sure enough, the soldiers on guard were all scarecrows. The drums inside were drumsticks pulled by a rope tied to a goat's leg. That is, they came to the barracks at dusk, the light effect, so that they did not see clearly before they were deceived. Chapter 49, Unsuccessful. The news of the re-engagement here has passed to Wang Jian for an hour. He hadn't taken a break by himself, and he couldn't help being surprised. He repeatedly inquired about the whole fighting process. Afterwards, he walked back and forth in the account alone for several times and gave orders, 3 more to make rice and 5 more to set off. On the morning of the 2nd day, Wang Jian's relatives led a 200,000 army to the Qin army camp 10 miles south of the Jai village of the Chu army. He found that instead of guarding the barracks, they were all Gold Fire cavalry dismounted. The infantry cowered in the tent in the camp, and not many people even slept. Wang Jian roughly checked and gave them some condolences, and finally calmed down the tens of thousands of infantry. The defense of 200,000 troops was settled, and scouts were sprinkled around as surveillance, and the time had come to noon. "What about you generals?" Wang Jian had not seen Meng Tian yet. He could not help but frowned and asked, "Is he hurt?" This, he had not heard when he came. This the general heard the words and couldn't help but smile bitterly. "General, he is in his account, and he has not rested overnight." Hearing what the general said, Wang Jian was completely imaginable and shook his head slightly. "Take the old man to see it." "Yes." The school quickly led Wang Jian to Meng Tian's account. The veteran motioned him to wait outside the tent, lifted the curtain and walked in. The light in the tent was still bright, and only the person in the tent was gloomy. He wore black armor and sat on a simple camp bed. "Put your forearms on your thighs and hang your head." Wang Jian came to him. Su Shi saw Wang Jian's boots and Meng Tian raised his head slowly. His eyes widened, and Meng Tian came down from the bed, but instead of standing up, he knelt in front of Wang Jian with a knee. With a loud bang, he clasped his fist in extreme unwillingness and said, "In the end will be incompetent, please marshal to punish." What some people say in this way just makes them feel more relieved. But Meng Tian said that he was really asking Wang Jian to give him guilt. Otherwise, he must not be at ease for this defeat. Wang Jian knew that Meng Tian was a proud person, so he said, "You are indeed at fault. This defeat will punish you for a year." Seeing what Meng Tian wanted to say, he raised his hand to interrupt Meng Tian and put him lifted up from the ground. "General Mongolia, don't worry, listen to the old man to finish talking." Wang Jian said calmly after facing him, "This defeat, the biggest mistake is the old man and not you." The old man misunderstood the enemy. This Meng Tian could not help but stay. Why did the marshal say this? The enemies the old man knew were always charged ahead, brave, adventurous, and astute. Wang Jian enumerated one by one, and finally raised a finger. And the most crucial point is young. Such an enemy. What kind of judgment will the old man make? Oversteel and lack of flexibility. In young age, the word can exist, but it is not unreasonable. However, this time it was used on Jingyu's body, but Wang Jian felt very wrong. The 9-year-old child, like him, is a clever fox. He thought this was wrong in the beginning, and forgot to remind Meng Tian that the enemy would retreat and walk away, and then look for opportunities to fight back. As for applying the cavalry to such a point, even using the opponent as an accomplice to kill the enemy, Wang Jian did not even think of it. This enemy is very strong, and can arouse all the fighting spirit of the old man, and makes the old man have a fear of failure. Wang Jian felt the blood boiling all over the body for a long time. On the contrary, there were trembling hairs on the skin. His heart was very silent, and his eyes became deeper. The stronger the enemy, the calmer he would be. General Mongolia, defeating such enemies, is it not the best way to show the value of our generals? Wang Jian finally showed his veteran spirit. The old man needs your help, you can't rest here. May you listen to the marshal's dispatch. Meng Tian's eyes also appeared bright and bright, restoring the prestige of the past. OZW.com Wang Jian nodded appreciatively and was able to get out of the failed generals in order to qualify for victory. The camp is eating, but are you interested in eating with the old man? Wang Jian asked with a smile. Marshal, please. Meng Tian made a please gesture. The two went out together, but not to the marshal's account of Wang Jian, but to the places where the broken army had lunch. Meng Tian also knows what the veteran Wang Jian often has to eat and sleep like soldiers. On the way, Wang Jian, who didn't know what to do, stopped for a time, and then issued a command that puzzled Meng Tian: burn down the remaining Chu army barracks. I wonder if the marshal has any intention to do this? Meng Tian asked. The old man just suddenly thought that the other party was only trying to trick our army into the camp that was left only once. Wang Jian said while walking, maybe, the previous battle was to hide another trick. General Mongolia, yesterday I didn't lead the army to live in the Nasha military camp, it was right. This Meng Tian showed an ashamed expression and arched his hand. The end will only be because the tens of thousands of infantry troops are very afraid of the Chu army. They don't want them to enter the Chu army barracks. Recalling the previous experience, I don't know what the marshal said. Please also marshal express. Wang Jian shook his head and smiled. Oh? That's it, it's a crooked ha ha ha. He laughed a few times, and only after Meng Tian approached, he lowered his voice and said, I guess there might be another secret in the camp. The way leads to the outside of the camp. If General Meng Yu lead troops to live in the Chu army camp, the possibility of the entire army now overwhelming is even greater. This is an army that looks like a startled bird after being attacked. If someone is suddenly killed from the secret road in the middle of the night, there are very few troops that can also cause extraordinary damage. Thinking of this, Meng Tian swallowed hard. In his cavalry chase, his golden fire cavalry caused heavy casualties to the infantry. Therefore, he felt a little guilty in his heart, so he had such a method, which was regarded as compensation for the infantry. Unexpectedly, he saved his life indirectly. There is a low a few miles to the east of the Chu army's original 400,000 barracks. At this time, Jingye was standing peacefully on the top of the slope, watching the thick smoke rising in the distance. As the so-called plan cannot keep up with changes, he did arrange a secret passage in that camp, and also made plans to use it to attack the Qin army stationed in the camp. Why Meng Tian didn't lead the army to live in, he didn't know. Now Wang Jian came, the fire started immediately, the existence of the secret road was supposed to be seen through. If the opponent is Wang Jian, he can't be too greedy. Young master, it's a pity. There was a red-haired teenager who was about the same height as him but about 1 or 2 years older, and came over with his helmet on. He also wears armor. The breastplate is red, and the other parts are dominated by light blue with some metallic cool colors. It's nothing. Jingyu smiled back, we are preparing for the calculation, and the enemy is also calculating. This is the war, and it is possible to develop according to our expectations. Small, let's gather the team, let's go back and have a good day's rest. Yes. The young man smiled plainly. The young master hasn't slept in the past 2 days. He really needs a good rest. He greeted the pawns and led the war horses for Jingyu, and ran down to order the whole team down. Around 1,000 war horses, there are thousands of soldiers snuggling with each other and are sleeping and resting. After riding the horse, Jingyu glanced toward the south. Today there will probably be no more fighting. Tomorrow will be the cruelest day in his plan and the third day, he said. Chapter 50, the last 3 lines of defense. Boom. 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 Let the air tremble, let the blood boil, and the majestic drums beat. The black armor, black shield, holding the long ji, and the grim black mask of the Qinguo heavy armored infantry lined up in a neat queue. The instruction to march as the drum sounded, started as a whole, forming a black cloud, oppressing the Chu army camp hundreds of meters across. The momentum of a good army will surely be able to consolidate into one. The collection of 10,000 people is enough to produce a suffocating effect. As his opponent, when he was overwhelmed by this momentum, he was already lost. Fortunately, the face of the Qin army, but defeated the Qin army several times a day ago. The victory brought them courage and morale to face the enemy, and enhanced their confidence and fighting spirit. At this point, Jingyu's operations for 2 consecutive months are about to fully begin, and the effects of successive battles 2 days ago are showing. Qin Jun gradually approached the attack range of Chu Jun archers, and they finally began to charge. Riding on the warhorse, Jingyu's position is on the top of a low on the route of Qin's march. There are hundreds of meters away from where the archer is ahead. He waved his hand, and Chu Jun's drum sounded. At the same time, the archers in front began to neatly raise the sky at an angle of 45 degrees, shooting their sharp arrows. 5,000 archers, together with 1,000 kinky archers, a total of 6,000 people, divided into 3 ladders. Every second, an arrow is thrown in a ladder. In this way, after the 3rd second, the first 2,000 soldiers can shoot arrows again. In this type of battle, the accuracy of archery is not a concern, but the coverage and the number of times archers can pull the bow. They don't care how many people they missed, as long as they disrupted the enemy's charge formation. For the enemy who missed the net, the heavy armor infantry in front will help to solve it. This is not possible, and there are cavalrymen waiting for reunion. However, Chu Jun's defensive heavy armored infantry, this time did not meet Qin Jun, who ran through the archer and covered the area. Behind the battlefield, Wang Jian could not help but frown. "Get them all back immediately," he ordered. The officer in charge of the order was also watching Qin Jun's charge, and he could not help but stunned. It was not until Wang Jian glared at him again that he was taken aback and quickly ordered. Unfortunately, it is already too late. The more than 1,000 heavy armored infantry rushing to the front seemed to run to the edge of the cliff, and all fell off and disappeared. The soldiers who saw this behind them stopped at the edge of the huge pit that suddenly appeared. The unfortunate ones were hit by the uninformed brothers behind them. "Stop it! Stop it!" After such cries, finally the entire Qin army heavy armor stopped. They looked at the pit under a depth of about 10 meters with fear, and there were countless sharp wooden thorns erected. Many of the fallen Qin army soldiers were penetrated by this wooden thorn and hung on the wooden pile. There are still some undead, who repeatedly reach out for help. Only at this height, the enemy is in front, how can there be time to save them? At this time, the archers of the Chu army adjusted the attack range. Qin Jun gathered most densely by the pit, and this became the best attack area for archers. Qin Jun, shocked by the facts in front of him, even for some time forgot to use a shield to protect himself. It wasn't until hundreds of people hit the arrow that the retreat signal sounded in the rear, and they retreated back in panic. OZW.com Wang Jian's location is also high. Looking at the trench that was about 5 meters wide and hundreds of meters long across the battlefield, he sighed. He chose this terrain as the battlefield. With this arrangement, it should be considered. This is the only way to pursue the Chu army. The flat ground, about a few hundred meters wide, is wide on both sides. Although it is midwinter, it is only in the south, and the ice surface is not very thick. Ordinary people may be able to pass through, but the army collective charge ran over, how to support the ice? If it falls, the cold river water is enough to make people lose their fighting power instantly. In this case, there is only one way to pass from the front. Wang Jian speculated in his heart that Jing Yuding began to build the trench here when Qin Jun began to build a strong base. When he came, he wondered how exactly there would be 3 low slopes, one higher than the other across. Now think about it, those should be piled up by digging soil and there should be more than one trench. Look at the color of the soil on those low slopes for a month or two. Another point is that there are traces of burning in the nearby woods, so that they have no planks to lay on the trenches? Wang Jian shook his head, and there should be other purposes. Because of the more than 300,000 troops brought here, the timber for the construction of the camp is enough to lay trenches. Just, what would it be? He can't think of it for the time being. Right now it is the morning of the day, and the fighting cannot stop there. Wang Jian then ordered that, from the timber for the construction of the barracks, select and distribute to the sergeants appropriately. At the same time, under the cover of the shield soldiers, more archers of the Qin army slowly advanced to the vicinity of the trench. Of the tens of thousands of archers, Chu Jun clearly has no chance of winning against thousands of archers. Jing Yu decisively withdrew the archer and the heavy armored infantry in front of them to the first low slope. In this way, Chu Jun was out of the shooting range of the Qin Jun archer, and was able to strike the Qin Jun through the trench at the first time. Qin Jun's infantry carried the wooden board to the first trench, and laid several layers in a row to prevent the heavy armored infantry from stepping down when they charged. Then, Qin Jun no longer charged, but continued to slowly cover the archers by heavy armored infantry, advancing toward the position of Chu Jun. Wang Jian, it's already decided that I have other trenches ready to be given to Qin Jun. Jing Yu smiled slightly. Seeing that Qin's heavy armored infantry advanced to the shooting range of Chu's archers, he issued another command. The drum sound changed, and I saw it on the second low slope. Suddenly, the sergeants lifted dozens of simple wooden structures to see their appearance, clearly like a catapult. The low raised the simple catapult, allowing it to shoot farther, reaching nearly 300 meters. A football-sized stone, a migratory locust, is usually shot out and poured into the Qin army camp. Not to mention the heavy armor, the Qin army archers became the first victims. Dozens of stones are not many, but the visual effects it creates are beyond imagination. Anything that is hit, the broken bones and tendons are folded lightly, and the whole head is not broken. Although the number of Qinjun crossbowmen was large, the attack was affected by the rocks. The archers of the Chu army were on a low slope, and their shooting distance exceeded theirs. Moreover, there was a gap in the front of the heavy infantry guarding them. Cooperating with the rock formation and the arrow array, Qin Jun's advancement speed was very slow, and no doubt caused a lot of casualties. As soon as Wang Jian saw this, he came to understand the burnt woods, and the purpose of covering up this. He withdrew both the archer and the heavy armored infantry, and then pushed the front of the army outside the first trench. Then, the famous Qin Kuoqiang crossbow force debuted. They are the biggest ones at this time. Before shooting, you need to pedal your bow, pull your arms around the waist, and use your full strength to wind the string. The rate of fire can't be compared with ordinary crossbows, and the mechanical power is not good, so Wang Jian didn't use them at first, but their range and power were not to be underestimated. Jingyu immediately responded, retreating the heavy armored infantry and archers to the first low slope. The catapult at the second low also lowered some height, hiding behind the low slope. The strong crossbow can't shoot him at this third low slope, but he can give orders from the third low slope. The archers in front and the catapults don't need to aim. You can just follow his command to throw and block the enemy. Wang Jian had expected this. He threatened the crossbow not only to drive down the enemy's heavy infantry and archers, but also to prevent the cavalry hiding behind the low slope. Qin Jun's assault began again. Even if he risked stones and archers, he would not stop. Then, the second trench was shown before the first low slope. Qin Jun immediately laid planks and continued to attack, rushing to the top of the low slope. Chapter 51, Domineering. Qin Jun, who had just overturned the low and let out a sigh of relief, immediately faced a series of arrow attacks below. Immediately afterwards, the cries of killing sounded, and the Chuguo heavy armored infantry, who had already been preparing for a long time, killed them in response to them. Quickly intertwined with Qin Jun, making the strong crossbow behind Qin Jun unable to exert its effect. Bows, arrows, and stones are still pouring, but it cannot stop Qin Jun from continuously assaulting the low slope. Subsequently, more Chu troops also joined the battle. The whole slope, about 3 meters wide and several hundred meters long, became a meat grinder. At every moment, Qin and Chu soldiers fell to the ground and died. After this first low slope, Jingyu placed 20,000 Chu kingdom soldiers. Whenever the Chu soldiers who were fighting in the front were tired, they would use the rear soldiers to make up. The pawns in front will fight and retreat, attracting Qin Jun to reach the low slope. In this way, the newly arrived Chu troops would never be threatened by Qin Jun Qiang. There are more than 300,000 people in Qin state, and the intensity of the attack can be imagined. Chu Jun was able to resist Qin's attack at this early stage. One was that the width above the low was limited, so that Qin Jun could not display too many soldiers and horses, the other was relying on the assistance of archers and catapults. Alternating rotation, and infrequent shooting, make the archer retain more physical strength. After dozens of rounds of shooting, the bow and arrow attack has not stopped. Qin Jun's second 10,000 person team was repelled, and the third 10,000 person team screamed and rushed up the low after the drums were beaten. Such an attack obviously did not want to give Chu Jun any rest time. After a while, the archers of Chu must be weak. At that time, Qin Jun's attack will only become more fierce. After the Qin army, Wang Jian asked the Qin army soldiers who retreated from the low and asked, after the low slope, can there be Chu cavalry? I haven't seen any horses, the soldier answered, and the other soldiers nodded. Meng Tian, who was riding with Wang Jian, heard a smile and couldn't help laughing. Did he make a mistake this time? Without cavalry guards, if our military cavalry charged, wouldn't it be possible to wipe out the Chu army completely? I don't believe him. The army after this break will leave too many people. After the second low and the third low slope, there will be no more power than this first low slope. The first low is the key to this battle. If the first dwarf was taken by Qin Jun, the strong crossbowman could move to the top of the slope, directly threatening the third dwarf slope. By then, no one will be able to stay on the top of the third low slope, and the soldiers and horses hidden behind the second low will become blind. Moreover, a small number of catapults without the assistance of archers will also lose their power. Ha ha ha. Then, General Mongolia, would you like to take the cavalry to charge the Chu army position? Wang Jian asked with a light smile, with an inexplicable light in his eyes. Meng Tian shook his head, the opponent is him, but he will not make such a mistake. I think that after the first low slope, there must be something that prevents him from placing cavalry. Wang Jian nodded, I think so too. Let's take a look at it for a while, the Chu archer will have no strength. His words soon came true. After dozens of rounds of bow and arrow attacks, the shooting frequency of Chu archers became much slower. It used to rotate every second, but now it only fires once in about 10 seconds. At this time, Qin Jun's new 10,000 team charged forward. In Wang Jian and Meng Tian's view, this 10,000 team should be able to attack the top of the slope. However, the Chu army's response has also changed. In order to avoid being attacked by a strong crossbow, the heavy armored infantry who lowered their body to meet the enemy suddenly withdrew. Wang Jian and Meng Tian looked at each other, and they both realized that it was not good. It's just that Qin Jun hasn't encountered that bad, and they don't know what it is. If the Qin army was withdrawn, wouldn't they always know that the two of them had to bite the bullet and continue to watch? When the infantry rushed into the attack area of the catapult attack started again. However, this time it was thrown out, but the fragile pottery seemed to contain a certain liquid, which was broken and spilled on the ground and the soldiers. The soil on the low was actually photographed and repeatedly trampled by the army. After the liquid was spilled, it did not penetrate the ground, but flowed slowly down the ramp. A soldier stepped on it and immediately slipped. No, that's kerosene. Wang Jian immediately understood that he just wanted to order the 10,000-man team to retreat and fly out of the first low after 6,000 rockets. In only a moment, the side of the low turned into a sea of fire, wrapping the first half of the entire tens of thousands of people. The screams of Qin Jun sounded, and the soldiers behind the tens of thousands of people started running back without even saying hello. The catapult continued to throw pottery jars twice, drawing more Qin army soldiers into the sea of fire, and also forced the Qin army's attack to temporarily stop. That guy, there are really infinite means. Meng Tian looked through the black smoke above the sea of fire and the twisted air of the hot air to the Jingyu sitting on the warhorse on the third low slope. If it's just kerosene, it won't last long before it burns out. However, there are many corpses on the slope, and Meng Tian can't expect them to burn out as soon as possible. However, if the fire is not removed, burning for a long time is equivalent to giving the Chu army behind the low a rest time. Moreover, the next attack may also face the fire oil tank attack. Not only will it hurt the soldiers, but the attack will continue to be blocked. OZW.com. The key now is how many kerosene jars he has prepared. His brow furrowed slightly. It is winter now, the soil is freezing hard, and the earth is dug to cover the fire. I'm afraid the efficiency is not high. Can the marshal have a good response? Although it's a little early, there are only government beasts from the public loss family. Wang Jian ordered a subordinate general to his side, go and ask the public losers to send the government beasts to help me break the battle. Losers also have catapults. It's just that the catapult paid attention to its power. The boulder thrown was probably more than 4 meters in diameter, and could not be transported through the first trench. But for the first trench, the catapult could not pose a threat to the first low after the second trench. Marshal does not need to be summoned, the male revenge has come. An old voice sounded after Wang Jian and Meng Tian mounted. The two turned their mounts slightly, facing the side, and they saw a lanky old man with a ricket on his back. His face had a somewhat flattering smile, which did not make it look better. The top of the head is slightly sharpened and bald, with a small white mane hair on the back of the head. The left eye socket was painted with heavy colors, and even extended to the top of the head. There is no need on the lips, there is a small white beard on the chin. He is using his right hand to twist gently. The left hand is a mechanical arm, as well as the feet under the purple robe. There is also a mechanical structure. The detailed situation is already understood. He said, I just saw a lot of wooden boards moved out of the camp. I was curious and did not get the permission of the marshal. So I came over to watch the battle and asked the marshal to forgive me. He arched his hand. It's easy to say. Wang Jian smiled slightly. Mr. Gongshu, can your organ beast break through this Chu army's defensive position? It's not the first time that the marshal is attacking other countries underneath. Although the marshal is a noble, I must still have some impressions. There was a bit of arrogance on the face of the public loser. It's so good, the old man is here waiting to make a great contribution to the public loser. Wang Jian turned his horse and headed towards the Chu army position. If Mr. Public Loser is interested, how about watching the battle with the old man here? This is naturally the best. The public loses his hatred and rushes to Wang Jian. Thank you, Marshal. The public defeated Chu took a few steps towards Wang Jian and Meng Tianma, and said, Marshal, these 3 low slopes are not conducive to the march of the army, they are all destroyed, don't it matter? If Mr. Ha can do it, please just play it. Wang Jian smiled. In the distance, Jingyu, who has amazing eyesight, sees the appearance of male revenge, especially his manipulator. Although he has no impression of his appearance, after coming to this world, he still knows a little about the domineering skills of the loser's family. Unexpectedly, he ordered the Chu army hidden behind the first low to retreat to the second low slope. In fact, on both sides of the second low slope, some arcs were intentionally built. The army between it and the first low can completely retreat from these 2 to the second low slope. The cavalry can also be suddenly killed from these 2 places to meet the enemy who attacked the first low slope. It's just that the 20,000 infantry, plus 6,000 archers, can't retreat much faster. At this time, the left-wing troops of the Qin army behind the first trench drew back quickly. At the same time, the sound of the horn of Qin's attack was blown. The sound of rumbling, Jingyu and others at the top of the third low also heard clearly. Look, what is that? A soldier beside him exclaimed, pointing at the rear of Qin Jun's left wing. I saw that there was a soil dragon under the ground, arching the soil high, and quickly rushed from the far to the first low slope. Before reaching the first trench, it burst out of the ground. After arriving in the air, people could only see clearly that it was a thick and huge steel wheel. 8 sword-toothed dragon-like sharp sword teeth are evenly distributed on the wheel surface, constantly rotating. Then, suddenly, it made some astounding changes. From the shape of the round wheel, it changed into a huge steel pangolin with sword teeth behind it. Jumped off the ground, crawling fast on all fours. When he reached the trench, he jumped directly. It wasn't until it passed the second trench that it changed into a saber-toothed round wheel, and directly hit the first low slope. Between the rotation of the saber teeth, like a chainsaw, it just opened a huge gorge-like gap in the middle of the first low that was still burning. It entered the middle of the first low and the second low slope, and there were huge red round eyes on the side shaft of the round wheel. It seems that a terrible beast is spying on the nearly 20,000 Chu soldiers on both sides who haven't had time to withdraw. Chapter 52, Last Day. This sudden change made the Chu soldiers on both sides freeze for a moment. Then, I didn't know which side started yelling, and the soldiers ran faster. They did not see the shape of the round wheel turned into a monster, but the power that could break the mound from the middle was obviously not something they could resist. Fortunately, until the present battle, the Chu army has yet to show signs of decline. Although they are fleeing, they have not reached the point of losing their helmets and armor. The huge saber-toothed round red eyes were closed, and the saber-tooth spun again, drawing a deep ditch on the second ramp. It reversed the direction and rushed towards Chu Jun towards the side. After the Qin army's military revenge to watch the war, he twisted his beard and smiled with pride. Marshal, the power of the broken Shiro, are you still satisfied? I think that with this part of the Chu army can be eliminated, ha ha ha. I don't think so. Meng Tian suddenly interjected. The guy on the opposite side seems to have finally acted. Oh. Slightly displeased in the heart of public defeat, but dared not show it on the face. He knew who Meng Tian was talking about, and looked at the third low opposite, and at the same time said with disapproval, General Mongolia is so worried, he can do some people in front of the broken soil with his own strength. What about? As the head coach of Chu Jun, the black horse he was sitting under was still under the banner of the word dragon, but his figure was missing. Gong's eyes were wide, and he searched carefully for his figure. Chu Jun are all silver white armor, and only a few generals will have different armor colors. And his armor is the most gorgeous and the easiest to distinguish and find. After only 2 breaths, the public lost his enemies and found him, even above the second low slope. Because the position of Gong Xiuqiu and others is far away from him at this time, he can barely see him running across the top of the second low slope. The direction is exactly the direction in which Santoro operates. It's fast. Meng Tian wondered, this speed is already faster than the best horse. Does he want to chase Toshiro? No, he has overtaken Tozojiro. Although public revenge is unwilling to admit it, he still can't help thinking so. Pato Sanlang was designed and manufactured by him, and he is familiar with the parameters it possesses. At the beginning, the speed of breaking the soil was tested, and only when it was faster than the horses, it could exert the maximum effect. At that time, he never thought that one day, such a speed-breaking Sanlang would be caught up. Just, what does this mean? He also wanted to destroy the indestructible Santoro? The public's face was a bit gloomy. In his blinking eyes staring at the figure, there was a faint uneasiness. Jingyu, who was running forward, swept her eyes slightly towards the broken soil. It is now that he pulled out a total of 6 long and short spears from the back, evenly arranged like a peacock to form a fan. The most important thing to say is that the head is the center, and the left and right are 3. With a whine, the maximum power was used in an instant, and it was shot towards the axis of the disc-shaped broken soil. After the short spear left his hand, his body still maintained his forward-running posture, but rotated in the direction of the arm's force. Then, the heel kicked the ground violently, even stomping the frozen ground out of a pit, so that the body moved forward. When the short spear was thrown, the distance of stagnation and falling fell on time. He began to pull out the second short spear, and he shot as usual. Shabu Sanlang's axis is somewhat like an eyeball. At the very center, there is a black round spot, which can be regarded as the pupil of this eye. The red eyes just now appeared after the black round spots receded. The red eyes are actually an observation hole, allowing the inside operator to see the outside. In this case, the black round spot is its protective structure. OZW.com. Compared to the armor of the other parts of Santoshiro, it is the thinnest, and it is also the only weakness in the form of Santoshiro. Jingyu's first short spear hit the black round spot with great strength and thunder. As he thought, he didn't break it apart, leaving only a small hole. The location where his second short spear is aimed has actually turned into this small pit, and it really hit. Then came the third and fourth. When the fifth short spear was obtained, it finally broke through the black spots and penetrated into it. Jingyu could feel the specific location of the operator, and this spear directly penetrated his head. It was probably that when he was about to die, he changed the direction of the wheel. It didn't hit Chu Jun, but hit the first low again. The sharp metal friction sound for a short time stopped with the sound of the machine running. Standing on the second low slope, Jingyu's running footsteps also stopped. He straightened up from the throwing state and slowly turned to face the entire 300,000 Qin army. The first low was full of burning corpses, and his figure coincidentally appeared above the flame, just like the devil coming out of hell. This picture at this moment will probably never be removed from the minds of people who have seen it. His figure was small, but he was so tall and full of presence. The entire battlefield was stagnant because of him, and even the horses seemed to yield quietly. Then he slowly raised a right arm and extended an index finger at the very top. It pointed straight at the front of the Qin army with its arm straight ahead. "Kill!" he shouted, "murderous!" As if there was a sudden thunderstorm, Qin Jun's large array of frights took a step back. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Tens of thousands of Chu army soldiers roared and gathered towards Jingyu. Above the second dwarf slope, the dwarf faced the direction of the Qin army's large array, and the ground was full of Chu's soldiers with great momentum. They either held chongji, or held crossbows and swords, and kept shaking their arms as they cried. Qin Jun was captured by Chu Jun's momentum. For a while, he just looked at it blankly and did nothing. Wang Jian, who reacted first, immediately ordered the frontal crossbow troops to shoot. It was at this time that from the gap of the city gate opened by Santoro, a member of the Chu army with a gun rushed out with the Chu heavy cavalry. Zhen Tian's killing sound even disguised the sound of the cavalry stepping on the ground. The strong crossbow troops hurriedly adjusted their angles to attack the cavalry. Unfortunately, they only had time to launch once, and the heavy armored cavalry regiment rushed away from the dazed heavy armored infantry in front of Qin Jun. Just like tigers entering the flock, the Qin army has tens of thousands of people coming and going. On the low slope, Jingyu also rushed down with the infantry regiment. He did not lose his calm because of his blood. The infantry regiment came out of the gap and set up a defensive posture. Soon after, the cavalry regiment with weak horsepower hurried back. With a large number of Qin Guo cavalry behind them, they have finally reacted. The Chu State Cavalry Regiment just rushed towards the gap and tried to rush into the first low at the fastest speed. Chapter 53, Free for several months. Since you can rely on 30,000 troops, you can capture the strong base of 80,000 Qin troops in a raid overnight. Why don't you take advantage of the army's sufficient food and grass to move as soon as possible? With the support of horses and troops, the battle will not continue. In that case, maybe Qin Jun has been rushed back to Qin State. He has been fighting for many days, and it shows that the fighting power of the generals of Chu is higher than that of Qin. The 400,000 army should be enough to compete with 600,000 people in Qin. But why is this situation happening now? 1/3 of our country's land. What awkwardness this is for my great country, Chu and Chu. The king, the minister carefully analyzed the battle after him, and clearly arranged for more than 2 months. God, he has such a talent. Why did he make an arrangement to withdraw his troops, instead of thinking about how to attack the Qin army? The Qin army was completely absent-minded in fighting, not for the king and the Chu kingdom. This was a morning discussion at the palace hall of King Chu Palace after Jingyu and Xiang Yan merged and led their troops back to Chuchun Shaochun. As a result, the army has not yet reached Shaochun, and the removal of Jingyu's military post has been delivered to Xiang Yan. After Xiang Yan looked at it, he smashed it to the ground angrily. What's wrong with your strategy? Attacking Qin Junjian base, what risk did he take? Even when he told the old man felt that the possibility of success was only 10%. Yuer could do it, that's him in exchange for the battle. Can anyone kill hundreds of enemy troops alone in the city gate to ensure that the city gate is not lost? And, Qin Jun commander, but a famous general like Wang Jian, can similar attacks be used on him again? Why did you capture the remaining strong bases? Jingyu's method of attacking the base can only be used once. After the 80,000 strong base, Qin Jun had several similar strong bases. Even if the Chu army can fully occupy this building, the situation it faces will be the same 2 months ago. As long as the Qin army sticks to the remaining strong bases, the Chu army can only attack and lose the soldiers. Moreover, as the distance with the Qin army was shortened, it would be impossible to retreat. The movement of hundreds of thousands of troops will be discovered by Qin Jun even if it is secret. The only result of the Chu army was the annihilation of the whole army. Several generals who were in the big account saw Xiang Yan's reaction and could not help but look at each other. That was the bamboo slips from the king, which was a little disrespectful. However, Xiang Yan is getting angry, but no one dared to provoke him. Xiang Liang picked it up from the ground, patted the dust, and frowned when he opened it. The king will not really believe these people, think Qin's combat power is lower than our army. He looked at Xiang Yan in amazement. These Qin troops have successively conquered the 3 kingdoms, and they are regarded as the masters of 100 battles. How can I be comparable? If he doesn't believe, you will be removed by him. Xiang Yan snorted with eyes wide open, and then sighed again. The old man is not worried about Yuer's future, but alas, the king might be lucky in his heart. I thought that this time Qin's army captured some land, they would retreat as usual in the past. As everyone knows, Qin is dying of Chu this time. Jingyu walked outside the big tent and heard Xiang Yan's distressed words. He stopped. Young master, won't you go in? Long and behind him asked curiously. He didn't know what was happening inside at this time. Ho Ye seems a little sad. If you are willing to comfort him, he will be happy. Stand up. This time, I can't comfort him. Jingyu shook his head. Go, help me pack my luggage. The speed of the army's rush is too slow. I want to go back to the city alone to enjoy it. Hey! Long stayed for a while. When Jingyu walked away, he hurried to keep up and said bitterly, Young master, aren't you kidding me? How can I leave my army alone? Oh, I'm not a general anymore, naturally it is possible. Jingyu said easily without returning. No Long and stood still. Not a general. He seemed to react and ran towards the big account behind him. Jingyu didn't stop. All the soldiers and captains who saw him along the way would laugh and call him Major General and Master. He occasionally nodded his head, and every time, he was able to excite those soldiers. It can be said that he is the life-saving benefactor of this army of 330,000 people. Because of his hard work, these talents have survived to the present. They are grateful to him, worship his strength and wisdom, and look forward to being able to lead him to fight. Before entering the camp, Long and finally ran back. He knelt behind Jingyu and hugged his legs. Young master, Long he swears here that he will surely take the brothers to survive and wait for the day when young master returns to the battlefield. Small, I always believe that you can do well. Jingyu turned around and patted his shoulder, and then looked at the camp where the entire Chu army took a temporary rest under the sunset. By the time he returns to the battlefield, how many people can survive here? He shook his head insignificantly, feeling that he thought it was superfluous. The days of fighting side by side gave him some unnecessary feelings for these soldiers, and he removed these in his heart in time, so as not to increase the distress in the future. A few days later, Jingyu rode back to Shaochun alone. Although the people in Xiangfuzhong were sent away by him in secret, some still stayed. For example, a few officials who should be his uncle generation. After Jingyu returned, they told him in detail what the Chudu people think of him. OZW.com When Chu Chu's dismissal edict was issued, in order to prevent criticism from the Chu people, some rumors against Jingyu were also spread. It is a pity that Jingyu's layout is one step earlier than him. How he fought for the Chu kingdom and what embarrassment the Chu army was facing at the time were secretly spread among the people. When the rumors came, he didn't listen to them at all, but instead blamed King Chu for listening to the arguments of the ministers. Later, when the several ministers of speech and speech went out, the people pointed their fingers, and their reputation was stinking. Returning to Jingdu in Chudu, he continued to live in his small courtyard. Without Qing'er and Xuenu accompanied, he rarely had a few months of meditation. Every day, he not only diligently exercises his internal strength, but also studies various kinds of knowledge of hundreds of schools. After the Chu army retreated, Qin Jun steadily attacked all the cities in Chu kingdom. And Chu Jun, the shortcomings of insufficient grain and grass, finally fully revealed. There are troops, but there is no power to send troops to attack the Qin army. As a last resort, King Chu ordered people from all over the country to cut back on food and clothing for military use. However, he still luxuries with every meal in the palace. Knowing this by the public, it caused great dissatisfaction. Between June and July of the second year, when the rice is ripe, the Chujun grain and grass have been supplemented to a certain extent. Seeing that the Qin army was about to marry Shaochun, the king of Chu strictly ordered Xiang Yan to reject the enemy with a 200,000 army. Subsequently, on the frontal battlefield, this army was attacked by Meng Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry and left army. Xiang Yan gathered the remnants and was forced to retreat, and was constantly pursued by the Qin army, until Qinan annihilated Xiang Yan without a trace. King Chu, who lost 200,000 troops, was really anxious this time. The reconciliation envoy dispatched time and time again, and later even proposed to sever the ground to make the Qin army retreat. Knowing the determination of Qin Wang Yingzheng, Wang Jian did not even let these envoys go to Xianyang to disturb Yingzheng. As a measure, also out of fear for Jingyu, he very carelessly let those envoys know that King Qin was very dissatisfied with Long Jingyu. No one in the world knows that he took away the precious ore that King Qin wanted. If he could mention his head, maybe Qin Wang would happily agree to negotiate. The envoys of the Chu kingdom could not be explained by the king of Chu. In order to prevent King Chu's blame, he finished retelling the news locally to King Chu. Now Xiang Yan's life and death are unknown, and the Xiang family does not have much actual military power. Regarding Jingyu, King Chu has already hated the fact that he has been playing with him 3 times. He doesn't say that he is still at home, and he has no benefit in resisting Qin. So on this day, when Jingyu took a rest under the tree in his courtyard, his door was kicked open. 10 new sergeants in armor rushed in, holding Chang Ji to surround him. Then, walk into an arrogant saber general. Jingyu, who was still lying on the bed, covered her face with bamboo slips and smiled disdainfully. By the order of the king, catch the young master Long Jingyu of Xiang's family. If you meet resistance, you can kill it on the spot. He said arrogantly as he respected the king by arching his hands towards the sky. After speaking, regardless of Jingyu's reaction, he waved his hand at the soldiers behind him, and the sound of the clattering iron chain clearly sounded that he was planning to iron Jingyu. "General, General, please wait." A housekeeper outside the door hurried at him. "Excuse me, this general, what crime did my young master commit? Why did the king capture him? Does the king want to catch anyone? Do you need a reason?" The general turned and glared at him contemptuously. "Hey, you better be honest, otherwise Huey blames the sword." Jingyu, who was asleep, took the bamboo slip covered underneath and sat up from the bed. A glance at the costumes of the soldiers around him recognized that they were the royal army directly under King Chu. Generals of this army can only be served by royal disciples, not to mention the combat effectiveness. The equipment used is always the best and most arrogant army. Jingyu glanced at him sideways and asked plainly, "Do you know why he didn't enter this yard?" "Oh." The general seemed to have some interest, and temporarily stopped the 2 soldiers holding black iron shackles. "Can there be any other rules?" He thought that the manager was afraid of them. Dared not to approach. "Oh, young master, you must not mess up." The governor outside the door saw Jingyu say that. She could not help kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Jingyu. "The old slave begs you, please bear with me for now." The general saw the reaction of the manager, sneered, and looked at Jingyu, who was still sitting, with a sword in his hand. "Everyone says you are an enemy of thousands of people, and I think it is just one." Suddenly, the sound of liquid spraying suddenly appeared in the courtyard. The red liquid falling from the sky was so obvious on the soldiers' silver armor. It was just that they were still in a daze, an expression that didn't figure out what was going on. From the original sitting on the bed, Jingyu is now standing behind the general, holding a human head in his hand. He twisted it out of the general's neck. The sound and the liquid were all evidence that hot blood was sprayed from the neck fracture. "You all it!" Jingyu shook his head with 5 fingers and shattered the head, as if holding a ball of tofu. Next, he doesn't even need weapons. His powerful body is itself a weapon. He rushed into the soldier's bush, punched one of the soldier's head into the chest cavity with 1 punch, kicked a soldier out of the courtyard wall with 1 foot, and was even torn in half by him. The dozens of people in the Manchuria have instantly become corpses. Chapter 54, Change of Dynasty. In ancient times, the royal palace was not only a place for the royal family, but also a fortress to protect the royal family. Not only is there a thick wall like a city wall, a towering turret, but there are also many soldiers stationed around, and they are all elite. The gate of the palace is not open on weekdays, especially the main entrance in the middle, which will only be opened when the king passes. Next to it, a smaller door was opened on the left and right to facilitate the entry of ministers and royal families. In front of the main entrance of such a palace, dozens of soldiers stood on two sides, standing straight. On this day, a group of soldiers with bright armor came to the palace of King Chu. They guarded the luxurious carriage in the middle, and the gatekeeper soldiers recognized that it had driven out of here only half an hour ago. It was the vehicle of Deng Xiaolingyan, equivalent to Prime Minister. The soldiers who escorted them stopped a short distance before reaching the gate of the palace, and the carriage alone approached the gate of the palace. The door guard confirmed that it was the one who was sitting at the back of Yin Yin. The carriage drove inward slowly, and after leaving the gate for some distance, only heard a very weak and slightly old voice tremble inside and said, "You said you would not kill me, right?" "Humph," a slightly childish voice smiled, "I don't have any grudges with you, why should I kill you? Besides, you are already on the same boat as me. What am I going to do today, do you still can't think of it? You must be crazy." The old voice whispered. Why did Jing Lao say this? The young voice continued to chuckle, "What is the so-called thing you go to my Xiang's house, you will not forget it so soon? Since King Chu can kill me, why can't I kill him?" The old voice of this seemed to stagnate, and then said, "But he is the king of Chu, and you are the son of Chu." "Wrong, I have never claimed him any more," the tender voice said firmly and proudly. "How is it possible? I heard people say that you met the king offensively that day, and clearly accepted the courtesy of the courtier. If not, the king might not be able to tolerate you that day." The man known as Jing Lao was surprised. It was Xiang Sheyu who was the courtier that day, not Long Jingyu. The tone of the tender voice remained unchanged. "Xiang Sheyu, isn't it that you actually found a substitute at that time?" Now Lao said that after half of it finally reacted, he shouted out loudly. "Hush! Be quiet, you will be heard." Jingyu's voice contained some joke. In the carriage, a half-century man with a square hat showed a bitter smile. "I've lived to the present, and it's okay to die, but I don't want to involve the family. I will ask you how successful you can be this time," he asked slightly nervously. Jingyu's eyes narrowed for a moment, transmitting a flash of fine light. "Do you think I'm here to play?" he asked rhetorically. The old man was able to do the job of Ling Yin, and he had his uniqueness. The light in Jingyu's eyes was captured by him. He thought about it for a while. He had already gotten this share. Even today Jingyu failed, and King Chu would not forgive him for bringing Jingyu into the palace. "Well, the old man will help you get things done. After that, I will wait for the Jing family to stay away from the Chu capital, and don't ask about the Chu country again." The old man gradually recovered his momentum as Ling Yin and the head of the family. "This Chu kingdom is not far away from its demise. Your choice is your best." Jingyu smiled, "Not in my hands or in the hands of this King Chu, to protect your Jing clan, but in King Qin. In the hands of Ying Zheng." The old man stared at Jingyu's joke-like face and nodded thoughtfully. The carriage went all the way, and after a while, came to the court where Chu Wang weekday and the courtiers discussed. The old man lifted the curtain and went out, holding a square box from the car. After glancing at Jingyu on the car, he could not help but smile slightly. "Aren't you afraid that the old man will regret it when he enters the palace of King Chu? When I saw my killing in Xiangfu and slaughtered hundreds of soldiers of the Chu king, if you dare to play some small tricks in front of me, I will admire you." Jingyu sneered at him. This sentence seems to evoke the old man's bad memories of the world's hell. He has a feeling of discomfort in the stomach. With a slightly pale face, he shook his head and turned to the hall, seeming to himself, "I don't know how this world has such a wicked person like you." He grabbed the wooden box and took the steps up to the top. 2 GE soldiers wearing silver armor stood at the door of the hall with the gate closed. After seeing the old man, they quickly bowed their hands and performed a salute. One of them turned around later and opened the door for the old man. When the soldiers gave way to the soldiers, they sorted out their clothes and bowed to the inside. The old minister came to his life. "Oh? Is it Jinking's family? Come in quickly," one of the voices in a little suppressed joy shouted. "It's an old minister," the old man answered with a rush. In the main hall, King Chu, who was supposed to be sitting behind the long table, can't wait to get up from his position and walk towards the old man. His eyes were fixed on the box, with a little excitement and hesitation. Looking around, I ordered the soldiers guarding inside the hall. All are given to the widows, and no widows' orders are allowed. No one should be close to the hall, let alone come in. OZW.com. This time the capture of Jingyu was a secret order from him. Even if the Xiang family lacked Xiang Yan, there were still many old ministries, even generals like Xiang Liang. He wanted to take Jingyu first. Under the established facts, the possibility that the Xiang clan would resist was much smaller. Therefore, he asked Ling Yin to bring more than 1,000 royal soldiers to capture Jingyu. A part of them stayed outside Xiongfu, preventing people around them from approaching because of the disturbance of Xiongfu and discovering the truth. The other part entered the house. Originally, he wanted to wait for Jingyu to come out, and then made a difficult situation. Even if Jingyu could fight against hundreds of people, each time he used the narrow terrain. From all directions at the same time, from the perspective of King Chu and Ling Yin, it should be enough to win him. It's just that the first general killed by Jingyu didn't know that Jingyu was powerful, and treated him as an ordinary child. What Ling Yin said was to ask Jingyu to come out and talk about something. He had to take Jingyu directly, so that Ling Yin's arrangement was broken. Respecting the king's life. The soldiers bowed out and bowed out. Only then did King Chu walk in front of the old man, his hands trembling slightly towards the box, and slowly opened it. There was a head inside, and unkempt black hair obscured the face, and it was not clear who it was. King Chu thought of turning the hair a bit, and could not bear the sticky blood stains on it. He resisted. The smell made him nausea, he could not help closing the lid again, and asked. The old man nodded. The king should know his character too, how can he stop it? So, is it really like killing hundreds of people without ruin as rumored? King Chu then asked. He was also curious about this. Yes, hundreds of people can't be called resistant in front of him, the old man answered. Hey? In that case, how many people did the Qing family use to kill him? King Chu was puzzled. The words of the old minister paused because he saw Jingyu behind King Chu. He didn't kill him. His words changed immediately. What? King Chu was startled and was about to step back and pull out the sword in his waist. A black sword was already resting on his neck. Jingyu kicked at the bend of his leg, and King Chu immediately knelt towards the old man. The old man was still panicking for a moment and wanted to avoid it. Later, it seemed to me that I couldn't help but show a little bit of satisfaction in his face. You guys! King Chu stared at the old man and wanted to say something, but Jingyu's hand was already pinching his neck. Jingyu turned to his front and saw King Chu's confused look. He certainly knows why this is the case with King Chu. Obviously he does not know who he really is. The old man introduced King Chu at this time. This is the young master Long Jingyu of the Xiang family, the enemy who slaughtered hundreds of soldiers like a chicken. King Chu's eyes widened, both rage and deep fear. He knew that what Jingyu appeared here, and what it meant to pinch his neck with his hands, a look of pleading appeared in his eyes. Jingyu did not give him any chance to speak. Pulling out an elongated steel needle from his arms, he pierced directly into the heart of King Chu. King Chu's body struggled a few times and lost all his strength. Jingyu closed his eyelids and turned back to the dumbfounded old man. Okay, he is dead. The corner of the old man's mouth twitched a few times, whispering in his heart, it was a cold-blooded guy who killed hundreds of people without blinking his eyes. So, who are you going to inherit the throne? The old man asked. Well, Jingyu brought King Chu to his throne and put it up. Turning around, he said something that made the old man almost fall, I never thought about it. God, when has this happened? You still have thoughts, the old man almost shouted. Hush! Jingyu made a gesture to him, and looked at the two passage openings behind the hall. The sound of small footsteps followed by a 3-year-old baby doll, reaching for the door frame and reaching into his small head. Seeing Jingyu looking at himself, he shrank back again. After a while, he stretched out his head and looked at it. He seemed to know that he had been found. He giggled his mouth and smiled, and ran out of the door frame. Father King, look at my clothes, I stole them. With a grunt, the baby doll wrestled, her small mouth collapsed, and she cried. Is it okay? Jingyu walked towards the little guy in the palace's expensive costumes, picked him up from the ground, patted the little guy's back to appease, but said to the old man. The old man's expression at this time is extremely rich. Moreover, when Jingyu teased the little guy, he did not notice a trace of subtlety in the eyes of the old man. Well, it's her. He swears that he didn't lie to Jingyu at this time, but Jingyu heard it wrong. On this day, news of the collapse of King Chu spread throughout Chu. Subsequently, there were orders to re-enable Jingyu as military commander when he was about to die, as well as an edict to pass the position. Chudu Shaochun's military power was entirely in Jingyu's hands. He first killed a number of ministers who had many mouths, and made all the ministers shut their mouths. The harem, as well as the princes, were arranged by the old man Ling Yin. I don't know how he said it, but no one went to Jingyu to make a noise and refused to accept it. Instead, he was prepared to kill him in vain. It was only later that he wanted to understand that facing the danger of dying, King Chu would stay in this capital city. The location is a hot potato. Chapter 55, Princess and Overlord. Brother Jingyu, Xiaohu's feet hurt a little. At the steps leading to the hall, every 2 steps on the left and right side stood a silver guard with a silver armor. Under this staircase, a 3-year-old milky baby with puffy milky mouth puckered and looked at Jingyu, who was wearing a Kijiajiao dragon armor. At this moment, as Jingyu said, Qin Jun's oppression was imminent, everything was simple, and the ceremony of the new king of Chu was held as scheduled. As the heir to King Chu, she had to get up early in the morning to bathe and dress. Then, starting from the dormitory where she lived, she walked along the way according to the etiquette taught by the nurse. In fact, she had already done a good job. So, what do you want? Jingyu asked, glancing down at her. I don't know if she is actually a female doll. Even if she is cute, Jingyu's heart is still much harder. Hug. Her hands immediately opened up slightly towards Jingyu, and her big eyes looked at Jingyu expectantly. For a long time, I don't know if I didn't get a response, or I was a little tired with my arms raised. The fat, white and tender hands of the baby were drooping. Jingyu is actually shaken. The creature's sweet smile with no impurities really attracted him. Seeing the disappointed expression on her face, he couldn't help laughing. He even put his adult man's complex men and women's thoughts on the 3-year-old child. Leaning down, her hands crossed her armpits, picked her up and put him in his arms. From disappointment to surprise, she smiled again. Sure enough, the child would not consider what happened just now, she only noticed that her legs could rest for a while. It's hard. The seemingly soft little buttocks were torn by armor again. Hey! Jingyu frowned, scaring her to quickly cover her face. This seemingly terrifying look, but the gap between the fingers is so wide, showing the slick and flexible eyes of her reaction of peeking at him. He smiled and shook his head. In the eyes of the guards desperately pretending to be squinting, Jingyu took the new Chu king to the step. The door of the hall was open, and the group of courtiers greeted Jingyu and the king of Chu holding him in a kneeling gesture. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Someone whispered. Coughing Lingyan obviously heard these, repeatedly coughing to remind them, and then chanted with Confucianism like this, "Congratulations to the king to take the throne." He leaned down like never before, because after watching it for a while, he was afraid I couldn't help laughing. This old guy. Jingyu looks at his reaction to something weird, but it's just impossible to interrogate. Holding the cute creature that doesn't have to walk by itself, and looks around with curiosity, Jingyu walks from the knees of the courtiers. In order not to face the rules of the royal family, the group officials quickly turned around with his footsteps. At the end of the position that belonged to King Chu, Jingyu placed her on the tiger skin cushion. "Sit here, will you?" he asked. "But it hurts." She sat like other children, rubbing her legs and looked at him pitifully. "Okay, no noise," Jingyu whispered to her while raising a finger. She wanted to open her mouth to say something, and quickly covered her small mouth with her hands, and tapped her small head several times. When Jingyu stood up, she saw that she was lying on the soft seat of the tiger skin, and her two legs were swinging up and down, with a very comfortable expression. The short, long table was enough to block her completely under the table, and she must have her brightly colored black eyes. Lingyan had brought his group of officials to the throne of Chu, and bowed to the ground again. "The king is on the throne, and the courtiers meet." He gave instructions and bowed down with the group officials. Jingyu stood on the side of King Chu sitting in front of him, his eyes glanced sharply at the group officials. The minister who was originally dissatisfied, as he saw him, also leaned over to hide the expression on his face. The hall was quiet for a few seconds. Jingyu looked at the new Chu king. She had already played, and completely forgot his account. "Get up," Jingyu said to the group officials. Hesitating to see them, he couldn't help adding, "The king is still young, and some things are not very clear, and you don't have to be overly demanding." He looked at Lingyun deliberately. The old man immediately understood and led the group to stand up. "Now that the king has finished ascending the throne, you can go to your own position," Jingyu said again. Kunshan looked at each other, and one of them walked out of the arrangement, came to the middle and arched his hand at Jingyu. "We all know that you used to fight for the blood of Chu, but I don't know where is your desire to lead Chu." His words were slightly sharp, and he was a little confused in the question. The former Chu king died too suddenly, and Qin Jun has already seized a large area of Chu kingdom. Not only that, nearly 600,000 Qin troops are still occupying all parts of Chu, and Chu has no soldiers to fight against. The new king ascended the throne so smoothly without encountering many resistances because many princes were reluctant to come forward at this time. OZW.com. His words may be the voices of the ministers who are still here today. They could not help looking at Jingyu together. Jingyu pointed at the small urn that emerged from the low table and peeped at the servants, scaring the latter to shrink back immediately. This was an act of disrespect, and it was not pointed out by anyone because he was puzzled by the group officials. "There is a king in Chu," he said. I patted my chest again and exclaimed, "There is still a general in Chu." He smiled at the corners of his mouth and glanced at the group officials. After a moment of stun, they seemed to have finally reacted, and many people cried out on the chest. "There are ministers in Chu kingdom. How can Chu die when I can't die?" Jingyu walked among them. "Did you lose the capital? Is there no city? Is it the loss of the people? No, even if we need to dormant for a while, Chu will always again stand on this red earth." What he said about these courtiers here was different from what he said to his men. He knew what he needed and how to do it. And these people and their men, they are not clear. Therefore, they need a reason to continue to survive that he can find for them. As the group officials swept away the decadents, some people clamored with excitement to go back and do their duty. At this moment, a soldier rushed into the hall in a panic. Chong Jingyu bowed down and said, "General Rin, Qin Jun has arrived 10 miles outside the city." The hall was quiet for a moment. Among the group of ministers who were still in high spirits, most of their faces turned pale. Overwhelmed, they collectively looked at Jingyu again. There was a trace of sarcasm in Jingyu's mouth. He did not speak, but walked to the position of King Chu and picked up Xiaohu from there. "Qin Jun came to applaud your enthronement and go with me to see if they are okay," he asked with a smile. "Is it fun?" Obviously Xiao Xiao didn't know what Qin Jun was. "You will find it fun," Jingyu replied. His footsteps kept on, and his body had a strong momentum, so that the officials did not dare to approach, nor dare to block him or, how can they have the courage to stop him under the 6 gods without a master at this moment? Ling Yin looked at him and shook his head, followed silently behind Jingyu and went out. Outside the hall, a sergeant had led melee for Jingyu, and he jumped onto the warhorse holding Xiaozuo. The warhorse took a few steps forward at a slow speed, and Ling Yin rode the horse to his side. He looked at the old man Ling Ling with curiosity. It seemed that he knew what he wanted to ask. Making old Yin Yin smile freely, the old man had arranged for the family to leave Chudu, and he had only this old bone, but he did not give up. He had abandoned this order of Yin and left Chudu with his family. However, Jing is a noble of the Chu kingdom. If he left before Chu's death, what would others think? He will surely think that he is greedy for fear of death. He can be thought of like this, but Jing's can't. He stayed and may die in Chu capital, but he died as a nobleman in Lingyan and Chu kingdom. If you are 20 years younger, you may be able to do Lingyan again in the future. Jingyu said lightly to him. He didn't really value Lingyan's talents, but his mentality at the moment. Seeing through life and death, there is nothing in the world that can't be seen through. The old man no longer misses Lingyan's place. The old man shook his head and looked at Jingyu's arms while pouting, because the armor was on her, while showing a rather novel and interesting look. About the new Chu king sitting next to him, what will you do with this child in the future? If the man is about to die, his words are also good, so Yin will undoubtedly move his heart at this time. Maybe I will replace him with he in the future, but he can continue to live. My prestige will not be controlled by the title of a king. The domineering enthusiasm in Jingyu made the old man unknowingly slow down his horse speed. When aware of it, he was no longer able to keep pace with Jingyu in the second half of the Jingyu mount, but it felt so natural again. He could not help but stroked his forehead in surprise. Is the old man dying to be able to see a king? When I looked at Jingyu's back again, my mentality and feeling were completely different. Xiaozhou sitting in Jingyu's arms also became quiet. Looking up at Jingyu from the bottom up, the little body moved a lot towards him, and even the rigidity of the armor couldn't stop her instinct. However, Jingyu, who still regarded her as a little boy, felt very awkward. Unbearably, she stretched out her collar and pulled forward, pulling Xiao Xiaoyu angrily and pursed her mouth. Ling Yin almost thought he had been dazzled before, watching him unable to bear the gaze of the child, letting her be close, and laughing strangely. He must be unable to kill that child. Chapter 56, Dominate the World. Here is Meng Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry. On a hillside a few miles away from Chudu Shaochun, the thunder-like horseshoe sounded, and I felt the tremor coming from the earth. The robbery touched his chin and shook his head slightly. I didn't expect it to arrive first. Here. In the end it is Chudu Shaochun, and Qin Jun seems to take it very seriously. In the past, when the Qin army faced siege, it was the infantry who rushed out of the city first and deterred the defenders in the city with a strong military appearance. The Golden Fire Cavalry is mostly used for frontal battlefield combat, or to chase down enemy forces. This time, the infantry stopped 10 miles away, but the Golden Fire Cavalry drove here uncharacteristically. Hey, I think they value someone there. The big hammer standing beside him rolled his lips. If the infantry or other cavalry came first, I'm afraid they will be defeated by that person. Dangerous. The army will eat a defeat before it arrives. If this morale is lost, the subsequent siege will increase unnecessary losses. He glanced at him. I said, the big hammer, do you seem to have a high opinion of him now? Has it become a fan of him? Nonsense. There was some embarrassment in the tough guy's face. I just affirmed his ability. Am I the kind of person who dare not admit that others are great? He hit himself heavily. His chest made a thumping noise. Okay, I know, you don't have to be so excited. The corners of the robber's mouth twitched, and his heart was really amused. Even if he talked to the big hammer with a pair of thieves' eyes, he didn't listen to the Golden Fire cavalry who glanced at the Qin army, and the reaction of the soldiers of the Chu army on the tower of the Chu kingdom in the distance. Seeing the Gold Fire cavalry wearing black iron masks, no one spoke, highlighting Shen Ning's aura. Although the Chu soldiers were able to stand upright, their face changed. By comparison, he already knows who will win the next battle. But at this moment, his eyes suddenly widened. Big hammer, look there. He pulled a big hammer and pointed towards the Shaochun city tower. The big hammer looked at it, but he could only vaguely see some vague shadows. You still tell me what you saw, he muttered. The kid appeared, said the robbery. In a flash, it changed the morning atmosphere among the Chu soldiers. Gee, this is a natural general. It's just strange that this battle has to be fought. What is he doing with a baby? Child? What child? The hammer wondered. The robbery spread his hands. I don't know. His eyes rolled around. Well, let me go and see. Hey, you, the big hammer hasn't finished speaking, and the robbery is gone. The muscles on his face shuddered a few times unnaturally. Cut, isn't it light work? What's so great? In fact, he was really envious at this time, and he was curious about what was going to happen next. Moreover, Jingyu took Xiaozhou to the main tower and saw a large army stopped a few miles away. The words Qin and Mongolia are written on the red banner. Although the movement is abrupt, the movement is very tidy. Is this Qin's most powerful Golden Fire cavalry? Old Man Yin did not understand the military, but also saw its extraordinary. The old man still saw such a military force for the first time. He said here, suddenly I also thought that the man standing in the front half-step confronted such a cavalry, and took advantage of some playfulness several times. I really don't know how he did it. He couldn't help but feel a little itchy and wanted to see the performance of Jingyu on the battlefield with his own eyes. No wonder he will be like this. Everyone in the world who hears Jingyu's current record has such a thought. Jingyu glanced back at him and smiled inexplicably, which made old Yin Yin nervous. Jing Lao Ke is interested in meeting Qin with me, he asked. Ling Yin thought that he had heard it wrong and didn't respond to Jingyu. Jingyu didn't care either, and scraped Xiaohu's face with her fingers, holding her and walking down the tower. Open the gate, he ordered. Crazy, you must be crazy. Ling Yin finally responded, Qin Jun cavalry will rush in. He felt that he had already seen the picture of the Qin Jun flag erected by Chu Du, then let him's head is dizzy. They don't dare. Jingyu said casually, and teased the little guy in his arms again. Xiaohu, do you say that? Suddenly asked. Xiao Zhao shook his head like a rattle after a while. Xiaozuo didn't know. It doesn't matter, I'll take you to verify it. Jingyu took her down the tower and rode on her black horse. Although the soldiers heard his order, they still did not open the city gate at this time, but looked at him at a loss. OZW.com. Open the gate. Jingyu said it again. The pair of plain black eyes transmitted a beam of light, so that the soldiers who saw them couldn't help shaking. Immediately, several people ran over to remove the thick beams on the city gate, and a dozen more people came to pull the two gates together. A few miles away, Meng Tian was about to bring some soldiers to say hello to the city, and suddenly saw the city gate wide open. However, the following single ride made him wonder. Wait for him to move closer, only to see who it is. The corners of his mouth curled up a little, and he confessed, and he drove past alone. When the two riders were 10 meters apart, Jingyu pulled the reins and stopped, as was the opposite Meng Tian. You brought a child, do you want to surrender our army? Meng Tian glanced at Xiao Xiao and Jingyu's arms, sarcastically. General Mongolian laughed. Jingyu lifted Xiaoyu and let her stand on horseback. This is the king of Chu who was newly enthroned in Chu kingdom today. How does General Mongolia feel? Meng Tian showed a surprised expression. Putting his eyes on Xiaoyu again, the latter is also looking at him curiously. For a long time, Meng Tian couldn't help laughing. Did Chu state have given up the future? He laughed loudly. No, it is precisely because of such a king of Chu that Chu has a future. Jingyu looked directly at Meng Tian's eyes. I believe that he must live longer than Ying Zheng. Hey, you are just sophistry. Listening to Jingyu calling him the name of the king, Meng Tian still felt a little unhappy. It's just that the opponent is the general of the enemy country after all, and he didn't bother about this. After thinking about it, he sneered. When tomorrow my army arrives and destroys the capital city of Chu, I see how this little baby can survive. His words were clever, and he responded to Jingyu's two provocations at once. The first one, Jingyu said, let Qin and Chu strike for a day. He is naturally impossible to promise and has no right to promise. It was only when he came that Wang Jian explained otherwise, that he was not prepared enough today and he would not attack the city for the time being. At this point, it is impossible for him to tell Jingyu, that would be seen as a weakness. Moreover, they must not respond at all, otherwise, after the Qin Jun did not attack, he would only be regarded as the default of Jingyu's proposal. However, he now describes non-attack as the arrival of a large army, which naturally can be a legitimate reason not to attack today. Secondly, as soon as the army destroys Chudu, the little doll regarded as King Chu will die. In this way, how can she compete with Qin Wang who lives in Xianyang? General Mongolia will make a bet. Jingyu suddenly laughed. Meng Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, and apparently had some understanding of what Jingyu said this time. Are you going to keep he? In front of my 400,000 army of Qin kingdom, he asked somberly. Not bad. Jingyu's face was sober and awe-inspiring. And, I won. I'm not ashamed. Meng Tian snorted. I'll see how you can keep him at that time. He punched Jingyu and took a fist. See you on the battlefield. Rained Ma Rain, turned the horse's head and turned the golden fire cavalry, not far away, rode slowly. After entering the cavalry formation, Meng Tian glanced at Jingyu who was still in place. For so many times, he almost couldn't help but greet his cavalrymen for a charge. He believed that even if Jingyu could resist, he would also take care of that little baby. Only, there is always a reason to prevent him from doing so. In this way, the soldiers on the walls of the Chu capital, the big hammer on the hillside in the distance, and the camp of the Golden Fire Cavalry. All the people watching here held their breath and were extremely nervous. However, the two people who are the focus, Jingyu and the new king of Chu, seem to have nothing to do with themselves. The new Chu king seemed happy to stand on horseback, and waved at the Qin Guo cavalry not far away. While Jingyu supported her, she said something to her and made her chuckle. For a long time, Meng Tian sighed in his heart, go. Whipped a whip on the horses and took the Golden Fire cavalry away. On the walls of Chu capital, Old Man Yin fell to the ground with the buttocks. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he found that his back was wet all the time. It's really fate. After a while, he recovered from what he just saw and smiled bitterly. Reflecting on my life, I thought I was used to the big scene, but when did I ever feel so terrified? He couldn't imagine what kind of courage was needed in order not to change color under such circumstances. It's a king. He is more affirmed by this previous judgment. Only such a person can dominate the world. Chapter 57, Jinghu Medical Village. What? You said the young master faced tens of thousands of golden fire cavalry alone. In the gradually thinning water mist, Jin Kankan's Dongshang rising sun shone a faint trace of an island. There are several private houses looming between the lush greenery, and a lingering cooking smoke highlights the tranquility of the early morning. In such a peaceful atmosphere, a young girl's trembling cry startled a few birds that perched on trees in the courtyard. They flew a few times and landed on the branch again, but while making a sweet chirp, they stared curiously at the wooden house where the sound came from. Through the edge of the wooden window, you can see inward that at the corner of a rectangular table, a girl in a goose yellow palace dress collapses on her knees. On the table in front of her, a wooden tray was placed irregularly, and most of the teacups above had been knocked over. The hot steam escaped with the aroma of tea, and the orange tea even splashed on the brown table. Sister Ching'er. The skin is as white as snow, with long silver hair and many exquisite silver jewelry. Wearing a blue silk skirt, she is also on a kneeling posture, probably because she danced from an early age, and is the most elegant of the few people in the room. She was the closest to the girl, and she saw her face pale, and worried that she would be burnt by the tea. She could not help but come close to hold the girl in palace dress. Although she heard the news at first glance, she almost jumped out of her heart. What happened to him, young master, young master? The girl named Ching'er suddenly supported the table with both hands, leaning forward to look at a thin man diagonally across. Thanks to the timely action of the silver-haired girl, she did not press on the tray with hot tea. Being stared closely by the two girls across the street, the robbery felt unprecedented pressure. It seemed to be the most dangerous one to steal, and it didn't make him feel as uncomfortable as he is now. Cough, the two girls are worried, the stinky boy coughs, your young master natural hero, how could thousands of Qin Jun hurt him? As soon as the thief said the word smelly kid, he felt that the girl with white hair became a little dangerous. In his heart he groaned strangely how the woman looked so beautiful, and there was no terrible expression on his face, but she felt cold all over when she looked at it. He changed his mouth in time because of another girl. In other words, if it is usual, the girl's oppression is even greater. It's just that she is now fully concerned about another thing, and hasn't heard what he said of disrespect. Young master, he's fine, right? Ching'er pressed urgently. The robbery nodded quickly, it's okay at all, and it's very good. Ah, right. He seemed to remember something, and he got something out of his arms. This is what he asked me to bring to the two girls. He handed it forward slightly, and was picked up by Ching'er who had just shown some peace of mind. It is slightly cold to start with, and is a palm-shaped black flat rectangular iron box. Ching'er took a closer look and saw a thin slit at the edge of the box, which was obviously openable. Although she couldn't wait, Ching'er glanced at Xuenu, who nodded. With a creak, Ching'er lifted the lid and fixed two thumb-sized oval pendants inside. One is goose yellow as condensed fat, and the other is ice blue. The two women looked at each other, and they knew which one belonged to whom. After smiling at each other, each took out a piece and almost looked at the other side with some surprise. After that, he quickly avoided the other party's sight. Quietly, the two turned the pendant to the other side, and each saw a smiley face. That must have been engraved by him, an expression belonging to him. Ching'er's one was a little bit admired. She remembered that when he was younger, he sucked in her arms with this expression. Xuenu's one was a little bad, and reminded her of him at once. That bad habit. At this moment, they climbed the red on their cheeks, clearly with different meanings. There are 5 people in the room. In addition to Xuenu, Qing-er, and Pai Luo, there is also the big hammer returned from the mission with the Pai Luo near the front line of the Chu Kingdom War, and the powerful helper of the host here about 7-year-old girl Gao Yu. She saw that Xuenu and Qing-er were different from the past, and suddenly became much brighter. She didn't quite understand it, but she knew wisely that it must have something to do with the treasure they held in her hands. After thinking for a while, she stood up silently and took a few more teacups to pour tea for the robbery and the big hammer. Pirates Commander, Iron Commander, Master Xiang's story finished, she asked, her eyes full of curiosity. With a kind of childish voice, the people who heard it were as sweet as sugar. Of course not. The robber waved his hand. It's just that they are now, obviously they can't hear it. If I said that, I might have to repeat it again and again. That stinky cough, that little master's thing, I don't want to keep saying it. He looked at the big hammer, and the latter turned his eyes away from him. Xuanu and Qing Er heard the sound, and each put away the pendant, and they both looked at the robbery. Oh, okay, I said. Pirates sighed inwardly. He was often injured and would come here to heal, and he had seen these two alien women. I heard that they were sent by the smelly kid he knew, and once I couldn't help saying more about the kid. Later, he didn't know how, so he became an intelligence officer for the two girls to inquire about their young master. Moreover, every time I explain to them, I also see it. Clearly, they all like that kid. OZW.com. Che, I don't know if he's such a little boy, what attracts people. He often thinks sourly. That day, he took the new Chu King alone, a 3-year-old milk doll, to Mengtian. As soon as he opened the gate, the Golden Fire Cavalry who was still a few miles away was on guard. The Golden Fire Cavalry it's Qin Guo's elite, and such a guard is also reasonable. But, I think it's because they are his imaginary enemy. In the series of thrilling battles last year, they did not lose a lot of money on his hands. There is a shadow in my heart. Thieves felt that he was almost a storyteller, and this expression was getting better and better, making the 2 big, 1 small, and 3 girls in front of them listen with relish. He didn't find out that the big hammer sitting next to him was actually reminiscing about what he had seen with the help of what he said. Jingyu met Mengtian that day, and the Golden Fire Cavalry left without a fight. No one knows what they said. Even thieves can't get close to the two in such circumstances. However, with his eyesight, it can be seen from their expressions who has the upper hand. Jingyu alone stopped a few miles away from the capital, and did not slowly ride into the city until the Golden Fire Cavalry disappeared. On the second day, Qin Jun struck the drums of war when the first light of Chaoyang shone on Chudu. Boulders with a diameter of more than 4 meters are thrown out by 2 huge catapults with a height of tens of meters. It flew in the air, causing a roar that disturbed the space. When dozens of boulders fell along the arc from the top of the parabola, they really had the mighty power of Taishan. The wall on the front of the Chu capital was destroyed by these giant stones in only 1 round. The trembling sound of the collision of the boulder and the city wall, and the shaking generated when it collapsed to the ground, can also be heard and felt by the big hammer and robbery watching in the distance. Subsequently, the Qin Guo infantry of 30,000 people launched a fierce charge against Chu. The originally high walls and thick city gates could not block them. It seemed that the entire Chu was already in their pockets, until the Qin army screamed and rushed into the city for half a cup of tea, without encountering any resistance. This is not only the surprise of Wang Jian and Mengtian, but also the great hammer and robbery. Then, first of all, the fighting horn of Chu Kingdom, Zhentian's shouting and killing sound suddenly rose. The fierce conflict only swept through a quarter of the capital city, and the sound of collisions of tens of thousands of weapons came from far away, which was really shocking. Qin Jun, who attacked 30,000 in Chu, was killed half a quarter of an hour later. The embarrassed escape made the big hammer watching in the distance almost applaud. Chu Jun did not chase out of the city. After Qin Jun retreated, he quietly went silent again. On the front of the Qin army's large array, there are the collapsed Chudu walls and Qin Jun's huge stones. These things are not so easy to remove. Qin Jun next asked about the situation at the time of the attack, while sending 2 ground breakers to clear obstacles on the offensive road. This time, in order to prevent Jingyu from destroying Potoshiro again, thousands of crossbowmen were dispatched to follow them 100 meters behind. Also because of those obstacles, Jingyu was unable to send a cavalry charge from the inside. When Wang Jian wanted to come, Jingyu was no matter how strong he should be, and he shouldn't be stubbornly facing those crossbowmen and destroying the broken soil. Judging from the performance of Jingyu last time, it requires accuracy when attacking the broken soil. These can be destroyed by the continuous shooting of the crossbowmen. Santoro smashed straight into the front of what was supposed to be the city wall. The indestructible sword teeth cut the gravel, in order to plow a path enough for the army to charge smoothly. It was indeed very smooth at first, and the sparks were splashing, they slowly seemed to blend into the rubble pile. However, one of the broken soil Sanlang suddenly plowed the tunnel completely and rushed into the Chu capital, but suddenly stopped the rotation of the sword teeth. No, it is still shaking, and the roar caused by the operation of internal organs can be heard. It didn't stop, but it couldn't move forward, nor could the sword teeth turn. Another ground breaker Sanlang has drilled through the road. It circled behind those obstacles, transformed into a pangolin form, and rushed towards the saber-toothed Saburo. Obviously, it saw what was happening here, and its mouth was full of sharp teeth. Bite! It only happened in an instant, and the saber-toothed Saburo was suddenly lifted up and hit the pangolin beast behind him. Its saber teeth were infused with 1,000 strengths and embedded in the back of the pangolin. At the same time, the saber tooth behind the pangolin is also under the reaction force, and penetrates into the wheel surface of this broken soil. The man who made this feat slowly rose from the ground. A pair of eyes belonging only to the strong, through the gap that is not wide, imprinted deeply into everyone's eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up in disdain, and turned to walk sideways. Qin's crossbowman finally reacted, and immediately pulled the string machine that had already been stringed, and the crossbows and arrows covered in clouds covered the sky. The man had no intention of evading, but in front of him there were dozens of shields that blocked all the arrows for him. After the shields were withdrawn, his men were gone. The story of thieves came here, and he took a sip of tea dryly. Before he was about to speak again, Xuanu suddenly interrupted him. "You said he was very good right now, right?" she asked, her expression somewhat angry. "You lied." She picked up the iron rectangular box and smashed it on the table. The heavy voice frightened Qing'er and Gao Yu, and they looked at her puzzled. Xuanu didn't seem to notice it. She slid a tear away from her eyes without rubbing, but choked geologically and asked, "His hand can't be sculpted right now, right?" The carved expression, not Jingyu's words, can't do that kind of wonderful expression. He carved it himself, but it must not have been carved now. The stolen hand pointed at Xuanu again and again. "It's smart, it's a shame to guess it." After seeing Xuanu's expression for a while, he tends to be more angry. "Tao, he didn't hurt his hand at all, please listen to me." Chapter 58, The Battle of Chu Capital ends. In fact, when the robbery and the big hammer first saw this, they also thought that Jingyu's hand must have been seriously injured. How hot was the high temperature generated by the rubbing of the broken earth that San's hero cut the boulder? The direct contact with the flesh is burnt into coke, which the two believe. But without direct contact, it is difficult to ensure a firm grip. Just like when the big hammer lifted the copper tripod with boiling oil in the past, in order to ensure that his hands are not caught, he directly touched the copper tripod with his hands. I believe that after seeing the Qin Jun Jingyu did, after being shocked by his powerful strength and tenacious willpower, many people will notice this. Subsequently, Qin Jun apparently wanted to seize this opportunity to seize Chudu. From the two channels, there were other obstacles that constantly penetrated Chudu. After the fierce fighting broke out as before, he was beaten again and again. Jingyu unexpectedly appeared on the battlefield several times. Holding a black sword, he fought on the forefront, and he beheaded hundreds of Qin troops successively. What exactly is going on? If his hand is injured, why can he fight like this? If there was no damage, how did he get in touch with the high-temperature ground breaker? Two unanswered questions puzzled everyone, but they all knew one thing, that is, his fighting ability was not damaged. The only thing that made many people feel sorry is that they didn't see the moment when he lifted up the broken soil. After dark, the robbery could not help but be curious and went to the city. Speaking of which made him very depressed, obviously he was so careful this time, or Jingyu discovered it. After that, he was forced to promise to send him the iron box to Qing'er and Xuanu for free. He really is the two pendants carved on my face. The thieves were about to swear. I've seen his hand several times, it's still white, almost as delicate as a woman's hand. It's a pity I asked, he just didn't tell how it was protected at that time. Of course I won't tell you who you are, not the young master. Qing'er whispered at the bottom of her heart. After thinking for a while, she pulled Xuanu and whispered in her ear, I remember the young master used the black sword for a long time, but he was never worn out of calluses. I have said that my own system is very special. Jingyu's physique is of course special. Anyway, his body was also strengthened and cleansed by the system. That helped him remove some physical impurities, not only made him more handsome, but also made his physical strength increase a lot. Ordinary people can't bear the heat, heavy pressure, and strong blows, and his body can withstand it. Perhaps not quite convinced by the words of thieves, Qing'er said, undoubtedly relieved Xuanu's worries. Can't help but touch the pendant again. Xuanu wiped the corners of her eyes, and her emotions gradually stabilized. Pirates sighed with relief, he was really afraid of Xuanu shouting at him. At this time, the lovely girl Gao Yu added tea to the robbery leader. What happened later? You haven't said when Qin Jun stopped the attack. Later. Patu repeated the word, and while feeling bitter in her heart, she saw Xuanu and Qing'er's attention attracted again. He picked up the teacup, drank it in one breath, and continued, later, Qin Jun continuously attacked Chudu for several days. And not only from one side, but also the walls of the other three sides were smashed by giant stones. If you go, Chudu will probably not recognize it. Podasaburo stayed there and might be completely destroyed. After Wang Jian still failed to launch several attacks, he immediately dispatched tens of thousands of people to kill him again. This time, these people didn't go deep into the Chu capital, and they stood alone around the two smashed Shiro, which were not too badly damaged. Qin Jun tried to find the way to break the soil, but Qin Jun did not retreat. This is why Wang Jian sent them to occupy an area. The Qin army's previous attacks have been frustrated repeatedly because they did not know the inland shape of Chudu and were ambushed by the Chu army hidden from various houses. However, the Qin army can use this to occupy the field effectively and advance step by step into the Chu capital, compress the movable space and ambush space of the Chu army, and oppressively attack the Chu army. The strength of Chudu is only 50,000, and the Qin army has 400,000. Before the siege, Qin Jun had surrounded the Chu capital from all sides. Although it is not in line with the general strategy of only 3 sides in the siege, this is because there are Chu kings and the strongest Chu generals in Chudu. If they die, although Chu still has half of the Jiangnan wall intact, they can't afford to resist. After the frontal battlefield was temporarily guarded by tens of thousands of soldiers, the other 3 sides used catapults to smash the walls of Chu capital. Subsequently, attacks were launched simultaneously on all sides, and 150,000 pawns were killed in Chu capital. This was the last attack of the Qin army that continued to be dark. For 3 full hours, the shouting did not stop for a moment in Chudu. I was watching the battle with the big hammer on the outside, and my legs were soft. It's hard to imagine how the Chu army persevered in the battle that lasted so long, Lao now exclaimed. Chu Jun is also a real man. The big hammer sat cross-legged, and heard a heavy noise from his knees with his palms. I really want to join them to fight Qin Jun. Perhaps the three girls in the room did not notice the robbery, and the big hammer used the word also. A few years ago, when he was a soldier of the Yan Kingdom, he had defended with his brothers for 2,000 to 10,000 for 2 days and 2 nights. At the end, he was the only one left. Young master, he must have been very hard. Chinger's tears shed. I don't know if we are not there. He has a good meal. He is obviously so young, but he has to fight Qin army all the time. Xuanyu was also in pain with Jingyu. Seeing Chinger's tears, she had been silently falling down. The two girls were sad here, as if infected with another little girl, and she also cried. OZW.com. Is this my fault? The thief scratched his head and coughed. Everyone, there are wonderful counterattacks behind, don't you listen? This sentence really worked, the tears of the three girls stopped, and the sledgehammer also put away the low emotions. Robbery was relieved and couldn't help but laugh at himself. I thought it was my story, they were attracted by my story, but it turned out that all the people in that story were wonderful. Seeing that all four were waiting for him, he quickly said, the capital city of Chu also has urns behind the walls, then the outer city, and then the inner city. After the first day of the attack stopped, Qin Jun on all sides for the time being, they all retreated to Wengcheng and the surrounding station of Wengcheng. Unexpectedly, in the middle of the night, Chudu within the city even shouted and started again. Except for the Qin army in the Urn city, all the Qin army who entered the outer city were killed half, and the other half fled back to the Urn city. The Qin army in the Urn city entered the city to support and was ambushed continuously by the Chu army. Qin Jun, who is facing the enemy, is also unclear as to how many Chu Jun participated in the war. I feel like Chu Jun is everywhere, and Chu Jun can appear everywhere. For quite some time, Qin Jun dared not be stationed in Chudu at night. No matter where it goes during the day, it will surely retreat to Wengcheng defense at night. It wasn't until later that Wang Jian found the reason. Chu Jun used the tunnel in such a way. He asked the advancing soldiers to search the houses carefully, and really found some tunnels that were only temporarily excavated, and it was estimated that they were used once and twice and were blocked again. At this point, Wang Jian seems to have been prompted. Chu Jun can dig, and Qin Jun can also dig naturally. Thieves said, I and the big hammer are thinking, this time Chu Jun will fight again. It's hard. The three women thought, yeah, there are far more Qin army than Chu army, and the ability to dig tunnels is naturally stronger. In this way, Qin Jun's sneak attack is above Chu Jun. However, the truth is just the opposite. The temporarily excavated tunnel has a surprise effect, but it limits the strength of the surprise attack. However, every time Qin Jun's surprise attack seemed to be insightful by Chu Jun. This is really a evil door. Pirates lowered his voice in a low voice. It's as if the Chu capital is protecting the Chu army. Xuanyu responded, her face was quiet, but she smiled secretly. Clearly, Jingyu's natural sense of ability is working, and Qin Jun is looking for death. She knows this, but she won't tell anyone without Jingyu's permission. The entire Chu has gone through such a ground war between the two sides, and it can be said that it has been riddled with holes. Before the Qin army arrived here, Jingyu placed the residents of Chudu in several wilderness far away from the town. Helped them build new homes and reclaim wasteland, and these places later developed into towns. The excavation strategy didn't work, and Wang Jian stopped it. For hundreds of years in the Warring States period, the Chu state moved from prosperity to decline, and the capital moved several times. Although this city is not the original capital of Chu, it is a splendid capital that has occupied the southern country for hundreds of years. Before Wang Jian felt it was a pity to destroy it all, now think about it a bit superfluous. In order to fight, the soldiers of the Chu kingdom cannot care about Chudu. What kind of heart does the Qin people do? Large forces are assembled and still adopt a steady approach. Starting from the ground, the houses were lifted one after another, making the entire Chu hidden. On the night of the operation, Wang Jian expected what Jingyu would do. Therefore, he especially issued orders to prevent most of the army from taking breaks in case of accidents. However, it is still unpredictable and always so unexpected. At this moment, with Shaochun as the boundary, all parts of the north have been incorporated into the Qin Kingdom territory, while the south has crossed the river to have a large area. Wang Jian's attention was focused on the various military camps leading to the south, and even went to sit in person. He also brought Meng Tian's Golden Fire Cavalry to prepare to chase the Chu army at any time. The fight broke out this night, but it was in the north. When Meng Tian led the Golden Fire Cavalry to rush to support, the report received was that the Chu army had dispersed after the raid. It was night again, with messy footsteps everywhere, and there was no way to tell which side of the Chu army fled Jingyu and King Chu. As for the method of its raid, there is a large underground troop transport channel. Judging from the structure and the degree of solidity, it was dug a few years ago. Chudu battle ended. Although he didn't catch or kill King Chu, he finally gave the Chu forces a heavy blow. But Meng Tian was depressed for a long time after that, because Jingyu really took King Chu away under the encirclement of their 400,000 army. He lost his bet, but did not know what he would lose to Jingyu. Half a month later, there were rumors that Jingyu had arrived in Jiangnan. That's all we know. The thieves spread their hands and explained, after all, after performing the task, by the way, I have to inquire about the news. I have to come back and return to life, but I can't stay away. He glanced out of the door, and he was already on PAR3. Why is breakfast still not good? But it was another woman who made breakfast and accidentally walked out of the door. Chapter 59, Xiao Meng. Brother, Xiao hurts. Seeing that a city appeared in front, the people on the official road became dense. In such a crowd, a little doll who looked like a 4-year-old man's clothing stopped and rubbed his legs and said to the teenager standing next to him, "Is it a hug again?" The corner of the half-year-old boy, who was about 145 centimeters tall, twitched, and he leaned down and looked helplessly at him. "Isn't it possible?" The little doll's big dark eyes seemed to gather some tears, and the fluctuation caused by the watermarks was so lovable. No matter who sees such a creature, the first thing that pours into his heart is pity, and he can't help but want to hold him in his arms to comfort him for a while. The young man's reaction was much flatter, and he smiled and squeezed his small nose. He seemed to have expected the reaction long ago, and was very familiar with it. He immediately opened his arms to the teenager. The teenager's hands crossed the arm of him and took him in his arms. You can see he immediately showing a contented expression, and a pair of baby white and tender arms surround the neck of the teenager. Anyone who sees this picture is a good brother who loves his brother. Passers-by smiled with goodwill and passed by them. After the young boy picked up the baby doll, he continued to follow the flow of people towards the gate. At the city gate stood Qin Bing in black and black armor. Pedestrians kept quiet as they passed by. Any man in his prime will inevitably go through Qin Bing's investigation. The main thing is to see if the calluses on their hands are the soldiers holding Changji all the year round. This was the land of the Chu kingdom, and they were looking for the soldiers of the Chu kingdom. Now that Chu has been captured, and another year has passed, the entire Jiangnan has fallen into the hands of Qin state. Qin's biggest enemy, Chu, has already perished, and Qin should have peace of mind. But the military commander Wang Jian thought that the Qin army was too smooth when it attacked the Chudi city in Jiangnan. Not to mention the number of troops killed and wounded by the Chu state in the area north of the Yangtze River. The number of troops in Jiangnan is obviously too small. He suspected that the Chu army had concealed many troops by the number of dead in battles. Especially those soldiers are some elite soldiers on the battlefield in the north of Chu kingdom for the rest of the battle. In this way, he had a bold guess. That is to say, the battle of Chu against Qin is not about defending the home and defending the country, but just a kind of training. This thought once awakened him several times in the middle of the night, making it difficult to fall asleep for a long time. He is the coach, and he will return to Qin with his army after the battle. On the one hand, he reported his idea to Qin Wang Yingzheng. On the other hand, on the eve of his departure, he left some letters to the guards who let them secretly search for the hidden Chu soldiers. Several months have passed now. As far back as Qin's own country, he has not received any return for capturing the hidden soldiers of Chu. This made him more sure of his ideas, but fewer and fewer people agreed with this. The person who searches is a strong man, and naturally has nothing to do with teenagers. He hugged the baby in his arms and walked into the city easily. This is not a big city, and there is no protective structure like Ern City. After crossing the city gate, you can see many buildings in the city and pedestrians on the street. In general, after the war, people's lives have returned to peace. The teenager recognized the direction slightly and walked towards the area where there are buildings such as inns and restaurants. At the entrance of the street where these buildings are located, a small group of people gathered and did not know what they were looking at. The boy had walked past, but stopped again. Because he heard someone say something like "reward for being so small, that is the king of our Chu kingdom," and so on. He walked to the side of the crowd and glanced inward through their shoulders. Sure enough, there are some reward lists. The top picture is placed in the middle, and there is no other picture beside it. That clearly is. Ah, it's brother! Xiao Zhou shouted with a small hand clapping his hands. The crowd froze for a moment, and they all looked back, but there was still a half figure. At the entrance of a nearby laneway, Jingyu, who was more than 10 years old, withdrew his eyes. It seemed that Xiaohu's words had just been treated as auditory hallucinations, and no one did anything like go to the office. Brother, is Xiao Zheng doing something wrong? Her small hands grasped the placket of Jingyu's chest. Her eyes were weak like animals, and she asked in a small voice. Upon seeing this, Jingyu couldn't blame her. You just don't know what that is. If you see it next time, remember not to say anything. Xiaozuo sighed with a sigh of relief. OZW.com. Jingyu held her out of the other side of the alley. Soon after, the two entered a restaurant. I asked for a place in the corner, ordered some ordinary side dishes, and ate a full meal. When he left the city again, Jingyu had led a dark horse that was not good. After getting on the pipeline, he rode up with Xiaohu and slowly drove to a certain direction along the way, and gradually moved away from the official road. On the road, Xiaohu slept for a while, and when she woke up again, Jingyu had taken her to a wide water surface. Rising from Jingyu's knee, Xiaohu rubbed his eyes. There was a burning cloud in the horizon, attracting her attention. The orange light and the firelight were printed on Jingyu's face, and Xiaohu tilted his head and looked at it for a while. What's wrong? Jingyu slightly asked, roasting chicken with arms in his arms. Brother looks better than that picture. Xiao Zhou sat next to him, with his elbows on his knees, his small hand holding the cheek gang. Xiao Ziuan likes to see his brother's face best. Her eyes are like heaven, like a crescent moon, it outlines the arc of little happiness. Jingyu reached out and touched her head, but said nothing. He looked towards the water, his eyes seemed to have penetrated the lake and reached the mist man on the island. Wow, a drop of oil on the roast chicken dropped Jingyu back to God. He took back the branch and took out a dagger. Twist gently, cut off 2 tender pieces of meat, and insert it on the edge of the dagger again. Handed Xiao Xiao, said. Try some, I will take you to a place at night. Later, he will be handed over to the Mo family and taken to the Organ City. In this case, even if he is not around him, there is no need to worry that him will be found by those who win the government. Brother will go too. Xiao Yu seemed to realize something. Instead of picking up the dagger handed over by Jingyu, he looked at him eagerly. Hurry to eat something, and don't tell me halfway that you are hungry. Jingyu frowned slightly. Listening to his voice turning cold, Xiao Yu's little body shivered. In this way, he hasn't appeared in more than a year. She didn't know what she had done wrong, and she obviously wanted to be close to him, but she always couldn't get close. This time, she raised a strange feeling, and her small hand could not help pulling his clothes. She was hungry, but the food he handed over, she said she didn't want to pick up another small hand and hide behind her. "Don't you listen to me?" Jingyu asked unchanged. Xiaozuo shook his head down. After squeezing a few thin lips, a liquid slipped from the eye socket, dripping down her chin on the leg. The hand that pulled his clothes was not released, and the hidden hand was not taken back. She also has her stubborn side. Jingyu withdrew the dagger and ate some cold meat on it. He placed the roasted chicken on a stone, and got up, and Xiaozuo quickly stood up. As if carrying a small tail, Jingyu found a few stones nearby and collected some firewood. The stones were laid on the surface of a small boat that was found, the collected firewood was piled up, and then the roast chicken was brought over. He had no appetite and wanted to sail directly. Xiaozhou still stayed beside him without a word. The little hand clutched his clothes tightly and never let go. Following Jingyu to find things back and forth, she didn't talk about leg pain and tried not to let herself fall. The sky was getting darker and darker, and in the end nothing could be seen. The lake was surrounded by water, and there was no light. Xiao was a little scared. Want to be close to him, but afraid that he hates her. Only the clothing corner that was still pulled by that hand could give her a little sense of security. He moved, her hands were sore, and the clothing corner slipped out of her hands. Despair enveloped her, and hugged his one leg all over again. She started crying wowing. Then she was picked up by him and came to the stone together. He grabbed the firewood and lit it. The appearance of the firelight made her see him again and feel safe again. She choked in his arms, watching him heat the roast chicken, and cut another piece to her mouth. It smelled good, and her small belly shouted. She shook her head with her mouth closed. "Stupid boy, eat it," he said. "Kid?" She is puzzled, is that talking about her? Tears wandered at him, feeling that the feeling that scared her disappeared. She opened her mouth and finally ate the food he had handed over, still holding her shirt with her small hands. He also ate, and then fed her. She felt good. When the boat opened again, she came to his side again. He took hold of his clothes and leaned on his lap and sat down. A pair of black jewel-like eyes withstood the test of the Sandman and kept trying hard. Chapter 60, Meet at Ferry. Boom, softly knocking on the door, letting her sleep open her purple eyes under Yuehua. Somewhat surprised, the room was still black, indicating that the night had not passed yet. "Who is it?" She sat up and pressed her eyebrows lightly, hoping to dispel her sleep more quickly. "Sister Rong, it's me." Qing'er's voice came in. "I'm sorry, I'm disturbing you to rest." "Qing'er, haven't you slept so late?" She, who was called Sister Rong, spoke a little clear voice, but her face was much less alert. "Can feel that it should be the middle of the night now. Although the season is less than winter, the early morning of this small lake is still so cold." Goosebumps on the shoulder skin sensitively made her put on her short-sleeved coat. "Well, I can't sleep." Qing'er first answered her, and then asked with some doubt, "Sister Rong, did the Mo family send someone tonight?" There was a hum in the room, some clothes rubbing, and footsteps. Then, with a squeak, the door opened, and Sister Rong bundled her long black hair into a neat ponytail, and said to Qing'er in confusion. "I didn't receive the notice, Qing'er, why do you ask?" "I was on the roof and saw a light spot on the lake approaching here." Qing'er pointed in a direction. "That's over there, still far away. However, I think it came here. Because it has become much brighter." Sister Rong instinctively looked in the direction of Qing'er's finger. "Here, of course, you can only see your own yard." She frowned and thought a little, and said. "The environment around here is a little special. Ordinary people can't find it here without the guidance of Mo disciples. I'll go check it out." Anyway, Qing'er, go wake up Xuannu and Yuer, we will have to make some preparations. Okay. Qing'er nodded and walked to the nearby wooden house. Unexpectedly, the door opened first, and the snow maiden in the blue-violet silk skirt came out, holding a long green flute in her hand. The delicate silver pendants on her body, as well as the crystal headwear worn on her head, had not been removed. Apparently, she had not just slept. Qing'er and Xuannu smiled at each other and nodded. Qing'er walked to another room, and Xuannu came next to Sister Rong. Sister Rong, let me go with you, she said with a smile. Well. Sister Rong closed the door of her room, walked out of the yard with her, and turned in the direction Qing'er had pointed. Soon after they arrived at the shore, they saw a bigger light spot passing from the dense fog, and there was a sense of swaying. It's a fire, not a lantern. The Snow Maiden stunned. Who would light a fire on an ordinary boat? Judging by the size of the flame and its location near the water, she judged it to be a torch in a big boat. Sister Rong shook her head slightly. It seems that it is indeed coming here, and it is definitely not a disciple of the Mo family. Xuannu looked at her and asked curiously, that's it, Sister Rong, do you think it will be an enemy? There are only two kinds of people who come here, one is a disciple of the Mo family, and the other is a person who seeks medical treatment. There is no need for Mo disciples to speak, and those who seek medical treatment are usually led by Mo disciples to find here. The other party has not been able to come by as a small boat, and without my Mo disciples' guidance, he can find this place accurately. In this case, he is either a knowledgeable person or has some connections with my Mo family. Sister Rong, after thinking about it, I think it is less likely to be an enemy. Xuannu agreed with her analysis and nodded. The two waited for a while, and footsteps came from behind, and Qing'er walked over holding Yueru, who was rubbing her eyes. Qing'er holds a thin sword suitable for women's use. After she heard Sister Rong's words, she was relieved. However, at this time, the four women found that the distance should be gradually getting closer, but the fire was getting smaller and smaller. Even under their watch, they suddenly went out. The four women looked at each other, increasing the possibility of the enemy by several levels. Sister Rong was directly facing the water, using some internal force to ask, which friend is on the opposite ship? But come to my Mo family as a guest. There is indeed a small boat on the water not far from the island. About a few years ago, Xiao Yu watched the fire getting smaller and smaller, and finally extinguished because the firewood was exhausted. There was fog all around, and even the surface of the water seemed to be unclear. She hugged Jingyu's legs again in fear, and the latter was using a paddle boat to approach the island. Hearing the woman's voice from the water, Jingyu stopped his hand and touched Xiao Ziyuan's small head, and spoke clearly and replied. OZW.com Xiang's Long Jingyu, I wonder if my family Qing'er and Xuannu live in your place. The sound seemed low and calm, but the turbulent mist was disturbed. Hearing in the ears of the four women, it was as if he was speaking near. Duan Mirong looked at Qing'er and Xuannu, who were stagnant like a lightning strike, wondering. This child's internal strength is so deep, I'm afraid it has become a first-class master. This was her misunderstanding. If Jingyu's internal strength is his own evaluation, he has just entered the second-class level. But, he has a lot of experience, knowledge, and unique application. Duan Mirong saw that Xuannu and Qing'er hadn't spoken for a while, and was a little puzzled by their reaction. They thought about it on a normal day, even 1 second earlier, and they all looked forward to seeing him. Previously, I didn't fall asleep at this late night, wasn't I thinking what he would be? But now he came to them, but they were so at a loss. She shook her head slightly, throwing away this inexplicable thought, and responded to Jingyu by saying. It turned out to be young Master Xiang. It's no wonder that I can find here. Qing'er and Sister Shui are indeed staying with me. If you don't want to give up, please come and sit down. She thought that Jingyu came to pick up Qing'er and Suanv. Doin' me wrong. Jingyu on the other side also confirmed her identity and said, "Thank you." He slid the oars, and the boat broke through the mist and continued towards the island. Soon after, his eyesight was good, and he saw Qing'er and Xuanyu first. They were excited on one face, and the other was only ripples in their eyes that were difficult to calm. As he approached, they also saw him, waving their arms to him together. If there was water in front of them, they would have run to hug him for the first time. The boat was close to the shore, and along the island came to the ferry at the front of the yard to stop the boat and jumped ashore with Xiaozhou. Putting her down, she immediately pulled on his jacket and swayed, and shrank behind him, secretly watching the Snow Maiden and Qing'er, who were 4 or 5 steps away from Jingyu, just came here with the boat. "Little, young master, isn't Qing'er dreaming?" Qing'er's voice was sobbing, and she first approached Jingyu. With her lips trembling, she reached out and touched his cheek. Jingyu caught her cold hands and put it on her warm cheeks, smiling. "How could it be a dream?" he said. "Do you want a hug?" Qing'er didn't answer, or she answered with action. "Embrace him tightly and drop his tears on his body. The smell drifting into his nose is his, not wrong." Qing'er smelled the smell and watched him grow up day by day. Qing'er left Jingyu a little and looked at him carefully. It turned out that he had grown so much that he had crossed her shoulders. When clearly separated, only to her chest. Feeling that I missed something, I was happy for his growth. Qing'er pursed her lips and finally smiled sweetly with tears of miss on her lashes. At least, the clothes he wore were the ones she made for him. She left tears on it, remembering it clearly. Jingyu touched her cheek a little bit distressedly, and Xuanyu's latter's thoughts were more mature, so she always humiliated Qing'er. Qing'er will come to him only after she releases Jingyu, although she also wants to hug him for the first time. It can be seen that they are all thin and haggard. Always told him to take good care of themselves, but they themselves are like this. He couldn't blame them for it. "I'm here to practice the agreement." Jingyu shook their hands one by one. "It's nice to see you. I want to eat Qing'er's dishes. I want to hear Xue'er's flute and dance. I miss you." Xiao Zhang looked up, watching him holding hands with 2 other women, and could not help pulling his clothes corner to hold his legs. This move undoubtedly caused Jingyu's attention to her body, and also made Qing'er and Xuanyu look at her. Xiaozhou hid her head and face completely behind Jingyu, but pointed out in protest. "Brother is Xiaoyu. Young master, what is this child?" Qing'er actually noticed her long ago, but he didn't pay attention to it. But Xuanyu heard Xiao Ziuan's words, paying attention to her dress, and Jingyu's expression, showing some grotesque expressions. Xuanyu feels that she may know some things that Jingyu hasn't noticed yet. Jingyu rudely lifted Ziyang's back collar, ignoring her struggle and twisting, and brought her to the front of the 2 women. "This is King Chu." You can see how wonderful the look on the faces of the 2 girls became at this moment. Jingyu was very satisfied with this effect. Perhaps, when he first chose King Chu, there was also a hint of mischief.